A month ago, a shocking piece of news swept the world. The most powerful and mysterious soldier of Huaxia, codenamed Blood Dragon, was reported dead in Siberia. The world trembled, but the shadow looming over drug cartels and terrorist organizations still could not dissipate. Because despite extensive searches, his body had never been found. 5 years I'm finally back. A young figure appeared outside Shanshui village. He stood tall, with piercing eyes, dressed in simple clothes, looking somewhat travel-worn. The young man was Su Fei. Looking at the familiar yet strangely alien village ahead, he felt a surge of excitement. Su Fei gazed at the same old mud brick houses and yellow clay walls, unable to suppress his emotions. 5 years have passed, but the village hasn't changed much. In those 5 years, however, he had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. During an extremely dangerous mission, Su Fei fell off a cliff, but was saved by a 100 Zanglong giant python. From its mouth emerged a crystal-clear jade stone. After performing a blood oath ritual to claim it as his own, Su Fei inherited ancient legacies, ancient martial arts medicine, yin-yang divination, geomancy, and physiognomy. It was through these ancient inheritances that he transformed from an obscure soldier into a revered legend, becoming the awe-inspiring Blood Dragon feared by enemies. Shanshui village was located in a remote area, surrounded by mountains with difficult transportation, leaving little room for development. The villagers lived in poverty, with generally low education levels, struggling daily. The only advantage was that the village nestled beside the mountains and water, offering picturesque scenery. Help! Help! As Su Fei approached the village, his steps paused. Frowning, he turned toward a nearby cornfield. Lu Erju, let me go. A young woman was desperately pounding on the man sitting atop her. You little slut, stop pretending to be pure. After being a widow for so many years, you must have been starving for it, right? Hee hee. Lu Erju sneered, unfazed by her resistance, which only fueled his desire to dominate her further. Without hesitation, he began tearing at her clothes. Ryup, her clothes tore open, exposing a large expanse of pale skin to the air. Ah, Lu Erju, you're not human. The young woman's eyes brimmed with tears as she cried out. You're nothing but an animal, worse than a beast. Ah, go ahead, curse all you want. In a moment, they'll show you what I'm capable of, Lu Erju leered, drooling over her exposed skin. His voice grew excited. I guarantee you'll beg for more. Just as he prepared to proceed, a young figure appeared unexpectedly. It was Su Fei. With one swift kick, he sent Lu Erju flying. Ow! Lu Erju let out a scream, rolling 7 or 8 times in the cornfield before finally stopping. Sister Bai? Su Fei recognized the young woman immediately. She was Bai Yi, the famous beautiful widow of Shanshui village. She had married into the village years ago, but her husband suffered a sudden heart attack during the wedding ceremony and died. A few years later, she remarried, only for her new husband to die in a car accident on their wedding day. Since then, the villagers whispered that she was cursed, bringing misfortune to any man who married her. But in Su Fei's eyes, Bai Yi was simply a tragic woman. Before enlisting, he often helped her with chores. Is that Su Fei? Bai Yi blinked, hardly daring to believe it. You returned from the army? Su Fei nodded. As he looked at her flawless, snow-white skin, a flicker of heat flashed in his eyes. Despite being over 30, Bai Yi's skin was as radiant as an 18-year-old's. Combined with the beauty mark near her eye, she was undeniably captivating. No wonder Lu Erju had harbored evil intentions. Noticing Su Fei's gaze, Bai Yi's cheeks flushed red. Hastily, she covered her exposed chest. Ahem! Su Fei coughed awkwardly, then removed his jacket and wrapped it around her. Sister Bai, how did you end up here with Lu Erju? At first glance, Su Fei recognized Lu Erju as a notorious thug in Shanshui village. Relying on his father, the village head, Lu Erju spent his days idling around and harassing women. Villagers, intimidated by his family's wealth and power, dared not speak out against him. I came to the cornfield to weed. I didn't expect him to suddenly jump out. Bai Yi glared hatefully at Lu Erju, who was struggling to stand up nearby. Su Fei. Lu Erju stared at Su Fei, stunned. Pointing a finger at him, he roared. Are you looking for death? You think serving a few years in the army makes you tough? How dare you hit me? In the past, Su Fei had been skinny and weak, often bullied by Lu Erju. Hearing this, Su Fei's eyes turned icy cold. He slapped Lu Erju across the face. Slap! The sharp sound echoed. Lu Erju collapsed on the ground, clutching his swollen, bloody cheek, spitting out a broken tooth. I hate it when people point at me, Su Fei said coldly. As the legendary blood dragon, a mere village bully like Lu Erju no longer registered on his radar. Bai Yi pressed her delicate hands over her mouth, staring at the young man before her. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Su Fei, your father's dying. I advise you not to get cocky, Lu Erju spat venomously, struggling to his feet once again. His speech slurred. If you can't pay off your debt in a few days, your sister will become my wife. What did you say? Su Fei's expression darkened. Grabbing Lu Erju by the collar, he unleashed a terrifying aura. Lu Erju felt a chill run down his spine, trembling involuntarily. Su Fei, your father was in a car accident a while ago. He broke his leg. Bai Yi interjected softly, feeling suffocated by Su Fei's overwhelming presence. Bam! Su Fei tossed Lu Erju aside like trash. Turning to Bai Yi, his voice urgent. Where's my father? Which hospital? There's a 3-wheel cart at my house. Let's. Before Bai Yi could finish, Su Fei grabbed her arm and rushed out of the cornfield. SSS. Lu Erju winced in pain, glaring venomously at their retreating figures. Su Fei, you bastard, just wait. At the same time, he was inwardly shocked by Su Fei's strength. How could the once weak Su Fei, whom he used to bully freely, become so powerful after just a few years in the army? Back in the village, many villagers spotted Su Fei and Bai Yi, sparking whispers and gossip. Hey, isn't that Su Fei? He's back from the army? Look, he's pulling the little widow's arm. They're in such a hurry. What are they doing? They came from the cornfield. Look, the widow's wearing a man's jacket. Something must have happened. Su Fei paid no attention to the rumors. Riding Bai Yi's 3-wheel cart, he sped out of Shanshui village. He thought about his father, who had worked tirelessly in the fields year after year, never experiencing a single day of comfort. Now that he had returned, he had hoped to lift his family out of hardship. But before even reaching home, he learned of his father's accident. Anxious and desperate, he pushed the cart even faster. Qingyuan County Hospital. After some inquiries, Su Fei pushed open the door to a ward. Inside, he saw his mother Zhang Huilan and younger sister Su Li sitting by his father's bedside, accompanied by 2 doctors in white coats. His father, Su Mingshan, lay weakly on the bed, his left leg wrapped in thick bandages. His emaciated frame and sallow complexion spoke of malnutrition. Dad! Su Fei dropped to his knees, gripping his father's rough hand, tears streaming down his face. Dad, I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. Overwhelmed with guilt, he reflected on the past 5 years. His father had shouldered the family's burdens alone, enduring unimaginable hardships. Xiao Fei, brother, Zhang Huilan, and Su Li were both surprised and overjoyed to see him. Their eyes welled up with tears. On the bed, Su Mingshan opened his hazy eyes, a faint smile spreading across his gaunt face. Weakly, he said, Xiao Fei's back, get up, the floor's cold. Dad, how are you feeling? Su Fei looked at his father's skeletal frame, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. It's nothing, don't worry, Su Mingshan reassured him. Brother, Dad needs an amputation. Wah, Su Li collapsed into Su Fei's arms, finding an outlet for her pent-up emotions. She burst into uncontrollable sobs. Amputation? Su Fei raised his head, looking at the 2 doctors. Hello. The patient's left lower limb sustained severe damage. After the initial surgery, there was bone and soft tissue necrosis. It's no longer suitable for another repair operation, the female doctor explained gently, her voice warm and soothing. Without amputation, it could endanger his life. Someone needs to sign the consent form quickly. The male doctor, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, added impatiently, handing Su Fei a form. Choose wisely. Save the leg or save his life. In a desperate plea for her husband's life, Zhang Huilan implored the male doctor, You must save my child's father. The doctor, furrowing his brow, replied, Very well. Please sign here so I can prepare for the surgery. Suddenly, Su Fei intervened, blocking Zhang Huilan from signing. Allow me to give it a try. During my time in the military, I learned some traditional Chinese medicine from an esteemed practitioner. The doctor scoffed, as if he had heard the greatest joke, retorting, If Western medicine is powerless, what hope does the long-fallen art of traditional medicine hold? Xiao Fei, don't be foolish, Zhang Huilan admonished him with disappointment. Mother, I would never jest with my father's life, Su Fei responded, turning to the female doctor beside him. Dr. Li, could you kindly fetch me a set of silver needles? Upon glancing at her name tag, he noted that she was the deputy chief physician, Li Qing, a remarkably young professional. Silver needles? Li Qing hesitated, initially inclined to refuse Su Fei's request. However, upon meeting his earnest gaze, she inexplicably nodded. Very well, please wait a moment. She exited the room. You are jesting with your father's life. The male doctor, Wei Pengfei, expressed exasperation as he observed Li Qing genuinely leaving to fetch the needles. I must warn you. Should anything go awry, our hospital will bear no responsibility. Wei Pengfei, a brilliant graduate from medical school, had declined offers from prestigious hospitals in the provincial capital to work at Qingyuan County Hospital in pursuit of Li Qing. I believe in you, brother, Su Li said, her eyes sparkling with unwavering faith in her brother, who had always sheltered and indulged her. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Su Fei delicately unwrapped the thick bandages from his father's left leg. Moments later, Li Qing returned, handing Su Fei a sterilized needle pouch. Thank you, he exclaimed, opening the pouch and retrieving a silver needle, which he precisely positioned on the blood-sea acupoint on his father's leg. With an intense expression and focused gaze, Su Fei channeled a stream of vital energy into the needle, quickening his movements. 1 needle, 2 needles, 3 needles. He continued until he had inserted a total of 9 needles, finally pausing to exhale deeply. It's done. Su Fei's complexion appeared slightly pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The needle technique he had employed was known as Xian Kuan Jiu Ji Zhan, an ancient acupuncture method that had likely been lost to time. Su Fei had only been able to perform it thanks to a primordial inheritance. According to records, mastering the sacred yin-yang techniques within this inheritance would allow the Qian Kuan Jiu Ji Zhan to unleash its true potential, breathing life into the lifeless. Suddenly, Wei Pengfei burst into laughter, remarking, Are you trying to amuse us? I see no effect at all. Ah, Su Mingshan, lying on the hospital bed, suddenly cried out, interrupting Wei Pengfei and startling everyone present. What is wrong with father? Dad? Zhang Huilan and Su Li hurried forward, fearing for his well-being. I can feel my legs again. Su Mingshan's face flushed with excitement as he grasped Zhang Huilan's hand. I can truly feel my legs. This is real. Su Mingshan's elation was palpable as he raised his left leg, showing no signs of his previous injury. This is wonderful, simply wonderful. Zhang Huilan nodded repeatedly, her eyes glistening with tears, momentarily at a loss for words. Brother, you are truly remarkable. You have indeed healed Dad's legs. I am overjoyed. Su Li exclaimed as she clasped Su Fei's arm and leapt with joy. Meanwhile, Li Qing, who stood nearby, gazed at Su Mingshan in astonishment before turning to Su Fei, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. This is impossible. Wei Pengfei rushed forward to examine Su Mingshan, only to stagger back in shock, his eyes wide with incredulity. A leg deemed beyond recovery had been healed through acupuncture? This completely shattered his understanding of medicine. If traditional Chinese medicine were indeed this effective, what place would Western medicine have? Traditional Chinese medicine, with its profound and rich heritage, is a treasure of our nation. The fact that ailments deemed untreatable by Western medicine could be addressed by traditional methods did not negate their efficacy. Su Fei cast a calm glance at him, then removed the silver needles from his father's leg, placing them into a needle pouch before returning it to Li Qing. As she accepted the pouch, Li Qing felt as though the events unfolding were surreal. She softly suggested to Su Fei, for the patient's safety, I recommend another examination to ensure that no unforeseen complications arise. Yes, we must check. Such a serious condition cannot be easily cured, Wei Pengfei remarked, awakening from his daze, squinting his eyes as he spoke. Who knows if some unscrupulous means were employed to achieve this temporary improvement? Never mind, I know my own legs. I am fine now, Su Mingshan said with a grimace. Having incurred so much debt to Dr. Li, how could I afford another examination? Dad, you should listen to the doctor. A checkup will put our minds at ease, Zhang Huilan urged earnestly. Dr. Li is kind-hearted. She covered our medical and surgical expenses. I will repay her even if it means selling everything I own, she insisted. Upon hearing this, Su Fei cast a surprised glance at Li Qing and then addressed his father. Dad, to reassure Mom, let us just have the examination. You need not worry about the money. I still have 2,000 yuan from my severance pay. Well, all right then. Dr. Li, thank you for covering my father's expenses. How much is the total? I will repay you, Su Fei said, bowing deeply to Li Qing. He did not expect a doctor to cover medical costs for a patient. Such generosity was rare in today's pragmatic society. Ah, There is no need for thanks. Li Qing replied, momentarily taken aback. It is our duty as healthcare professionals to assist patients in need. At that moment, Zhang Huilan retrieved a yellowed notebook from the bedside cabinet and flipped through it, stating, Xiao Fei, Doctor. Li has covered a total of 18,472 yuan for us. Nodding slightly, Su Fei produced 2 bundles of red bills and handed them to Dr. Li Qing. Dr. Li, here are 20,000 for you. The remaining funds should be allocated for my father's examination. Although he is no longer in serious condition, he still requires care. Haha. I'm not in a hurry. You are not well off either, so please keep it for now. The patient's subsequent rehabilitation will still necessitate some expenses. Li Qing hurriedly pushed back her hand, politely declining. Dr. Li, you truly are kind-hearted, Su Fei remarked with a smile. However, this money belongs to you. You should accept it. Indeed, Dr. Li, please take it. Owing money does not sit well with one's conscience. Su Mingshan and Zhang Huilan, the couple, chimed in persuasively. Very well, then I shall accept it, Li Qing said, pursing her lips as she received the money. Su Fei smiled gently. Then I must trouble you, Dr. Li, to assist my father with the examination while I take care of the discharge procedures. Of course. At the county hospital's entrance, Su Fei prepared to leave with his father on his back. Please wait a moment. Dr. Li, is there anything else? Su Fei inquired. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the beautiful doctor before him, who could cover such considerable expenses for a stranger. Li Qing stepped in front of Su Fei, brushing aside her hair, and extended a delicate hand, saying, Let me formally introduce myself. I am Li Qing. Su Fei, he replied, shaking her hand gently. His eyes filled with curiosity about her intentions. Su Fei, I would like to formally invite you to work at the county hospital. The salary and benefits would be the same as those of other doctors. If you agree, I can immediately apply to the director on your behalf with your medical skills. I am certain there will be no issues, Li Qing proposed. I must decline, Su Fei responded directly. Ah, well then. Li Qing's demeanor dimmed slightly as she bit her rosy lip. May I ask you for a favor? Go ahead. After a moment's hesitation, Li Qing took a deep breath and slowly continued. Half a year ago, my mother was involved in a car accident, resulting in traumatic brain injury that left her in an irreversible state of deep coma. However, the subcortical centers still maintain autonomic breathing and heartbeat, leaving her in a vegetative state. A vegetative state? Su Fei furrowed his brow. Yes, Li Qing nodded, adding, Your acupuncture skills are truly remarkable. I would not have believed it had I not witnessed it myself. Therefore, I wish to ask you to treat my mother. Would you? Seeing the pitiful expression on Li Qing's face, Su Fei replied, I can, but I cannot guarantee success. Moreover, I must first ensure my father is settled at home. I will come to find you tomorrow. That is perfectly fine. Thank you. A smile blossomed on Li Qing's exquisite face, akin to a blooming lily. Su Fei was momentarily entranced. It must be said, Li Qing was exceptionally beautiful, her charm magnified with her smile. This is my business card. It contains my phone number and handwritten address, Li Qing said, handing Su Fei a pink, cartoonish business card. Upon taking a glance, Su Fei was taken aback to discover that the seemingly serious Li Qing harbored such a youthful spirit. Humph! An unpleasant scoff echoed as Wei Pingfei emerged unannounced. And upon witnessing the scene, an insidious feeling stirred within him. Casting a glance at Su Fei, he addressed Li Qing, saying, Qing, do you truly believe he possesses any profound knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine? Having pursued Li Qing for so long without ever eliciting a smile from her, he found himself deeply vexed. Better to call me Dr. Li, Li Qing replied, her brows slightly furrowed. She found Wei Pingfei exceedingly bothersome, despite having numerous admirers. He was the most irksome of them all. She had previously made her lack of interest abundantly clear, yet he persisted like a pesky fly, buzzing around her incessantly. Dr. Li, he is merely fortunate. Do you genuinely think he can cure your mother's ailment? Wei Pingfei retorted disdainfully. Having hope is far superior to despair. And my affairs are not for you to concern yourself with, Li Qing responded. With that, she nodded at Su Fei and his companions before turning and entering the hospital. Let us depart as well. Su Fei chuckled, shaking his head, leaving Wei Pingfei in a state of confusion. He mounted his tricycle, ferrying his parents and sister away from the hospital. Xiao Fei, Dr. Li kindly invited you to work at the hospital. Why did you not accept? Zhang Huilan observed as they traveled. This is a coveted position that many dream of. If you became a doctor, our family would earn respect in the village, and no one would dare mock us again. Indeed, being a doctor comes with a stable position and benefits. Su Mingsheng concurred. Mom, Dad, please do not worry about me. I have my own plans, Su Fei replied. Once a valiant soldier known as Blood Dragon and now possessing various extraordinary skills, his vision extended far beyond the confines of a modest county hospital. Upon hearing Su Fei's resolve, his parents refrained from further discussion, fully aware of their son's stubbornness. Once he made a decision, not even a herd of oxen could sway him. 5 years prior, Su Fei had the opportunity to attend a prestigious university. But he chose to enlist instead, understanding the family's financial struggles and not wanting to burden them with tuition fees. The more responsible he became, the greater their guilt grew, feeling they had hindered their child's potential. Lily, I heard you borrowed money from Lu Erju in the village. Is that true? Su Fei suddenly recalled Lu Erju's earlier words and inquired. Father had an accident and requires a substantial amount for surgery. In my anxiety, I borrowed 20,000. Su Li admitted, her gaze lowered, her voice tinged with melancholy. Little did I know that post-operative expenses would be so exorbitant. If it weren't for Dr. Li covering the medical and hospitalization fees, I truly would not know what to do. Xiao Fei, once you settle your father at home, I will head into the city to find a restaurant to wash dishes, hoping to repay Lu Erju's family as soon as possible, Zhang Huilan declared. Upon hearing his mother's words, Su Fei felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Mother, I have returned. How could I allow you to go out and wash dishes for others? Your task is simply to care for father at home. As for finances, you need not worry. I am here. Do you still have money? Su Fei shook his head. The 20,000 yuan from my discharge pay has already been given to Dr. Li. Rest assured. I have everything under control. He had devised a strategy long ago. For him, earning money was no longer a formidable challenge. By the time he reached Shanshui village, it was already afternoon. Standing before the dilapidated earthen house, Su Fei silently vowed to earn money swiftly so he could build a new home for his parents, allowing them to lead a life envied by all. Mom and Dad, please go inside. I will return the tricycle to Sister Bai. After seeing his parents and sister settled, Su Fei rode off on the tricycle. Although he had not returned in 5 years, the village appeared unchanged. He navigated the familiar path to Bai Yi's home with ease. The courtyard door was unlocked, and Su Fei rode the tricycle directly into the yard, calling out, Sister Bai, I've returned your tricycle. Upon hearing no response, he proceeded into the house. It was only courteous to inform the owner of the return to avoid any misunderstandings. With a creak, he pushed open the door and was immediately met with a captivating scene. Bai Yi lay on the earthen bed, clad in a loose white shirt, soundly asleep. Her breathing steady, her fair complexion, complemented by rosy cheeks and enchanting eyes, along with her long, flowing black hair cascading over the pillow, revealed a graceful neck akin to white jade, evoking an indescribable allure. His gaze instinctively drifted downward, taking in her flat abdomen and elegantly long legs, all exuding an irresistible charm. Despite years of military discipline, Su Fei could not help but feel a surge of blood rush to his head at such a sight. He took a deep breath, circulating his internal energy to quell the rising impulse, preparing to turn away. Just then, Bai Yi let out a soft murmur, stirring in her sleep. As she opened her eyes and caught sight of a figure before her, she quickly sat up. Su Fei? She exclaimed, relief washing over her. Ahem. Sister Bai, I came to return your tricycle, Su Fei stammered, his face flushing with embarrassment as he cleared his throat to break the awkward silence. I called out, but when you didn't respond, I thought I would come in. Please don't misunderstand. With a playful glance, Bai Yi smiled brightly. You're back so soon. How is your father? He is home now, and all is well. Sister, do you think I look good today? Bai Yi asked, adjusting her shirt and tossing her disheveled hair back, exuding an alluring charm. Sister Bai, I believe you look beautiful every day, Su Fei replied, unable to suppress his admiration as he swallowed hard. Really? Bai Yi's lips parted slightly, her captivating gaze fixed intently upon him. Sister Bai, I have parked the tricycle in the courtyard for you. There is nothing else, so I'll take my leave now. After leaving those words, Su Fei turned on his heel and departed, for lingering any longer could lead to unforeseen events. Upon reaching the door, Su Fei paused for a moment. Sister Bai, it's advisable to secure the door while sleeping for safety. With that, he left without a backward glance. Observing Su Fei's hurried demeanor, Bai Yi felt a twinge of amusement, yet a pang of disappointment also crept in. Am I really devoid of any allure to him? Bai Yi's home is not far from Su Fei's. It only takes a couple of turns to arrive. Su Fei ambled along, and from a distance, he noticed a crowd gathered at his family's gate, all craning their necks to witness the commotion. Alas, borrowing money from the Liu family is no simple matter. Liu Erju's intentions are evidently far from benign. Alas for Lily, such a splendid child. Marrying Liu Erju has rendered her life a squandered affair. Excuse me. Su Fei rushed forward, parting the crowd as she entered the courtyard, her fury ignited. Before her stood Liu Erju, ruthlessly dragging her lively and adorable sister towards the entrance. A wide grin plastered across his face. Behind him, two burly young men held her parents firmly in place, rendering them powerless to intervene. Their eyes filled with despair as they helplessly watched their daughter being taken away. Liu Erju, you are courting death. With a resounding shout, Su Fei leaped forward and delivered a punch straight to Liu Erju's face. Liu Erzuzu immediately fell to the ground, two teeth dislodged from his mouth. Gazing at the two teeth in his hand, he trembled violently, his face contorted in rage as he bellowed. That's 3 now, Su Fei. If I don't end your life today, I'll take on your surname. He embraced his younger sister gently, patting her back softly, and remarked, Do you deserve to bear my surname? In broad daylight, Liu Erju audaciously dared to bring people to his home to forcibly abduct Su Li, which undoubtedly touched upon his forbidden line. Subsequently, a fierce beating ensued, leaving Liu Erju battered and bloodied, ultimately leading him to beg for mercy before Su Fei finally relented. Liu Xiao, are you all right? Two robust young men rushed to Liu Erju's side and helped him to his feet. Do I look like I'm unscathed? Liu Erju, with his face bruised and swollen, was seething with rage. Upon hearing their words, he erupted. What are you staring at? Strike him. What good are you to me? In the cornfield last time, Liu Erju was also frightened by Su Fei, realizing that during his years of military service, Su must have honed his skills. Thus, he sought out two brawny individuals to back him up. When Liu Erju roared at them, the two young men looked grim, raising their fists and charging at Su Fei, eager to vent their pent-up frustration. However, Su Fei, once known as the formidable blood dragon, found it as effortless to subdue these two as crushing an ant. With a swift motion, he sprang into the air, executing a dragon's tail sweep that sent the two robust young men flying. Liu Erju's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew Su Fei possessed considerable prowess, but he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. His carefully chosen companions were no match for him. Unbeknownst to others, he was well aware that these two individuals were seasoned fighters, rarely finding themselves matched. Lily, how did they come to her home? Su Fei inquired of his sister. They're here, for money, Su Li replied, a tremor of fear evident in her voice, as she instinctively shrank behind Su Fei. Humph. Liu Erju seemed to find his courage, stepping forward and declaring, Su Fei, I told you, your sister borrowed 20,000 yuan from me, and if she cannot repay it, she must become my wife. Su Fei furrowed his brow, recalling Liu Erju's words spoken amidst the cornfield, which he had overlooked at the time. Preoccupied with thoughts of their father. Become your wife? Dream on, he retorted, raising his hand ready to strike. Xiao Fei, don't fight. We are in the wrong. Zhang Huilan promptly intervened. Su Fei, take a good look. Here is the IOU, Liu Erju chuckled, pulling a piece of paper from his pocket and unfolding it before Su Fei. It's clearly written in black and white, with your sister's signature. You cannot deny it. Upon closer inspection, Su Fei realized Liu Erju spoke the truth. He glanced at the repayment date and then said, ISNT the repayment date the day after tomorrow? Why are you here today? If you can't repay today, do you think you'll manage it the day after tomorrow? Liu Erju sneered. The day after tomorrow, I will have the money ready and wait for you here. Su Fei replied coolly. Now, take your men and get out of my house. Su Fei, don't be too arrogant. If you can't produce the money by the day after tomorrow, your sister will have to come with me. Su Fei's eyes widened, causing Liu Erju and his companions to hastily retreat. The villagers surrounding the gate began to disperse as well. Mom and Dad, are you all right? Su Fei asked with concern. Su Mingshan shook his head, his face laden with worry. 20,000 yuan, how are we to manage that by the day after tomorrow? Zhang Huilan's expression mirrored his anxiety. Don't worry, I can just marry him if it comes to that, Su Li said, her heart heavy as she observed her parents. She was acutely aware of their plight, where even acquiring a meal was a challenge, let alone gathering 20,000 yuan. What nonsense are you thinking, young lady? You still have school to attend, not to mention marriage. Su Fei gently flicked her forehead, stating, leave the money matters to me. I will definitely repay him by the day after tomorrow. Xiao Fei, you've just returned from the army. You cannot engage in illegal activities. Zhang Huilan feared he might resort to unlawful means to acquire the funds. Mom, where is your mind wandering? Su Fei chuckled helplessly. I understand traditional medicine and plan to gather some herbs from the mountains to brew medicinal wine to sell in the city. What kind of medicinal wine could fetch 20,000 yuan? I will return before nightfall. Su Fei did not elaborate further, hoisting a nearby basket and stepping out of the house. Shanshui village was enveloped by mountains, rich in resources and brimming with diverse herbs. Although he had been unfamiliar with these plants before, since receiving the ancient inheritance, he now regarded the mountains as treasure-laden. The inheritance contained numerous brewing secrets, and after much contemplation, he selected one to pursue. Herbal medicine not only heals but also lends itself to the creation of medicinal wine. Su Fei was confident that as long as he succeeded in brewing, making money would not prove difficult. Su Fei wandered around the mountain and discovered several herbs needed for brewing medicinal wine, yet the most crucial one, the Jiang grass, remained elusive. Could it be? He sat down on a stone, disheartened. Without this principal herb, brewing the medicinal wine would be utterly impossible. As anxious thoughts swirled in his mind, he rose to continue his search. Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream pierced the air. His gaze sharpened, and he dashed towards the source of the sound. After running approximately 50 to 60 meters, Su Fei found a girl, roughly his age, crumpled on the ground, her face contorted in pain. Too small. Crimson bite marks marred her ankle. She possessed a pair of captivating eyes, as clear as water, her hair tied back in a sleek ponytail. And her clothes were clean and tidy, exuding an aura of youthful vitality. You've been bitten by a snake. Su Fei discerned the situation from the bite marks. Help me. The girl's delicate face had grown pale, her lips gradually turning purple. She felt lightheaded, her consciousness beginning to wane. This is bad. The snake venom is taking effect. Su Fei crouched beside her and said, I need to extract the venom immediately. Otherwise, your life is in jeopardy. With that, he leaned down. With a cough, he expelled the venom, experiencing a slight tingling in his mouth, yet it was of no consequence. He looked at the girl and asked, How do you feel now? She withdrew her pale foot, her complexion flushing with color, and shyly regarded the sudden stranger. Thank you. I feel much better. Su Fei nodded. Be more cautious in the future. There are many venomous snakes in the mountains, and being bitten can lead to serious complications. I understand. I just saw a beautiful flower, and when I reached to pick it, a red snake suddenly sprang out and bit me, she explained. Producing a white flower from behind her, its faint fragrance wafting through the air. She waved it in front of Su Fei, saying, Look, it's truly lovely. Jiang grass? Su Fei's eyes lit up. Was this not the very herb he had been desperately seeking? Although it resembled a flower, its true name was indeed Jiang grass. Could you part with it? He inquired. Is it truly called Jiang grass? The girl asked. Yes, he affirmed. You saved my life just now, so I shall gift it to you. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and even her ears turned rosy, making her appear enchanting. It was the first time in her life that she had gifted a flower to a boy, especially a stranger. Thank you. Su Fei expressed his gratitude. Feeling a surge of excitement, at last, he had gathered all the herbs necessary for his medicinal wine. Where do you live? Let me escort you home, Su Fei offered, feeling it was only right to ensure her safety after her frightening ordeal with the snake. No need. I live in Shanshui village. It's quite close, she politely declined. Shanshui village? Su Fei was taken aback. I also reside in Shanshui village. How is it that I have never seen you before? Although 5 years had elapsed since his military service, he still recognized the young men of a similar age, as the village was small with only a handful of residents. However, the vibrant and youthful girl before him was a stranger, her attire indicating she was not from the village. Hello, I am Annie, the first secretary dispatched by the city's poverty alleviation office to Shanshui village. She introduced herself, extending her petite hand. Su Fei, just discharged from the army, he replied, shaking her hand, astonished by the youthfulness of the secretary, suspecting she had an impressive background and was likely in the village to gain experience. Secretarian, what brings you to this mountainous region? Su Fei inquired. Although Shanshui village is remote, it is rich in resources, particularly medicinal herbs, including some rare varieties. I am contemplating the possibility of establishing collaborations with pharmaceutical companies in the city, and he explained, gazing at the endless mountains surrounding them. Upon hearing this, Su Fei regarded the girl with newfound respect. Medicinal herbs are ultimately limited unless cultivated artificially, he remarked slowly. I plan to return to brew medicinal wine. Would you be interested? If successful, it might pave a prosperous path for the village. Medicinal wine? And Yi's interest was piqued. You know how to brew it? Su Fei nodded. It's an ancient recipe. I'm unsure of its efficacy. Then let us return quickly. And Yi exclaimed, attempting to rise, but stumbling slightly, nearly falling. Fortunately, Su Fei caught her just in time. Let me carry you, he suggested, positioning the basket on his arm and crouching down. And Yi, biting her lip, climbed onto his back, feeling her face flush with warmth, having never been so close to a boy before. She experienced for the first time the fluttering sensation of a racing heart. Su Fei moved swiftly, descending the mountain in mere minutes. After ensuring An-Yi was safely back at the village committee, he returned home. Once at home, Su Fei busied himself with preparations, following the knowledge passed down through generations. He crushed the harvested herbs, poured them into a prepared jar, added spring water from the mountains, and activated the medicinal properties using his vital energy before filtering out the residue. "Brother, are you brewing medicinal wine?" Su Li asked, observing Su Fei's industriousness in the yard. "It seems rather dubious. What do you know?" "This is an ancient recipe I painstakingly obtained from an esteemed traditional healer," Su Fei replied, deliberately omitting the fact that it was part of inherited knowledge. "Is this really going to be wine? What if it causes diarrhea?" Su Li expressed her concerns. "It will certainly be fine," Su Fei reassured her, filled with confidence in the secret formula. After sealing the jar, he added, "Just wait overnight. It should be ready by tomorrow." The following morning, Su Fei opened the jar, and an intoxicating fragrance wafted forth, bringing a smile to his face. It seemed promising. He poured a little into a bowl and drank it down in one go. The entrance was sweet, and a refreshing coolness coursed through his throat, invigorating yet devoid of any alcohol's potency. What could be amiss? Could it be a flaw in my brewing technique? Su Fei pondered with uncertainty. Suddenly, a fiery sensation surged within his throat, as though it were on the brink of rupture. Simultaneously, his abdomen stirred restlessly, a subtle burning sensation emerging, causing Su Fei's complexion to flush with alarm. This was dire. Gasping for breath, his eyes bloodshot, he frantically circulated his internal energy in an attempt to subdue the discomfort. But to little avail. His expression shifted dramatically. He had consumed far too much. In desperation, he dashed out of his home towards the nearby river, only to find Bai washing clothes by the water's edge. "Su Fei up so early?" she remarked, but as soon as the words left her lips, she noticed something amiss with him. His eyes were bloodshot, and veins were prominently visible on his forehead, his gaze towards her ablaze with intensity. Without hesitation, Su Fei plunged into the river. Bubbles erupted on the surface, and after a considerable time, he finally resurfaced, the heat within his body gradually dissipating. Bai Jia, washing clothes? Su Fei had anticipated that Bai would witness his embarrassing state. Looking up at the sky, he chuckled awkwardly. "It's just so hot. A bath is far more comfortable. What is so hot early in the morning?" Bai retorted playfully. "Bai Jia, could I borrow your tricycle later? I need to head into town." Su Fei swiftly redirected the conversation. "Sure, you can pick it up from my house later," she replied. Upon returning home, Su Fei encountered his sister, Su Li, who was washing up, and their mother, bustling about preparing breakfast. "Guh, why are you wet? What have you been up to?" Su Li queried, her expression one of bewilderment. Su Fei smiled. "Oh, nothing much, just took a refreshing dip." After changing into dry clothes, he carried a jar of wine into the courtyard, locating 10 empty bottles that Su Mingshan had left behind. After cleaning them, he poured the wine from the jar into each bottle, dividing it into 10 portions, 1 bottle per pound, totaling 10 pounds. He left behind some sediment in the jar, not wanting to mar the aesthetics. At that moment, Su Mingshan emerged, stretching his arms and legs, in an exceptionally good mood. Ever since Su Fei had cured his leg the previous day, he had been unable to contain his excitement, finally drifting into slumber only in the early hours of the morning. Rising that morning, he felt not a trace of fatigue. Rather, he was full of vigor. Seeing his father's vibrant state filled Su Fei with joy. "Dad, I'm heading to Bai Jia's to get the tricycle, then I'll head into town." Noticing Su Fei placing the 10-filled bottles into a carton, Su Mingshan could not restrain his curiosity. "Xiao Fei, can this medicinal wine truly be sold for a profit?" "Of course," Su Fei replied. "Let me have a taste," Su Mingshan urged. Let's save that for another time. I'll dilute the medicine a bit before you try it." Su Fei hesitated, then deflected the request and quickly left home. This medicinal wine was indeed beneficial, possessing no adverse effects and offering nourishing properties. However, after consuming it, his desires in that regard would become quite intense, and considering it was broad daylight with his sister still at home, the implications were rather unfavorable. Observing Su Fei's departing figure, Su Mingshan wore an expression of discontent, then approached the jar of wine and muttered to himself, "I shall taste this concoction and discern its flavor." With that, he embraced the jar and took a small sip. Su Mingshan smacked his lips. It carries a hint of traditional Chinese medicine, yet it is not unpleasant. In the next moment, his eyes widened, and a fiery sensation engulfed him from within, causing his breathing to quicken. Goodness, hurry, come inside. I have matters to discuss with you. Unbeknownst to Su Fei, who had already left home, his father had sampled the medicinal wine he had brewed. At that moment, Su Fei turned a couple of corners and arrived at Bai Yi's residence. Su Fei, you've come. Bai Yi remarked upon seeing him with a jar of wine. Are you here to drink with me? Her cheeks flushed slightly as she cast a glance at Su Fei's lower half. Sensing her gaze, Su Fei realized she must have recalled his previous embarrassment and said, Sister Bai, this is medicinal wine I've brewed, intended for sale in the city. You can brew wine too? Bai Yi asked in surprise. I obtained an ancient recipe from an old Chinese medicine practitioner while in the army, Su Fei chuckled, placing the jar upon his tricycle. Sister Bai, I must take my leave now. Be careful on the road, she advised. Su Fei pedaled away from Bai Yi's home, heading towards the county town. The poor condition of the roads meant it took him over 3 hours to finally reach Xingyuan County. Had the roads been as smooth as those in the city, the journey would have been halved. Although Xingyuan County is merely a small town, it serves as a transportation hub in Nahai Province, boasting developed infrastructure and rapid economic growth. Su Fei parked his tricycle in front of a splendid hotel, its sign reading Xingyuan International in resplendent letters, and a smile crept across his face. 5 years ago, he had a close friend named Yinghao, a high school classmate and a genuine scion of wealth. Despite not excelling academically, he lacked the typical flaws of other wealthy youths, being quite humble and amiable. However, after graduation, he chose to enlist in the military due to family circumstances. While Yinghao took over the family business, which included Xingyuan International, the only 5-star hotel in the county. As noon approached, the foot traffic was decent, with patrons clad in suits and exuding an air of sophistication. Those frequenting a 5-star hotel were mostly affluent individuals. Su Fei, dressed in humble attire, with his clothes still dusty from the road, appeared somewhat out of place at the entrance. Unfortunately, the roads in Shanshui village were unpaved and riddled with potholes, inevitably leading to some dust. As he contemplated entering, Su Fei brushed off the dirt, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Hey, I'm talking to you. Get lost. One of the security guards stationed at the hotel entrance shot Su Fei a disdainful glance, impatiently waving him away. For a moment, Su Fei was taken aback, a bitter smile escaping his lips as he realized he had been dismissed. Approaching the security guard, he inquired, I am here to see Yinghao. Is he present? How audacious. How could a mere rustic like you dare to invoke the name of our esteemed general manager Yi? Another security guard, striding over with a swagger, was a hefty figure whose uniform strained against his bulk. He berated Su Fei with disdain. I am a classmate of Yinghao. Please inform him that Su Fei is here to see him, Su Fei replied, undeterred by the guard's scorn. After all, he was here to discuss a business matter regarding wine. And these guards were still his employees. What's so special about being a classmate? Look at you. One glance, and it's clear you're here to beg for favors from General Manager Yi. The portly guard huffed, his gaze dismissive as he commanded, Scram. Our general manager is exceedingly busy. He has no time for insignificant characters like you. What is happening here? A man in a black suit emerged from within the hotel. He was the manager of the Qingsource International Hotel, responsible for orchestrating various affairs and welcoming distinguished guests. Earlier that day, he had received an urgent directive from General Manager Yi to wait at the entrance, as several prominent figures were expected to arrive. Seeing someone obstructed at the door, he had come out to assess the situation. Cousin, I wonder where this peasant crawled out from, claiming to be a classmate of General Manager Yi, the portly guard remarked, instantly donning a grin that was more pitiable than a frown upon spotting the manager. I have told you countless times not to call me cousin at work. The manager replied with evident displeasure, regarding the hefty guard with disdain. He held a deep-seated contempt for this cousin of his. Were it not for parental pressure to secure him a job, he would never have employed someone so inept. You accomplish nothing and are never satisfied. Yes, manager. The guard nodded servilely, resembling a massive ball of flesh. Glancing at Su Fei, he added, Manager, this fellow wants to see General Yi. He is likely trying to leverage connections. I'll toss him out immediately. Since taking over the family business, Yinghao had undergone a remarkable transformation in both identity and status. Evolving from a wealthy heir to the youngest entrepreneur of Qingsource, countless individuals sought to forge connections behind the scenes. The manager cast a sidelong glance at the portly guard, suppressing the urge to retort, Aren't you the one leveraging connections to become a security guard at Qingsource International? Silence. A manager at Qingsource International possessed discernment that surpassed the ordinary. Although the young man before him appeared somewhat unrefined, the aura he exuded was anything but commonplace. particularly the piercing intensity of his eagle-like gaze that captivated the soul. "Hello, are you here to see General Yi?" The manager inquired politely. "Manager, why are you being so courteous to a peasant? Do you truly believe he could know General Yi?" The portly guard, incensed by the manager's respectful demeanor towards Su Fei, erupted with indignation. "Yes, I am a classmate of his and need to speak with him," Su Fei stated. The manager, unlike the two guards, did not judge Su Fei based on appearances. "May I inquire about your name?" "Su Fei." The manager nodded and retrieved his phone to make a call. Upon the call connecting, he leaned slightly forward, his tone becoming somewhat cautious. "Mr. Yi, there is an individual named Su Fei waiting for you at the hotel entrance. It is said that he is your classmate." "What did you say?" "His name is Su Fei." The person on the other end of the line appeared to be quite agitated, seeking confirmation once more. The manager cast a glance at Su Fei and spoke into the phone. "Yes. Hurry, please let him in." "No, I shall personally go to greet him." As soon as the call ended, the unmistakable sound of a disconnection echoed through the receiver. The manager, momentarily taken aback after the conversation, soon regained his composure. His gaze towards Su Fei transformed from indifference to one of respect. To his surprise, the seemingly unassuming young man before him was indeed a classmate of General Yi, and it appeared that he was held in high regard by him. It was astonishing that General Yi had even mentioned he would personally come to greet him. Today marks the arrival of several distinguished individuals, and it is noteworthy that Mr. Yi has entrusted only one manager to greet them at the entrance. This clearly signifies the immense importance he places on this young man. Fortunately, no offense was taken, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Had he approached the situation with the same disdainful attitude as the two security guards stationed at the door, he might have found himself in a regrettable predicament. "Manager, what did Mr. Yi say? Shall we cast this fellow out?" The portly security guard approached, bowing his head and casting a disdainful glance at Su Fei. The manager shot a withering look at the guard, but chose to ignore him, as a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from within the hotel. A young man clad in a white casual suit strode forth, his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes complemented by a strikingly handsome face, exuding an air of vigor. At that moment, his countenance radiated excitement. Upon seeing him, Su Fei smiled faintly. This individual was none other than his dear brother, Yinghao. Their eyes met in mutual recognition, followed by an affectionate embrace. "Su Fei, you rascal, how is it that you only come to find me now? How inconsiderate." "Ah, I have just returned from military service to seek you out." As the two parted ways, Yinghao, upon hearing Su Fei mention his recent return from service, displayed a fleeting expression of nostalgia across his handsome visage. "Back then, I invited you to join me at the company, yet you insisted on enlisting. After so many years without a word, how do you intend to proceed now that you have returned?" "Just returned. I have no particular plans," Su Fei chuckled softly. Yinghao pondered for a moment and replied, "How about this? Come to the company and assist me. Would you be willing to take on the role of general manager?" Upon hearing these words, the surrounding managers and two security guards displayed expressions of disbelief, utterly astonished. "Did I hear incorrectly? Mr. Yi actually intends to appoint the seemingly rustic individual as the general manager of Qingyuan International? What is the true identity of this person that commands such significant attention from Mr. Yi?" They could not help but glance at Su Fei. Their eyes filled with a sense of reverence, particularly the two security guards, who felt a chill run down their spines as they recalled their previous words to him. If all goes as expected, this individual is likely to become their superior in the future. Just when they believed Su Fei would readily acquiesce, he shook his head and said, "No, General Manager, you should seek someone else. I am not suitable." "What?" He actually declined? An invitation to become the manager of a five-star hotel, and he unhesitatingly turned it down? It was utterly incomprehensible. Yinghao, feeling exasperated, patted Su Fei on the shoulder, saying, "After all these years, you remain unchanged. Come, let us converse in my office." As he spoke, he reached to pull Su Fei's arm. "Wait a moment." Su Fei walked to the back of the tricycle and lifted a cardboard box. "What is this?" Yinghao inquired, puzzled. "It is a medicinal wine I brewed." Upon entering the hotel, the manager discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved he had been prudent enough to confirm Su Fei's identity by calling Yi. Noticing the two security guards nearby, the manager's expression grew increasingly stern. Effective immediately, "You two are dismissed." Hearing this, the guards were taken aback. With the plump security guard rushing towards him, his body quivering, cousin, please don't fire me. I am your own cousin." "Manager, I have an elderly parent and young children depending on my meager salary. I implore you, don't let me go." The other guard pleaded as well. The manager, his face darkening, replied, "There is no room for negotiation. If you do not leave, I shall summon assistance." With that ultimatum, the guards ceased their protests and departed. The manager huffed in disdain, thinking it unwise to retain such oblivious fools, fearing they might one day bring him trouble. Su Fei followed Yinghao into the hotel. Observing the opulent and resplendent decor without a flicker of emotion, his face as calm as a placid lake. As a former elite soldier known as Blood Dragon, he had undertaken countless missions and traversed innumerable places, even having entered the palaces of the West. Yinghao noted this and couldn't help but nod in approval. "Howsy, it seems you have not been idle these past 5 years. The hotel is quite impressive." Howsy was a nickname Su Fei had given to Yinghao. They had been deskmates for 3 years in high school, fostering a bond far deeper than that of ordinary friends. Their true camaraderie was solidified when Su Fei once saved Yinghao's life. On a frigid night, in the boys' dormitory, a classmate on the upper bunk had secretly smoked a cigarette, inadvertently tossing the lit but onto the lower bunk's bedding, which quickly ignited into a raging fire. The winter cold had sealed the dormitory door tightly, and the blinding flames and thick smoke rapidly engulfed the room. Many students were roused by the acrid smoke and fled. Yet Yinghao remained asleep. Hearing the commotion from the adjacent dormitory, Su Fei rushed in without regard for his own safety and carried him out, saving his life. Had he not, Yinghao would have either succumbed to smoke inhalation or been consumed by the flames. From that moment on, Yinghao was filled with gratitude towards Su Fei, and they became inseparable, the best of brothers. Upon hearing the term, Yinghao inexplicably felt a warmth in his heart. Aside from Su Fei, no one had ever addressed him in such a manner. In the past, this was true. Now, as an illustrious young entrepreneur in Qingyuan County, many were eager to curry favor with him, and it was unlikely anyone would dare to call him that again. A hint of pride flickered across Yinghao's face as he patted his chest, saying, "Indeed, I'm not boasting. I was born to do business." He ascended the elevator to the 8th floor, where the hotel's office area was located. The largest office at the far end belonged to Yinghao. Su Fei placed a cardboard box on one of the tables in the office and surveyed the surroundings, nodding in approval. The office was expansive, nearly 300 square meters, and felt remarkably airy. The decor was meticulously chosen, indicating that Yinghao had invested considerable effort in this regard. To the south, a grand floor-to-ceiling window offered a breathtaking view of the scenery outside. "Su Fei, are these wines you brewed?" Yinghao inquired, opening the cardboard box without hesitation and examining one of the bottles closely. "Indeed, these are medicinal wines made from herbs sourced from the mountains," Su Fei affirmed. "I came today with the intention of selling these medicinal wines to you." "Excellent, no problem. Just tell me how much," Yinghao replied readily. Understanding that Su Fei came from a modest background and that his offer to sell the wines might be driven by financial need, though he was too proud to admit it. "There are 10 bottles here, priced at 100,000 each, totaling 1 million, Su Fei announced. 1 million? Yinghao was taken aback by the figure, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. "Brother, have you encountered some difficulties? If you need assistance, please feel free to tell me. You saved my life. I will certainly help." Hearing Yinghao's words, Su Fei realized he had misunderstood, yet he felt deeply moved. After all these years, it was rare for someone to remember the bond they had shared. "Howsy, this medicinal wine is genuinely worth that price. You can keep 1 bottle for yourself and sell the rest to the hotel guests. You definitely won't incur any losses," Su Fei said with a smile. Yinghao's expression turned skeptical. "What medicinal wine is worth 1 million? I am familiar with medicinal wines. Various health tonics have emerged in recent years, and while prices have soared, they typically hover around 10,000, most of which are fraudulent products. I have named this wine Pei Yuan Jiu, known for its invigorating and kidney-strengthening properties," Su Fei explained. "Isn't that akin to the various aphrodisiacs on the market?" Yinghao responded. "There are countless such products available, and many come with significant side effects. Can those inferior concoctions be compared to my brewed medicinal wine?" Su Fei retorted, reclaiming the bottle from Yinghao's hands. "My wine is not only delightful to taste and effective, but it also lacks any so-called side effects. Most importantly, it fosters foundational health benefits. Long-term consumption yields great advantages for the body. Is that so?" Yinghao's face was marked by doubt, clearly still unconvinced. "I'll give it a try." Observing Su Fei's unwavering demeanor, Yinghao reached for the bottle, unscrewed the cap, and intended to take a sip. However, Su Fei interjected, cautioning him that the medicinal liquor had quite a potent kick. As he spoke, he moved to the side, retrieving an exquisite small cup, pouring a modest amount and offering it to Yinghao. Without hesitation, Yinghao tilted his head back and drank it down. Licking his lips, he remarked, "The taste is refreshing, and a wave of comfort envelopes me. I feel as though all my fatigue has dissipated. What a fine liquor," he praised, only to furrow his brows immediately after. "But I don't feel anything else." Su Fei smiled enigmatically, unperturbed. He had already experienced the liquor's effects at home, albeit in greater quantities, which resulted in a more pronounced reaction. He held steadfast confidence in this concoction. Before long, a transformation graced Yinghao's handsome face as he gasped sharply. "The after-effects are immense. It feels as if my throat is being torn apart. What potency!" His expression then shifted to one of peculiar surprise as he sensed a stirring in his lower abdomen. An undeniable primal urge surged within him. "I must step out for a moment," he declared. But halfway through his departure, he turned back to Su Fei, his eyes alight with fervor. "Brother, this is no mere medicinal liquor. It is divine. When I return, we shall discuss this further." With that, he bent slightly and rushed out of the office without regard for decorum. Su Fei chuckled softly, aware that Yinghao would not lack for outlets for his newfound vigor. He settled comfortably into a plush, upscale sofa, and as time passed, an hour slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, the office door burst open, and Yinghao, with an exuberant expression, exclaimed, "Su Fei, this medicinal liquor of yours is astonishingly powerful. Were it not for your presence, I would have been eager for another 300 rounds." He leaned closer, a serious look overtaking his face. "Honestly, does this liquor truly have no side effects?" Su Fei replied with a grin. "Can you not sense any?" Yinghao chuckled, realizing that following their escapade, he still felt invigorated, brimming with vitality, devoid of any post-activity fatigue. What a true brother! With such a remarkable elixir. He had not forgotten about me. Yinghao felt a surge of joy, having grown up in privilege surrounded by beauty. He had succumbed to temptation at a young age and had since found himself unable to resist. Years had passed, and his body became increasingly uncooperative, leading to feelings of inadequacy in the presence of alluring women. Yet, Su Fei had reignited his hope. The emergence of this medicinal liquor restored his confidence. "Brother, do you have any more of this liquor?" Yinghao inquired eagerly, snapping back to reality. "Currently, there is none left. I only brewed 10 bottles this time." Su Fei replied, shaking his head. "Such a remarkable elixir, a coveted treasure for men, they would surely pay any price for it." Yinghao's eyes sparkled with excitement. If it could be mass-produced, it would undoubtedly be in high demand, becoming the most sought-after product in Qingyuan County, no, in all of Nanhai Province. Yinghao, a savvy businessman, recognized an opportunity immediately after personally sampling Piyuan liquor. Su Fei, while acknowledging this, remarked that achieving mass production necessitated extensive cultivation of medicinal herbs. Yinghao approached his desk, seized a check, and with a flourish, handed it to Su Fei. 1 million? Su Fei gazed at the figure on the check, his heart racing with excitement. From this day forth, he too was a millionaire. Knock, knock. At that moment, the office door was rapped upon. "Come in," Yinghao called out after a glance. The door opened, revealing a tall, alluring woman clad in a sleek black business suit, who sauntered in gracefully. "Mr. Yi, your esteemed guests have arrived and are awaiting you in the 666 VIP room." Yinghao nodded in acknowledgement. The woman slightly bowed, cast a glance at Su Fei, and then exited the office. "Come, let me introduce you to a few friends of mine. Their status is quite distinguished, and it's perfect for them to sample this medicinal liquor." Yinghao, cradling a box filled with the herbal liquor, led Su Fei out of the office into the 666 VIP room on the 6th floor. This was an opulent private room, reserved solely for the most esteemed guests. Inside, 3 young men were seated. One was slightly plump, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, exuding a rather roguish charm. Another wore a crisp white shirt, his fair complexion complemented by a gentle smile that radiated sophistication and grace. The last was slender, sporting glasses, and carried an air of arrogance. "I say, Yinghao, as the host, making us wait is quite unacceptable. You owe us 3 drinks in penance." The plump young man quipped. "No problem, Guo Xiao, it's a trivial matter. Today, I've brought some truly remarkable offerings," Yinghao replied with a hearty laugh, patting the box. Turning to Su Fei, he continued, "Su Fei, allow me to introduce you. This is Guo Bowen, the heir of Dingxing Real Estate. For any property dealings, he's your man. Haha." He then gestured toward the young man in the white shirt. "This is Gu Xiaoqiu, the heir of Donghua Jewelry. He possesses the highest academic credentials among us. A doctoral student from Jingda, with profound knowledge." For any jewelry inquiries, he is your go-to. And this is Bin, Shui Xiao, Ying Hao added. Glancing at the bespectacled young man, Shui Xiao's background is quite different from ours. His father is the mayor of Qingyuan County. Upon hearing this, Su Fei was slightly taken aback, realizing that the seemingly ordinary young man behind the glasses had such a formidable background. Ying Hao, who is this fellow? Don't just introduce us, Guoboen inquired, furrowing his brow. Ying Hao chuckled heartily. Gentlemen, I was just about to introduce him. This is my good brother, Su Fei, whom I mentioned to you previously. Our bond is one of life and death. Had it not been for his timely rescue, I would not be standing here today. Is he Su Fei? He appears as though he has just emerged from the countryside, remarked Guoboen, casting a disdainful glance at Su Fei's attire. Indeed. My brother hails from rural origins. He has just returned from military service and has even brewed some medicinal wine, which is reputed to enhance vitality and strengthen the kidneys. Chuckled Ying Hao, shaking a bottle of liquor from a cardboard box, wearing a knowing smile. Medicinal wine? Do not jest. What kind of medicinal wine can a farmer produce? Bin scoffed. The appearance alone confirms its inferior quality. Suddenly breaking his silence, Gu Xiaoqiu turned to Su Fei and inquired, Brother Su, how effective is this medicinal wine? Just as Su Fei was about to respond, Ying Hao patted his chest and interjected, The effects are remarkable. I have personally tested it with no adverse side effects. It is an absolute essential for any man. You'll know for yourself if you give it a try. Su Fei smiled confidently and replied, Indeed, you shall see. Very well, I shall give it a try. Gu Xiaoqiu accepted the wine from Ying Hao, poured himself a glass, and downed it in one gulp. The others, witnessing this, felt a stir of curiosity. They understood that Ying Hao was not one to speak frivolously. Good wine, exclaimed Gu Xiaoqiu after swallowing. It enters with a crisp clarity, infused with the fragrance of herbal medicine, invigorating my entire being. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a fiery sensation igniting in his throat, cascading down until it settled in his lower abdomen, intensifying with every heartbeat, as if his entire core were ablaze. Oh, I cannot endure this. The sensation is overwhelming, Gu Xiaoqiu declared, abandoning all decorum, his expression rife with desire. I must step out for a moment. With that, Gu Xiaoqiu hastily exited, and it was evident to all that he sought the hotel's particular services. Such potent effects? Guoboen, unable to resist, poured himself a modest glass and gulped it down. Moments later, he leaped to his feet, erupting into laughter. It's working. Finally, a response. It has been ages since I felt this invigorated. Gripping Su Fei's hand with enthusiasm, he proclaimed, Brother Su, you are now my dear brother. This is nothing short of divine elixir. I have not felt such vitality in 3 long years. You are truly my savior. I cannot hold back. Wait for me, so I may express my gratitude properly. With that, Guoboen dashed after Gu Xiaoqiu. Remaining behind, Bin, seeing the two had left, gazed at the medicinal wine with newfound fervor. He too took a drink, and soon thereafter approached Su Fei, bowing deeply. Su Fei, I must apologize for my earlier remarks. I was in the wrong. Su Fei helped him up, smiling gently. It is of no consequence. I did not take it to heart. He regarded Bin with newfound respect. It was not an easy feat for a bureaucrat's son to exhibit such humility. Thank you. I too must attend to some matters. After Bin finished speaking, he swiftly dashed out of the private room, leaving it tranquil, with only Su Fei and Ying Hao remaining. Su Fei, your medicinal liquor has truly rescued them this time, Ying Hao remarked with a smile. Take Guoboen, for instance. Despite his affluent status, he is notoriously lacking in that department. He has consulted countless specialists to no avail. What more could he possibly want? Wealth and influence grant him an illustrious facade, yet privately he is unable to relish even the simplest pleasures of manhood. It is indeed a tragic plight. As this pertains to a man's dignity, Su Fei nodded in agreement. Indeed, for a man, if he falters in that aspect, no matter how noble his status, he would find it impossible to hold his head high in the presence of women. Suddenly, Ying Hao's expression turned earnest as he addressed Su Fei. Brother, I must thank you today. The medicinal liquor you brought has been immensely helpful. Su Fei was momentarily taken aback. It is you who has aided me greatly, after all. You purchased my medicinal liquor for $1 million. That $1 million is undoubtedly worth every penny. Ying Hao continued, you see. These young gentlemen are known for their lofty ambitions, yet lack the requisite skills. If I wish to achieve something significant and prove myself to my father, I must leverage the influence they possess. I was initially troubled, for they seemed to lack nothing, and then you arrived with this miraculous liquor. From the depths of his heart, Ying Hao was profoundly grateful to Su Fei. As for the millions spent on the liquor, it did not weigh on his mind. Without hesitation, he would have gladly given it had Su Fei merely asked. This medicinal liquor can be gifted or sold in your hotel, and it will undoubtedly yield a handsome profit, Su Fei remarked with a smile. Yi Yinghao shook his head. There are only 10 bottles of this liquor. I cannot bear to part with them for sale. I intend to gift each of them a bottle and keep the rest for myself. Su Fei, if you were to produce this liquor in bulk, it would surely be a lucrative venture, Yi Yinghao stated earnestly. Su Fei understood that the effects of the medicinal liquor were potent, a coveted treasure for men. However, it had taken considerable time on the mountain to find a single Jiyang herb, a gift from the beautiful secretary, Yi. It seemed that upon his return, he ought to contemplate cultivating medicinal herbs. With sufficient raw materials, he could continuously brew the liquor, and given its remarkable efficacy, the market would not be a concern. For now, this represented the key to his family's prosperity and the village's escape from poverty. Indeed, Yu Yinghao pondered thoughtfully. Time passed swiftly as the two reminisced about amusing anecdotes from their school days, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Over 50 minutes later, Yu Xiaoqia was the first to return to the private room, wearing a satisfied expression. Following him were Guobowen and Su Bin, who returned in succession. What a delightful experience today. Su Fei, I acknowledge you as my brother, Yu Xiaoqia proclaimed heartily. So do I, Guobowen added more directly. Hastening to Su Fei for an embrace, laughing, today, I finally experienced a moment of true manhood. The woman nearly fainted. Ha ha ha. What you possess pales in comparison to my own experience. I have summoned 2 women, yet one alone cannot satiate my desires. Shuebin, having set aside his arrogance, adjusted his glasses and directed a fervent gaze towards the medicinal liquor nestled within the cardboard box on the table. Turning to Su Fei, he inquired, how about selling me this liquor? You may set the price as you wish. I retorted, Shuebin, you are truly ungracious. This liquor is my lifeblood. Guobowen also glanced at Su Fei and declared, Su Fei, you must sell me this liquor. My family is counting on me to carry on our lineage. If you agree to sell, I shall pay any price you deem fit, and I will additionally offer you a villa in the prime location of Qingyuan County. What do you say? Guobowen was genuinely anxious. Such potent medicinal liquor would entice any man, and he feared others would vie for it. His desperation was palpable. Having endured 3 years of despair and fruitless consultations with numerous doctors, leaving him disheartened and feeling as though the world had turned gray, the emergence of this liquor rekindled his hopes, promising to restore his vitality and allow him to savor the exquisite sensations of life once more. He resolved to acquire it at any cost. Enough of your bickering. This liquor was brewed by my brother Su Fei, and since he has managed to brew it once, he can certainly do so again. Yu Xiaoqia remained composed amidst the heated exchange, a warm smile illuminating his fair features. Moreover, there are 10 bottles here. We can simply divide them among ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to clarify. These bottles are no longer my concern, as they have already been purchased by Yinghao. Observing their dispute, Su Fei swiftly redirected their attention to Yinghao. Upon hearing this, Yinghao chuckled heartily. I acquired this medicinal liquor for 1 million from Su Fei. He emphasized the phrase 1 million with deliberate weight. I'll offer you 2 million. Sell it to me. Guobowen boasted with his ample wealth. 3 million. It's mine. Shuebin countered without hesitation. I'll raise it to 5 million, Gu Xiaoqia replied with a chuckle. Su Fei inwardly marveled at the wealth of these 3 individuals. Casually tossing around figures in the millions was a testament to their affluence. To him, receiving 1 million for the liquor seemed an impressive feat, a veritable fortune in the context of Shanshui village. Yet, in the eyes of these men, such an amount likely appeared trivial. Yu Yinghao shook his head with a smile. Observing this, Guobowen and the others displayed their displeasure, furrowing their brows. Yinghao, do not tell us you intend to keep it all for yourself? They scrutinized him intently. The atmosphere in the private room turned awkward. What do you 3 take me for? Yi Yinghao sighed with a wry smile. Good things are meant to be shared, but I never intended to resell to you. I never sought to hoard it all for myself, he added. I knew it. You are not that kind of person, Guobowen replied, scratching his head to ease the tension. I remember you were the first to step forward earlier. Su Fei interjected with an odd expression. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted into laughter, dispelling the previous atmosphere of awkwardness. Having consumed a modest amount earlier, there remained 9.5 bottles. I shall gift each of you 3 a bottle. How does that sound? Quite generous, wouldn't you agree? Yi Yinghao declared with grandiosity. Guobowen shot him a sharp glance. Yinghao, that is rather stingy of you. We are good brothers after all. Upon learning that they would only receive a single bottle, he wrinkled his nose in dissatisfaction. Gu Xiaoqiu and Xue Bin echoed his sentiments. Indeed, one bottle is a bit insufficient. It hardly suffices. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Yinghao gritted his teeth. All right, each shall receive 2 bottles, but no more. Excellent. That is quite generous indeed, haha. The 3 were elated, for this medicinal liquor was purchased at Yi Yinghao's expense, and receiving 2 bottles each was already exceptionally generous. Observing their contentment as they returned to their seats, Yi Yinghao felt a twinge of regret. He had initially intended to give each only 1 bottle, yet ended up parting with 2. Su Fei, is there truly no side effect to this medicinal liquor? Xue Bin inquired, voicing his deepest concern. Rest assured, drink freely. It not only lacks side effects but also gradually ameliorates existing ailments, benefiting the body in every regard, Su Fei assured him. This is divine liquor. It is undoubtedly extraordinary. Guoboen exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. If it were sold externally, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation, becoming a hot commodity with demand exceeding supply. Su Fei. This liquor could. Gu Xiaoqiu began, but Su Fei interrupted with a shake of his head, aware of his unspoken question. The primary ingredient is exceptionally rare. To achieve mass production, extensive manual cultivation is necessary. While there are certainly more jiang herbs on the mountain, one cannot perpetually seek them out. Large-scale cultivation is imperative. Guoboen slapped his hand down. This is undoubtedly a lucrative business opportunity. What you propose is hardly a problem. Su Fei, I wish to collaborate with you. How does that sound? You focus solely on brewing the medicinal liquor, and I shall handle all the trifling matters of packaging, transportation, promotion, and sales. Having personally experienced the effects of the medicinal liquor, Guoboen was convinced that no man could resist such temptation. How could I possibly be left out? Gu Xiaoqiu, keenly sensing the opportunity, interjected, to cultivate these herbs on a large scale, we must contract a substantial piece of land and hire workers. Leave the funding to me. I am definitely in. Yi Yinghao threw an arm around Su Fei's shoulder, a self-satisfied grin upon his face. And I too. Xue Bin raised his chin, a hint of pride flickering across his face. While I may not possess as much capital as you, I can effortlessly handle all the necessary paperwork and formalities required for establishing a distillery. Moreover, I will ensure my father provides some support. Su Fei felt a surge of joy upon hearing Xue Bin's words. With the government backing them, the venture would undoubtedly proceed more smoothly. Coupled with the financial prowess of Yi Yinghao, Guoboen, and Gu Xiaoqiu, Su Fei was confident that great success awaited them. Furthermore, he knew that in the end, each of them would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. Regarding the matters of land contracting and hiring, you need not concern yourselves, for I intend to enlist the villagers of Shanshui to undertake the tasks. After all, they have long been acquainted with herbal remedies and are quite adept at such work. Su Fei stated, having spent 5 arduous years in military service, enduring countless life-and-death situations and living amidst the chaos of war, he now aspired to venture into the business realm. Su Fei was confident that he would establish a thriving enterprise. Wonderful. With our brotherhood united, we shall surely achieve great success. Yi Yinghao exclaimed, slapping the table with exuberance. He signaled the waiter to begin serving the dishes and opened several bottles of exquisite wine from his hotel. As for the Pei Yuan wine brewed by Su Fei, they were reluctant to indulge further. Such a delicacy was best savored slowly upon returning home. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Guoboen set down his chopsticks, dabbed his lips with a napkin, and addressed Su Fei. Su Fei, could you brew a few more bottles of Pei Yuan wine for us when you return? 2 bottles are simply too few. Indeed, a bottle costs 100,000. We cannot let your efforts go unrewarded, Xue Bin chimed in. Su Fei nodded slightly. No problem. Once the medicinal wine is ready, I shall bring it to you. However, let us forego the payment. Consider it our gift of reunion. Haha, how generous. The group beamed with joy, giving Su Fei their thumbs up in appreciation. Once they had feasted and imbibed sufficiently, Su Fei felt it was time to take his leave. I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave first. Very well, we shall see you off, Guoboen and the others insisted. Their attitudes having shifted dramatically after experiencing Su Fei's medicinal wine. Unable to resist their insistence, Su Fei acquiesced. As they exited the private room and descended in the elevator to the lobby, the hall manager spotted them immediately, particularly noting Yi Yinghao and Guoboen following closely behind Su Fei. His astonishment was palpable. A seemingly unsophisticated rural fellow had managed to command the attention of several prominent young men from Qingyuan County. How impressive must he be? The manager felt fortunate for having dismissed the two security guards who had previously troubled Su Fei. Otherwise, his own position could have been jeopardized. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, a brand new BMW 5 Series approached, and an irate voice broke the atmosphere. What a piece of junk. Whose rickety tricycle is taking up a parking space? A young man with bleached hair exited the car and, upon seeing the occupied parking spot, kicked the tricycle in frustration. Su Fei happened to witness this scene, and his expression darkened instantly. Kong, do not let this anger you. It is not worth jeopardizing your health. A voice called from the passenger seat of the BMW. A tall, heavily made-up young woman stepped out, clutching a designer handbag and strutting in sparkling high heels toward the bleached-haired youth. With a seductive smile, she remarked, "Why not just have the security move it?" Upon seeing this woman, Su Fei froze, murmuring to himself, "Shuang shuang." In an instant, the youthful memories long buried in the recesses of his mind began to resurface vividly. Before me stands a young woman, adorned with heavy makeup. Beside a young man with bleached hair, she is none other than Xia Shuang, the first love of Su Fei during his high school years. However, she later betrayed him for a wealthy classmate and callously discarded Su Fei. This betrayal left Su Fei heartbroken for quite some time. The affluent young man, Du Kuan, is the very same individual who now stands beside her. As a fellow classmate, Su Fei is well acquainted with him. Ying Hao, Su Fei's close friend, is momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xia Shuang, then turns to Su Fei with an understanding glance, fully aware of the history between Su Fei and Xia Shuang. "Stop it," Su Fei exclaims, noticing that Ying Hao intends to kick the tricycle. "It is a borrowed vehicle from Bai Yi, and returning it damaged would not bode well. Isn't that our old classmate, your ex-boyfriend Su Fei?" Du Kuan tosses back his yellow hair and follows the sound, spotting Su Fei at the hotel entrance. Observing Su Fei's inexpensive attire, he sneers, "Su Fei, is this dilapidated tricycle yours? I heard you enlisted after high school. After all these years, how have you fallen so low?" Xia Shuang expresses mild surprise at Du Kuan's words, not expecting to see Su Fei here after so many years. However, upon seeing Ying Hao beside him, she comprehends the situation. She is well aware of the bond between Su Fei and Ying Hao. During her relationship with Su Fei, Ying Hao had attempted to provide financial assistance, which Su Fei had declined. Xia Shuang had also made several attempts to attract Ying Hao's attention, hoping to ascend to the heights of wealth, but her advances were met with indifference. Subsequently, Ying Hao maintained a deliberate distance from her, and soon after, Du Kuan began to pursue her, leading her to abandon Su Fei for Du Kuan's embrace. "It is not for you to concern yourself with my circumstances," Su Fei replied coolly. "Ha ha ha, you must be desperate, coming to seek help from our old classmate Ying Hao." Du Kuan laughed boisterously, believing he had discerned Su Fei's intentions. "If you find yourself in need, come to me. My company is in need of a janitor, and I assure you, it pays better than your rural earnings." "Su Fei, this isn't a place for you. You should leave quickly," Xia Shuang urged, feeling a twinge of guilt over their past. Du Kuan encircled Xia Shuang's slender waist with his arm, squeezing it teasingly while grinning at Su Fei. "Well, Su Fei, who would have thought you were still a paragon of virtue? After all that time with Xia Shuang, and yet you remain untouched. Kuan Gu, you're insufferable." Xia Shuang replied, slightly embarrassed, turning away shyly. Su Fei gazed at the pair with an impassive expression, as though observing gestures. "Have you finished? If so, step aside. I must be on my way. Who do you think you are, acting so high and mighty?" Du Kuan observed Su Fei's indifference, exuding an air of aloofness that incited his ire. After all, Su Fei was merely a rustic, lacking in substance and garbed in tattered attire. What was there to be so proud of? Du Kuan plopped onto the tricycle, extending a foot to reveal his polished leather shoe, and sneered, "Clean my shoes, and I shall let you depart. Kuan Gu, we still need to eat. Let us hurry inside." Xia Shuang watched Du Kuan's relentless behavior with a tinge of sympathy. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, Du Kuan struck Xia Shuang across the face, venomously declaring, "Are you feeling sorry for your ex-boyfriend, you wretch?" Xia Shuang knelt on the ground, clutching her crimson cheek, tears streaming down her face as she bowed her head, too frightened to utter a word. Witnessing Xia Shuang's plight, Su Fei furrowed his brow. Addressing Du Kuan, "Are you certain you want to step down? Once my shoes are cleaned, I shall be appeased," Du Kuan began, but before he could finish, Su Fei narrowed his eyes, striding forward and seizing his arm, yanking him with force, sending Du Kuan soaring through the astonished gazes of onlookers. "Ah!" With a piercing scream, Du Kuan crashed onto the hood of his brand-new BMW, shattering the windows and denting the roof. Kuan go! Xia Shuang gasped in shock, rushing to assist Du Kuan. Su Fei, if I do not end you today, I will change my surname. Du Kuan grimaced, clutching his aching waist, his new BMW now ruined, and glared menacingly at Su Fei. If you have the guts, don't you dare leave. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and dialed several numbers, declaring to Su Fei, "You're finished. My men are nearby and will arrive shortly." He understood Su Fei's military background and presumed that even with some combat skills, he would be outmatched by sheer numbers. How vexing. Su Fei delivered a swift kick to Du Kuan's abdomen, causing him to cry out in pain and collapse to the ground, his face contorted and beads of sweat rolling down, rendering him speechless. Su Fei, you should leave now. Once they arrive, no matter your past, you won't stand a chance against them, Xia Shuang urged, alarmed by Su Fei's continued aggression. Those individuals are not to be trifled with. Please, hurry. Do not worry. I have several brothers with me. No one in Xingyuan County dares to harm you. Guo Bowen stepped forward, having listened intently and grasped the dynamics among the individuals present. His gaze towards Du Kuan turned icy, and he had initially contemplated intervening on Su Fei's behalf, but was taken aback by Su Fei's decisive action. I am indeed curious to see who dares to approach. Shueben scoffed, his tone dripping with unwavering confidence. Gu Xiaoqiu cast a penetrating glance at Su Fei, feeling an inexplicable depth to this young man. Not only was he capable of concocting remarkably effective medicinal wine, but his skills were also impressive. Having trained a bit with the family bodyguards, Gu Xiaoqiu could easily discern that Su Fei had held back. Otherwise, Du Kuan would have already met his demise. Su Fei, if you are not avenged, shall I have someone give him another beating? Yi Yinghao suggested to Su Fei. Or shall we smash his car instead? During their school days, Yi Yinghao had contemplated teaching Du Kuan a lesson on Su Fei's behalf, but Su Fei had restrained him, preventing any trouble. Su Fei merely shook his head, replying, "Let's forget it." No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar erupted from the end of the road, the immense sound of engines capturing everyone's attention. 3 modified black sedans sped into view and abruptly halted at the hotel entrance. From the vehicles emerged a dozen ruffians, striding forth in unison. The leader, adorned with dark sunglasses and long hair, bore a ghastly scar across his face. To everyone's astonishment, he was barefoot, boldly advancing with his entourage. "Ah, Master Huaer, you have finally arrived." Upon spotting the sunglass-clad man, Du Kuan scrambled over, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, "If you hadn't come, I might never have seen my brother again." Master Huaer extracted a cigarette from his pocket, and one of his followers promptly lit it for him. Exhaling a smoke ring, he glanced at Du Kuan and raised an eyebrow. "Who struck you?" "It was him," Du Kuan exclaimed, pointing venomously at Su Fei. At that moment, emboldened by his ally's presence, he sneered at Su Fei. "Su Fei, Master Huaer is here. Let's see how arrogant you remain. Soon, I shall have you kneeling and begging." Turning to Yi Yinghao, he added, "Yi Yinghao, this is a personal matter between Su Fei and me. It would be wise for you to stay out of it." Du Kuan was acutely aware of the close bond between Yi Yinghao and Su Fei, having been friends since their school days. "Su Fei is my brother. If he is in trouble, I will not stand idly by," Yi Yinghao declared resolutely. "Master Huaer, I have suffered greatly today. You must help me," Du Kuan pleaded. "Rest assured, as long as you dutifully contribute each month, I shall certainly intervene on your behalf." Just as Master Huaer finished speaking, Su Fei acted decisively, striking Du Kuan across the face. With a pain scream, Du Kuan spun several times before collapsing to the ground. "I detest it when others point fingers at me," Su Fei remarked coolly. Master Huaer was taken aback. Astonished by the young man's boldness, it was audacious to act in his presence, clearly indicating a lack of respect. "Kid, you possess quite the gall," Master Huaer scoffed, noting Su Fei's humble attire, which suggested he lacked any significant background. "Do you even know who I am?" Turning his head to face him, Su Fei replied nonchalantly, "I do not." Master Huaer's expression faltered momentarily before he huffed, "With my elegance, I do not wear shoes." "Who does not recognize me, Qingyuan Master Huaer?" "Oh," Su Fei earnestly declared, "I truly do not know him. It is indeed a case of a naive youth unafraid of tigers, daring to strike before me. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents." Elder Hua extinguished his cigarette, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, pulling at the scar on his face, which rendered him particularly menacing. "You ought to understand the perils of society. Not everyone is to be trifled with." "Elder Hua, is it?" Yi Yinghao stepped forward, addressing him. "Su Fei is my brother. and if you wish to lay a hand on him, you would do well to consider your options. Gu Bowen also chimed in, patting his badge. At that moment, Gu Xiaoqiu approached Elder Hua with a smile. Elder Hua, do you still remember me? Furrowing his brow, Elder Hua glanced at Gu Xiaoqiu, pondering for a moment before his expression softened. Ah, it's Gu Xiao. What? Are you also here to intercede for this lad? Su Fei is my brother, and the whole incident began with Du Kuan's provocation. He cannot be blamed for it. Gu Xiaoqiu elucidated the context of the situation. He had met this man, Elder Hua, once before. A group of ruffians had caused a scene at his family's jewelry store, prompting the elders to summon Elder Hua to mediate. His original name was Hua Eryu, and he claimed the title of Elder Hua, being among the earliest to engage in such activities in Qingyuan County, wielding considerable influence. His eccentric nature and unique attire left a lasting impression. Allow me to introduce you. Gu Xiaoqiu continued. This is Gu Bowen, Gu Xiao, Ying Hao, Yi Xiao, and Shui Bin, Shui Xiao. He concluded by turning to Su Fei, our good brother, Su Fei, recently discharged from military service. Upon hearing this, Elder Hua waved his hand dismissively, responding with impatience, do not regale me with irrelevant details. Under different circumstances, I might grant you, Gu Xiao, some favor, but not today. Du Kuan pays a substantial protection fee each month, now that your brother has assaulted him. If I do not intervene, it could dishearten my men. How can I, Hua Er, continue to operate in this territory? Gu Xiaoqiu's smile faltered. He had not anticipated Elder Hua's blatant disregard for his status. However, he understood that individuals like Elder Hua were impervious to the intimidation tactics of the privileged youth. What an inflated sense of self-importance, Shui Bin remarked with a slight smile, his gaze laced with disdain. Elder Hua. I was unaware there existed such a figure in Qingyuan County. As Shui Bin's words resonated, Gu Bowen and the others visibly relaxed, chuckling softly. They were well aware of Shui Bin's influence. While some might defy their business stature, Shui Bin had the backing of the county chief, rendering him untouchable. Elder Hua narrowed his eyes at Shui Bin's comment. I advise you wealthy youths to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Others may fear you. But I, Hua Er, do not. Is that so? Shui Bin retorted with a cold smile. It seems it is time to cleanse the streets of Qingyuan County. It appears some scoundrels have taken to barking recklessly. Elder Hua abruptly removed his sunglasses, glaring fiercely. You insolent brat, what did you just say? Master Hua. He is not like us. His father is none other than the county magistrate of Qingyuan, Shui Zhigua. Gu Xiaoqiu hastily whispered from the side. What? He is the son of Shui Zhigua? Master Hua shuddered at the thought of Shui Zhigua's ruthless methods, feeling a surge of trepidation. These past few years, the crackdown on the streets had been orchestrated by him, and Hua had experienced the harsh consequences firsthand. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Gu Xiaoqiu could only manage a wry smile in response. Young Master Shui, this is truly a case of the flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple, families failing to recognize one another, Master Hua remarked, rubbing his hands together as he approached Shui Bin with a fawning demeanor. Had you revealed your identity as the son of County Magistrate Shui sooner, we could have avoided this misunderstanding. No matter how formidable one becomes, one would not dare to challenge a county magistrate. Shui Bin replied coolly. Do you still wish to lay a hand on my brother? Well, now that you mention it, young Master Shui's brother is, after all, my brother too. How could I possibly harm my own kin? What would people say if that got out? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, astonished by how swiftly Master Hua's demeanor had shifted, willing to say anything to appease. Master Hua, are you truly going to let this go? Du Kuan, witnessing Hua's unexpected words, was evidently taken aback and grew agitated. I was severely beaten by Su Fei. You can't just disregard this. I pay you so much each month. Slap. Master Hua struck Du Kuan across the face. What do you think you are? Gu Xiaoqiu already stated that you provoked him first. How dare you expect me to intervene on your behalf against my brother Su Fei? The force of the blow left Du Kuan in a daze. For it was said that Master Hua had an eccentric temperament, yet this reversal of fortunes was astonishingly swift. Gu Xiaoqiu's lips twitched. He had never seen Master Hua take his words so seriously before. Bring it on. Everyone attack. Master Hua, filled with righteous indignation, became increasingly agitated and rallied the 10 or so youths behind him to unleash a furious assault on Du Kuan. Against the onslaught of a dozen fists and feet, Du Kuan was utterly defenseless, quickly left battered and bruised, blood streaming from his head. Xia Shuang, hiding nearby, glanced at the writhing Du Kuan, then looked up at Su Fei standing not far away. Her gaze flickered uncertainly. She had never anticipated that the man she had once deemed beneath her would forge a connection with the county magistrate's son and appear to be on such friendly terms. She surveyed Guoboan and Gu Xiaoqiu, two individuals she had not encountered before, yet who clearly held significant status given their association with Yinghao. A wave of regret washed over her as she reflected on the years spent with Du Kuan. Although her material needs had been met, Du Kuan had never regarded her as anything more than a mere instrument for his desires. Whenever he was displeased, he would unleash a torrent of abuse, devoid of any tenderness. Recalling the sweet moments shared with Su Fei, her heart ached with sorrow. Enough. Su Fei glanced at the bloody Du Kuan on the ground and said calmly, "Stop it." Upon hearing this, Master Hua cast another glance at Xuebin, and seeing him nod, he signaled the dozen or so young men to cease their actions. He then addressed Du Kuan, "Remember to use your brain next time. Now, leave." Du Kuan, as if granted a reprieve, was assisted by Xia Shuangshuang to stand up. He dared not raise his head and bowed slightly towards Master Hua before hastily getting into his BMW and departing. Xue Xiao, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Master Hua, witnessing Du Kuan's exit, turned to Xuebin with an awkward smile, hesitating to speak. Xuebin nodded. "Go ahead. I want to mention today's events to my father." "Thank you, Xue Xiao. If anything arises in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me." Master Hua grinned with relief. He truly feared that today's incident would reach the ears of the county chief, for that would surely spell trouble for him. He then waved his hand and departed with his entourage, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. "Thank you all for your help today." Su Fei turned to express his gratitude to Xuebin and the others. Although he was not intimidated by Master Hua and his group, their timely assistance warmed his heart. "Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to Xue Xiao. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to subdue that so-called Master Hua." Guoboan laughed heartily. "The county chief's influence is truly formidable." Enough with the nonsense. Xuebin shot him a glance. Yu Xiaoqiu added with a smile, "Su Fei, don't forget to brew some medicinal wine for us when you return. We can use it as a token of goodwill for some influential figures and pave the way for our business." He continued, "And you should really get a mobile phone. Otherwise, contacting you will be quite the challenge." Yinghao glanced at the tricycle park nearby and offered, "Shall I get you a new vehicle?" Su Fei shook his head. "I'll reach out to you once I've acquired a phone. As for the car, let us hold off for now. The village roads are quite poor." He had several business cards in his pocket, all given to him by Yinghao and the others during their time in the private room. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Fei rode off on his tricycle, leaving Qingyuan International Hotel. He first went to the bank to open an account, converting his check into cash, retaining 100,000 and depositing the remaining 900,000. Due to the substantial deposit, the bank staff treated him with great warmth and thoughtfully provided him with a discreet tote bag. Su Fei placed the cash inside the bag, then proceeded to a Huawei store, spending 20,000 to purchase 5 of the latest mobile phones. He also bought a set of silver needles, as he had promised Li Qing the day before to treat her mother today. Following the address Li Qing provided, he drove to a luxurious villa estate in the suburbs. Upon stopping his tricycle, he gazed at the grand and opulent villa, realizing that anyone residing here must be of considerable wealth or status. No wonder Li Qing had achieved the position of deputy chief physician at the county hospital at such a young age. Ding dong. Su Fei pressed the doorbell and patiently waited. Soon, a graceful figure emerged from within. It was none other than Li Qing. Her exquisitely fair visage bore no blemish, and her lustrous black hair was neatly gathered at the back of her head. Adorned in form-fitting jeans that accentuated her long, slender legs, she radiated vivacity and charm, complemented by a pair of white sneakers as she dashed over. "Su Fei, you've arrived." Upon seeing Su Fei, Li Qing's face lit up with joy, and she quickly ushered him into the villa. As they stepped into the grand hall of the villa, Su Fei's brows furrowed instantly, his skin prickling as the pores opened in response to the palpable, sinister energy that permeated the space. The villa, oriented southwards with northward views, showcased meticulously chosen decorations and an impeccable layout, promising excellent feng shui. Yet, within the hall, a chilling breeze swept through, causing Su Fei to pause and remark to Li Qing, "This house harbors issues." Due to his training in the yin-yang sacred art, Su Fei possessed an acute sensitivity to the dual energies of yin and yang, enabling him to perceive matters beyond the ken of ordinary sight. "What do you mean?" Li Qing halted as well, her expression a mix of surprise and confusion at Su Fei's sudden proclamation. A commanding voice resonated as a stout middle-aged man descended from the second floor. He was robustly built, with a square face and a buzz cut, exuding an air of authority that suggested a long tenure in a position of power. "Father," Li Qing exclaimed upon seeing the man, then turned to introduce him to Su Fei. "Su Fei, this is my father." She then addressed the man, "Dad. This is the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner I mentioned, Su Fei. I've invited him to treat Mom." "Oh." Li Aiguo appraised Su Fei keenly, saying, "Young friend, it seems you possess some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine?" Despite having heard from Li Qing how Su Fei had treated her father's leg with acupuncture at the hospital, he remained skeptical, particularly given Su Fei's youth and rustic appearance, which seemed less than credible. "Isn't it the case that those skilled in acupuncture are typically seasoned practitioners of traditional medicine?" Su Fei nodded. "During my time in the military, I learned a bit from an elderly practitioner, so I have some understanding." "I see," Li Aiguo continued. "You mentioned that my house has issues. I wonder where the problem lies. I should first attend to the patient's condition." Su Fei chose not to respond to Li Aiguo's inquiry, but instead sought to assess Li Qing's mother's ailment. Internally, he too felt a sense of perplexity. Logically, a residence with such promising feng shui should not exude malevolent energy. He believed there must be a connection between Li Qing's mother's illness and the house, prompting his desire to uncover the source of the issue. Noticing Su Fei's silence in response to his question, Li Aiguo's expression soured. After years of holding a prominent position, he was unaccustomed to being disregarded. Following Li Qing to the innermost room on the second floor, Su Fei beheld a middle-aged woman lying pale and frail on the bed. His gaze sharpened as he sensed a lingering aura of death surrounding her. This woman, Meng Shuzhen, was indeed Li Qing's mother. Faint traces of her former beauty flickered across her face, hinting at the striking woman she must have once been in her youth. "This is my mother." Li Qing cast a glance at her mother, who lay on the bed, her eyes brimming with tears as she addressed Su Fei. "Su Fei, your acupuncture skills are extraordinary. Can you not heal my mother?" Su Fei replied nonchalantly, "At this rate, your mother will not survive beyond a month." At these words, both Li Aiguo and Li Qing were taken aback, staring at Su Fei in astonishment. "What do you mean? How do you know?" Since the unfortunate car accident that befell Meng Shuzhen 6 months prior, they had visited countless prestigious hospitals and consulted numerous expert doctors, yet to no avail. Recently, the most renowned specialist in Nanhai Province, Han Xingyan, had conducted a follow-up examination and delivered the same grim prognosis, advising them to prepare for the worst. Being a doctor herself, Li Qing was acutely aware of her mother's health condition. She had perused an abundance of relevant literature, ultimately finding herself at a loss. When she fortuitously witnessed Su Fei's miraculous treatment of her father's leg through acupuncture, she was utterly astonished. If this were not a miracle, then Su Fei must possess unparalleled medical prowess. Thus, inviting Su Fei to their home was born of desperation, a mere flicker of hope compelling them to try anything. "Su Fei, I implore you to save my mother," Li Qing beseeched. Li Aiguo approached as well. Upon hearing Su Fei's words, he sensed the young man's exceptional abilities. Having discerned his wife's condition at a mere glance, he regarded Su Fei intently and said, "Young friend, you must save my wife. I am willing to comply with any conditions you may have." "I require some alcohol," Su Fei stated. Li Aiguo paused momentarily, while Li Qing, understanding Su Fei's intent, promptly agreed and hurried out. In no time, she returned with a bottle of alcohol. "Here you go." Accepting the alcohol, Su Fei instructed them, "Please step outside. I prefer to treat my patients without distractions. I am a doctor too. I can assist you," Li Qing insisted. Su Fei shook his head. "No need." Observing Su Fei's demeanor, Li Aiguo signaled to Li Qing, and the two slowly exited the room. Su Fei approached Meng Shuzhen, taking her hand to check her pulse, allowing a stream of vital energy to flow into her body. This energy swam within her like a small fish, while Su Fei extended a fragment of his consciousness to explore her internal condition. Eventually, the vital energy settled in her mind, where a dense aura of malevolent energy permeated the center. "A vengeful spirit?" Su Fei murmured, having discerned the nature of the ominous presence. It seemed that this malevolent energy had sensed Su Fei's vital energy and lunged forward, attempting to engulf it. Humph! With a cold snort, Su Fei transformed his vital energy into a radiant sword of light, cleaving through the dark energy. "Ah!" The malevolent aura emitted a wretched cry. Contorting into the form of a long-haired woman, her hair obscuring her features, she let out a haunting wail. "Who are you?" "A vengeful spirit. Yet you do not seek rebirth. Why do you harm others?" As Su Fei's consciousness emanated a wave, it established a connection with her. A chilling laughter escaped the lips of the spectral woman. "I am a soul formed from the condensation of malevolent energy, unable to reincarnate. If I can completely absorb this woman's essence, I shall become her and walk the earth in the realm of the living. Su Fei's expression shifted dramatically. If that is the case, you must not be spared. The sword of true energy transformed once more into a beam of light, striking towards the spectral woman. The light sword seemed to exert a significant restraint upon her, leaving the specter with no choice but to evade. Utterly incapable of mounting any defense. Why, you are a cultivator? The spectral woman stammered as she dodged from side to side, unable to fully escape the onslaught, her malevolent aura dimming with each passing moment. From the essence of the sword, she discerned Su Fei's identity. Indeed, today I shall act on behalf of the heavens, lest your malevolent spirit wreak havoc upon the world. Su Fei channeled all his true energy into Meng Shushan's mind, solidifying the light sword, rendering it almost tangible. Sensing the approach of death, the spectral entity, taking on a feminine form, immediately knelt before Su Fei and pleaded, "Please, do not kill me. It took a millennium for me to gain sentience. I do not wish to perish so soon. Keeping you alive will inevitably lead to disaster," Su Fei proclaimed as he prepared to strike her down with the light sword. Wait. The spectral woman hesitated. As she saw the light sword descending, she steeled herself and declared, "I pledge myself to you as your servant, never to betray." With that, she touched her forehead, and a contract materialized before them. Su Fei was taken aback. From the ancient knowledge he possessed, he recognized it as a master-servant contract. Once signed, the servant's life would be forfeit at the mere thought of the master, and should the master perish, so too would the servant, illustrating the contract's formidable nature. Su Fei had not anticipated that the spectral woman would wish to bind herself to him in such a manner. Her desire for survival was evidently profound. After a moment of contemplation, Su Fei weighed the pros and cons. By entering into this contract, he could maintain control over her, ensuring that the spectral entity would pose no significant threat. Subsequently, the consciousness lingering in Meng Shushan's mind was imprinted upon the contract. The contract ignited in flames, transforming into a streak of light that shot from Meng Shushan's being and entered Su Fei's brow. Feeling the presence of the spectral woman within his mind, Su Fei understood that the contract had taken effect. If not now, then when? He intoned. At his command, a stream of malevolent energy surged forth from Meng Shushan's ear, writhing in the room before coalescing into a human shape once more. "What is your name?" Su Fei inquired. The spectral woman bowed slightly, performing a respectful gesture towards Su Fei, and softly replied, "I am Qian." "Qian? I was born from the malevolent energy, a unique spirit with no mother or father. Hence I chose this name for myself." As she gathered her long hair, she revealed a breathtaking visage, her delicate oval face and enchanting phoenix eyes exuding an ethereal beauty. Such a stunning spirit stirred something deep within Su Fei, igniting a flicker of fervor in his gaze. "Master, I am but a mere soul and unable to serve you. Once I have materialized." Xiao Qian sensed Su Fei's gaze and spoke in a delicate tone. Ahem. Su Fei's face flushed crimson, and his cough interrupted her words as he hastily shifted the topic, asking, "What is happening here? Why is there such a dense aura of malevolence?" Xiao Qian pondered for a moment before replying. This place was a grave pit 1,000 years ago, where the bodies left by war have gathered, thus giving rise to this intense malevolent energy. No wonder. Su Fei understood and then inquired, "What will you do? You cannot remain floating beside me forever, can you?" "I can enter your body. That is the special realm formed after our contract takes effect," Xiao Qian replied with a charming smile. Following this, her form dissipated, transforming into a wisp of malevolent energy that entered Su Fei's brow. Seeing Xiao Qian vanish, Su Fei exhaled deeply, his complexion pale. The earlier battle with Xiao Qian had drained him significantly, leaving his body extraordinarily weak. He felt fortunate that Xiao Qian's strength was not formidable, otherwise he would have faced grave danger today. It seemed imperative to swiftly advance to the second tier of the Yin-Yang sacred art. Upon this realization, he could not help but frown. He had been stuck at the pinnacle of the first tier for quite some time. According to the records of the inheritance, a wild ginseng aged 500 years was needed as a medium to break through to the second tier, which would not only amplify his strength but also enable him to employ more techniques. Returning to the present, Su Fei turned his attention to Meng Shushan, who lay upon the bed. Though the true cause of her ailment had been eradicated, her mind had entered a state of closure, a self-protective mechanism that isolated her. After disinfecting the silver needles with alcohol, Su Fei swiftly inserted them into Meng Shushan's head, delivering 9 needles in succession. The latter exhibited a faint reaction, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Once again invoking the Qian Kuan 9 Extremes needle, he executed it with far greater proficiency than before. Su Fei gently twisted the 9 silver needles before removing them and slumped into a chair, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat, summoning his last ounce of strength. He called out, "Come in." With a bitter smile, he reflected on the immense toll of the day, feeling as if he could scarcely lift his arms. Meanwhile, Meng Shuzhen, lying in bed, finally let out a soft moan, opening her eyes to a dazed gaze. Creak. The door swung open, and Li Aigua and Li Qing rushed into the room, their faces etched with urgency. They were overjoyed to witness Meng Shuzhen stirring, their expressions transforming into elation. Mom? Shuzhen? The two were overwhelmed with a mixture of shock and joy, tears streaming down their faces as they beheld the awakened Meng Shuzhen. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Mom, you have finally awakened. Li Qing could no longer contain her emotions and collapsed in tears at her mother's bedside. Could it be that she has truly been cured? Li Aigua gazed incredulously at his wife, now conscious on the bed, then glanced at Su Fei, who remained slumped in the chair, his expression filled with excitement. Divine Doctor. Young friend, I apologize for my previous demeanor. I am truly sorry. Li Aigua bowed respectfully to Su Fei. Uncle Li, you are too kind. Su Fei replied with a gentle smile. I heard Qing'e call you Su Fei, so may I address you as Xiao Fei? Li Aigua inquired. At this moment, he could not help but regard the young man before him with newfound respect. Merely his skill in medicine was enough to render the so-called experts in the medical field ashamed and inadequate. After all, countless specialists had been at a loss regarding his wife's condition, while this young man, with his mastery of acupuncture, had awakened his wife from a 6-month slumber. A feat that was nothing short of astonishing. Very well, Su Fei nodded. Qing'e, Aigua, what has happened to me? Meng Shuzhen asked weakly, still somewhat dazed, unaware of the events that had transpired. Mom, you have been in a coma for 6 months, and it was Su Fei who saved you, Li Qing replied. Her gaze towards Su Fei filled with gratitude. Indeed, Xiao Fei is a great benefactor to our family. Without him, Shuzhen, you would have been in grave danger. Li Aigua said with a smile, though he struggled to contain his emotions, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Following their gaze, Meng Shuzhen repeatedly thanked Su Fei. He merely smiled and, regaining his composure, gestured to step outside the room, saying to Li Aigua, Uncle Li, there are matters I wish to discuss with you. Very well. The two exited the room, leaving Li Qing and Meng Shuzhen to recount the events of the past 6 months. Xiao Fei, take this card. It contains 500,000 yuan as your consultation fee. Upon reaching the hall on the first floor of the villa, Li Aigua retrieved a bank card from a drawer and handed it to Su Fei. Su Fei shook his head, refusing to accept. Uncle Li, please. I cannot accept the money. Dr. Li aided my parents during their time in the hospital, so I must decline this payment. I called you out to discuss another matter. Seeing Su Fei's firm refusal, Li Aigua did not press further and asked, Oh, what is it? There is an issue with this house. Su Fei furrowed his brow and continued. If I am not mistaken, your family must have moved here for less than a year, correct? Li Aigua's face displayed surprise. How do you know? Su Fei paced the hall, observing as he walked. This house harbors a heavy aura of malevolence. It is an extremely inauspicious place. Living here for an extended period will inevitably expose your health to its negative influences. You understand feng shui? Li Aigua was increasingly baffled by the young man before him, feeling a slight shock. Indeed, this villa had been purchased just a year ago, and they had moved in over 6 months ago. After Su Fei's words, he reflected on certain occurrences. Shortly after moving into the villa, his wife, Meng Shuzhen, had suffered an accident and had become a vegetable, slipping into a prolonged slumber. Initially considered an accident, it now seemed that the house bore some responsibility. Xiao Fei, what should I do? Should we perhaps consider moving? Li Aigua asked anxiously. Su Fei smiled faintly, offering no response to his words. Instead, he approached a table on the left side of the hall, picked up a small mirror, and casually seized a brush. Channeling his vital energy, he inscribed the character upon its surface. This was indeed a sealing technique passed down through the tradition. Employing it to seal the malevolent energies within the house would resolve the issues plaguing the residents. He hung the mirror on the wall behind him and remarked, Uncle Li, as long as you do not remove this mirror, the problems of the house will be effortlessly resolved. Is it truly that simple? Li Aigua inquired, stepping closer to scrutinize the mirror. Aside from the added character, it appeared unchanged. Xiao Fei, it is getting late. I heard from Qing'e that you reside in the countryside. Why not stay the night here to avoid traveling in the dark? He cast a glance upstairs and continued. It would also allow me to extend my hospitality. And if Aunt Meng encounters any unexpected situation, I may need your assistance. After a moment's hesitation, Su Fei considered Li Aigua's reasoning and nodded in agreement. As twilight descended, Su Fei, Li Aigua, and Li Qing gathered around the dining table, while Meng Shuzhen rested in her room. The dinner was lavish. Li Qing had given the villa's servants the night off and personally prepared a dozen delectable dishes. Su Fei was pleasantly surprised to discover that such a striking beauty as Li Qing could indeed cook, and her culinary skills were commendable. Exhausted from the day's exertions and in dire need of replenishment, Su Fei dove into the feast with great enthusiasm, devouring the food voraciously. By the end of the meal, he had nearly polished off the entire spread, leaving Li Aigua and Li Qing in astonishment, as they had barely taken a few bites. Observing Su Fei's slender frame, they wondered how he managed to consume so much. Setting down his chopsticks and finishing the last sip of soup, Su Fei leaned back in his chair, stroking his now rounded belly, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Ahem, Xiao Fei, I won't ask for repayment, but you must accept this card. Li Aigua produced an exquisite black card, upon which glimmered the words Tinglong Group Supreme Card. This Supreme Card was one of only 5 in existence, granting limitless access to any Tinglong Group establishment, allowing one to enjoy the utmost VIP treatment without spending a dime. Su Fei felt a twinge of astonishment. This card held far greater value than mere money. From his previous conversations with Li Aigua, he had learned that the man was the chairman of the Tinglong Group, which encompassed numerous industries, including retail, entertainment, finance, and tourism. Without hesitation, he accepted the Black Supreme Card. Dad, how biased can you be? Even I don't possess a Supreme Card. Li Qing pouted upon witnessing her father bestow such a card to Su Fei, her voice tinged with jealousy. If you resign from your position at the hospital and join the company, I shall give you one, Li Aigua replied. In that case, I shall pass, Li Qing huffed. Li Aigua sighed and remarked, the work at the hospital is so arduous. What is there to enjoy? Day by day, I grow older, and sooner or later, the group will need you to take over. He continued, being a doctor, treating ailments and saving lives, although it is exhausting, fills me with a sense of pride. Li Qing responded earnestly, being a doctor is an exceptionally sacred profession. Shaking his head, Li Aigua turned to Su Fei and said, Xiao Fei, you tell me. When I suggested she study financial management in college, she chose clinical medicine instead. What will become of my extensive family business in the future? Well, Uncle Li, there's no need to worry. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Besides, I believe being a doctor is quite admirable. Su Fei replied, skillfully balancing both sides. Li Qing winked at Su Fei, indicating her agreement. With another sigh, Li Aigua tried to change the topic, addressing Su Fei. Xiao Fei, you mentioned that my house has a heavy yin energy. Why have neither Qing nor I been affected? His wife, Meng Shuzhen, had suffered a car accident, and although his company faced challenges, he himself had not encountered any significant troubles, nor had his daughter, Li Qing. As his words lingered, Li Qing looked inquiringly at Su Fei, having learned of the misfortunes that befell their family from the house's malevolent energy. Su Fei felt somewhat awkward, observing their hesitation. Is there truly something I am unaware of? Li Aigua pressed. Xiao Fei, please speak candidly. I would like to be informed. Very well, Su Fei said. The concept of yin and yang suggests that you, Uncle Li, are unaffected due to your masculine energy, which is robust, preventing the malevolent forces from intruding. However, over time, it will inevitably influence your personal fortune. Have you faced any recent troubles? Li Aigua nodded, acknowledging that his company had indeed been plagued by continuous minor issues, though none were overly detrimental. Su Fei then turned to Li Qing. Dr. Li, have you frequently experienced chills, a decrease in immunity, and irregular menstrual cycles over the past 6 months? Upon hearing Su Fei's inquiry, Li Aigua was momentarily taken aback and then glanced at Li Qing. Meanwhile, Li Qing shot a furious glance at Su Fei, her ears flushed with embarrassment. How could he speak of such intimate matters in front of her father? At the same time, she felt astonished by Su Fei's words. Ever since moving into this villa, she had often felt cold, as if on the verge of illness, and her once punctual monthly cycle had become erratic. This had caused her considerable distress, leading her to consult gynecologists multiple times without identifying any issues. Dr. Li, do not feel too embarrassed. Women naturally possess a yin constitution, making them prone to coldness. The house, imbued with malevolent energy, causes a clash of 2 yin forces, resulting in your discomfort, Su Fei explained. He quickly jotted down a prescription and handed it to Li Qing, saying, take this prescription to obtain medicine, and within a month, Your symptoms will dissipate. In the evening, after Li Qing tidied up a guest room for Su Fei, she returned to the second floor to keep her mother company. Su Fei engaged in a brief conversation with Li Aigua before retreating to his room, collapsing into sleep, utterly exhausted from the day's endeavors, even after dinner. His eyelids had already begun to droop. The following morning, Su Fei awoke early, shaking off the remnants of fatigue and brimming with vitality. After breakfast, he greeted Li Aigua and Li Qing before departing on his tricycle. By the time he arrived at Shanshui Village, the sun was already high in the sky. Shanshui Village, with its picturesque mountains and clear waters, boasted fresh air. Su Fei inhaled the slightly humid atmosphere, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. As he rode into the village, he spotted a group of villagers gathered at his doorstep, drawn by the commotion. "Luozhu, as long as I am here, you shall not take Su Li away today," declared a vibrant young figure standing protectively in front of Su Li and the village's first secretary. Su Mingshan and Zhang Huilan stood nearby, their expressions tense. "Su Fei said he would repay you today. You must be patient." And he addressed Luozhu, her fair complexion slightly paling. After all, she was but a young girl, unaccustomed to such confrontations. Yet, as the first secretary of Shanshui Village, she could not remain an idle bystander. Encircled by 7 or 8 young men, Luozhu sneered, dismissing her presence. "Where is Su Fei? He promised to bring the money and wait for me, yet now he is nowhere to be found. I suspect he knows he cannot repay and has fled. Listen, Secretarian, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. I possess a promissory note signed by Su Li herself. If the debt remains unpaid, she shall marry me, fair and square." Su Li retorted, "My brother would never run away. He promised to repay you today and surely will." Luozhu laughed heartily. "You still place your hopes on your brother? Last time, I simply wasn't adequately prepared. This time, I've summoned all my brothers. If your brother dares return, I will make sure he pays for his past defeats." Behind him, the 7 or 8 young men joined in his raucous laughter. "Is that so?" A calm voice interjected. Though soft, it resonated in every ear. Su Fei gazed at Luozhu with indifference. "You intend to incapacitate me?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Luozhu instinctively felt a jolt of trepidation. When he laid eyes on Su Fei's figure, he could not help but shudder. "Su Fei, do not act recklessly. You promised to repay today. I thought you had fled upon seeing you absent from home, despite having brought 7 or 8 companions for backup." Luozhu felt a wave of fear wash over him at Su Fei's presence. After all, he had suffered significant losses before. This guy strikes hard. "Who says I cannot repay?" Su Fei declared as he retrieved a tote bag from his tricycle, dramatically pulling it open to reveal stacks of vibrant red banknotes, neatly organized. Buried within were several brand new smartphones. Such a sum of money? Luozhu was utterly taken aback. The sheer amount of money before him was an overwhelming visual spectacle. Not only he, but even the villagers gathered at the doorway were stirred, bewildered by how Su Fei had managed to amass such a fortune. Suddenly acquiring such a vast sum raised suspicions. Could it have been obtained through dubious means? This money, clearly tainted, might be the result of some unsavory dealings in the city. Indeed, I suspect that he returned from military service only to find himself incarcerated shortly thereafter. Soon enough, Luozhu regained his composure and, with a half-smile, regarded Su Fei. "Su Fei, this money of yours must surely be tainted, no? I hope the police won't come looking for it in a few days." "Let them come. I care not," Su Fei replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Luozhu quickly retorted, "No, I want it. I never said I didn't want it. I'm merely concerned. Take your money and promptly leave my home. Should you dare to harass my sister again, you should be aware of the consequences," Su Fei declared. Extracting 2 bundles of red bills from his bag and tossing them to Luozhu, his face now a mask of calm yet tinged with a hint of menace. As Luozhu examined the 20,000 yuan in his hands, he protested, "This isn't right. There is still interest to consider. With a 5% interest, it should total 40,000. Su Fei shot him a glance. He was aware of the loan's terms and the exorbitant interest rate, which he deemed usurious. He promptly pulled out another 1,000 yuan from his tote and handed it to Luozhu, stating, "Forget the 5% interest. You can take this 1,000 or leave it. Nothing more will be offered." Su Fei felt that even this 1,000 was generous, as no bank would dare impose such high interest rates. Luozhu eyed the tote in Su Fei's hand, initially wanting to argue further. But upon encountering Su Fei's increasingly cold gaze, he instinctively recoiled. "Hand over the loan agreement," Su Fei commanded. Luozhu obediently produced the document. which Su Fei immediately tore into shreds, coldly ordering, "Now leave." As Luer Zuzu and his companions departed, a middle-aged, plump woman among the onlookers smirked with feigned cordiality and remarked, "Oh, the Su family's young master has struck it rich. How did you come by all this money? Pray tell." Su Fei smiled wryly and replied, "Aunt Wang, I happened to see your pig wandering about the village when I returned." He understood the implications behind Aunt Wang's words. Like the others, she harbored suspicions regarding the legitimacy of his sudden wealth. "What? My pig has escaped?" The middle-aged woman shuddered, suddenly disregarding any further conversation with Su Fei and hurriedly scurrying home. Once the villagers had dispersed, Su Mingshan furrowed his brow, glaring at Su Fei. "Little Fei, speak the truth. Did this money come from honest means? If you've resorted to unscrupulous methods to earn unclean money, I will not let you off lightly." Hearing this, Su Fei could only manage a wry smile. "Father, rest assured, I neither steal nor rob. This money is entirely earned from selling medicinal liquor, perfectly legitimate." Upon hearing this, Su Mingshan nodded, feeling considerably reassured. After all, he had secretly sampled the medicinal wine that Su Fei had brewed 2 days prior, and its astonishing efficacy had made him feel rejuvenated. Subsequently, Zhang Huilan had chastised him, claiming he was being disrespectful due to his age, insisting he should not engage in such activities during daylight hours. "Su Fei, does this mean your venture into brewing medicinal wine holds promise?" Annie inquired suddenly. Ever since arriving in Shanshui village, she had been preoccupied with the poverty alleviation efforts. "Indeed, the medicinal wine I produced has garnered considerable acclaim in the city, with prominent business owners urging me to quickly brew another batch," Su Fei replied, producing the remaining money and placing it into Su Mingshan's hands. "My goodness, how much did you sell it for?" Su Mingshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had never seen such a sum in his life. After all, a year of hard work often yielded only a few thousand yuan. 10 bottles fetched 100,000. Su Fei refrained from disclosing the full truth to his parents, fearing it might overwhelm them. Nonetheless, even this partial revelation left Su Mingshan and Zhang Huilan momentarily breathless, their minds swirling in disbelief. When did making money become so effortless? "I have made arrangements with those business owners to scale up production of the medicinal wine. I plan to lease a large expanse of land in the village for extensive cultivation of medicinal herbs, along with constructing a distillery, employing local villagers as workers." Annie felt a surge of joy upon hearing Su Fei's plans, but her expression soon turned pensive. "If that is the case, it will require a substantial amount of capital. Just the cost of building the factory alone is no small sum. Our village's financial situation is rather dire at the moment." Su Fei glanced at Annie and continued, "Money is not an issue. Those business owners are eager to invest, and they have also offered to handle the sales of the medicinal wine. Our focus will solely be on cultivation and brewing." "That is wonderful. If this comes to fruition, Shanshui village will genuinely escape poverty," Annie exclaimed excitedly. "I have more good news to share with you. I discovered a plethora of Jiang grass on Beishan. Isn't that the primary ingredient you need for your medicinal wine?" "Really? That is splendid," Su Fei responded, elated. "There is a vast tract of wasteland at the foot of Beishan. I shall lease that area. That land is quite extensive, isn't it? Wouldn't it cost over 10,000 yuan a year?" Su Mingshan queried, looking towards Annie. "Since I'm new here, I'm not entirely familiar with the village's circumstances. I will need to confer with the other village committee members to ascertain the exact amount," Annie replied. "Regardless of the cost, I am determined to acquire that land," Su Fei asserted. "The profit from the medicinal wine is substantial. This amount is inconsequential. Rest assured, I will represent the village committee and support you wholeheartedly," Annie declared with a smile, her bright, clear eyes gleaming with joy. She had been in Shanshui village for some time, yet her poverty alleviation efforts had made little progress, causing her great distress. The promising news Su Fei brought was indeed a beacon of hope. "All right, enough standing around outside." Zhang Huilan smiled at Annie and said, "Secretarian, today I truly owe you one. Otherwise, my daughter Lily might have been taken away by Lu Erzhu. You must stay for a meal, so we can express our gratitude properly." "Ah, and Zhang, I'm afraid I cannot today. I need to hurry back to the village committee to convene a meeting and expedite the situation, as well as prepare some materials for land contracting. I promise I will come to your home for dinner next time." Having finally glimpsed hope, Annie was eager to arrange this matter promptly, for it would allow Shanshui village to escape poverty at the earliest opportunity. Upon returning home, Su Fei retrieved the mobile phones from the tote bag and handed one each to his parents and sister. "Wow, the latest Huawei model?" Suli exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she saw the new phone. She had long envied her classmates, each flaunting their own devices. She quickly hugged Su Fei's arm and jumped with joy. "Brother, you are the best. I have no idea how to use this phone. It must be expensive, right?" Su Mingshan examined the device closely. Su Li replied with a smile, "This is a Huawei phone, and it's the latest model. It must cost several thousand." Several thousand. Su Mingshan nearly dropped the phone in shock. Zhang Huilan also looked surprised and turned to Su Fei with a displeased expression. "You child. You only know how to waste money. You're preparing to work now. Whether contracting land or building a factory, all require funds. You should be more frugal. We can't accept such an expensive phone. It's a waste for us. You should return it. Mom and Dad, since I've already bought them, just keep them. They have many functions beyond making calls. Let Lily teach you how to use them later," Su Fei replied, somewhat helplessly. Beside them, Su Li nodded vigorously. Seeing his sister's adorable expression, Su Fei asked, "Lily, aren't you supposed to be going to university soon? I received my admission letter long ago. It's from Nanhai University in the provincial capital. But after Dad's accident, I thought about not attending anymore," Su Li pouted. "We can't afford the tuition." Su Mingshan sighed. Placing the phone down, "It's all our fault for not being capable. Otherwise, both you and your brother would be university students." Recalling how their family's circumstances had once dictated Su Fei's decision to enlist in the army, he said, "Dad, don't worry. We have money now. And there will be even more in the future." He turned and affectionately ruffled Su Li's hair, adding, "I will support you through university." "Brother, you're so kind." Su Li's eyes glistened with unshed tears. After lunch, Su Fei rode his tricycle out, intending to return it to Bai Yi. Before leaving, he tucked the last phone into his pocket. The two families were not far apart. After turning a couple of corners, he arrived. Miss Bai. Upon reaching Bai Yi's doorstep, Su Fei did not enter directly as he had previously. Instead, he called out loudly, "Hey, I'm here." "Ah, you've come." Soon, Bai Yi emerged. Clad in a flowing white dress, her long hair elegantly styled, revealing her alabaster neck. She exuded the charm of a mature woman. Upon noticing Su Fei, she promptly opened the door, smiling as she said, "You've returned to the city." Each glance and smile radiated an enchanting allure. Indeed, she was a captivating beauty. Even Su Fei, steadfast as he was, found it hard to remain unaffected, his heart racing, his gaze fervently fixed upon her. "Miss Bai, the tricycle has delivered you home. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Su Fei averted his eyes from her mesmerizing gaze, fearing that lingering any longer might lead to an irresistible temptation. Just as he turned to depart, Bai Yi's soft voice floated through the air, "There is something." Noticing Su Fei halt, a faint blush graced Bai Yi's fair cheeks. "I've heard you study traditional Chinese medicine. Did you not cure your father's ailment?" Su Fei nodded, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he inquired, "Miss Bai, are you unwell?" "No, it's just that I've been working in the fields lately, and my back often aches. I thought, since you know Chinese medicine, perhaps you could take a look at me?" Bai Yi's cheeks flushed like ripened apples, her courage summoned as her beautiful eyes furtively sought Su Fei's. Anxious that he might refuse. After all, she was known in the village as a widow, having outlived 2 husbands, her reputation tarnished. Despite her beauty, few men dared to approach her closely. "It's a trivial matter. I can give you a massage," Su Fei replied with a smile. "Really?" Bai Yi blinked her large eyes, gazing intently at Su Fei. "You want to think less of me? How could I? I'd be more concerned that you might think I'm taking advantage of you," Su Fei jested. They entered the room, where Bai Yi, following Su Fei's instructions, lay down on the earthen Kong. At that moment, her delicate form trembled slightly, her expression betraying a hint of nervousness. Despite having been engaged twice, she remained untouched by any man's hand. Su Fei rubbed his palms together, attempting to warm them, his own heart racing with anticipation. He fought to suppress his inner turmoil as he placed his hands on Bai Yi's back, expertly targeting various acupressure points. The sound escaped her lips, igniting a fervor within Su Fei, nearly overwhelming his senses. Instinctively, he pressed harder. "Ah, that hurts." Bai Yi suddenly flipped over, landing in Su Fei's embrace. Her beautiful eyes blinked twice as she exhaled softly. "Do I look beautiful?" Gazing at the stunning beauty so close, Su Fei nodded, almost in a daze. "Beautiful." "Su Fei, do you like me?" Bai Yi bit her red lip, her expressive eyes fixed on him with intensity. "I do," he replied simply. Upon hearing those words, a radiant smile blossomed on Bai Yi's face, akin to a flower in full bloom, exuding an irresistible charm. She wrapped her arms around Su Fei's neck, gently closing her eyes, presenting herself as if inviting him to pluck her like a ripe fruit. "Miss Bai, I just remembered I have something to attend to. I must take my leave." Su Fei abruptly pushed Bai Yi aside, uttering a single phrase, and hurriedly fled from the room. If he lingered any longer, he feared he might find himself ensnared. Observing Su Fei's flustered demeanor, Bai Yi playfully exclaimed, then burst into laughter, declaring that one day he would indeed fall into her grasp. After departing from Bai Yi's residence, Su Fei felt a chill of sweat trickling down his back and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Bai Yi was indeed a captivating enchantress, and he had narrowly avoided making a grave mistake that day. It must be said, Bai Yi was a stunning beauty, exuding a charm that was deeply alluring. In contrast to other young women, she possessed an added layer of mature elegance that rendered her even more enticing. Su Fei first arrived at the foot of Beishan, gazing upon the vast expanse of desolate land, which stretched over 100 acres. Walking along its perimeter, he nodded to himself. If he could position a gathering spirit array around the edges, it would be nothing short of perfect. This array, as its name implies, is a formation designed to concentrate spiritual energy, one of many ancient techniques passed down through generations. In the present day, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth is scarce, nearly negligible. Even with extensive cultivation of medicinal herbs, the yield fails to meet the demands for brewing medicinal wine, as the growth cycle of these herbs is exceedingly prolonged. With the implementation of a gathering spirit array, not only would the herbs flourish at an accelerated rate, but their efficacy would also be significantly enhanced. However, the arrangement of such an array necessitates a precondition, a substantial quantity of jade, preferably of superior quality. Suddenly, Su Fei recalled that Gu Xiaoqiu's family was engaged in the jewelry business. It seemed prudent to approach him for assistance. As Su Fei made his way home, he surveyed the uneven dirt road and furrowed his brow, recalling an old adage, to become wealthy, one must first pave the road. Indeed, this path hindered the development of Shanshui village. Should the winery open in the future, the logistics of transporting Peiyuan wine would pose a significant challenge, especially during rainy days when the muddy road became increasingly treacherous. Su Fei resolved to repair this road without delay. Shortly after returning home, an Yi came running toward him, exclaiming, "Su Fei, Secretarian, what brings you here?" Su Fei, still reeling from Bai Yi's playful teasing, felt an unexpected stir upon encountering the youthful vibrancy of an Yi. With a brief glare, an Yi, breathless from her sprint, informed him, following a meeting among the village committee members, "It has been unanimously decided to lease the barren land at Beishan to you for 80,000 for a duration of 30 years. If you have no objections, we can sign the contract today." Su Fei nodded affirmatively. "I certainly have no issues with that." "What? 30 years for 80,000? Su Mingshan, having overheard the commotion, emerged and gasped at the price. "That land has been fallow for how many years? No one would take it for free. Is it truly worth 80,000? Secretarian, this feels like extortion." Zhang Huilan also stepped out, visibly startled by the price. She turned to Su Fei. "Xiao Fei, I think it might be best to reconsider." An Yi, upon hearing the words of the elders, displayed a pained expression. "I had initially intended to contract the land to Su Fei for 30,000 yuan. But Lu Qingming vehemently opposed and raised the price to 80,000. The other village committee members echoed his sentiments, leaving me with no alternative." At the mere mention of Lu Qingming, Su Mingshan's countenance darkened instantly. He perceived this as a personal vendetta. It was well known that Lu Qingming was the head of Shanshui village, and Lu Erzhu was his son. Previously, Su Fei had struck Lu Erzhu, and this was Lu Qingming's opportunity for retribution. "Secretarian, I apologize for my earlier bluntness. Please do not take offense," Zhang Huilan said with a hint of embarrassment. They all understood that since an Yi had been appointed as the first secretary for poverty alleviation in Shanshui village, Lu Qingming, in his capacity as village head, had not only failed to support her efforts but had also actively sought to undermine her. "It's quite all right," and Yi said with a gentle smile, indicating her lack of offense. Su Fei felt a surge of anger at the village head's blatant disregard for propriety, contemplating how to address the situation. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to part with his money easily, not wishing to become a victim of exploitation. Lu Qingming was, by nature, a rogue, having committed numerous wrongs. In his pursuit of the village head position, he had bribed villagers to secure their votes, and over the years, Shanshui village had become his personal fiefdom. Su Mingshan remarked darkly, "He has used his power to bully the villagers without restraint." "Secretarian, could you please return to the village committee and summon the villagers with the loudspeaker?" Su Fei suddenly suggested to an Yi. "What do you intend to do?" An Yi inquired. You will find out soon enough, Su Fei replied with a mysterious smile. Attention, villagers. Attention, villagers. All residents at home, please gather at the village committee. And Yi's voice echoed through the loudspeaker, resonating throughout every corner of Shanshui village. Shanshui village was merely a small hamlet with just over 100 households. Father, what does Secretarian intend to do? Lu Erju asked a middle-aged man beside him, his mind swirling with confusion. Lu Chengming cast a gloomy glance toward the village committee's direction, his expression darkening. What else could it be? It must concern that Su Lad's land contract. Come, I am curious to see what tricks she has up her sleeve. The villagers of Shanshui, upon hearing the loudspeaker announcement, were filled with suspicion, uncertain of the matter at hand. However, they set aside their tasks and made their way to the village committee. Su Fei's family and an E stood quietly in the courtyard of the village committee, awaiting the villagers' arrival. Soon, figures began to appear at the entrance in small clusters. And before long, over 300 people had gathered. Bai Yi, in a white dress, stood among the crowd, her big eyes fixed intently on Su Fei. Secretarian, why have you called us here? One villager asked. Yes, I was in the middle of work in my field. Another chimed in. My pigs still need feeding. And Yi, hearing these comments, did not respond but turned to look at Su Fei. Su Fei smiled gently and descended a high platform. Gazing down at the throng of villagers below, he spoke in a clear voice. Dear fellow villagers, do you not yearn for a life free from worries about food and clothing? Many villagers, upon hearing Su Fei's words, were left bewildered. Isn't that just stating the obvious? Su, who wouldn't desire a better life? One villager stood up, scoffing. As the crowd below began to stir, Su Fei raised his hand to signal for silence and continued. As you all know, I have just returned from military service. During my time in the army, I learned some traditional Chinese medicine from an elder and acquired a secret recipe for brewing medicinal liquor from herbs. Many of you are aware that I went to the city the day before yesterday. Indeed, I went to sell this medicinal liquor. The trip was quite successful. Several prominent businessmen in the county were very pleased with my product and expressed their willingness to collaborate with me for large-scale production. Therefore, I intend to lease that patch of barren land at the foot of Beishan Mountain to cultivate the herbs necessary for brewing medicinal liquor and to construct a factory for its production. Upon hearing this, many villagers were taken aback, including Bai Yi, who looked at Su Fei in astonishment. Su Fei, can you truly rely on this? Do you actually know the city's businessmen? I suspect you are merely boasting about brewing medicinal liquor. What if you poison someone? I am aware that the barren land at the foot of Beishan is quite substantial, perhaps around 100 acres. I have heard that you returned from the city with a considerable sum of money. Could it be that you earned it from selling medicinal liquor? Some villagers recalled the scene when Lu Erju came to demand payment from Su Fei, during which many had gathered to witness, and had indeed seen the large stack of money Su Fei had in his bag. With this revelation, some villagers nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Su Fei had indeed made something of himself. Hearing the mixed reactions from the crowd, Su Fei remained silent, simply listening. However, Su Mingshan and Zhang Huilan were incensed. Medicinal liquor poisoning people? What nonsense is that? Their faces shifted from green to pale with rage. Su Fei, what do you mean by calling all the villagers here? A villager asked. As this question arose, the gaze of other villagers turned towards Su Fei. After all, what he had just shared pertained to his own affairs. How did it concern them? Surely, he couldn't be suggesting he would share his profits with them, could he? With a smile, Su Fei replied, I asked Secretarian to summon everyone here because I wish to announce something that concerns each and every one of you. What is it? Come on, Su Fei, stop keeping us in suspense. The villagers urged. Well, Su Fei continued. If I were to lease that barren land at the foot of Beishan, I would inevitably need to hire workers to clear the land and plant the herbs. Wouldn't I? I have been thinking that since our Shanshui village has been one of Qingyuan County's most impoverished villages for so many years, I plan to employ people from our village for this work, and I shall pay you wages. Laughter erupted among the villagers. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed through the air as Lu Qingming entered the village committee courtyard with his precious son, Lu Erzuzu. You've got to be kidding me. Are you really planning to pay the villagers? Lu Qingming cast a disdainful glance at Su Fei. If I am not mistaken, your family was struggling to put food on the table just a week ago, wasn't it? Su Fei, you ought to be cautious with your words before such a large audience. One must speak responsibly. Lu Erzuzu regarded Su Fei with a mocking expression. At this juncture, Bai Yi stepped forward, her voice soft yet resolute. Su Fei, is what you say true? The sight of Bai Yi stirred vivid memories within Su Fei, causing a flutter in his heart. Striving to maintain his composure, he nodded in affirmation. It is true. I believe you. Count me in. Bai Yi replied with a smile. Excellent, Sister Bai. You shall be the first. You will oversee all matters related to the cultivation of medicinal herbs. Su Fei then turned his gaze towards Lu Chengming and his son, retrieved a prepared tote bag, and poured its contents, 59,000 yuan, onto the ground. This is the money I earned from selling medicinal wine. The villagers gasped at the sight of such a substantial sum. Nothing is more convincing than the sight of vibrant red banknotes, dispelling any lingering doubts regarding Su Fei's claims. This child is simply throwing money on the ground. Zhang Huilan exclaimed, quickly rushing to gather the scattered red notes and return them to the bag. Su Fei, if you hire us, how much will you pay? Someone inquired. A question that weighed heavily on the minds of the villagers. Su Fei silently held up 2 fingers. 200? That's not insignificant. One could earn over 2,000 in a year. Many villagers nodded in agreement, deeming the offer reasonable. I will pay you 2,000 each month. Su Fei replied with a smile. If you perform well, there will be opportunities for raises in the future. What? 2,000? Did I hear that correctly? 2,000 per month? My goodness, that totals over 20,000 a year. The villagers were astounded by Su Fei's words, eagerly raising their hands. Count me in. Count me in. They seemed almost desperate, fearful that Su Fei might overlook them. Su Mingshan, upon hearing his son's declaration, felt his eyelids twitch in disbelief. His mouth fell silent, astonished by his son's audacity. To consider that hundreds of people in Shanshui village could receive 2,000 each per month sent a chill down his spine, as he struggled to comprehend the financial implications. Sister Bai, if you are to be the supervisor, what will my salary be? Bai Yi inquired cheerfully. After a moment of contemplation, Su Fei responded. Since you will be the supervisor, your salary will naturally be higher than the others. I will offer you 5,000. Ah, Bai Yi gasped in surprise. She had merely teased Su Fei earlier, never expecting him to propose such a sum. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. The other villagers were taken aback. 5,000 yuan. If one were to work for a year, would that not lead to fortune? Humph, merely an empty promise. Do you truly believe him? Lu Chiming surveyed the villagers and declared aloud, Dear villagers, do not be deceived by him. He has just returned from military service. Unfamiliar with the city, how could he possibly know any prominent figures there? What if the so-called medicinal wine he concocts fails to sell? Even if he promises you higher wages, what good is it if he cannot deliver? Lu Qingming, with genuine concern, continued, as the village head of Shanshui village. It is my duty to caution you all against falling for scams. Su Fei has been away serving in the military for 5 years. Who knows what dubious skills he may have acquired to swindle our hard-earned money? How dare you insult my son? He has devoted himself to serving the nation. Even if he lacks achievements, his efforts are commendable. Su Mingshan's anger surged upon hearing Lu Qingming's words, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. Zhang Huilan quickly intervened. Father, do not act rashly. He is, after all, the village head. She then shot an angry glare at Lu Chengming. Lu Qingming, cease your baseless accusations. My son has never asked for a single cent from the villagers. How can you claim he is robbing them of their hard-earned money? At that moment, Annie stepped forward, clad in a casual short-sleeved shirt and fitted jeans, exuding a refreshing grace. She walked up to the platform beside Su Fei and addressed the villagers. I am the first secretary stationed here by the city's Poverty Alleviation Office. I assure you, Su Fei genuinely seeks to assist you in escaping poverty and achieving a better life. He could easily undertake this endeavor alone, hiring workers from elsewhere. With the wage standards he proposes, there would be no shortage of labor. Su Fei, being a native of Shanshui village, understands the hardships faced by the community, and his sincere desire is to help. Must you view him through the lens of suspicion, like some others? And Yi's voice, though soft, resonated deeply within the hearts of the villagers. Secretarian, you have come to aid us in Shanshui village, and we place our trust in you. As well as in Su Fei. The villagers responded in unison. Su Fei, just tell us what to do. As long as you pay us our wages on time each month, we shall follow you without complaint. Su Fei cast an admiring glance at Annie, surprised that such a young girl could articulate such sentiments, which earned his respect. Indeed, a challenge lies before us. Secretary and intended to lease that plot of land at the foot of Beishan for 30 years at 30,000 yuan, Su Fei gradually explained. But village head Lu has opposed this, inflating the price to 80,000. What nonsense! That barren land is worth 80,000 yuan? Good heavens, that desolate place has been abandoned for years. I suspect village head Lu is obstructing this deal out of spite since Su Fei had a confrontation with his son. Many villagers witnessed Lu Erju visiting Su Fei's home in a bid for money, only to be forcefully ejected by Su Fei. Upon hearing the murmurs among the villagers, Lu Qingming's countenance darkened ominously, as though he might weep. He thundered, "I am the village chief of Shanshui village. As long as I do not affix my signature to the contract, that land shall remain undeveloped." This proclamation left the villagers seething with indignation, yet silenced by fear. Over the years, Lu Qingming had built a reputation for his ruthless demeanor. Anyone daring to oppose him would find life intolerable. Su Fei cast a sidelong glance at Lu Qingming and addressed the villagers below. "I believe you all can relate. Under village chief Lu's tenure, we have not only failed to prosper but have, in fact, sunk deeper into poverty. Meanwhile, Lu's household thrives, replete with abundance, while Lu Erju, an exemplar of idleness, enjoys a lavish lifestyle without ever toiling in the fields." Su Fei cleared his throat and proposed, "I suggest we hold a new election for village chief." The notion of re-electing a village chief shocked everyone. I find Su Fei's argument compelling. If we wish to liberate Shanshui village from the clutches of poverty, we must appoint a more capable leader, chimed in Yi. She had long harbored dissatisfaction with Lu Qingming, having faced exclusion since her arrival in Shanshui village. Struggling to achieve consensus on various issues, Lu Qingming showed little concern for the villagers' plight to escape poverty, which hindered her efforts. "Huh, a new election? You shall be disappointed," Lu Qingming sneered. Having held his position for many years, his authority was entrenched and bolstered by loyal supporters. He was acutely aware that the villagers dared not provoke him. "How can we know unless we try?" Su Fei replied with a gentle smile, refusing to be intimidated. "I support the idea of re-electing the village chief," declared Bai Yi, raising her hand. With this catalyst, others soon followed suit, raising their hands in agreement. Observing this, Yi hastily distributed slips of paper. "This is a secret ballot. Simply write down the name you wish to nominate." Before long, the villagers completed their ballots. Yi personally collected the slips and began to tally the votes. Ma Changjin, 1 vote. Upon hearing this name, laughter erupted as villagers turned to a disheveled man with wild hair and a dark face. "Changjin, with your appearance, you aspire to be village chief? What's wrong? Voting for oneself is not a crime," Lu Changjin retorted, puffing out his chest, prompting another round of laughter. "All right, everyone, please remain quiet," Yi called out. "Our voting process is fair and just. Any villager may be nominated." She continued counting the votes. Ultimately, to everyone's astonishment, the incumbent village chief, Lu Qingming, received a mere 27 votes. While Shanshui village may be small, with over 300 residents, such a tally was undeniably pitiful. Upon hearing the number, Lu Qingming felt his head spin, utterly astonished that after so many years of managing Shanshui village, he had garnered such a meager tally of votes. He staggered slightly, nearly losing his balance, and Lu Erju hastily came to his aid. At that moment, all eyes turned toward Yi, for they understood that the next name to be announced would reveal the future village leader of Shanshui. A beautiful smile graced Yi's delicate face as she declared, "Su Fei, 318 votes." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, their gazes now fixated on the youthful figure atop the platform. The villagers erupted in jubilant shouts. "Congratulations, village head Su." Su Fei offered a faint smile, having anticipated this outcome long before. He had first drawn the villagers' attention by announcing his intention to lease a vast expanse of land, promising employment opportunities, while simultaneously exposing the numerous shortcomings of the former village head, Lu Qingming. Ultimately, he revealed his true objective, a re-election for the village leader. The villagers, driven by the prospect of profit, would undoubtedly favor Su Fei, for no one would forsake financial gain, especially when his offered wage equated to their annual income. "Su Fei, just you wait." Lu Qingming seethed, his teeth clenched, wishing he could devour Su Fei whole as he gazed at the figure on the platform. Beside him, Lu Erju appeared somewhat dazed, increasingly perplexed by Su Fei. Once a timid soul easily manipulated, he had returned from 5 years of military service, not only skilled, but also having amassed considerable wealth through the production of medicinal liquor. Ultimately, he had persuaded the villagers to recast their votes, effortlessly usurping his father's position as village head. And now, Su Fei had transformed into the very leader of Shanshui village. "We should leave." Lu Qingming realized that remaining here would only render him a laughingstock. With a grim expression, he departed the village committee with Lu Erju in tow. Su Fei watched their retreat, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He understood that despite Lu Qingming's long tenure as village head, and the fear he instilled in the villagers, their reluctance to oppose him ultimately led to his downfall. He had failed to win their hearts. And he produced a contract. Addressing Su Fei, this is the land lease agreement for 30,000 yuan, valid for 30 years. The village committee's seal is already affixed. If you agree, you may sign now. Grateful yet surprised, Su Fei marveled at how she had prepared the document so promptly. Taking the pen, he elegantly scrawled his signature upon the contract. He then turned to accept a bag from the reluctant Zhang Huilan, retrieving 30,000 yuan to hand to an E. With that, the contract was rendered effective. I hereby announce that from this day forth, the usage rights to the 120 acres at the foot of Beishan belong to village head Su. An E proclaimed with a smile, her hands clapping together. The villagers erupted in enthusiastic applause, their cheers resounding. Village head Su, when will construction commence? The sooner we begin, the sooner we receive our wages, haha. Indeed, a salary of 2,000 yuan makes me eager to commence work immediately. Su Fei gestured for silence, and then spoke. I understand that everyone is eager to receive their wages, but that expanse of land remains barren. So the task of reclamation will be entrusted to the men of the village. My father will oversee this endeavor. Those wishing to contribute may register with him. He continued. Once the land has been cleared, it will be necessary to venture into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs, which will be transplanted into the newly cultivated area. This responsibility will fall to the women, and they can register with Sister Bai, who is now in charge. Upon hearing this, the villagers cast envious glances at Bai Yi. Previously, no one had expressed their thoughts, but she had boldly declared her faith in Su Fei, resulting in her elevation to a supervisory position. Some villagers exchanged furtive glances between Bai Yi and Su Fei, recalling that on the very day Su Fei returned from military service, he had entered the village alongside Bai Yi, who was then clad in his clothing. The village was rife with gossip, and many were aware of this incident. With Bai Yi now appointed as a supervisor, the implications of her relationship with Su Fei seemed undeniably solidified. Su Fei, once we finish clearing the land, won't we find ourselves without work? Inquired a robust man, appearing rather burly. Indeed. We strong men cannot possibly engage in the delicate task of tending to herbs alongside these women. Su Fei chuckled. Rest assured, with such a vast undertaking, you need not worry about a lack of work. The following morning, Su Mingshan led a contingent of villagers, both young and old. As they marched determinately towards the expansive wasteland at the foot of the northern mountain to commence reclamation efforts, Su Mingshan, now beaming with vitality, walked with an almost buoyant step, as if all of this were a dream, having previously suffered a car accident that resulted in a broken leg with the driver fleeing. He had felt that his life was over. However, since his son Su Fei's return, not only had his leg been miraculously healed, avoiding amputation, but he had also brewed medicinal wine that sold for a considerable profit, and now he had assumed the role of village head, overseeing a vast tract of land. As he basked in the compliments and congratulations from the villagers, Su Mingshan felt a swell of joy. His family had finally turned the tide. He now held a position of modest leadership, managing nearly 200 villagers, and felt quite dignified. As noon approached, Su Fei arrived at the barren land and, from a distance, spotted his father, who was commanding the villagers with an air of authority, occasionally receiving a cup of water from someone eager to please. Seeing his father assume such a role was amusing to Su Fei. The village head has arrived. Village head Su is here for an inspection. The villagers noticed Su Fei and greeted him warmly, saying to Su Mingshan, Brother Su, your son has truly made something of himself. You can now look forward to enjoying the fruits of his labor. Others nodded in agreement, their eyes expressing a hint of envy as they thought, why do I not have such an outstanding son? Soon everyone's lives will improve, Su Mingshan replied with a smile. Su Mingshan's face blossomed with a radiant smile. In recent days, his spirits had soared, and the wrinkles upon his visage seemed notably diminished. Father, at this rate, how many days do you estimate it will take to complete the reclamation? Su Fei inquired. Su Mingshan pondered for a moment and replied, 3 days. I understand your impatience. Rest assured, I will urge them to work more swiftly. Nodding in agreement, Su Fei said, very well. By the way, I need to head to town this afternoon to deliver the medicinal wine to those affluent patrons. Be careful on your journey, Su Mingshan cautioned. Fully aware that Su Fei had recently crafted more medicinal wine, the very essence that had transformed their lives so profoundly, and he wholeheartedly supported this endeavor. After departing from Beishan, Su Fei made his way directly to Bai Yi's residence, only to be astonished by the sight before him. A multitude had gathered in her home, including Aunt Wang, Aunt Lu, and Aunt Zhang, all chattering animatedly and smiling broadly as they cozied up to Bai Yi. Meanwhile, Bai Yi felt overwhelmed. She recognized that all of this was a testament to Su Fei's influence. In the past, these individuals had avoided her company, spreading gossip and rumors that painted her as an ill-fated person, a harbinger of misfortune. She had often found herself weeping in solitude during the lonely hours of the night. Suddenly, upon catching sight of Su Fei, she sprang to her feet, her face brightening with joy as she exclaimed, "Su Fei?" Hearing her call. The gathering of relatives turned their attention to him, their expressions transforming into ones of delight. "Ah, the village head has arrived. We hope we're not intruding. If so, we can leave and return another day to chat with Bai Mei." Just as Su Fei was about to respond, Bai Yi interjected, "Everyone, please head back. I need to discuss the upcoming medicinal herb planting with Su Fei." Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang chuckled, exchanging knowing glances with the others. We understand. With that, the group departed, stifling their laughter. Bai Yi felt a flush of embarrassment from their teasing but chose not to protest. "Sister Bai, the herb planting will need to wait a few days. I merely came to borrow your tricycle to go to town." Su Fei scratched his head sheepishly. With a playful glance, Bai Yi gathered her flowing hair, exuding an enchanting charm. "If I don't fabricate a reason, who knows how long they would linger here?" Approaching Su Fei, she spoke softly, "Su Fei, why did you choose me as the supervisor?" "Because you were the first to believe in me." Su Fei replied with a smile. "Thank you. How can I repay you?" she asked, extending her delicate hand toward him. Su Fei quickly recoiled, "Sister Bai, life is not easy for you alone. There is no need for repayment. I shall take my leave." With a swift motion, he hopped onto the tricycle and sped away. Lacking in romance, Bai Yi gazed after him, her expression tinged with melancholy. Upon returning home, he placed the already portioned medicinal wine onto the tricycle, exchanged greetings with his mother and sister, and then rode into town. This time, he had brewed a total of 20 bottles, doubling the previous amount. Those medicinal wines can be kept by a select few for personal enjoyment, while a portion may also be utilized to cultivate relationships. On the way, Su Fei called Yinghao to inform him of his arrival. On the other end of the line, Yinghao expressed his delight, surprised by Su Fei's efficiency, and promised to contact others to meet him at the Qingyuan International Hotel. Upon Su Fei's arrival at the hotel on his tricycle, the lobby manager approached him with utmost respect, exclaiming, "Young Master Su, you have arrived. Yi Zong and several other esteemed gentlemen are awaiting you in the private room." As he spoke, the manager personally guided the tricycle to a designated parking spot and took the medicinal wines from Su Fei, leading him to the luxurious VIP room they had used previously. "Thank you, you may leave now." Su Fei expressed his gratitude, accepting the medicinal wines. "Young Master Su, you are too polite. Please feel free to summon me should you need anything," the manager replied with a bow before departing. Upon entering the private room, Su Fei was greeted warmly. "Su Fei, you have finally arrived. These two fellows have been anxiously awaiting your presence," Yi Yinghao remarked as he assisted Su Fei in placing the medicinal wines on the table. "Haha." Upon hearing that Su Fei was coming, I could hardly contain my excitement and set off immediately. Bin chimed in, adjusting his silver-framed glasses with a smile. "You must be thinking about the medicinal wines." Gu Xiaoqiu teased. Su Fei scanned the room and noticed that Guoboen was absent. Normally, his enthusiasm for the medicinal wines surpassed that of anyone present, prompting him to inquire, "Has Guoxiao not arrived yet?" Yi Yinghao sighed. "Guoxiao has encountered some family matters and cannot make it for the time being. However, he requested that we reserve some medicinal wine for him." "What has happened?" Su Fei asked. "Guoboen's father suffered a sudden heart ailment and is currently in the hospital fighting for his life." Yi Yinghao responded with another sigh. Gu Xiaoqiu added, "It is said to be acute heart failure. It appears quite critical. Alas, we can only leave it to fate," Bin said, shaking his head. Su Fei furrowed his brow, glancing at the others. "I have studied traditional Chinese medicine. Take me to the hospital, and I shall see if I can offer any assistance." At Qingyuan County Hospital, Su Fei and the others arrived directly at the entrance of the emergency room on the 3rd floor, where they found it crowded with individuals clad in suits, exuding an air of success. Turning his gaze, Su Fei spotted Guoboen at the corner window, deeply inhaling from a cigarette, his face etched with weariness and worry. "Guoxiao," Su Fei called out. Guoboen looked up, surprised to see Su Fei and the others, extinguishing his cigarette before hastily approaching them. "What brings you here? How is your father?" Su Fei inquired in return. "The doctor says the situation is not optimistic," Guoboen replied. his brows furrowed and voice heavy with concern. Ying Hao placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Su Fei has some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Perhaps he could take a look? You practice traditional medicine? Guo Bowen asked, astonished by Su Fei's revelation, before letting out a bitter laugh. Never mind. If the doctors here cannot help, your efforts would likely yield little. He did not hold much faith in Su Fei's medical abilities, considering his youth and lack of formal training as a physician. At that moment, the door to the emergency room swung open, and a nurse emerged, holding a clipboard. She glanced at the anxious crowd outside and inquired, "Where are the family members?" "Who is the family member?" I am the patient's wife," a regal middle-aged woman, adorned in luxurious attire, rushed forward, her face etched with concern. "What is the condition of my husband?" "The patient is in critical condition," the nurse replied, her gaze steady as she handed the clipboard to her. "This is a critical illness notice. Please sign it immediately." "A critical illness notice?" The middle-aged woman felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly collapsing. "Mom." Guo Bowen quickly steadied the slightly plump matron, turning to the nurse with urgency. "If anything happens to my father, I will shut down your hospital. I understand your feelings, but we medical staff will do everything in our power to save your father," the nurse said calmly, having encountered such situations numerous times before. Su Fei approached and placed a reassuring hand on Guo Bowen's shoulder. "Allow me to take a look." "You? Who are you?" the middle-aged woman asked, perplexed. "Mom, this is my good brother, Su Fei," Guo Bowen introduced. Schweben stepped forward, addressing Aunt Fan. "Su Fei has some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Perhaps he could examine Uncle Guo?" Given their frequent visits to Guo Bowen's home, they were well acquainted with his mother, Fan Meili. After the incident with the medicinal wine, they had developed a blind confidence in Su Fei. "What nonsense! The patient is in grave danger. And you wish to consult a half-baked practitioner of traditional medicine?" The nurse scoffed, eyeing Su Fei dismissively. "Where did you find this person? Dressed like a farmer. He looks like a charlatan, here only to deceive you for your money." Just then, a tall female doctor in a white coat emerged from the emergency room. The nurse greeted her promptly. "Dr. Li." The newcomer was indeed Li Qing, who was slightly taken aback to see Su Fei there. "The patient is the father of a friend of mine," Su Fei explained before asking, "What is the current situation?" Nodding, Li Qing responded, "The patient is suffering from acute congestive heart failure, a severe cardiac condition resulting in a significant reduction in cardiac output, leading to insufficient perfusion of tissues and organs and acute congestive syndrome. Upon admission, we provided emergency high-flow oxygen, administered morphine intravenously, and used vasodilators to decrease the cardiac load." She then addressed the nurse. "This gentleman is a highly skilled master of traditional Chinese medicine. Time is of the essence. Take him in to treat the patient immediately." "But this is against hospital regulations. Should I consult the director?" The nurse hesitated, uncertain. "Can the patient afford to wait? If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility." "Hurry," Dr. Li commanded. "Understood." The nurse turned to Su Fei. "Follow me." Stepping into the emergency room first, Su Fei cast a reassuring glance at Guo Bowen and the others before following suit. "Xiaowen, is your friend truly a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine?" Fan Meili inquired with evident concern. Guo Bowen smiled wryly. "I have only recently made his acquaintance." Upon entering the emergency room, Su Fei immediately spotted a middle-aged man sitting upright on the bed, struggling to breathe and unable to lie flat. He was tightly closing his eyes, his breath shallow. This was Guo Bowen's father, Guo Yongfu. His body was adorned with numerous tubes. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" A young doctor suddenly barked upon noticing Su Fei's presence in the emergency room. "Get out immediately." At this, all the medical staff turned their gazes towards Su Fei. "Dr. Xie, this is the traditional Chinese medicine master that Dr. Li asked me to bring in," the nurse who had escorted Su Fei remarked dismissively. Dr. Xie was taken aback for a moment before erupting in anger. "A master of traditional Chinese medicine? Nonsense. What ridiculous claims. Throw him out at once." Disregarding the outburst, Su Fei focused on Guo Yongfu, who, despite wearing an oxygen mask, was still finding it exceedingly difficult to breathe. Beads of sweat, akin to tiny grains, dotted his forehead and temples. He had succumbed to a state of unconsciousness. "I can save him," Su Fei stated calmly while casting a sidelong glance at Dr. Xie, and then retrieved a pouch of needles from his pocket. "What are you planning to do? This is a municipal hospital. We cannot tolerate your reckless behavior. If anything happens to the patient, can you bear the responsibility?" Dr. Xie exclaimed, horrified at the sight of the silver needles. Su Fei paid him no mind, instead reaching for alcohol from a nearby cabinet to sterilize the needles. "This is utter madness. Absolutely outrageous. Dr. Xie fumed, stomping his feet and shouting at the surrounding medical staff. What are you all standing around for? Get him out of here at once. Shut your mouth. The door to the emergency room burst open as Guo Bowen stormed in, pointing an accusatory finger at Dr. Xie and unleashing a torrent of curses. If you were so capable, why did you issue a critical condition notice? Our family donates so much medical equipment to your hospital each year. And yet you cannot even save my father? Now, everyone, be quiet and do not disturb my brother while he treats my father. Otherwise, you will regret it. Earlier, outside the emergency room, Guo Bowen had learned from Li Qing that Su Fei's expertise in traditional Chinese medicine was remarkable. He had not only healed his father's leg but also revived his mother, who had been in a coma for 6 months. As Li Qing was the deputy chief physician of the hospital, her words carried weight. Coupled with Su Fei's miraculous medicinal concoction, Guo Bowen had unwavering faith. Therefore, upon hearing the commotion within the emergency room, he could not help but rush in, fearing that these incompetent doctors might delay his father's treatment. Su Fei did not glance back at Guo Bowen. After thoroughly sterilizing the silver needles, he swiftly began acupuncture on Guo Yongfu, whose condition was perilous. His heartbeat was alarmingly weak, and if the situation continued, even he would be powerless to intervene. As the crowd observed Su Fei's deft movements with the acupuncture needles, they could only perceive fleeting shadows due to his remarkable speed. You'd best be cautious. This is a human being, not your livestock, Dr. Xie remarked, unable to restrain himself from commenting on Su Fei's actions. Damn it, shut your mouth. Guo Bowen shot back, his eyes wide with indignation. If it weren't for Su Fei treating his father, he would have relished the thought of kicking this young doctor. Could he not speak sensibly? Simultaneously, he felt a tumult of anxiety churning within him as he anxiously watched Su Fei. After placing 9 silver needles into Guo Yongfu's body, Su Fei gently flicked one of his fingers, causing the needles to sway as a stream of vital energy gradually flowed into the patient's body. All done, Su Fei announced as he removed the needles, observing Guo Yongfu's face gradually relaxing and his breathing evening out. With a sigh of relief, he laid the patient down gently on the bed and turned to Guo Bowen with a smile, saying, "Your father is fine now." What? Just like that? Guo Bowen's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, they had issued a critical condition notice, and the atmosphere had been fraught with tension. How could it be that after a few needle insertions by Su Fei, everything was resolved? It was impossible. It simply could not be. Dr. Xie rushed to examine Guo Yongfu, and upon discovering that his heartbeat was normal and his breathing steady, he was rendered momentarily speechless. The profundity of traditional Chinese medicine is vast. Nothing is truly impossible. Su Fei remarked nonchalantly, then turned to the nurse who had previously looked down on him. A slight smile playing on his lips. In the world of medicine, not all practitioners are charlatans. Shaowen, Guo Yongfu murmured as he began to regain consciousness, his voice faint. Dad, you're awake? Guo Bowen hurried to his father's bedside, noticing the returning color to his father's face, and he looked at Su Fei with immense gratitude. Su Fei, thank you. You are truly a benefactor to our family. Su Fei smiled without uttering a word. Shaowen, what happened? Guo Yongfu inquired. Dad, you suffered from acute heart failure and were on the brink of death. It was Su Fei who saved you, Guo Bowen replied with a smile. Is that so? Guo Yongfu turned to Su Fei and said, Young man, I am grateful for your assistance. Once I am better, I will ensure to visit with Shaowen to express my thanks. Uncle Guo, you are too kind, Su Fei replied with a smile, then turned to the still-dazed doctor. Xie, saying, Dr. Xie, the patient is still quite weak. We should return him to the ward for recovery. What are you standing there for? Hurry and take my father back to the ward, Guo Bowen exclaimed, noticing Dr. Xie in a stupor. In a fit of irritation, he kicked Dr. Xie's leg. Remembering the latter's earlier indiscretion, the kick was forceful enough to elicit a wince from Dr. Xie. Oh, yes, young Master Guo. He hurriedly called to the nursing staff to escort Guo Yongfu back to the ward, casting a lingering glance at Su Fei before departing. Outside, Fan Meili and others gathered as they saw Guo Yongfu being wheeled out, following closely to the ward. Su Fei, how did it go? Li Qing approached Su Fei with a question. Su Fei smiled slightly. I took action. What do you think? Li Qing revealed a radiant smile, saying, My mother mentioned that you should come over for a meal sometime. Sounds great. No problem at all, Su Fei readily replied, watching as Li Qing departed with a light-hearted gait. Su Fei, everything all right? Yuing Hao and a few others gathered around. All is well, Su Fei assured them. That's a relief. The way they gazed at Su Fei was akin to observing a curious phenomenon. Ying Hao felt particularly perplexed, finding Su Fei increasingly inscrutable. First it was the medicinal wine, then traditional Chinese medicine. What other secrets did he harbor that remained unknown to him? Su Fei, if you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I would brave any peril for you, Guo Bowen declared, his eyes brimming with gratitude. For years, he had enjoyed a carefree life under his father's protection, indulging in pleasures without a care. When his father suddenly fell ill, he felt as though the sky was collapsing, lost and bewildered. Without Su Fei, he truly would not have known what to do. There is indeed a matter where I require your assistance, Su Fei continued. I have contracted over 120 acres of land in the village, mostly for cultivating medicinal herbs, with a small portion set aside for constructing a factory. Your family is in real estate. Could you recommend a reliable construction team? Consider it done. I'll have them reach out to you shortly, Guo Bowen promised, thumping his chest in assurance. After leaving the hospital, Su Fei accompanied Gu Xiaoqiu and others in a car towards Zhang Yuan building. Guo Bowen, needing to tend to his father, saw them to the hospital entrance before returning. The medicinal wine that Su Fei brought was temporarily stored at Ying Hao's hotel, totaling 20 bottles. Easily divisible among them, 5 bottles each. Initially, Su Fei had no intention of charging them for the wine, but upon their persistent insistence, he conceded and charged them 5,000 per bottle, amounting to 1 million in total. This transaction was much simpler. Su Fei purchased a new phone, linked his bank card, and received the transfer directly on his device. Another million was added to his account, and as he gazed at the balance of 1,900,000, he was overcome with a profound sense of disbelief, reflecting on the arduous toil of his parents, who labored tirelessly for a meager annual income. He felt a stark contrast as he realized he had effortlessly earned 2 million by brewing medicinal wine based on inherited knowledge. To the villagers, such a sum was astronomical, a notion scarcely imaginable. Zhongyuan Building, located at the heart of Qingyuan County, stood as a landmark, sprawling over 8 stories and housing a large supermarket, upscale dining, a cinema, and a fashionable commercial area. From afar, its azure exterior imparted a grand and majestic aura. According to Gu Xiaoqiu, an original stone trading event was scheduled for today. As a jeweler, the allure of raw stones was irresistible. Should they uncover rare jade, a little refinement would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Naturally, upon hearing about the trading event, Su Fei's interest was piqued. Having secured the land, his next step would be to arrange the gathering spirit array, for which jade would be the essential material. Who is it, knocking on my window? Suddenly, a melancholic ringtone reverberated, and Schweben answered the call. Hello, Dad. What is it? He nodded slightly, his expression darkening. All right, I understand. I will return immediately. Is something the matter? Ying Hao inquired, noticing Schweben's somber demeanor after he ended the call. Schweben nodded silently, his brow furrowed tightly, as if contemplating something of great significance. The usually mild-mannered young man, clad in spectacles, now appeared rather gloomy. The others discerned the weight of his expression and surmised that an unfortunate event had transpired. However, respecting his reticence, they refrained from probing further. Here, take this. Su Fei extracted a tissue from the car, his fingertip drawing blood as he inscribed an obscure symbol upon it, akin to a mystical rune. He handed it to Schweben, saying, "It is best to keep it close, in your pocket. Do not lose it." Upon Schweben's phone call, Su Fei had observed a sudden darkening of his aura, a portent of impending misfortune. Thus, he utilized the dual forces of yin and yang, with blood as a conduit, to craft a protective talisman for him. What is this? Schweben asked, perplexed. Su Fei responded, I see you are rather skeptical. Is this a talisman? Ying Hao took the talisman and scrutinized the blood-drawn symbol, feeling an unsettling chill. Some things are better believed than doubted, Su Fei remarked, casting a glance at them. Keep it safe, and remember. Schweben nodded, cautiously folding the talisman and, albeit half convinced, placing it in his pocket before disembarking from the vehicle. Meanwhile, Su Fei, Ying Hao, and Gu Xiaoqiu proceeded to the Zhongyuan building. At the entrance, throngs of people surged with vibrant energy. Luxurious cars frequently arrived, disembarking individuals clad in formal attire, exuding an air of distinction. Clearly, these individuals were gathered for the raw stone trading event. At that moment, a stretched Lincoln slowly came to a halt at the building's entrance. A young man with parted hair alighted, his countenance rather frivolous, a smirk adorning his lips. Accompanying him was an elderly gentleman of remarkable poise, with white eyebrows and beard, donned in a traditional tank suit, puffing on a cigar, his face aglow with vitality. Oh, isn't that Gu Xiao? The young man immediately spotted Gu Xiaoqiu, who stood with Su Fei and Yinghao. A grin spread across his face as he brushed his hair back and jovially remarked, "I heard Donghua Jewelry has been struggling lately, with sales plummeting. TSK, TSK." Upon hearing the young man's unabashed mockery, Gu Xiaoqiu's expression darkened, the smile swiftly dissipating from his face. In the jewelry industry of Nanhai Province, Qifeng Jewelry and Donghua Jewelry were the two largest competitors of comparable strength, resulting in a fierce rivalry between the two. The young man before him was none other than the scion of Qifeng Jewelry, Zhou Ziqian. At the previous Raw Stone Trading Conference, Zhou Ziqian, by some stroke of fortune, uncovered a piece of jadeite adorned with imperial green. This discovery proved monumental, as it led to the creation of exquisite high-end products that immediately captured the market, significantly enhancing the brand's influence and utterly overshadowing Donghua Jewelry. Thus, when the Zhongyuan building announced the upcoming Raw Stone Trading event, Gu Xiaoqiu, upon receiving the news, decided to try his luck. Fortune does not always favor the same individuals. Witnessing Zhou Ziqian's triumphant demeanor stirred feelings of frustration within Gu Xiaoqiu, who pondered why luck had eluded him. "Ha ha ha. I fear I shall disappoint you, for I have brought an expert with me this time." Zhou Ziqian proudly gestured to an elderly man beside him, declaring, "This is none other than the renowned jade expert from the provincial capital, Hubadeo." Hubadeo. Gu Xiaoqiu was taken aback, glancing sharply at the elderly man standing next to Zhou Ziqian, his cigar in hand, exuding an air of arrogance. Though it was their first encounter, Gu Xiaoqiu was well acquainted with Hubadeo's illustrious reputation. In the realm of jade, Hubadeo was a household name, particularly in the sphere of stone gambling, where he had scarcely ever faltered. To have Hubadeo present at this raw stone trading event was a clear indication that Zhou Ziqian had invested heavily, making it all the more challenging for Donghua Jewelry to regain its footing. It felt as though an immense weight had settled upon Gu Xiaoqiu's heart, rendering him even more burdened. Suddenly, Su Fei couldn't suppress a chuckle. "Hubadeo, isn't that just a play on words meaning to speak nonsense? Young man, what are you laughing at?" Hubadeo glared at the young man standing beside Gu Xiaoqiu, his irritation palpable. He was well aware that his name had often been a source of jest prior to his rise to fame, yet there was little he could do about it. After all, it was bestowed upon him by his parents. However, once he achieved prominence in the jade world, such mockery had gradually faded away, and in subsequent years, it had vanished entirely. Now, whenever he was encountered, people treated him with utmost respect, wary of offending him. Therefore, it was particularly galling for him to have a young man audibly laugh at his name in a public setting. His expression soured as he glared at Su Fei. Su Fei felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that laughing at someone's name in such a setting was indeed quite impolite. He quickly offered an apologetic smile to Hubadeo, saying, "My apologies, I couldn't help myself." Observing Su Fei's demeanor, Gu Xiaoqiu and Yinghao struggled to contain their amusement. "Humph." Infuriated, Hubadeo huffed, stroking his beard, and strode into the building. Zhou Ziqian, witnessing a young man dressed like a farmer drive away the esteemed Hubadeo, felt a dark cloud descend upon his countenance. He turned coldly to Gu Xiaoqiu, saying, "I must say, Gu Xiao, you are quite embarrassing. To attend a raw stone trading conference with someone who looks like a peasant? Does he even belong in such an upscale venue?" The organizers had yet to voice any objections. Why was he meddling in matters that did not concern him? Gu Xiaoqiu, undeterred, exchanged a knowing glance with Su Fei and Yinghao, and the trio proceeded into the building. What a spectacle! Once I unveil the exquisite jade, I shall see how you maintain your arrogance. After observing Gu Xiaoqiu and his companions enter, Zhou Ziqian let out a cold snort. He firmly believed that with the assistance of old Hu today, he would undoubtedly achieve remarkable results. Upon entering the grand building, one was greeted by an expansive interior, adorned with glass display cases draped in red cloth, showcasing an array of raw stones of various shapes and sizes. Some were entirely translucent, while others appeared dull and lifeless. Labels beneath the stones indicated their prices. Soon, as the organizers announced the commencement of the raw stone trading event, many individuals eagerly rubbed their hands in anticipation, rushing into the raw stone area. According to Gu Xiaoqiu, these raw stones were excavated from the mines in Myanmar, subsequently evaluated and inspected by a team of experts, who determined which stones had the potential to yield jade before they were purchased. To deduce the condition of the jade within the stones, one must meticulously observe the color and patterns on the stone surface. Historically, it was observed that stones with a bright, luminous exterior had a higher probability of containing jade, although the quality varied greatly. Conversely, those with a rough exterior were unlikely to yield jade, resulting in minimal interest from buyers. Gu Xiaoqiu pointed to a raw stone on the glass display, exclaiming, "This stone exhibits a vibrant hue and clear patterns. It appears promising." Turning to Su Fei and Yi Yinghao, he inquired with a smile, "What do you think? Are you inclined to take a chance? This stone isn't too large, and the price of 27,000 is quite reasonable." "Absolutely," Yi Yinghao chuckled. For him, 2 or 3 tens of thousands of yuan was merely a trifling sum. Whether or not jade was revealed, it would simply be for amusement. He promptly summoned a staff member to facilitate the transaction. Su Fei closed his eyes, activating the yin-yang sacred art within him, causing the dual energies to fill his gaze, and the world around him became strikingly clear. He gently suggested, "Perhaps we should reconsider. This stone might not yield jade." Yi Yinghao patted his shoulder and replied with a grin, "No worries, a little wager adds to the thrill." Seeing this, Su Fei felt it unnecessary to further dissuade him, for this amount of money was indeed insignificant for someone as affluent as Yi Yinghao. "Sir, would you like to have the stone opened on site?" the staff inquired politely. Of course. Shortly thereafter, 2 burly men brought over a cutting machine. Upon seeing the small stone, the craftsman asked, "Shall we cut or polish?" In response, Yi Yinghao looked to Gu Xiaoqiu, as he too was not well versed in this matter. "Be cautious and polish it," Gu Xiaoqiu instructed. The craftsman nodded and began to carefully polish one side of the stone with the machine. Onlookers quickly gathered around, their expressions tense as they watched intently. However, after a short while, it became apparent that no green was emerging, causing Gu Xiaoqiu to harbor doubts. Logically, this should not be the case. "Cut it in half, I wish to see if any color will reveal itself," Yi Yinghao declared resolutely. With a snap, the stone was cleaved open, revealing a grayish-white interior devoid of any green. It turns out to be a worthless stone," the spectators lamented, shaking their heads in disappointment. "I was unnecessarily anxious upon examining this stone's appearance. I had hoped it would yield jade. Alas, it is merely a worthless rock." Gu Xiaoqiu gazed at the neatly polished gray-white surface, feeling utterly embarrassed. Just moments ago, he had been imparting knowledge about raw stones to Yi Yinghao and Su Fei, akin to an expert. He was rather confident that this piece would reveal green jade, allowing him to boast before the two of them, but fate had other plans. He then turned to Su Fei, pondering how he knew that there was no jade within. "We can always search for more," Yi Yinghao reassured, patting Gu Xiaoqiu on the shoulder. Suddenly, laughter erupted as Zhou Ziqian approached. He had been observing from a distance and, upon witnessing their first raw stone turn out to be a dud, could not resist mocking. "Gu Xiaoqiu, you ought to spare us the embarrassment here. You are merely bringing disgrace to our jewelry industry. You." Gu Xiaoqiu clenched his fists in frustration, his face twitching. "If you have the skill, why don't you demonstrate it?" "Of course," Zhou Ziqian retorted with a cold smirk. At that moment, Hu Baidu, stroking his snow-white beard, approached, casting a disdainful glance at Su Fei. Pointing to a stone the size of a head nearby, he declared, "This stone is smooth, fine, and rounded, with a hint of green beneath the surface. It is worth acquiring." "Hu Lao, am I seeing this correctly? He has actually come?" the crowd murmured, recognizing Hu Lao as an expert in this field. Clearly, this stone must contain jade. If Hu Lao endorsed it, it could not be mistaken. With the flattery of those around him, Hu Baidu's demeanor grew even more arrogant. Su Fei and the others redirected their attention to the stone, noting its exceptional quality. The patterns were clear, and its surface was as smooth as a mirror, radiating a vibrant green. Indeed, as Gu Xiaoqiu had previously suggested, the chances of this raw stone yielding jade were exceedingly high. The price of this raw stone was astonishing, reaching 3 million. Yet, Su Fei subtly shook his head, having discerned that the stone held nothing within. Hu Lao's judgment was undoubtedly impeccable. Zhou Ziqian offered a compliment, and as more people gathered around the raw stone, his smile widened. Without revealing his intentions, he discreetly glanced at Gu Xiaoqiu before signaling the staff to proceed with the transaction, followed by the commencement of the stone cutting. This head-sized raw stone, chosen by Hu Lao, naturally attracted countless gazes. As the sound of the cutting machine echoed, the crowd's hearts raced with anticipation, wondering what quality of jade would emerge from Hu Lao's selected stone. Soon, the first cut was made, revealing 2 surfaces as gray and white as a mirror. Witnessing this, the onlookers were taken aback, clearly unprepared for such an outcome from Hu Lao's chosen stone. Zhou Ziqian furrowed his brow, urging, "Continue cutting." The stone cutter resumed his work, and before long, the raw stone was divided into 4 pieces, yet still, no hint of green appeared. At this point, the crowd's expressions turned intriguing. Their gazes toward Hu Baidu now tinged with amusement. "Ha ha ha, Young Master Zhou certainly possesses a wealth that knows no bounds, spending 3 million on mere worthless stones? Gu Xiaoqiu has finally vented his frustrations, and seeing that this raw stone yielded no jade, he felt immense satisfaction. How delightful it was. However, let us not waste them. These stones could serve well for building a house. Humph. Continue cutting. Zhou Ziqian cast a cold glance at him and instructed the stone cutter. At this moment, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Logically speaking, since the stone had been divided into quarters, it was unlikely to yield anything. Yet, witnessing Gu Xiaoqiu's smug expression ignited a deep-seated defiance within him. The sound of the cutting machine echoed once more, yet still, nothing emerged. Cut again, the machine whirred. Ultimately, this raw stone was reduced to a collection of small fragments, all a uniform shade of gray-white. It was evident that Zhou Ziqian's 3 million had gone to waste. Surrounding onlookers murmured in dismay. After all, 3 million is no trifling sum. Alas, although I have never met Old Hu in person, I have heard tales of his remarkable prowess, yet today's encounter has left me feeling utterly embarrassed. Gu Xiaoqiu feigned a sigh and remarked that while imagination is often beautiful, reality is cruel. Hu Baodao truly lives up to his name as a charlatan. Young Master Zhou, do you genuinely believe in him? This provoked a wave of laughter among those present. One could only blame Hu Baodao's reputation, which was too illustrious to bear, for faltering on his first attempt. While such failures are commonplace in the realm of stone gambling, this is Hu Baodao we're speaking of. An authoritative figure in the jade industry, how could he possibly falter? As the saying goes, the higher one stands, the harder one falls. Young man, what did you say? The seemingly refined and ethereal Hu Baodao was infuriated by Gu Xiaoqiu's words, his anger reaching celestial heights. How dare he speak so publicly? Especially when he caught the skeptical gaze of Zhou Ziqian, his fury intensified. He felt his face flush, for it was he who had been paid handsomely for his presence. The reputation he had built over a lifetime was tarnished by a mere few words from this youth. Su Fei also looked at Gu Xiaoqiu in astonishment, not expecting him to be so cutting with his words. Truly, one must see to believe. Meeting him is far less impressive than hearing about him. Gu Xiaoqiu paid no mind to Su Fei's indignation, merely shaking his head in lament. You infuriate me, Hu Baodao exclaimed, dramatically tossing his sleeve, his eyes blazing. In a moment, I shall show you youngsters my true prowess. Just then, Su Fei's expression shifted, and he hurried towards a raw stone. Su Fei extended his hand and gently caressed the rough stone, which was about the size of a head, its surface uneven and jagged, displaying a dark hue. Many passers-by would not spare it a glance, for despite its considerable size, it was priced modestly at 120,000. So, you have your eye on this stone? Yuing Hao inquired. Nodding, Su Fei replied, this stone should yield jade. Surely not? Yu Xiaoqiu remarked, observing the coarse and dull stone. How could such a specimen possibly contain jade? Am I mistaken? A mere farmer dabbling in raw stones? Zhou Ziqian scoffed. For someone like you, a lifetime of toil wouldn't be enough to afford it. How could it be unaffordable? It's merely a paltry sum of over 100,000. Ying Hao retorted, defending his brother Su Fei, who was also his savior. Zhou Ziqian responded with a grin. Even if you can purchase such a stone, do you truly expect it to yield jade? Just because your previous stone was of better quality doesn't mean it wasn't ultimately just a pile of worthless rock. Gu Xiaoqiu mocked, if you lack skill, it's best to remain silent and not spout nonsense. Though Gu Xiaoqiu directed his words at Zhou Ziqian, they inadvertently included Hu Badu as well. At that moment, a crowd gathered, fully aware of the identities of Gu Xiaoqiu and Zhou Ziqian, the two heirs of the largest jewelry firms, clashing in a rare spectacle. Su Fei, if you genuinely desire this stone, I shall pay for it, Ying Hao offered. No need, Su Fei declined, shaking his head. He currently possessed 1,900,000 in his account. After completing the transaction, Su Fei suddenly turned to Gu Xiaoqiu and asked, if the stone is entirely jade, how should it be cut? Gu Xiaoqiu was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, well, it should be polished. Then he regained his composure. Wait, are you suggesting that this raw stone is entirely jade? Indeed, Su Fei smiled. Upon hearing this, Hu Badu laughed derisively, his gaze condescending. You are truly a young bull unafraid of tigers, brazenly making such grand claims. Even I wouldn't dare assert that a raw stone is entirely jade. You are quite audacious. Stop being so fussy, it's a moment, Ying Hao said, his face contorted with disdain. Hu Badu, seething with rage, contemplated leaving, but he was eager to witness how this young man, Su Fei, would inevitably falter. In his extensive experience, such a raw stone could never yield jade. Masters, I appreciate your assistance, Su Fei said. The two stone-cutting masters nodded, feeling a flicker of goodwill towards Su Fei. Generally, those who frequented such places were either wealthy or noble, and it was rare for someone to speak to them with such courtesy. While they occasionally encountered generous patrons after successfully revealing fine jade, it was common to be met with harsh words when the results were disappointing. Carefully controlling the cutting machine, they began to gently grind the surface of the stone. A flurry of white powder erupted, and a hint of green suddenly appeared on the surface of the rough stone. The two stone cutters revealed faint smiles as they had managed to unveil a piece that finally showed green. It's green. It's green. The onlookers could not contain their excitement, voices rising in exhilaration. Stop polishing. Sell me this stone. I'll offer 300,000. A bid was made. Su Fei calmly replied, Masters, continue polishing. Very well. Another round of friction ensued, and the green hue deepened, glowing vibrantly before their eyes, breathtakingly vivid. Is this imperial green? Someone ventured uncertainly. Heavens! This is indeed imperial green. It actually opened up into imperial green. I'll offer 5 million. Don't polish any further. Just sell it to me. Huh. You think 5 million is enough for imperial green? The speaker quickly shifted his tone, turning to Su Fei and declaring, I'll bid 10 million. Hubadu staggered back a few steps, disbelief etched on his face, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. How? How could this possibly yield imperial green? Zhou Ziqian was equally astounded. Shall we continue? The two stone cutters gazed at Su Fei in shock. A rough stone valued at 120,000 had surged to 10 million in such a brief time. It was a profit beyond imagination. At that moment, the most prudent course of action would be to sell swiftly. Otherwise, they risked diminishing its value through further polishing. Continue. Their intentions diverged. He had come to seek quality jade to arrange a spirit-gathering formation in his village. Earlier, he had noticed the stone's interior was entirely emerald green, dazzling to behold, prompting him to approach for further inspection. Upon placing his hand on it, he instantly felt a surge of abundant spiritual energy. Only jade of exceptional quality possessed such dense spiritual essence, while most ordinary jade lacked any spiritual energy altogether. With his unique ability to see the essence of things, Su Fei felt no fear of ruining the rough stone, for he possessed the power to discern the fundamental nature of objects, according to the records of his inheritance. When he mastered the yin-yang sacred art to its pinnacle, the dual energies would flow into his eyes, yin in the left, yang in the right, allowing him to penetrate the realms of yin and yang, seeing through all illusions. It's rising. It's rising. Ah, look at this luster. This is top-grade imperial green. Heavens, I'm about to lose my mind. At that moment, gasps of astonishment erupted once more from the crowd. The cutting machine had revealed a significant portion of the rough stone, now a vibrant expanse of green. The remainder was bound to be equally remarkable. 80 million. I'll take it. Someone eagerly shouted. I'll offer 100 million. When that voice rang out, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Who could have anticipated that a rough stone valued at 120,000 would ultimately command a price of 100 million? Hubadu, hearing this, stumbled slightly. Over the years, he had unveiled many fine jades but had never encountered such a rare imperial green. Su Fei also felt his heart leap at the mention of such a price. The allure was undeniable, yet he maintained an impassive demeanor, showing no inclination to sell. Su Fei, is it possible for you to sell me this stone? I can offer you 120 million, Gu Xiaoqiu inquired. The exquisite imperial green was a treasure he believed could yield a series of premier products for Donghua jewelry, potentially creating a significant stir internationally and allowing them to gain a formidable advantage over Qifeng jewelry. Kid, sell it to me for 150 million, Zhou Ziqian interjected, his expression darkening. Although he was reluctant to acknowledge it, he could not deny that this farmer, whom he had previously looked down upon, had indeed produced a rare and exceptional piece of imperial green. Such a precious variety must not fall into the hands of Donghua jewelry, otherwise they could soar to unprecedented heights, something Qifeng jewelry was determined to prevent. Gu Xiaoqiu cast a scornful glance at Zhou Ziqian and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned to Su Fei, saying, recently, our business has been under significant pressure from Qifeng jewelry, so I can only offer you 130 million at most. Heh. Wanting the top-grade imperial green without the funds? Zhou Ziqian chuckled derisively, glancing at Gu Xiaoqiu before directing his attention back to Su Fei. 150 million. A sum you could never exhaust in several lifetimes. You should hastily sell the top-grade imperial green to me. All right. Su Fei smiled. Upon hearing Su Fei's voice, Zhou Ziqian's expression brightened momentarily, only to darken once more, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Su Fei. Su Fei then addressed Gu Xiaoqiu in that case. I shall sell it to you. Really? That's splendid. Truly a good brother. Gu Xiaoqiu, momentarily taken aback, quickly succumbed to excitement and embraced Su Fei, patting his shoulder vigorously. With this top-grade imperial green, Donghua jewelry can make a complete turnaround. Thank you, my brother. Afterward, he retrieved his phone and dialed his father, requesting him to coordinate with the company's finance department for the transfer to Su Fei, briefly explaining the situation. The voice on the other end seemed equally exhilarated, and after a considerable pause, assured Gu Xiaoqiu that the funds would be transferred immediately. Shortly after hanging up, Su Fei's phone rang. Upon glancing at the amount received, he felt an uncanny sense of unreality, as if in a dream. Kid, are you out of your mind? Zhou Ziqian exclaimed, witnessing the transaction between Su Fei and Gu Xiaoqiu. You refuse 150 million and settle for 130 million? Because I feared you might be speaking nonsense. Su Fei shrugged. The crowd erupted in laughter, realizing that today, Zhou Ziqian and the Hu family had suffered a considerable setback. Not only had their reputation been tarnished, but their greatest competitor had also acquired the top-grade imperial green. In this ebb and flow of fortune, it undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to Qinfeng jewelry. The days ahead would likely be challenging for them. Under Gu Xiaoqiu's direction, the top-grade imperial green was carefully wrapped by the staff and placed into an exquisite wooden box. Su Fei, shall we continue to play a while longer? Or, Gu Xiaoqiu asked. Let's play a little longer. Originally, that exquisite imperial green jade was favored by Su Fei. However, since Gu Xiaoqiu was in dire need of it, he decided to extend a favor. The vast expanse of land he had contracted required a substantial quantity of jade to arrange the spirit-gathering array. Subsequently, Su Fei navigated through various jade stones, occasionally caressing them. Although some of the stones contained jade, their spiritual energy was insufficient, rendering them unworthy of his attention. Nonetheless, he suggested that Yinghao and Gu Xiaoqiu purchase these raw stones. In no time, Yinghao and Gu Xiaoqiu each acquired 5 or 6 raw stones of varying sizes, which remained uncut as Su Fei advised them to wait until the end to avoid complications. At some point, they began to revolve around Su Fei. Zhou Ziqian, following Hu Bidao, searched for quite a while before finally spending 1,500,000 to buy a raw stone, immediately requesting on-site cutting, eager to regain some face. They believed in rising from where they had fallen. As they prepared to cut the stone, a crowd gathered once more, eager to see if this time they could unveil jade. After all, Hu Bidao was renowned, and it was unlikely he would continue to fail. To everyone's astonishment, the stone revealed green. Hu Bidao, indeed, proved his worth, as the jade's luster was transparent, though it could not be compared to the exquisite imperial green. The price has risen. Zhou Xiao, stop cutting. Sell it to me for 2 million. Upon seeing the green emerge, Zhou Ziqian's expression relaxed. However, the offer of 2 million did not satiate his appetite. The green had barely been revealed, and he was certain that further cuts would yield a fortune. Continue cutting. He smiled slightly. Zhou Xiao, I believe it would be prudent to let it go now. At least you won't incur a loss. Otherwise, when it collapses, you won't have time to lament, Su Fei kindly warned. He had discerned that although the stone's quality was good and it had revealed green, it was merely a thin layer. How dare a mere farmer dictate to me? Even if it does collapse, I can afford it. 1,500,000 is not a concern for me, Zhou Ziqian scoffed, confident that the stone would not fail. He commanded, cut it straight down the side. Shaking his head, Su Fei chose silence, realizing that kindness was often misinterpreted. The sound of the cutting machine echoed as it followed Zhou Xiao's instructions and sliced down the side. To their shock, it truly collapsed. Ah, the unpredictability of fate. Thankfully, Zhou Xiao didn't relent earlier. Otherwise, I would have suffered a significant loss on the 2 million I had offered. The individual who had previously proposed 2 million expressed his relief. Zhou Ziqian cast a displeased glance at Hu Bidao before firmly stating, cut it from the middle. The 2 stonecutters nodded in agreement and prepared for another incision. With a decisive thud, the blade fell, revealing nothing but a grayish-white interior beneath that solitary green. It has collapsed. Zhou Xiao has incurred another loss. The authenticity of this elder who has come under scrutiny, as he continues to falter in his endeavors. Doubts regarding Hu Bidao's true identity have begun to surface, and with this utterance, countless gazes converged upon him. Feeling the weight of these piercing stares, Hu Bidao became increasingly uneasy, his heart ablaze with indignation. How dare they question his identity? He felt a deep sense of frustration, having been invited by the Zhou family. He had initially approached the primitive trading event with unwavering confidence, only to find himself repeatedly thwarted. Even more aggravating was the teasing banter from some young individuals, who regarded him with disdain, prompting him to regret his decision to attend. Elder Hu, did you not claim that this raw stone would yield jade? Zhou Ziqian inquired. With a hint of reluctance, Hu Badu gestured towards a fleck of green on the stone, asserting, is this not green? Zhou Ziqian chuckled. Elder Hu, are you jesting? What value does this minuscule green hold? Is it worth my 150,000? It is rumored that you are an expert in the realm of jade, one who never fails in the art of stone gambling. Are you questioning my expertise? Hu Badu's expression darkened. I would never presume to do so. I merely hope you might sharpen your vision, for I would prefer that such errors do not occur, Zhou Ziqian replied, his patience wearing thin, eyes narrowing. After all, we have invested a considerable sum to have you here. In the world of stone gambling, who can guarantee a green yield? I have faith in you, Elder Hu. A sardonic smile played on Zhou Ziqian's lips, tinged with a sense of irony. I trust that our expenditure on you will not be in vain. Then prepare to bid on the Stone King. I have scrutinized that raw stone thoroughly. Its color and texture are of the finest quality, and it will surely yield substantial profits, Hu Badu declared with utmost certainty. The Stone King is the apex of raw stones, featured prominently at every trading event and unanimously recognized by experts as the most promising specimen, subsequently auctioned off by the organizers. Let us hope so. It is imperative that it be so, Zhou Ziqian replied ominously. Noticing the loss of respect in Zhou Ziqian's gaze, Hu Badu turned his head away, refusing to meet his eyes. When the Stone King reveals its exquisite jade, you shall see what words you have left. Meanwhile, Su Fei had been wandering the hall for quite some time, disheartened by the lack of abundant energy in the raw stones. In this vast trading event, there had been but a single exceptional piece, which he had already unearthed and sold to Gu Xiaoqiu. It was not that there were no fine jades to be found. Rather, since Su Fei had unveiled the exquisite imperial green, he found it difficult to regard anything else with the same esteem. Simultaneously, a chorus of gasps erupted from the opposite side of the hall, indicating that someone had unearthed jade. Peng Fei, did you see that? I casually pocketed 550,000. Tell me, how much do you earn as a doctor in a year? Du Kuan's face radiated uncontainable joy. While he took a moment to belittle his companion, Wei Pengfei, the two individuals Su Fei recognized were none other than Du Kuan, whom he had reprimanded a few days prior, and Dr. Wei Pengfei from the Qingyuan County Hospital. Su Fei was taken aback to see them together, with Wei Pengfei standing beside Du Kuan, slightly hunched like a subordinate. Du Kuan was indeed fortunate. He had initially intended to flaunt his wealth of over 100,000 in front of Wei Pengfei, yet serendipity struck as he stumbled upon a quality jade, which was immediately valued at 5,500,000 by an onlooker. Du Kuan, exhilarated by the unexpected fortune, sold it on the spot, his spirits soaring. This spectacle left Wei Pengfei envious, as he toiled throughout the year merely to earn a fraction of that amount. Wei Pengfei hailed from a family engaged in business, albeit on a modest scale. Recently, they had a promising business venture in the works with Tongyuan Trading Company, Limited, and Du Kuan. Being the son of the company's president was the key to fostering a relationship that could facilitate the partnership. This deal was substantial, once secured. It would elevate Wei Pengfei's family business to new heights, ushering in a transformative leap. Indeed, being a doctor is arduous, which is why I sought to learn about stone gambling from you. Brother Cohen, Wei Pengfei flattered, adjusting his glasses, giving him a scholarly appearance. Ha ha, no need for flattery. Being a doctor has its downsides. It's better to pivot early, Du Kuan replied, buoyed by the recent sale. You're quite astute. I appreciate that. Rest assured, I will mention your family's business to my father when I return. Wei Pengfei beamed with delight. Thank you so much, Brother Cohen. However, I heard you've recently found yourself a rather impressive girl. Du Kuan remarked with a mischievous smirk. Taken aback for a moment, Wei Pengfei quickly nodded. Yes, Brother Cohen. A university student just started interning at the hospital. Both her looks and figure are exceptional. If you fancy her, I would gladly present her to you. Wei Pengfei flashed a knowing smile. Rest assured, I haven't had the chance to pursue her yet. From my observations, she seems rather innocent. Du Kuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Excellent, excellent. I also heard there's a beautiful female doctor at your county hospital, a deputy chief physician, whom you've been trying to woo for a year without success. Ah, Brother Cohen, your information is quite astute. Yes, that doctor is named Li Qing. Are you interested in her as well? Wei Pengfei pondered. However, she is not easy to pursue, from my inquiries. Her family is also in business and has significant connections within the hospital, making her a tough nut to crack. Ah, but once in bed, then They can be quite compliant. Du Kuan quipped. Witnessing the two women he had set his sights on being coveted by Du Kuan, Wei Pingfei was overwhelmed with an indescribable sense of discomfort. However, for the sake of his family's business and future, he was compelled to endure the heartache, even if it meant discreetly nudging events in a certain direction when necessary. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the crowd as numerous staff members rushed in from all directions. Mr. Chang, what has happened? An elegantly dressed woman in fishnet stockings hurriedly knelt beside Mr. Chang, her face awash with panic as she looked down at him lying on the ground. He appeared pale, his breath faint, and after a couple of convulsions, he lay still. This was Chang Shou of Tianqing Pharmaceuticals. What could have befallen him? Mr. Chang suffers from a heart condition. He must be having an episode. Quickly, call an ambulance. Many recognized Mr. Chang's identity. After all, he was renowned as the foremost herbal merchant in Qingyuan, known by a considerable number of people. Upon witnessing his distress, they quickly instructed others to summon an ambulance. Yang Mishu, where are Mr. Chang's emergency heart pills? Someone inquired. The woman referred to as Yang Mishu, still in a state of disarray, turned pale and replied, Mr. Chang has had an episode in quite some time, so I haven't prepared any. Oh dear, hurry, let us get him to the hospital. Don't wait for the ambulance, it might be too late. A balding middle-aged man sighed, wishing to say something but realizing that saving a life was paramount. He began instructing those around him to assist in transporting Mr. Chang to the hospital. Wait, I'm Dr. Wei Pingfei from Qingyuan County Hospital. Let me take a look. Having noticed the disturbance, Wei Pingfei quickly approached, urging the crowd to disperse to allow the patient to breathe fresh air. As he examined Chang Shou, Wei's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly placed his fingers beneath Chang Shou's nose. After a tense moment, he withdrew his hand. A look of sorrow etched on his face as he declared, the patient has lost his heartbeat. Respiration has ceased. He is deceased. What? The crowd gasped in horror, the revelation creating an uproar. Chang Shou, the foremost herbal merchant in Qingyuan, has died? Eyes darted from one person to another, reflecting disbelief. It's impossible. Old Chang was in good health. Even if he had an episode, he couldn't have succumbed this quickly. The balding man, filled with incredulity, glared at Wei Pingfei, his eyes brimming with anger. If you don't know what you're talking about, then stop babbling nonsense. If anything happens to old Chang, you'll be held responsible. I am a doctor. Would I speak frivolously? Wei retorted. Achoo. Suddenly, Hu Baidu let out a loud sneeze, inadvertently spraying saliva onto Zhou Ziqian, who blinked in surprise. Is someone cursing me? The patient's vital signs have entirely vanished. Even a fool can see that he is unequivocally deceased, Wei Pingfei asserted, his voice rising in frustration. What did you say? Repeat that. The bald man, incensed, pointed a finger at Wei Pingfei, ready to strike. He and Chang Shou have been partners for many years, and throughout this time, their collaboration has been remarkably smooth, devoid of any conflict. They have developed a deep camaraderie, often sharing tea and engaging in conversation. Today's raw stone trading event is precisely why he summoned Chang Shou. There is still hope for this person. Su Fei approached from the side, focusing intently on Chang Shou, who was already cradled in Yang Mishu's arms, and remarked, the patient is merely in a temporary state of shock, with extremely weak vital signs. Without careful observation, it would be difficult to perceive. What do you mean? Are you questioning my diligence as a professional physician? Wei Pingfei, upon seeing Su Fei, felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if they had crossed paths before, yet he could not place it. Shaking his head, he decided to dismiss the thought and address Su Fei. Who are you? Do you understand that you must take responsibility for your words? Su Fei, you truly are relentless, Du Kuan said darkly. Recalling the humiliation he had suffered the last time he encountered Su Fei, his teeth ground together in frustration. Su Fei? The mention of this name struck Wei Pingfei with increasing familiarity. Suddenly, his brows furrowed in recognition. Su Fei, it's you. In an instant, he remembered that it was Su Fei who had, using his acupuncture skills, saved Su Mingshan from amputation at the county hospital, delivering a metaphorical slap to Wei Pingfei's face. Most importantly, the goddess he had long pursued, Li Qing, had invited this very man to her home to treat her mother. Wei Pingfei, who had always looked down on Su Fei, now felt an intensified discomfort. How could a mere farmer receive such an invitation from the goddess? He could not believe that Su Fei could cure her mother's ailment. Who knew what could transpire between them at home? The thought made him nearly lose his composure. At this moment, Su Fei had no time to entertain the two. Chang Shou's condition was critical. Failure to provide timely treatment could lead to a grim outcome. Lay him flat on the ground, Su Fei instructed. He cast a fleeting glance at Yang Mishu. Although her attire was enticing, he had no inclination to dwell on it. As a former blood dragon with the blood of many on his hands, he considered himself no saint. However, such a situation could not be overlooked. Compassionate towards the lives of all beings and striving for justice in this world, he remained steadfast in the teachings he had inherited. Yang Mishu turned her gaze toward the bald man, seeking his approval. As Chang Shou's personal assistant, she was well aware of the deep bond between him and Chang. Though not brothers by blood, they were as close as kin. With Chang now unconscious, her allegiance lay with the bald man. Quickly step aside. We must go to the hospital, the bald man huffed coldly, clearly skeptical of Su Fei's intentions. Before you even reach the hospital, he may be gone. If you wish for him to survive, follow my instructions, Su Fei replied calmly. In less than 10 minutes, I can bring him back to consciousness. The balding man was not foolish. After all, the distance to the hospital was considerable, and the current condition of Chang Shou was quite precarious, verging on critical. At that moment, his face had turned as pale as a blank sheet of paper, and his body temperature was gradually fading. All right, I will trust you this once. I hope you truly possess the necessary skills, the balding man gritted his teeth. With no alternatives left, he had to allow the seemingly ordinary young man before him to attempt a remedy. Meanwhile, Su Fei had already begun his actions, paying little heed to the balding man. Chang Shou had fallen into a state of shock. If immediate measures were not taken, he would indeed be lost to consciousness. First, Su Fei took Chang Shou's pulse to assess his condition. Although he had previously garnered a fair understanding, the complexities of the human body warranted caution. The heartbeat was faint, a clear indication of its frailty, with occasional lapses, explaining why Wei Pengfei had been oblivious. At that moment, Chang Shou's hands and feet were cold, and his complexion was alarmingly pale. Time was of the essence. Su Fei swiftly retrieved silver needles, his hands moving with the swiftness of the wind. As each needle accurately struck the critical acupoints on Chang Shou's chest, head, and abdomen, the sequence flowed seamlessly, demonstrating his mastery of the 9 extremes needling technique. The crowd, wide-eyed and silent, held their breath, the vast hall enveloped in an eerie stillness where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Surely you do not believe that your acupuncture is infallible? This person is already beyond saving. What do you expect to accomplish? Wei Pengfei remarked, witnessing Su Fei's needlework reminiscent of their previous encounter. The deceased take precedence. Do you not think your actions are inappropriate? The most pressing matter now is to contact the patient's family and prepare for the inevitable. With a swift motion, the balding man delivered a sharp slap. If you keep babbling nonsense, I swear I will end you. Unable to contain his frustration, he had worked alongside Chang Shou for many years in the realm of medicinal herbs, thus possessing a discerning eye. Observing Su Fei's graceful and fluid movements, he was convinced that this was no charlatan. As the needles continued to descend, a noticeable change appeared on Chang Shou's face, a hint of color returning, and his breathing began to manifest once more. Yet the self-proclaimed county hospital doctor incessantly insisted that the man was dead and urged preparations for the aftermath. The balding man nearly succumbed to exasperation. Gently, Su Fei flicked the silver needle, and as the needle tip vibrated, a surge of vital energy flowed into Chang Shou's body. In no time, Chang Shou's eyelids fluttered, and he opened his eyes. Lao Yu? Lao Yu was the balding man. It turned out that the two had been examining a piece of raw stone together, and when it revealed a green hue, Chang Shou had become so agitated that he lost consciousness. Upon seeing Chang Shou awaken, Lao Yu grasped his hand tightly, exhilarated. Lao Chang, you are finally awake. Just a moment ago, my head was spinning, and I was utterly oblivious. Indeed, Chang Shou replied. Ah, your heart condition has recurred, and you seem unaware that the medicine is with Miss Mi. Lao Yu's voice carried a hint of reproach. Beside him, young Mishu lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and softly murmured, Mr. Chang, I apologize. I will ensure to carry the medicine with me from now on. Her voice was melodious, resonating with a sweet softness, further accentuated by her mature charm, which was undeniably alluring. It is not your fault. I was careless. I had not suffered from this ailment for quite some time, so I let my guard down, Chang Shou consoled, gently patting her hand without drawing attention. Ahem. Lao Yu pretended to cough, signaling to Chang Shou the need for discretion in such a public setting. He then shifted the topic. Old Chang, your revival today is thanks to this young man. Lao Yu cast a soft glance at Su Fei, his demeanor transforming. Young man, thank you. Are you a doctor? Following Lao Yu's gaze, Chang Shou noticed a young man removing silver needles from his body and promptly expressed his gratitude, inquiring, It has been quite some time since I last experienced this condition. What could have caused this sudden episode today? I would consider myself a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. During my time in the military, I learned from an esteemed old doctor. Su Fei replied with a smile. Mr. Chong, there is no need for excessive concern. Your condition arose from heightened emotional stress, compounded by the crowded environment, which hindered your breathing and led to a temporary state of shock. Upon hearing Su Fei's words, Chang Shou seemed to recall something and turned to Lao Yu, asking, "Has the stone been unwrapped?" Alas, Lao Yu sighed with a wry smile. "Then this episode of mine feels rather trivial," Chang Shou lamented. "Mr. Chong, gambling with stones carries its risks. It is better approached with a spirit of entertainment rather than seriousness," Su Fei advised. Chang Shou nodded in agreement. The young man speaks wisely. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chang Shou, the owner of Tianqing Pharmaceuticals. If you ever require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I am Su Fei, a farmer," Su Fei stated with a smile. Uft. Wei Pengfei could not suppress a laugh. Initially astonished by Su Fei's acupuncture skills, he felt a surge of superiority upon hearing him declare his humble occupation, a farmer. Farmers are merely those who toil in the dirt, performing menial tasks. They are, in essence, the slaves of city dwellers. Wei Pengfei scoffed, eager to regain some stature after Su Fei's impressive display. Upon hearing this, Su Fei's expression darkened. He was born and raised in the countryside, a true farmer. He understood farmers well. They were ordinary and sincere individuals, devoid of the deceit and intrigue that often characterized city life. He takes great pride in his identity as a farmer and feels fortunate to embrace this role. Upon witnessing Wei Pengfei belittling farmers so disdainfully, even going so far as to associate them with the term slave, he could not contain his fury. "How dare you speak like that?" Old Yu exclaimed, delivering a swift slap to Wei Pengfei's face, decisively avenging Su Fei's grievances. That scoundrel truly deserved a reprimand. You, Wei Pengfei stammered, pointing at Old Yu, unable to articulate a coherent retort. Behind Old Yu stood two robust men clad in black, their thick brows and bulging muscles intimidating, their unwavering gaze causing Wei Pengfei to feel a chill run down his spine. "Kuan Gu, I implore you to intervene." In desperation, Wei Pengfei turned to Du Kuan for assistance, recalling how he had previously expressed admiration for his attractive intern. Surely he would not abandon him now. After a moment of hesitation, Du Kuan, noticing Su Fei observing him with a bemused expression, delivered a resounding slap to Wei Pengfei, exclaiming, "You deserve this. The hard work of farmers provides us with sustenance. What we eat and drink is all thanks to their noble contributions." The audience was taken aback, astonished that the esteemed Du Shao could utter such words. Little did they know, Du Kuan himself bore unspoken burdens, having recently suffered the consequences of similar disdain. At that moment, the wail of sirens echoed as an ambulance arrived tardily. However, Chang Shou, encouraged by Old Yu and the others, boarded the ambulance, preparing to undergo further examination at the hospital. Before departing, he grasped Su Fei's hand in gratitude, requesting his phone number. Su Fei candidly assured him that this ailment could indeed be eradicated and encouraged him to call when he had the opportunity. With those words spoken, belief or skepticism was left to Chang Shou's discretion. In truth, Su Fei harbored ulterior motives. Chang Shou was the largest herbal merchant in Qingyuan, specializing in traditional Chinese medicine. Su Fei was in dire need of a 500-year-old wild ginseng to advance to the second tier of the yin-yang sacred art. It seemed that only Chang Shou could procure such a rare find. "Ladies and gentlemen," a male and female voice resonated suddenly in the hall, capturing everyone's attention. Excitement surged among the crowd, for they knew the true gem of the evening was about to make an entrance. Without further ado, let us welcome our protagonist for today, the Stone King. The host appeared exhilarated, drawing out the last syllable dramatically. As his words faded, the prearranged speakers erupted with vibrant sound, and accompanied by pulsating music, 7 youthful, flamboyantly dressed young women entered the hall, performing a spirited and sultry dance. Most attendees of the raw stone trading event were affluent individuals, their faces adorned with lewd smiles as they fixated their gaze upon the 7 young dancers before them. The young maidens adorned in short sleeves and shorts perfectly showcased their slender and alluring figures, their movements pulsating with energy, as if their chests might burst forth in exuberance. However, the splendid scene was short-lived. As the music came to an abrupt halt, the 7 youthful girls gradually departed, for today's spotlight did not belong to them. In their stead, a woman clad in a qipao gracefully approached, her long hair elegantly swept up, exuding an air of professionalism with a serene smile. The crowd's attention shifted towards this woman, who was accompanied by a forklift bearing a raw stone the size of a water tank. The poised and classical figure stood there, commanding the room with her breathtaking beauty. Her fair skin resembled exquisite jade, and the fitted chi pao accentuated her curvaceous silhouette flawlessly. Men hesitated to approach her, while women instinctively lowered their gazes, feeling a sense of inferiority. She appeared to be in her late 20s. A paragon of perfection whose presence eclipsed even the Stone King. It was none other than Zhang Yushi, renowned for her ethereal grace. Soon, some in the crowd recognized her identity. Zhang Yushi, lauded as the most beautiful woman in Qingyuan, surpassed others in beauty, elegance, and status, with admirers plentiful enough to encircle the city. Once an ordinary employee at a cosmetics company, she had, through sheer determination, built her own empire, establishing a cosmetics firm that exclusively represented globally renowned brands, boasting over 100 stores in Qingyuan. Such a remarkable woman naturally attracted numerous rumors. Whispers suggested she had a benefactor whose influence propelled her to her current heights. Others claimed she bore a child for a wealthy scion, securing substantial resources in the process. Many understood that the organizers were well aware of Zhang Yushi's clout and her esteemed position in the hearts of men, which is why they invited her to the raw stone auction as the auctioneer. With her presence, the contest for the Stone King promised to be nothing short of exhilarating. Returning to the raw stone, a red ribbon was tied around it, adorned with a celebratory bell. Ladies and gentlemen, this Stone King has been identified by our expert team as the most promising raw stone, excelling in color, pattern, and smoothness. As you're all aware, our protocol dictates that the most promising raw stone will be auctioned, with a starting bid of 5 million. The hall, having previously buzzed with excitement, fell into a hushed silence. Though her voice was soft, the classical woman's words resonated in the ears of every attendee. 5,500,000. With her declaration, bids began to rise from the crowd. 6 million. Came a call, followed swiftly by another. I bid 8 million. In this gathering, the majority were men. And upon catching sight of Zhang Yushi, who resembled a celestial being from a painting, they seemed almost deranged, their rationality nearly evaporating. All they yearned for was to present themselves before the goddess, even if it was merely for her to cast a glance in their direction. Consequently, many began to fervently bid against one another. Su Fei glanced at Gu Xiaoqiu and Ying Hao beside him, noting their equally fervent and exhilarated expressions. He couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. The allure of beauty was undeniably potent. The organizer's strategy was indeed remarkable. The initial allure of the Stone King was already sufficient, but with Zhang Yushi's presence, it undoubtedly ignited the fervor among the men even further. Witnessing this scene, the organizer must have been overjoyed. This Stone King, I must acquire it. Upon seeing Zhang Yushi, a flicker of fervor ignited in Zhou Zichen's eyes as he raised his hand and declared, I bid 15 million. 20 million. Su Fei countered. Noticing Su Fei's bid, Zhou Zichen's expression darkened as he raised his hand once more. 30 million. 40 million. Su Fei responded, his demeanor calm and composed. All eyes shifted to the two of them, as they incrementally raised their bids, clearly indicating that a rivalry had ensued. Su Fei, do you have confidence in this? Gu Xiaoqiu and Ying Hao exchanged uncertain glances at Su Fei. If it reaches 50 million, I will concede, Su Fei replied. As expected, Zhou Zichen gritted his teeth and raised the price to 50 million. After Zhang Yushi inquired 3 times, she finally confirmed the deal. And the Stone King was successfully acquired by Zhou Zichen. It is worth noting that a piece of raw stone fetching 50 million is already an exorbitant price. Although the expert team had asserted that there was a significant chance of it yielding green jade, they could not offer a definitive guarantee. Should this raw stone defy expectations, that 50 million would indeed be a wasted investment. Su Fei, why didn't you continue bidding? Even the experts and old who have high hopes for this Stone King. Ying Hao remarked, knowing that Su Fei had sufficient funds to contest Zhou Zichen further. Previously, Yu Xiaoqiu had allocated a staggering 130 million for that exquisite imperial green. In response, Su Fei shook his head. While this stone is sizable, I estimate its value to be around this amount. Zhou Zichen took a stone pin, drew a line on the Stone King, which was the size of a water tank, and then called upon the stone cutter to commence the unveiling. The attention on the Stone King was undeniably intense, as nearly everyone in the hall fixated on this moment, eager to witness what jade would emerge from it. With a whirring sound, the large cutting machine made its entrance, beginning to unveil the Stone King. As white powder swirled about, strands of green gradually revealed themselves to the audience. It's green! It's green! The crowd exclaimed, yet others remarked. So what if the Stone King shows green? Everyone remained fixated on the transformation of the raw stone, their eyes unblinking, even more anxious than Zhou Ziqian. The very party involved. Zhou Ziqian's gaze was heavy, fixated intently on the Stone King. He had invested a staggering 50 million in hopes of capturing it, harboring aspirations of unearthing a jade of superior quality to Su Fei's exquisite imperial green. Otherwise, the future of Qingfeng jewelry would likely be fraught with difficulties. In contrast, Hubeidu appeared far more at ease. Having personally observed the Stone King from behind the scenes, he possessed unwavering confidence and felt no trepidation regarding its outcome. Soon, the cutting machine made its incision, revealing a vibrant green jade on one side and a dull grayish-white on the other. It was a disaster. The Grand Stone King yielded only half of its expected green. Zhou Ziqian suffered a tremendous loss, failing to even recoup his initial investment. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, as they had not anticipated such a disheartening result. Their gazes towards Zhou Ziqian brimmed with sympathy and pity, tinged with regret. Hu Lao opened his mouth, intending to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. At such a moment, any utterance felt utterly inadequate. Zhou Ziqian's expression darkened, as if he could weep. Hu Lao? His voice was raspy, his chest heaving violently as he processed the sight before him. His eyes bore into Hubeidu's with an intense, unblinking stare. I require an explanation. What explanation could I possibly provide? Hubeidu, equally agitated, retorted sharply. You must understand. I merely offered a reference analysis. The decision remains yours. The Stone King did indeed reveal green, albeit not to the anticipated extent. What does that have to do with me? At that moment, another section of the crowd erupted in excitement, with some individuals shouting animatedly. It's green! It's green! Wow, it's green again, it's rising. Others chimed in, this one too, it's green. Unbeknownst to them, while their focus was fixated on the Stone King, Su Fei had already discerned its true nature and was fully aware of the outcome. Thus, he showed little interest in continuing to observe. Instead, he took Yinghao and Gu Xiaoqiu to explore other valuable raw stones. This time, Su Fei lowered his demands significantly, investing over 10 million to acquire 12 pieces of raw stone. He and his companions commenced the unearthing process, which was quite a spectacle. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Su Fei instructed the stone cutter to slice his raw stones into small fragments. Most importantly, each piece yielded vibrant green jade, glistening with a rich emerald hue, captivating the hearts of all present. As they beheld so many pieces of jade being cut into smaller sections, the crowd winced, realizing how extravagantly he was spending. You can't possibly play like this, even with money. Meanwhile, Yinghao sold all the jade pieces cut from the stones for a staggering 26 million to Gu Xiaoqiu. Having previously acquired the exquisite imperial jade from Su Fei, his father was profoundly impressed and consequently granted him unrestricted access. Henceforth, whenever he encountered exceptional materials, he could directly contact the company's financial department for transactions without seeking prior approval. Yinghao's smile was wide and unrestrained, having invested merely a few million. He had astonishingly reaped over 20 million. The ease with which this fortune was amassed was truly remarkable. Gu Xiaoqiu purchased all of Yinghao's jade, then turned to Su Fei with a hint of lingering desire. You needn't concern yourself with these. I have further plans for them. Su Fei requested 2 burlap sacks from the staff and hurriedly began to fill them with the fragmented jade pieces, unwilling to part with these remaining stones, as he intended to utilize them for arranging a spirit-gathering formation. Under his diligent efforts, the majority of the valuable materials in the hall had been acquired, leaving behind only those that promised little worth. Ha ha, Gu Xiaoqiu chuckled nonchalantly. You've squandered such fine jade. I have no interest in it. Licking his lips, he reflected on the tremendous profits they had all made that day, which were entirely attributable to Su Fei. It was as if he possessed a unique ability. Every raw stone he selected was invariably of exceptional quality. This left them astonished and increasingly convinced of Su Fei's enigmatic nature, which was far from the ordinary fade he presented, rendering them somewhat perplexed. Not far away, Zhou Ziqian observed Su Fei and his companions acquiring such an abundance of jade, and a sense of imbalance stirred within him. Why should he, having spent such a substantial sum and benefited from Master Hu's guidance, fail to recoup his investment? Meanwhile, these individuals were flourishing. An indomitable fire of jealousy ignited within him. Let us depart. Su Fei, having thoroughly scavenged the hall for valuable materials, found little enjoyment in lingering any longer, and thus the trio exited the hall. Upon leaving the Zhongyuan building, Gu Xiaoqiu eagerly departed, while the 2 burlap sacks of jade belonging to Su Fei were loaded onto a truck he had summoned, destined for Shanshui village by the next day at the latest. Accompanied by Ying Hao, Su Fei arrived at the Qingyuan International Hotel, where he bid farewell and rode away on a tricycle. Earlier, at the county hospital, Li Qing had mentioned that her mother had invited him to dinner. Having accepted, he felt obliged to attend, and it provided an opportunity to check on Meng Shuzhen's recovery. As he navigated the streets of the county on his tricycle, Su Fei's spirits soared, his thoughts wandering to the future development of his village. Before long, he arrived at the Li family villa. Gazing at the resplendent and magnificent residence, he couldn't help but compare it to his modest home, and he silently resolved that he would ensure his parents and younger sister would one day reside in a grand house. "Is that you, Xiao Fei?" Li Aigua, seated in the courtyard reading a newspaper, spotted Su Fei immediately and greeted him with warmth, swiftly approaching and clasping his hand. Come in, come in." Entering the villa's grand hall, Su Fei sensed the absence of any malevolent energy, which put his mind at ease. The sinister aura within this abode, having developed over millennia, was indeed potent. Otherwise, it could not have birthed a spirit like Xiao Qian. Due to his current state being at the first level of the yin-yang sacred art, he is unable to completely eradicate the sinister energy in this location. Instead, he must opt to seal it for the time being, planning to eliminate this potential threat once his strength has increased in the future. "Shuzhen, look who has arrived," Li Aigua called out with a smile. Hearing his voice, Meng Shuzhen, who was busy in the kitchen, emerged. She was clad in an apron, her complexion rosy, and her spirits appeared quite high. "Xu Fei, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, I might never have seen your uncle and Qing'er in my lifetime," Meng Shuzhen said, her eyes brimming with tears as she grasped Xu Fei's hand, her voice quivering towards the end. "Please, it's nothing, Aunt Meng. This is what I ought to do. Dr. Li has previously assisted my parents as well." Xu Fei responded with a smile. "Goodness, look at you. Why are you crying on such a joyous occasion?" Meng Shuzhen wiped her tears away. "Xu Fei, let me see how your uncle is doing," Li Aigua said. Xu Fei nodded and took Meng Shuzhen's pulse. After a prolonged moment, he released her hand and smiled. "Aunt Meng's health has improved beyond my expectations. She is no longer in any danger. As long as she avoids overexertion and takes care to rest, all will be well." Upon hearing this, Li Aigua's family breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Shuzhen smiled and said, "Xu Fei, sit with your Uncle Li for a while. Dinner will be ready shortly, and you must savor Annie's cooking." With that, she returned to the kitchen. "Uncle Li, where is Dr. Li?" Xu Fei glanced around, but did not see Li Qing's figure. It was already dinner time. Could she be working overtime at the hospital? Li Aigua chuckled silently, gesturing for him to look towards the stairs. There, clad in casual white attire, Li Qing descended, exuding a lively aura. Far removed from the stern demeanor she bore in her Dr.'s coat at the hospital. "Xu Fei, you're here." Upon seeing Xu Fei, Li Qing beamed with joy. She promptly sat beside Li Aigua and affectionately wrapped her arm around his, turning to Xu Fei with a hint of apprehension. "Xu Fei, thanks to you being at the hospital today, we might have avoided a medical dispute." With a chuckle, Xu Fei replied, "The young master of the Guo family is my friend." "I see." Li Qing nodded knowingly. However, upon hearing this, Li Aigua felt a jolt of surprise. His daughter had already recounted some of the day's events at the hospital, leaving him deeply impressed by Xu Fei's remarkable medical skills and the fact that he knew the young master of the Guo family. It is worth noting that the Guo family's real estate business had flourished in the provincial capital, and Guo Bowen, the young master, was notorious for his debauchery, showing little regard for anyone outside his circle. Yet here was Xu Fei, dressed in a manner that suggested a humble farmer. How could he possibly befriend the Guo family's scion? It seemed this young man was far more complex than he appeared, much like his mastery of traditional Chinese medicine. "By the way, Dr. Li, how's your health?" Xu Fei suddenly inquired, sensing a lull in the atmosphere, only to regret his words as soon as they left his lips. Li Qing's charming face flushed instantaneously, and she shot a reproachful glance at Xu Fei. How could this fellow be so unrestrained in front of her father? Such remarks were utterly inappropriate. Li Aigua glanced at his bashful daughter, and then at Xu Fei, chuckling as he said, "Xiao Fei, there's no need to address me as Dr. Li so formally. It feels rather distant. Just call her Qing'er. That feels much more intimate. Hee. You young folks chat away. I shall retreat to the kitchen to assist your mother with dinner." With a beaming smile, Li Aigua departed. Once he left, an awkward silence enveloped Xu Fei and Li Qing, both uncertain of what to say. Just as Xu Fei contemplated breaking the ice, the doorbell of the villa chimed. "Coming." Li Qing's face burned as she dashed to the door. Qiu Tianrui? Her expression shifted abruptly. She had not anticipated this visitor. Frowning slightly, she coolly inquired, "Do you need something?" Before her stood a tall young man, robustly built and clad in a striking blue suit, exuding an air of virility. Upon spotting Li Qing, he flashed a self-satisfied smile, then produced a beautifully wrapped bouquet from behind him. "Qing'er, this is for you." Qiu Tianrui's voice was rich and magnetic, his demeanor undeniably gentlemanly. "Please, refrain from such affectionate addresses to avoid misunderstandings." Li Qing took a step back, making no move to accept the flowers, and turned to enter the villa's hall. She found Qiu Tianrui genuinely exasperating. His father, Qiu Mingde, was the chairman of Tianlong Entertainment, a powerful figure with numerous establishments under his purview. Most importantly, the Qiu and Li families shared a long-standing friendship. At a recent gathering, Qiu Tianrui, freshly graduated and back from abroad, had immediately taken a liking to Li Qing and had since pursued her relentlessly, surpassing even Wei Pingfei in tenacity. Noticing that Li Qing had not accepted the flowers, Qiu Tianrui remained unfazed, casually stepping into the villa. As he placed the flowers in a vase, he spotted a young man seated on the sofa and paused momentarily before politely asking, "And who might this gentleman be?" Su Fei replied, rising to nod in acknowledgement. Qiu Tianrui just returned from Bridge University in the United States. He extended his hand for a brief shake, scrutinizing Su Fei with a flicker of disdain in his eyes, yet he maintained a congenial facade. "The domestic landscape is flourishing splendidly, and I am confident that my capabilities will allow me to achieve great things. Might I inquire where this esteemed brother, Su Fei, is currently employed?" Su Fei internally scoffed. Was he attempting to flaunt his superiority? Yet, he was indifferent to Qiu Tianrui's bravado, recognizing that their paths did not truly intersect. "I wouldn't say I'm employed. I'm merely a farmer, having recently returned from the military." "A farmer?" Qiu Tianrui nearly burst into laughter, but quickly composed himself, replying, "Then may I inquire what brings this esteemed farmer here?" No matter how he attempted to display his composure, it could not conceal the disdain evident in his eyes. Su Fei noticed everything. It appeared that this suitor of Li Qing was rather arrogant. "He is invited by my mother. Do you have any objections?" Without waiting for Su Fei's response, Li Qing retorted rather ungraciously. Her gaze towards Qiu Tianrui was equally unfriendly. "He had intruded without invitation and questioned the guests of my family," his words replete with an ostentatious display of his privileged status. "Your mother invited him?" Qiu Tianrui's voice bore a hint of surprise, followed by astonishment. "Is Aunt Ming all right?" At that moment, Li Aigua, hearing the commotion outside, emerged from the kitchen. "Ah, Tianrui has arrived. Hello, Uncle Li." Qiu Tianrui politely inclined his body slightly. Li Aigua waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. Please take a seat. Young people should engage in conversation. Dinner will be ready shortly, and do stay for a meal." "Then I shall not be polite," Qiu Tianrui replied with a smile. Nodding, Li Aigua returned to the kitchen with a jovial demeanor. "Qing'er, why didn't you inform me that Aunt Ming is well? I could have prepared a gift before coming." Qiu Tianrui remarked, his tone tinged with reproach. "I have mentioned before, call me Li Qing." She emphasized the last 4 words heavily. "Moreover, my mother does not require any gifts. There is no need to be so distant. After all, our families have been acquainted for generations. Has time not revealed my feelings for you?" Qiu Tianrui said earnestly. "Qing'er, I have vowed that in this lifetime, I shall marry no one but you. Will you not grant me a chance? I am confident that I can bring you happiness. I have already made it clear that I harbor no feelings for you. It is impossible for me to accept your proposal, so you should abandon this notion." Li Qing responded coolly. "Feelings can develop over time. I will make you gradually fall in love with me." Suddenly, Qiu Tianrui knelt down, producing a dazzling diamond ring from his pocket, a tender expression gracing his face. "Qing'er, I love you. Will you marry me? Allow me to care for you, cherish you, and protect you. Let me be your most steadfast and reliable harbor. Whether you are weary from work or feeling wronged, you can rest your head on my shoulder and share your burdens. I wish to be your most devoted listener." Upon hearing these words, Su Fei was overwhelmed with goosebumps. What had started as a simple visit had transformed into a scene of confession. To his astonishment, this seemingly gentlemanly Qiu Tianrui could utter such sentimental words. If he were a woman, the sight of such a splendid diamond ring and those tender declarations would likely leave her utterly enchanted, accepting immediately. "You." Li Qing stood frozen, clearly taken aback by Qiu Tianrui's unexpected declaration. Had it been any other girl, she might have been deeply moved. Yet, She felt no stirrings of emotion within herself. Instead, she instinctively glanced at Su Fei's expression, as if fearful of his reaction. "I'm sorry, but I already have a boyfriend." Li Qing boldly approached Su Fei's side and naturally entwined her arm with his. This action left both Su Fei and Qiu Tianrui momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, Su Fei grasped the situation. Li Qing was using him as a shield. He slightly turned his head and whispered into her ear, with such admirable qualities. "Do you really need to use me as a cover?" Little did he know the thoughts that occupied Li Qing's mind. His unfamiliarity with Qiu Tianrui did not imply that she was unaware of him. Since Qiu Tianrui's return to the country, he had seemingly liberated himself, maintaining a facade of seriousness and gentlemanly demeanor while secretly frequenting the bustling nightclubs of Qingyuan, entangled with numerous nightclub hostesses, cycling through a parade of women. Aware of such a libertine nature, Li Qing, not being foolish, would certainly not consent to him. With Su Fei present, she seized the opportunity. If she could dissuade the bothersome Qiu Tianrui, it would be worth it. As she felt the distinct masculine aura emanating from Su Fei, her ears flushed crimson, and she shot him a fierce glance. However, to Qiu Tianrui, this scene appeared as flirtation, prompting him to exclaim in anger, "Impossible, Qing. I cannot believe you would date a peasant. You are a wealthy heiress. How could you possibly be attracted to someone so lowly?" Su Fei's expression darkened. He thought to himself, "What right do you have to look down on farmers?" He tightened his embrace around Li Qing's slender waist, her skin smooth and soft, stirring a sense of yearning within him, and then provocatively glanced at Qiu Tianrui. "Do you have any objections?" Li Qing felt somewhat uneasy. Shifting her body and casting a flushed glance at Su Fei, her entire being succumbing to a wave of weakness. This was the first time in her life that a young man had held her like this, electrifying her with a sense of vulnerability while simultaneously enveloping her in a profound sense of security. One must possess self-awareness. There are individuals beyond the reach of a mere farmer. Qiu Tianrui ominously stated, "As long as you can find your way back, I can offer you some compensation." "Is that so?" Su Fei inquired. "What sort of compensation?" "You may name your price." Su Fei smiled faintly. "I never place a price on women. She has already made her refusal clear. I advise you not to cling to her like a stubborn adhesive. Kid, words bear responsibility. Be cautious as night falls and the roads become treacherous." Qiu Tianrui narrowed his eyes, his previous warmth replaced by a sinister demeanor. "I stay here every night. I'm not one to travel under the dark." As he spoke, Su Fei affectionately glanced at Li Qing and playfully ruffled her hair. "You think you can threaten me? Do you take me for a sickly cat?" Witnessing this, Qiu Tianrui felt as if his chest were about to burst. The girl he admired was being embraced by a contemptible farmer. It seemed that this was not her first stay here. "Shameless, Li Qing. You will regret this. What happiness can there be with a wretched farmer?" Qiu Tianrui exclaimed in exasperation. "I am willing." Li Qing cast him a fleeting glance and spoke with a hint of indifference. Su Fei, however, wore a somber expression. This individual, with his incessant derogatory references to lowly farmers, despite his outward appearance, had a foul mouth that warranted severe retribution for such insults. Qiu Tianrui, panting heavily, turned to Su Fei with a fierce glare, declaring, "Su Fei, I challenge you. If you possess even a semblance of manhood, accept it without hesitation. Should you emerge victorious, I shall cease my pursuit of Qing'er. If you lose, you must swiftly depart from my presence. Su Fei is a guest in my home. Do not overstep your bounds." Qiu Tianrui, Li Qing retorted, her face flushed with anger. She tugged at Su Fei's sleeve and whispered, "Do not engage him. He has won a championship in Sanda in the United States." Su Fei, slightly taken aback, mused, "A Sanda champion? I hope he does not disappoint me." "I accept," he proclaimed. Li Qing's expression shifted in alarm. "What are you doing?" "I didn't tell you he is." "As a man, one cannot always retreat," Su Fei replied calmly. Though once a formidable figure known as the Blood Dragon, instilling fear across the world, he dismissed the so-called Sanda champion before him. Yet as a man, how could he shy away from a challenge? Upon hearing his words, Li Qing faltered, her gaze fixed on Su Fei's suddenly serious and resolute visage, as if a deep chord within her had been plucked. In the kitchen, Meng Shuzhen, who had been quietly observing, could no longer remain still. She urged Li Aigua, "Hurry and stop them. A fight is about to break out." "It is of no concern. I feel this young man, Su Fei, is not as simple as he appears," Li Aigua remarked, casting a thoughtful glance at Su Fei. "It is a fine opportunity to gauge his capabilities." "Well, you certainly have courage." Qiu Tianrui's lips curled into a sinister smile as he strode toward a patch of grass in the villa's courtyard. Su Fei followed suit, casting a reassuring glance at Li Qing. The moment Su Fei positioned himself on the grass, Qiu Tianrui lunged forward like a great bird taking flight, his fists raining down like a tempest. "Be careful," Li Qing exclaimed, shocked by Qiu Tianrui's treachery, as he attacked before Su Fei could prepare. "Soon, I will have you begging for mercy on your knees, you contemptible farmer." Believing Su Fei was paralyzed with fear, Qiu Tianrui's smile widened as he accelerated his assault. Yet, just as his fist was a mere inch from Su Fei, the latter finally moved. With a swift motion, he ensnared Qiu Tianrui's fist, simultaneously sweeping his leg, sending Qiu Tianrui sprawling like a kite severed from its string, landing in an undignified manner. "A Sonda champion? Hardly impressive," Su Fei remarked coolly, turning his head. "Your strikes lack any semblance of strategy. Your championship title is greatly inflated. I merely underestimated you. What is there to boast about?" Qiu Tianrui rose from the ground, his icy gaze fixated on him, while a tempest brewed within. He had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable farmer possessed such formidable skills. Truly, he was a veteran from the army, and it appeared that this time he would have to take the matter seriously. With a sharp exclamation, he launched himself into action, akin to a fierce dragon emerging from the depths, exuding an overwhelming aura. This time, he summoned all his strength, determined to strike down Su Fei with a force akin to thunder. He snarled, "You wretched farmer, witness my prowess." Despite the opponent's remarkable speed, in his eyes, the movements appeared as sluggish as a snail. His gaze was frigid as he extended his palm, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. The sound of slapping echoed. 18 resounding slaps painfully landed on Qiu Tianrui's face. He let out a cry of agony, staggering away, his face swollen and marked with vivid crimson imprints, the sting of pain searing through him. In disbelief, he looked at Su Fei, astonished that the latter had not only withstood his full-force assault, but had countered with blinding swiftness, sending him flying. Were soldiers nowadays truly this formidable? What kind of palm technique is this? Qiu Tianrui managed to mumble, his words barely coherent. "Su Fei's 18 palms." Su Fei replied nonchalantly. Qiu Tianrui stared incredulously at this unassuming farmer before him, realizing that his opponent was indeed a master. At that moment, Li Qing couldn't help but laugh, her exquisite features blooming with a radiant smile, her beautiful eyes glancing at Su Fei, who spoke with such earnestness. "Dinner is ready." Just then, Li Aigua's voice echoed from the kitchen as he poked his head out, asking, "What are you all doing outside? Come in and eat." Qiu Tianrui's expression fluctuated between darkness and light. Clutching his swollen cheek, he hurried away without even bidding farewell, feeling utterly humiliated to remain for dinner. "Let us go," Li Qing remarked cheerfully, clearly in high spirits. Although the Qiu and Li families shared a long-standing friendship, she held a deep-seated aversion to Qiu Tianrui, who, beneath his refined exterior, engaged in unsavory deeds. "Where's Tianrui?" Li Aigua inquired upon seeing his daughter and Su Fei enter, noticing Qiu Tianrui's absence. "Oh, he had some matters to attend to and left early." Li Qing fabricated a casual excuse. Li Aigua nodded, inviting the two to commence their meal. The spread was lavish, a feast for the senses, and it must be said that Meng Shuzhen's culinary skills were exceptional. Su Fei, unreserved, dug into his meal with great enthusiasm, disregarding any semblance of decorum. Observing his voracious appetite, Li Aigua and Meng Shuzhen exchanged knowing glances, a hint of meaningful amusement dancing in their eyes. Though they had been in the kitchen, they had been closely monitoring the events outside and were astonished by Su Fei's performance. Having navigated the business world for many years, Li Aigua possessed a keen eye. He recognized that Su Fei was indeed a remarkable individual destined for greatness. Such a figure could not possibly be compared to the hypocritical Qiu Tianrui. Given Qiu Tianrui's pursuit of his beloved daughter, how could Li Aigua not investigate his character thoroughly? "Xiao Fei, how old are you this year?" Meng Shuzhen placed a morsel of food into Su Fei's bowl. "Aunt Meng, I am 27 this year," Su Fei replied, puffing out his cheeks. "What a coincidence. My daughter Qing'er is also 27 this year." Meng Shuzhen chuckled, leaving one to wonder whether her words were intentional or not. Upon hearing this, Li Qing's cheeks flushed. "Mother, what is going on? Are you trying to matchmake us?" "Hee hee, little Fei, if you have nothing to do in the future, feel free to come to our home. Qing'er is also a doctor. You two can discuss medical knowledge together," Li Aigua said with a smile. At this point, Li Qing realized her parents were indeed trying to bring her and Su Fei together. Okay." Su Fei was somewhat taken aback. He understood the implication behind Li Qing's parents' words, but facing such a youthful and stunning beauty as Li Qing, he would never dream of rejecting such a fortuitous opportunity. After dinner, at the urging of Li Qing's parents, Su Fei stayed overnight at their home once again. That night, as Su Fei lay on the resilient mattress, he pondered how to effectively develop Shanshui village upon his return, for he was now the village head, bearing the responsibility to lead his fellow villagers towards prosperity. With newfound financial resources, many plans could now be set into motion. Suddenly, a knock interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," he called. The door opened, and Li Qing entered. Clad in a delicate, sheer nightgown, her fair skin still glistening with droplets of water, a vision both enticing and ethereal. Her long, dark hair hung loosely, damp and exuding an inexplicable allure. "Dr. Li?" Su Fei was taken aback by her unexpected visit at such an hour. Noticing her appearance, he surmised she had just bathed, his gaze involuntarily drifting to her slender waist. Thoughts raced through his mind. Could she be here to offer warmth? "Su Fei, my mother asked me to check on you. Do you need anything?" Li Qing spoke softly. Su Fei smirked. At this late hour, what else could I possibly need but a woman? His words, though blunt, were an honest reflection of his thoughts. It was indeed late, and sleep beckoned. Li Qing's face turned crimson upon hearing him. She was acutely aware that entering a man's room at night might lead to misunderstandings, yet her mother had insisted she come, and she had just bathed. What an embarrassing situation. "Su Fei," Li Qing suddenly adopted a serious expression. "Do you truly wish to remain in the countryside for the rest of your life? With your remarkable medical skills, you could easily secure a high-paying job in the city." Noticing her change in topic, Su Fei pondered for a moment before responding. "I cherish the countryside. I have no intention of leaving, of that I am certain. As for work, I believe it is unnecessary. Just a couple of days ago, I was elected as the village head." Su Fei smiled. Li Qing's expression shifted to one of astonishment, followed by a shake of her head. "What can you achieve as village head?" "I will lead the entire village towards prosperity, and I firmly believe that the time required will not be extensive," Su Fei declared. "Well, I truly cannot fathom where your confidence originates. Is it solely due to your mastery of traditional Chinese medicine?" Li Qing inquired, perplexed. Su Fei shook his head. "Dr. Li, it is time for you to return." The moment she realized Su Fei had issued an eviction order, a wave of indignation washed over her. After all, she was a sought-after individual wherever she went, with countless people eager to befriend her, yet Su Fei was dismissing her? She stamped her foot in frustration and turned to leave, but unbeknownst to her, the moisture still clung to her slippers. As she slipped, her body lurched forward. Just as she teetered on the brink of falling, a strong hand encircled her waist, halting her descent. She looked up to find Su Fei's resolute profile before her. And in that instant, an unprecedented sense of security enveloped her. His hand firmly embraced her delicate waist, the touch soft and smooth, emanating a fragrant allure. He could not help but feel a stir of emotions. However, as he slightly shifted, he lost his balance and fell forward as well. In a moment of clarity, Su Fei swiftly spun, positioning himself beneath her, and with a resounding thud, they both landed on the ground. Li Qing found herself atop Su Fei, gazing into his eyes. The masculine scent surrounding him intoxicating her senses, causing her mind to momentarily short-circuit, as if time stood still. With such a beauty resting upon him, coupled with the dim glow of the room, the atmosphere became charged with an alluring tension. Su Fei could no longer maintain his composure. He rolled over, firmly embracing her enchanting form, and without hesitation, leaned down to kiss her supple red lips. Li Qing's eyes widened in surprise, feeling the warmth of his lips. Momentarily lost in a haze of emotions, her body felt like a puddle of mud, devoid of strength. However, as Su Fei's hands began to wander, clarity returned. "No. Stop." She hastily broke free from his embrace, scrambling to her feet, frantically adjusting her disheveled clothing before bolting from the room. Su Fei could only smile wryly, having nearly lost control. That night, he dreamt of Li Qing again. This time she appeared even more alluring, emerging from the water clad in a bikini, before blowing a kiss his way and throwing herself into his arms. The following morning, Su Fei rose early, tidying the room before departing the Li family villa without even having breakfast. Reflecting on the previous night's enchanting encounter, he felt a pang of apprehension at the thought of facing Li Qing, unsure of what to say. He purchased numerous items from the county town, a refrigerator, an air conditioner, a large television, and various nutritional supplements for the elderly, filling a tricycle to the brim. Now that he had money, it was time to let his family indulge in some comforts. By the time he returned to Shanshui village, it was nearly noon. The tricycle, laden with so many goods and traversing bumpy roads, required Su Fei to navigate cautiously, fearing the larger items might be damaged. Upon entering the yard, he untied the ropes and began unloading everything into the house. Xiao Fei, you reckless child. You've spent so much money on all these items. How much did it cost? Zhang Huilan, upon witnessing the plethora of items that Su Fei had brought home, expressed her concern. Mother, now that we have money, shouldn't we elevate our standard of living? Su Fei replied with a smile. From now on, you and Dad can look forward to enjoying life. He added, now is the time to be frugal. Every penny counts. Otherwise, we won't be able to pay the villagers' wages at the end of the month. As Zhang Huilan caressed the brand-new television, she shot Su Fei a disapproving glance. Su Fei sighed, realizing how accustomed his parents were to hardship. They could hardly bear to spend a little. He decided to change the subject. Mom, where are Dad and my little sister? Upon hearing Su Fei's question, Zhang Huilan scoffed, her voice laced with resentment. Your father has become rather arrogant lately, speaking to me in such a condescending manner as if I were his servant. He's over there commanding the villagers to clear the fields. She continued. Lily and the women from the village are up on the mountain with Bai, digging for herbs in preparation for planting in the newly cleared land. The entire village has been mobilized, working fervently. Yet, I feel as though a weight is pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. With so many people in the village, the wages will amount to a substantial sum, and yet you are frivolously spending money. How can I not be concerned? Su Fei grasped his mother's hand tightly, speaking softly. Mother, have faith. Your son is financially secure now. Do not hesitate. Buy what you wish, eat what you desire. Do you still have the money I gave you last time? The funds Su Fei had previously brought home had been used to contract land, paying an E30,000, leaving 29,000 for his mother. I've saved it all for you. Zhang Huilan inquired. Did you sell the medicinal wine in the city? Of course, he replied. How much did you sell it for? 1 million. What? Zhang Huilan exclaimed in disbelief, her mouth agape. A million? Su Fei chuckled. So, mother, you need not worry about finances anymore. Your son is capable. Now, I must head to the northern mountain to check on the land. I shall take my leave. Su Fei refrained from disclosing to his mother that he had earned 130 million at the raw stone trading event, fearing it might truly shock her. Upon arriving at the foot of the northern mountain, he beheld a throng of individuals wielding farming tools, industriously laboring. In the forefront, Su Mingshan was perspiring profusely as he cleared scattered stones by hand. Dad, Su Fei called out from a distance, approaching to relieve his father of the stones he was carrying. Father, you must take care to rest. You shouldn't do everything yourself. Su Mingshan wiped his brow and smiled. I know you're anxious. I just want to finish clearing this land quickly so that I won't delay your earnings. Did the medicinal wine sell? Yes, for 1 million. Su Fei grinned. Good lad. You truly are my son, Su Mingshan. Upon hearing this, Su Mingshan laughed heartily. Now I needn't worry about the villagers' wages. Dad, will we finish clearing this land by tomorrow? Su Mingshan raised his head to survey the land before him, remarking, this land has lain fallow for far too long, yet the villagers possess an admirable enthusiasm. With a little more effort, we should be able to restore it. Just then, a middle-aged man came rushing towards him, shovel in hand, panting heavily and wearing an expression of deep concern. Uncle Hao, what has happened? Su Fei inquired. The man was none other than his neighbor, Hao Shuyu, a fellow unfortunate soul who had spent decades without finding a wife, living a solitary existence. Little Fei is here too, exclaimed Hao Shuyu, acknowledging Su Fei before hastily continuing. That Lu Qingming is bringing a large group of people this way. At this moment, the villagers gathered around, their faces reflecting a sense of alarm. After all, Lu Qingming had served as the village head for many years, and his domineering nature instilled fear in the hearts of the locals. What shall we do, village head Su? Someone asked. Observing the frightened expressions of the crowd, Su Fei reassured them, do not be afraid, everyone, as long as I am here. They will not dare to act recklessly. What are you, a mere nothing? Today, let us see who dares to work for you. Lu Qingming approached. Flanked by dozens of followers, a mocking smile plastered on his face. Ever since Su Fei was elected village head, he had been unable to eat or sleep. Consumed by resentment, he could not fathom being ousted from a position he had held for years by a young man freshly returned from military service. Unable to swallow his indignation, he reached out to an old acquaintance from his days in the city, a brother who was known for his loyalty. Upon hearing of Lu Qingming's plight, the man sent over a contingent of supporters without hesitation. Now, Lu Qingming felt emboldened. Although he had heard from his son that Su Fei was skilled in martial arts, he dismissed it. In the presence of such numbers, any skills would be rendered moot. "What brings you here, Lu Qingming?" Su Mingshan questioned, furrowing his brow. The presence of such a crowd and Lu Qingming's arrogant demeanor suggested that a peaceful resolution was unlikely. Lu Qingming chuckled, exuding an air of authority. "A few days ago, your son humiliated me before the entire village. How could I possibly tolerate such an affront?" He continued, his voice ringing out. "The village head of Shanshui must be me, Lu Qingming. The Su family's attempts to reclaim their standing are futile. Furthermore, I declare that this land will no longer be contracted to the Su family, and no one is permitted to work for them here." He surveyed the assembled villagers, noting their submissive postures and averted gazes, satisfied that his reputation still commanded respect. "Lu Qingming, my son has a contract with the village committee." Su Mingshan retorted angrily. "Ha ha." Lu Qingming erupted with laughter, as if he had heard the most delightful jest in the world. Wiping a tear from his eye, he gazed at his fingers and said softly, "And what of it? In Shanshui village, I, Lu Qingming, am the one who calls the shots. Now, everyone, please leave me alone. Do not disturb my heartfelt conversation with the Su family." Upon hearing Lu Qingming's words, the villagers exchanged glances, fully aware of his intent to drive them away, as he prepared to confront the Su father and son. The group of several dozen individuals clearly harbored malicious intentions, leaving the villagers in a state of indecision. On one hand, they feared Lu Qingming's tyranny. On the other, they sought to ally themselves with Su Fei for potential profit. "You intend to harm us? Is there no law left?" Su Mingshan felt a chill in his heart and instinctively took 2 steps back as he gazed at the throng behind Lu Qingming. "In Shanshui village, I am the law," Lu Qingming replied coldly. "Lu Qingming," a sharp voice called out as an E hurriedly arrived, beads of sweat adorning her brow. Upon learning that Lu Qingming had brought a large group to Beishan, she sensed trouble and rushed over, knowing he harbored ill intentions. As the first secretary assigned by the Municipal Poverty Alleviation Office to guide efforts in Shanshui village, she had witnessed Su Fei's arduous journey to lead the villagers towards a better path, and she would not permit Lu Qingming to wreak havoc. "Lu Qingming, you are gathering a crowd to provoke trouble without cause. Do you believe I want to call the police to arrest you?" Annie composed herself and continued, "You are no longer the village chief of Shanshui village. Your actions are illegal." "Ah, it's Secretarian." Lu Qingming cast a sidelong glance at her. "You would do well to stay out of this. This is a matter for Shanshui village, and it does not concern an outsider like you. I am now the first secretary of Shanshui village, and I have the responsibility to protect the safety and property of the villagers. As long as I am here, I will not allow you to act recklessly." And he asserted, "Since you all refuse to leave, then watch closely as I deal with the Su family." Lu Qingming, having lost patience for further dialogue, nodded to his followers and pointed at Su Mingshan and Su Fei. "Disable these two. Let us see how they continue to thrive." At his command, the 30 or so individuals surged forward with a roar, charging directly at Su Fei and his father. Witnessing this scene, the villagers seemed to foresee the impending tragedy, some closing their eyes in despair. Others hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene, yet upon seeing Lu Qingming's fierce demeanor, their clenched fists fell slack. "Run!" And he shouted urgently, her complexion paling as she saw the mob rushing towards Su Fei and Su Mingshan. Su Fei stepped forward, shielding his father behind him. "Xiao Fei, as long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood. Let us employ the strategy of retreat." Su Mingshan, unnerved by the number of adversaries, urged. Hearing this, Su Fei could only smile bitterly, pondering where his father had learned such phrases. Without responding to his father, he faced the oncoming throng, charging directly into their midst. His movements were like the wind, his strikes as swift as lightning, darting through the crowd with an almost ethereal grace. With a sudden flicker, he returned to his original position, while the throng of dozens, driven by their momentum, suddenly cried out in anguish, collapsing to the ground. Some foamed at the mouth, others convulsed, and a cacophony of wails filled the air. Everyone was rendered utterly astonished. Gazing at Su Fei as though he were a monster, how could one person single-handedly incapacitate so many? Was he even human? "Did not come any closer," Lu Qingming exclaimed in terror as Su Fei approached him. The display of strength Su Fei had just exhibited had genuinely frightened him. It was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Su Fei walked slowly, yet each step felt like a heavy hammer striking Lu Qingming's chest, leaving him breathless. "Su Fei, I am from the underworld. If you dare to harm me, you shall face the consequences." Lu Qingming stammered, genuinely afraid. "Oh, which faction do you belong to?" Su Fei inquired, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Lu Chengming steadied himself and replied, I am associated with Flower's second master of Qingyuan. Have you heard of him? Flower's second master? Su Fei paused, recognition dawning upon him. He indeed knew this individual. Could it be that Lu Chengming's so-called backing was him? His expression shifted to one of intrigue. Sensing Su Fei's momentary distraction, Lu Chengming felt emboldened, believing Su Fei was intimidated. I used to run with Flower's second master. If you wish to avoid offending him, it would be wise not to act too arrogantly. Bang! Su Fei delivered a swift kick, sending Lu Chengming flying. Such a person needed a lesson. If he wasn't dealt with now, he would certainly return to cause trouble. This time, Su Fei happened to be present. But what if he were absent in the future? His father could suffer the consequences. I do not yield to threats. Your Flower's second master holds no sway over me, Su Fei stated coolly. Moreover, I detest being pointed at. Coughing several times, Lu Chengming awkwardly rose from the ground, clutching his stomach with a grimace. Just you wait. He then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Flower's second master? It's Xiaoming, he sputtered. His expression one of utmost grievance as he exaggeratedly recounted the events that had transpired, occasionally glancing towards Su Fei. Su Fei remained silent, listening intently. With no intention of interrupting Lu Chengming's report. Flower's second master, this is what happened. I mentioned your name, and he dared to lay hands on me. Even saying what is Flower's second master to him. Lu Chengming shot a provocative glance at Su Fei. What? Who dares to disregard Flower's second master? Put him on the line. The voice on the other end was filled with fury. When did a mere country bumpkin become so arrogant? Flower's second master wishes to speak with you, Lu Chengming said, handing the phone to Su Fei, a smirk curving his lips. With Flower's second master backing him, he was eager to see how Su Fei would respond. As soon as Su Fei took the phone, the familiar voice of Flower's second master came through. Kid, I hear you're quite arrogant, even disregarding my authority? Greetings, Flower's second master. Su Fei replied with a smile. On the other end, Flower's second master furrowed his brow. Recognizing the voice as somewhat familiar. Have you forgotten me so soon? Su Fei asked. You were Su Fei? Flower's second master probed cautiously. With a smile, Su Fei remarked. It seems that Master Hua's memory is quite sharp. Ah, dear Su Fei, I truly missed you since our last parting. When will you come to Qingyuan? Allow me to host you, Master Hua replied. He had not anticipated that the voice on the other end would belong to Su Fei, and a wave of apprehension washed over him, for this young man shared a deep camaraderie with the county magistrate's son. Huh, there will be opportunities, Su Fei inquired. What is the matter today? Brother Su Fei, I understand now. It must be that scoundrel Lu Chengming causing you trouble. Fear not, I shall deal with him shortly. Master Hua assured. Su Fei chuckled but remained silent, returning the phone to Lu Chengming. Lu Chengming, you better keep your wits about you. Not everyone is to be trifled with. If you seek death, do not drag me into it. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Lu Chengming stood there, bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. What did this mean? Was Su Fei so formidable that even Master Hua feared him? As he gazed at Su Fei's serene smile, he felt utterly lost, his mind swirling with confusion. If even Master Hua was wary of offending this man, where could he possibly turn? At that moment, the group of individuals Lu Chengming had brought along had managed to rise, their eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded Su Fei. They had barely laid eyes on him before being knocked to the ground. The sheer terror of it was palpable. Suddenly, a phone rang. One of the heavily tattooed youths answered, his demeanor shifting to one of deference as he nodded repeatedly. After hanging up, the tattooed youth stormed toward Lu Chengming. Fury etched across his face. How dare you, Lu Chengming, send us to trouble young Master Su? With a cry of pain, Lu Chengming staggered back several steps, hastily waving his hands. Brothers, it was a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my foot. The tattooed youth called out. Brothers, teach him a lesson. The villagers stood in shock at this unexpected turn of events. What was happening? Weren't these men brought by Lu Chengming? Why were they now attacking him? Did you not see? Once young Master Su received that call, everything changed. It seems that village chief Su is not to be underestimated. And he observed Su Fei, who remained calm as a cloud, her eyes sparkling with curiosity at this astonishing scene. After a while, the tattooed youth dashed over to Su Fei, grinning broadly. Hey, young Master Su, we've taught Lu Chengming a lesson on your behalf. Following Master Hua's instructions, he won't dare trouble you again. The earlier incident was simply a failure to recognize the situation. I hope you won't take offense. Su Fei glanced at Lu Chengming, who lay crumpled on the ground like a defeated dog, and replied coolly, It has nothing to do with you. Now, take him away. Do not disrupt my workers. Yes. Yes. The tattooed youth quickly rallied his companions to carry Lu Chiming away. Once they departed, Su Fei turned and called out, "All right, nothing to worry about. Everyone, please continue with your work." Understood. Upon witnessing Su Fei's remarkable ability to effortlessly drive away a group of individuals, the villagers were filled with joy and worked with even greater fervor. "Su Fei," and he called out as she approached. "Thank you for today." Su Fei replied with a smile. "What I have to thank you for? If it weren't for you, who knows what might have happened," and he remarked, pouting slightly. Despite being the first secretary of Shanshui village, she felt that no one truly regarded her as such. At that moment, Su Fei's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. He answered, "Hello." A middle-aged man's voice came through. "Is this Su Fei? Young Master Su?" "Yes, who am I speaking to?" Su Fei inquired, feeling suspicious since he had only recently acquired this phone number and few knew it. "Young Master Su, I am Gao Diyo, and I was sent by Guo Xiao to contact you. I heard you have a project to undertake?" Su Fei's spirits lifted as he replied, "Indeed. I have a significant project here. When can you arrive?" He had been contemplating the development of Shanshui village for some time, as the village was quite backward. And not only did the land he had contracted require reconstruction, but the roads and houses in the village were also included in his plans. Thus, it was indeed a major undertaking. As per Guo Xiao's instructions, "We have already set off and should arrive at Shanshui village by this evening," Gao Diyo informed him. Su Fei nodded. "All right, see you this evening." After he hung up, and he inquired, "Su Fei, there is something I would like to discuss with you." "Yes." "What is it?" Su Fei turned to her. Today, Annie looked refreshingly youthful in a blue t-shirt and fitted jeans, paired with canvas shoes, resembling a lively university student, which was quite pleasing to behold. "Last night, you weren't here, and some villagers approached me to discuss whether we should sign a labor contract with the villagers, so they can rest assured their wages will be paid," Annie explained. Su Fei scratched his head, suddenly recalling the enchanting moments he had shared with Li Qing the previous night, feeling a warmth rush over him. He took a deep breath and nodded. "I was just thinking the same. A labor contract should indeed be signed. Moreover, our winery needs to establish some policies for personnel management to lay a solid foundation for future expansion, which is an inevitable trend." Hearing this, Annie smiled brightly. "I didn't expect you to have already planned this out. Secretarian, I actually have something I would like to discuss with you as well," Su Fei said thoughtfully. "Go ahead. The engineering team will arrive this evening, and the winery should be established soon. I would like to invite you to be the financial director of the winery. What do you think?" Su Fei had been contemplating this position for some time. It was rather unique, and there hadn't been any suitable candidates until he saw Annie today. Despite her youth, she demonstrated a strong sense of responsibility, integrity, enthusiasm, and importantly, she was the only university student currently in Shanshui village. "Financial director?" And he was taken aback. Su Fei scratched his head and remarked, "Although I am currently a lone commander, I will undoubtedly ensure that you are adequately staffed in the future. Despite my academic background in accounting, I serve as the first secretary dispatched by the Municipal Poverty Alleviation Office to Shanshui village, and my duty is to assist the village in its quest for prosperity." And he appeared somewhat troubled. Upon learning that she had studied accounting, Su Fei felt he had indeed found the right person and said, "Precisely because of this. As the first secretary of Shanshui village, you bear the responsibility and obligation to aid the distillery in filling the vacancy of the financial director. This is also part of your role. Is that so?" Su Fei nodded and stated, "The monthly salary is 10,000 yuan. Please consider it." 10,000? And he gasped, then shook her head vigorously. "No, I cannot accept your money. You have too many expenses at the beginning of your venture. Rest assured, I am not short on funds." Su Fei chuckled, turning to leave. After he had walked a considerable distance, he waved his hand behind him, saying, "I shall take that as your agreement." Watching Su Fei's receding figure, Annie paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, her beautiful eyes shimmering with delight. Unbeknownst to them, Su Mingshan had been observing their interaction from a short distance away, a large pipe clenched in his mouth, grinning broadly. As Su Fei departed from Beishan and reached his doorstep, his phone rang once more. To his surprise, the caller ID revealed it was Xuebin. He recalled the scene from the previous day when Xuebin had received a phone call, his demeanor darkening ominously, an ominous sign of impending misfortune. He had even gone so far as to draw a talisman for him. He wondered how things had unfolded since then. "Hello, Xuebin." Su Fei answered the call. "Su Fei, you truly are a miraculous being. Had it not been for that talisman you provided, I would be a mere corpse by now." Xuebin's voice was filled with excitement. "Where are you? I will come to find you." realizing that Schweben was indeed in trouble and that the talisman had worked. Su Fei replied, I am in Shanshui village. You've returned? Perfect. My father wishes to meet you as well. We will come to see you in the next few days. Schweben stated, All right, call me when you arrive. The roads in the village are quite treacherous, and I will come to fetch you. After hanging up, Su Fei felt somewhat astonished, not expecting Schweben's father, the county magistrate, to visit Shanshui village. As Su Fei approached his home, he noticed a truck departing. His mother and younger sister were engaged in examining a pair of burlap sacks filled with jade stones. Zhang Huilan, upon seeing Su Fei return, inquired with curiosity, Xiao Fei, did that person just say all this jade belongs to you? Brother, these are stunning. May I have one? Su Li asked, clutching a crystal-clear piece of jade, her eyes gleaming with desire. Su Fei smiled lightly. These were gifted by a businessman from the city. A geomancer mentioned that arranging a formation in the area of Beishan would transform it into a land of prosperity. Su Fei dared not claim that all these jade stones were acquired through his own gambling. Instead, he fabricated a tale. Furthermore, it is a common trait among rural folk to harbor superstitions, and they hold a deep belief in the principles of feng shui. He took the jade stones from Su Li's hands, and, noticing her reluctant expression, he chuckled. These jade stones are rather crude. I shall arrange for a friend to craft a finer piece for you. In his heart, Su Fei contemplated the creation of several jade tokens, inscribing disaster-warding symbols upon them to distribute among his loved ones, providing them with some protection against calamities. This way, even in his absence, he could feel a semblance of reassurance. Brother, you are so kind. Su Li's smile returned as she clung to Su Fei's arm, swaying playfully. Let us move everything inside quickly, lest we attract unwanted attention, Zhang Huilan advised. Su Fei nodded in agreement, shouldering 2 burlap sacks as he entered the house. Meticulously placing everything into the wardrobe as per his mother's instructions, feeling both amused and exasperated. According to her, these were valuable possessions. Wealth should not be flaunted, to avoid drawing the attention of envious villagers. Before long, Su Mingshan returned home, and the family shared a meal together. Afterwards, Su Fei indulged in a brief afternoon nap, having had a restless night filled with dreams of Li Qing's graceful figure. As dusk approached, Gao Dio and his engineering team arrived at Shanshui village. Though Gao Dio had reached middle age, he approached Su Fei with a demeanor of humility and respect. Prior to his arrival, Wu Bowen had instructed him to follow Su Fei's lead and to prioritize action over words. Young Master Su, Guoxiao has directed me to follow your orders. Please instruct us on how you wish to proceed, Gao Dio said with a smile. Observing the lean, middle-aged man before him, Su Fei chuckled. I am merely a farmer, not a young master. Please, just call me Su Fei. Taken aback by Su Fei's words, Gao Dio felt a sense of unease. Someone who could call Guo Bowen a brother would exhibit such approachability. Instantly, his fondness for Su Fei grew. Very well, I shall dispense with pretense. Su Fei, please tell us what specific tasks you would like us to undertake, Gao Dio requested. Follow me. Su Fei led Gao Dio to the foot of the northern mountain. By this time, the villagers had finished their work for the day and returned home. They walked around the plot of land, and Su Fei gradually explained his vision for the area. In truth, the construction of the distillery posed little challenge. Once Su Fei completed his explanation, Gao Dio swiftly drafted blueprints and presented them to Su Fei, who reviewed them, nodded slightly, made a few modifications, and ultimately approved the design. Su Fei then added, Old Gao, I would like you to use a pile driver to bore 15-meter deep holes every 30 meters across this land. Ah, for what purpose? Gao Dio asked, perplexed, glancing over the vast expanse of land. Just how many holes are you planning to create? Subsequently, he became acutely aware of his indiscretion and hastily retracted his words, saying, all right, I understand. Despite being filled with skepticism and uncertainty regarding the purpose of these pits, he pondered for a moment and decided to let it be. After all, as long as he was compensated, it mattered little what the task entailed. In truth, Su Fei had instructed Gao Dio to excavate those pits to establish a spirit-gathering array. Within these pits lay the precious jade stones. And once the array was successfully activated, this land would transform into a realm of its own, continuously nourished by an unending flow of spiritual energy. According to the records of the inheritance, this spirit-gathering array was immensely powerful. The plants cultivated within its confines would not only mature at an accelerated pace, but also yield astonishing results. Thus, with the establishment of this spirit-gathering array, the cultivation of medicinal herbs would wholly suffice for the distillation needs of the apothecary. After discussing various details regarding the construction of the distillery with Gaudio and ensuring the entire engineering team was properly organized, Su Fei returned home. Following a modest dinner, he retired to his room for the night, and a peaceful silence enveloped the evening. On the following morning, as Su Fei completed his morning routine, his sister Su Li rushed in with great urgency. "Lili, what on earth have you been up to so early?" Su Fei inquired. Su Li gasped for breath. Taking a sip of water before speaking, "Brother, hurry to the village committee. Lu Erju has gone mad and even hit Secretarian." "What?" Su Fei exclaimed in shock. He had not expected Lu Qiming to have calmed down, only for his son to cause such a ruckus. Why would he assault an E? Without further thought, he dashed out of the courtyard, heading straight for the village committee. Su Fei held a deep respect for the first secretary of Shanshui village. Despite being so young, as if he had just stepped out of university, he was incredibly responsible and always considered the villagers' welfare, striving to lead them toward prosperity. Such spirit was truly commendable. And he was his appointed financial director for the winery. Nothing could happen to her. It seemed the previous lesson given to Lu Qiming had not sufficed. Allowing his son to assault the first secretary, such behavior could not be tolerated. Otherwise, who would take the village committee seriously? At that moment, Lu Erju felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. In just a few days, his family's status in Shanshui village had plummeted from being revered to being ridiculed. He could not accept this reality. Even more infuriating was his father, Lu Qingming, who had intended to confront Su Fei but ended up being dragged home half dead. This revelation left him both astonished and enraged. From his father's words, it seemed that Su Fei had significant backing, someone even the local underworld dared not provoke. Although he did not dare to confront Su Fei, he needed to vent his frustration, lest it suffocate him. Thus, he turned his attention to An Yi, the first secretary of Shanshui village. From the moment she arrived, Lu Erju had been captivated by her pure beauty and the unique aura of a university student. In his dreams, her image lingered in his mind. If it weren't for his father's warnings against reckless behavior, he would have acted long ago. Since Su Fei returned from military service, An Yi had become involved with him and even conspired to oust his father. Fueled by alcohol, he found himself at the village committee, seeking out An Yi. Upon seeing her delicate features, he could no longer contain his desires and lunged at her. Fortunately, An Yi was wary and agile enough to evade his advance. Lu Erju stumbled and fell to the ground, but he did not relent, grinning wickedly as he reached for her. And he had never encountered such a situation. Her heart raced, and her face turned pale. In her panic, she grabbed whatever was within reach and hurled it at Lu Erju. Thud! A bar of soap struck him squarely on the nose, which had yet to fully heal from a previous encounter with Su Fei, sending a sharp pain through him and bringing tears to his eyes. "You filthy woman!" Lu Erju shouted angrily, slapping An Yi across the face. Instantly, her fair skin reddened, revealing the unmistakable imprint of his fingers. At that moment, the other members of the village committee rushed over, shielding An Yi behind them. One individual glared furiously at Lu Erju, exclaiming, "Lu Erju, have you drunk so much that you've forgotten your own name? Your father has fallen from grace, and yet you continue to act recklessly? This matter will not end here. Having assaulted Secretarian, you must bear the consequences. Hurry and take her to the hospital for an examination, and then report this to the authorities." Lu Erju's blatant assault on a public official is utterly inexcusable. Indeed, he is a scourge to our Shanshui village and must be severely punished. The other committee members echoed, their voices filled with righteous indignation. When Lu Qingming was still the village head, they would not have dared to speak to Lu Erju in such a manner. But times had changed. With Lu Qiming's downfall, they felt emboldened to confront his wayward son, showing no leniency. Not only that, but they also harbored a desire to trample him underfoot. It was true what they said, when the wall crumbles, the crowd pushes. Lu Erju, in a fit of rage, staggered as the alcohol coursed through him, revealing his true nature without pretense. Though he laughed boisterously, a single tear escaped from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, he turned to An Yi and roared, "If I cannot have you, then I shall ruin you." With that, he seized a shovel from the wall and hurled it towards An Yi, its blade leading the way. The force was tremendous. Even the air sang with the sound of its passage. If that shovel struck a person, it would surely result in either death or serious injury. An Yi watched in horror as the shovel hurtled towards her, her face paling, and for a moment, her legs felt weak. Though she wished to dodge, she felt paralyzed. As if resigned to her fate, she closed her eyes, bracing for impact, but after a moment passed without any pain, she cautiously opened them again. As her beautiful eyes blinked, she discovered a youthful figure firmly grasping the handle of the lethal shovel. It was Su Fei. Tears glimmered in Yi's eyes as she beheld his silhouette, her heart a tumult of emotions. Unbeknownst to her, this moment would leave an indelible mark upon her soul. Su Fei smiled gently at Yi, discarding the shovel aside, then turned coldly to the now deranged Lu Erju. This is the village committee, not your playground. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, given the shovel's momentum, Yi could have been in grave danger. From a distance, he could already smell the overpowering stench of alcohol emanating from Lu Erju. Standing protectively in front of Yi, Su Fei appeared to her as a towering figure, capable of shielding her from the storm, instilling an unprecedented sense of security. This exhilarating feeling enveloped her, and she found herself lost in it. It was Su Fei. He had come. Village head Su was here. How wonderful. He was the nemesis of the Lu family. Now let us see how Lu Erju could continue to be so arrogant. Upon the appearance of Su Fei, the members of the village committee displayed expressions of excitement. Su Fei, it's you again. Lu Erju, upon seeing Su Fei, felt a surge of boiling blood coursing through his veins. The Su family was flourishing, basking in the glory of their success, while his own family faced a stark contrast, their doors rarely graced by visitors, their home left desolate. The architect of this misfortune was none other than Su Fei. Fires of resentment ignited in Lu Erju's eyes as he shouted and charged towards Su Fei. Overwhelmed by his loathing, Su Fei scoffed coldly. He held Lu Erju in utter contempt. Lu had long abused his father's influence, committing misdeeds in the village, behaving arrogantly, and oppressing others without remorse. Had it not been for Su Fei, Yi might have fallen prey to his predations long ago. Now, Lu, devoid of any sense of repentance, audaciously set his sights on Yi. Such a person, entrenched in their wicked ways, warranted a severe reprimand. A lesson to deter him from further harming others. With the swiftness of the wind, Su Fei advanced rather than retreating, launching a powerful kick that shattered Lu Erju's arms on impact. Lu Erju cried out in agony, staggering backward, cold sweat dripping from his brow. His arms hanging limply at his sides, his gaze towards Su Fei filled with venomous hatred. Su Fei, if you have the guts, kill me, Lu Erju bellowed. At that moment, sobriety returned to him. He realized he was no match for Su Fei. Yet, his fear had transformed into sheer hatred. Su Fei shook his head, his expression indifferent. I want to kill you, but I can't break your legs, leaving you in a living hell. He emphasized the last four words with a palpable intensity. Lu Erju, despite a shiver of dread, retorted defiantly, who was afraid of whom? Go ahead and try. As you wish. Su Fei replied flatly. As he took a step forward, Lu Erju stumbled back several paces, a chill creeping into his heart at Su Fei's expressionless demeanor. With Su Fei's second step, Lu Erju's resolve crumbled. Casting aside all pretense, he fled, vanishing from the village committee courtyard in the blink of an eye. Witnessing Lu Erju's disgrace, several committee members could not help but burst into laughter. To see the once arrogant Lu Erju in such a pitiable state was a source of great amusement. The village chief's intervention had rendered Lu Erju akin to a stray dog, stripped of his former swagger. Indeed, who was the village chief? Hadn't Lu Qingming been brought low as well? The Lu family could no longer terrorize the village. Indeed, we are indebted to the village chief, they proclaimed. Long live the village chief. Su Fei glanced at the committee members, whose words dripped with flattery, and inwardly shook his head. These individuals were merely sycophants, bending to the will of the powerful, quintessential opportunists who would switch allegiances at a moment's notice. Not long ago, they were all sycophants to Lu Qingming. And though the truth may be unpalatable, it remains a fact. Now, witnessing Su Fei's rise, they immediately turned against their former master. Such individuals on the battlefield are likely to stab one in the back, a most contemptible act. Although these people have not caused any harm to their fellow villagers, keeping them around is ultimately unwise, especially considering the future growth and prosperity of Shanshui village. As the former warrior known as Blood Dragon, with a discerning eye that cannot tolerate even the slightest grain of sand, he contemplated the necessity of cultivating individuals who would genuinely dedicate themselves to the village's well-being. Su Fei approached Yi, who at that moment had a swollen, delicate face marked by glaring red handprints. Tears shimmered in her eyes, rendering her both enchanting and pitiable, evoking an inexplicable pang of sympathy in Su Fei. Wait for me, he exclaimed before dashing away from the village committee. Upon his return, he held a plant known as the red flower, or more scientifically, a member of the Asteraceae family. This plant, though botanical in nature, possesses remarkable properties that invigorate blood circulation, reduce swelling, and alleviate pain. The dried tubular flowers, a vibrant orange red, feature slender, 5-lobed tips, with narrow linear segments and yellow anthers that extend beyond the lobes, revealing a prominent stigma at the center. The red flower emits a distinctive fragrance, with a slightly bitter taste. Abundant on the mountains, this flower was freshly harvested, embodying its medicinal benefits. Upon entering the village committee, Su Fei immediately led an back to her room. The moment they stepped inside, a waft of youthful essence and a subtle fragrance enveloped them. Glancing around, he noticed several black and leopard print garments hanging on a drying rack, stirring a flutter of surprise within him. To his astonishment, the outwardly innocent and charming Yi possessed such bold tastes. Noticing Su Fei's gaze, Yi's face flushed crimson, her heart racing as she wished for a crevice to hide in, mortified that her intimate garments had been seen by him. In a flurry, she rushed to gather her clothing, then plopped down on her single bed, fuming, pervert. Su Fei scratched his head, chuckling wryly, with those garments displayed so prominently. It would be impossible not to notice. He then procured a small jar, crushed the red flower within, and infused it with his vital energy to maximize its medicinal efficacy. Finally, he discarded the residue and evenly applied the mixture to Yi's inflamed face. As she felt a soothing coolness wash over her, the fiery pain gradually subsided. "That feels wonderful," Yi exclaimed. Su Fei remained silent, gently massaging her face to expedite the reduction of swelling. Her complexion was smooth and delicate, fair and radiant, indicating she took great care of her skin. As Yi gazed into the earnest expression of Su Fei, she found herself momentarily entranced. Indeed, a man's earnestness can be most captivating. Sensing the sensations on her face and the clear sound of his breathing, her eyes grew somewhat hazy. "All right." Su Fei withdrew his hand, grounding her back in reality. Observing her tender face return to its former beauty, he smiled. "You look much better now. Earlier, you resembled a pig's head." "You are the pig's head," Yi retorted playfully, swatting him lightly, though lacking any real force. Having encountered no further issues with Yi, Su Fei took his leave and returned home, only to find his father leisurely sipping tea in the courtyard while his younger sister pouted nearby, attending to him. Observing his father's demeanor, Su Fei was both amused and exasperated. "Xiao Fei, I heard from Li that secretary and was assaulted by Lu Erju." Su Mingshan inquired upon Su Fei's arrival. Su Fei nodded. "It's all settled now." "And what of Lu Erju?" Su Li asked. "He shouldn't cause any more trouble?" Su Fei replied, albeit with some uncertainty. "This time, breaking both of his arms should teach him a lesson to refrain from further mischief. Otherwise, next time, I won't show him any mercy." Upon hearing Su Fei's words, Su Mingshan and Su Li chose not to press further, well aware of Su Fei's capabilities. During his visit to the village committee, it was clear that Lu Erju had not gained the upper hand. "By the way, Dad, why aren't you at Beishan?" Su Fei suddenly recalled that his father should be overseeing the villagers' work there. Su Mingshan slapped his forehead. I forgot to mention. The land in Beishan has already been cleared ahead of schedule. Since it was labor-intensive, I thought the workers deserved a break after their hard work." "Completed ahead of time? That's splendid," Su Fei exclaimed. "I shall instruct the construction team to expedite their work." Su Mingshan nodded with a smile. He had witnessed the construction team's activity in Beishan and recognized that they were brought in by Su Fei's so-called wealthy friends. Observing his son's success filled him with immense pride. Su Fei promptly dialed Gao Diyu's number, informing him that construction could commence. By that evening, the sounds of machinery echoed from the foot of Beishan as the construction team began their work. During his discussions with Gao Diyu, Su Fei had one imperative. The project must be completed swiftly without compromising quality, and there could be no negligence. Moreover, Su Fei generously offered each worker double their usual wages, with the promise of bonuses for exceptional performance. Gao Diyu was elated upon hearing this, eagerly agreeing. And the entire construction team worked with fervor, their enthusiasm palpable. Although night had just fallen, the area at the foot of Beishan was as bright as day, illuminated by more than a dozen large floodlights, clearly visible from a distance. Witnessing the orderly progress of all affairs brought Su Fei great satisfaction. Dinner was a lavish affair, featuring 4 dishes and a soup, 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes. Such a feast had previously been reserved for festive occasions. However, with Su Fei's efforts, the family no longer had to live frugally, and smiles adorned the faces of his parents and sister. Gathered around the dining table, the family enjoyed a harmonious evening. Su Mingshan retrieved a bottle of cherished aged liquor from the cabinet, sharing a drink with Su Fei. "Xiao Fei, when you brew medicinal wine next time, save 2 bottles for Dad. That wine is splendid." Su Mingshan chuckled. "Dad, you haven't overindulged, have you?" Su Fei asked. Upon hearing Su Fei's words, Zhang Huilan, standing nearby, abruptly struck Su Mingshan on the shoulder and shot him a fierce glance, her cheeks blooming with a faint crimson hue. That medicinal wine is quite expensive. It would be better for Xiao Fei to sell it to those wealthy patrons in the city to garner more funds. Realizing the implication, Su Fei quickly deduced the situation. His father must have indulged in the brew during the previous 2 distillations. Indeed, brother, I've never had the chance to taste that medicinal wine. What does it actually taste like? Su Li inquired, as she daintily placed a morsel of food in her mouth. Children should not drink alcohol, Su Mingshan admonished. Glaring at her, Su Fei chuckled. That medicinal wine is unsuitable for young ladies. You need not concern yourself with it. Subsequently, Su Fei promised his father that he would reserve 2 bottles for him during the next brewing session, asserting that, given his father's advancing age, moderate consumption could indeed be beneficial to his health. Furthermore, Su Fei shared his intentions regarding a complete overhaul of the village committee, suggesting that his parents scout for suitable candidates, as he had been away serving in the military for 5 years and was unfamiliar with many villagers. Having endured years of hardship, his parents would undoubtedly possess keen insights into people's true natures. Zhang Huilan and Su Mingshan were taken aback by Su Fei's bold plans. They had not anticipated such decisive action from him upon his return. However, understanding the customary fervor of a new official, they quickly prepared a preliminary list of candidates for him. Su Fei reviewed the names, nodding in acknowledgement of several individuals he recognized, recalling their positive impressions. At that moment, an elderly man with graying hair, leaning on a cane, hobbled briskly into the room, his deeply lined face etched with worry. Xiao Fei, are you here? He called out from a distance. Upon hearing the voice, Su Fei's family emerged to greet him. Su Mingshan immediately inquired, Brother Bao, what brings you here? The old man, Bao Wenshan, was a familiar figure from the eastern edge of the village. Su Fei sighed inwardly at the sight of his frail frame. 5 years had passed, and the ravages of time were evident. I came to find Xiao Fei. My grandson, Xiaoxi, has been working in the city, and he returned home last night. However, he has developed a high fever, and despite taking antipyretics, his condition fluctuates. I thought perhaps Xiao Fei could take a look, Bao Wenshan explained. Word had spread throughout the village about Su Fei's skill in healing, gained during his 5 years in the military under the tutelage of an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Mom, Dad, I'll accompany Brother Bao, Su Fei said to his parents. Xiaoxi has had a tough time. He left home at an early age to work and has endured much hardship. I will do my best to help him, Zhang Huilan urged, to which Su Fei nodded. He was well acquainted with the boy they spoke of, Bao Hongji, a pitiful child who had lost his father to illness at a young age, and whose mother had abandoned him, leaving him to live with his grandfather. In their childhood, the two were often together, sharing a close bond. Bao Hongji was remarkably sensible, always eager to assist his grandfather with tasks within his capacity. He was diligent and excelled academically. However, due to the family's dire financial situation, he had to drop out early to work in the provincial capital. Despite this, his filial piety was commendable, as he would send a portion of his monthly earnings back to his grandfather. Upon arriving at Bao Dajia's home, Su Fei immediately spotted Bao Hongji lying on the kong. A white, somewhat yellowed towel draped over his forehead. His eyes were tightly shut, and his complexion had taken on a waxy pallor. Approaching closer, Su Fei felt that the upper half of his body was feverishly hot, while his feet were icy cold, gently channeling a stream of vital energy into Bao Hongji's body. Su Fei's expression shifted dramatically after a brief moment. Xiao Fei, can you treat him? Bao Wenshan, observing Su Fei's change in countenance, urgently implored. If it truly cannot be done, could you please assist me in taking Xiaoxi to the county hospital? He was well aware of Su Fei's remarkable transformation and achievements. From leasing land to being elected as the village head, Su Fei had become a significant figure in Shanshui village. Rest assured, Bao Dajia, I am confident that I can heal Xiaoxi, Su Fei reassured him. Looking at the elderly man before him, Su Fei felt a surge of sympathy. The pain of losing a child is a sorrow that few can comprehend, especially for someone who had painstakingly raised Bao Hongji after losing his own son. After leasing the land, Bao Wenshan, due to his advanced age, did not engage in labor like others. Regardless of the outcome, Bao Dajia, I am grateful to you. Bao Wenshan expressed his heartfelt thanks. I prefer to treat patients without anyone around, so I must trouble you to step outside for a moment. Given Bao Hongji's peculiar condition, Su Fei needed to ensure that Bao Dajia would not witness some of his techniques, prompting him to concoct an excuse for him to leave. Very well, Bao Wenshan agreed. leaning on his cane as he stepped outside and closed the door behind him. Once Bao Dajie had departed, Su Fei's demeanor turned grave as he regarded Bao Hongji on the Kong, his brows furrowing in concentration. The boy's high fever was not caused by ordinary means, rather, it stemmed from an insidious spirit lurking within him. Considering what Bao Dajie had mentioned about Bao Hongji returning the previous night, it was highly probable that he had encountered a malevolent entity that had invaded his body. As men embody yang, the intrusion of the spirit's yin energy had precipitated the relentless fever. Su Fei had not anticipated encountering another spirit so soon after his experience with Xiao Qian. Recalling that encounter left him apprehensive, he was uncertain of the strength of this new spirit. Regardless, he was determined to save Bao Hongji, if for no other reason than that he was his dearest childhood companion. With a steely resolve, Su Fei summoned all his vital energy, preparing himself for the confrontation. Simultaneously, he sent a portion of his consciousness into Bao Hongji's body. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped in a shroud of dark clouds, which clearly indicated that the spirit had sensed his presence. "Who are you?" The spirit thundered from within the murky haze. "This young body is mine. You would do well to seek another." Upon hearing this, Su Fei realized that the malevolent spirit had mistaken him for another spirit attempting to usurp its body. He sensed a faint remnant of vitality within the spirit, indicating it had recently met its demise. He inquired, "You have already departed from this world. Why do you not seek rebirth? Are you not a spirit?" Upon hearing Su Fei's voice and feeling the vibrant essence emanating from him, the spirit immediately recognized that Su Fei was not like him and let out a furious scream. "I shall not enter the cycle of reincarnation. My death was unjust, and I refuse to be reborn without exacting my vengeance." Su Fei was taken aback by the spirit's intense fixation. "Your existence in this life has concluded. You should not disrupt the order of the living. The affairs of this world are governed by cause and effect. No, I do not believe in the cycle of cause and effect. Only by killing Bao Hongji can I quell the hatred that festers within me," the spirit retorted. Su Fei furrowed his brow. "You are enveloped in resentment. If this continues, you will become a vengeful spirit. What deep-seated enmity do you harbor against Bao Hongji that compels you to pursue him even in death?" "I would become a vengeful spirit, but I shall not let him escape," the spirit declared. The dark cloud around him writhed and transformed into the form of a young man, appearing to be around 26 or 27 years old. His hair was charred black, and his face and body bore extensive burn marks, rendering him terrifying to behold. Upon seeing his appearance, Su Fei understood that this man had perished in a fire. After Su Fei persistently questioned him, the spirit finally elucidated the events leading to his demise. He was known in life as Wan Xiangyang, who worked alongside Bao Hongji in the same factory and had been in a deep, 3-year relationship with a female coworker. Due to the factory's prohibition on workplace romances, their relationship had remained clandestine throughout its duration. On Valentine's Day, Wan Xiangyang had meticulously prepared a pair of couples' necklaces, having spent an entire month's wages on them. However, upon returning to the small apartment he shared with his girlfriend, he discovered her engaged in an unspeakable act with Bao Hongji. Overcome with rage, he trembled, unable to voice his myriad questions and accusations. That evening, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol and smoked excessively. Yet, as he succumbed to drunkenness and drifted into a stupor, an unattended cigarette ignited a fire, tragically claiming his life within the confines of his room. After hearing Wan Xiangyang's account, Su Fei felt a twinge of sorrow. "Your death was a result of your own negligence. You cannot blame others for it. No, had it not been for Bao Hongji, I would still be alive. He is the true architect of my misfortune," Wan Xiangyang exclaimed, agitated. Su Fei shook his head. "I believe you should seek the cause within your girlfriend. From my understanding of Bao Hongji, he is not the type to engage in such treachery. Before he and your girlfriend acted, he likely had no inkling of your existence. It is inconceivable. My girlfriend loves me dearly, and our relationship has always been harmonious. It must be that Bao Hongji has employed some nefarious means to compel her actions." Su Fei sighed, asserting, "Regardless of the circumstances, I shall not permit you to harm Bao Hongji." The malevolent spirit, transformed from Wan Xiangyang, writhed once more, coalescing into a mass of ominous clouds, bellowing, "Then you shall perish first." The dark clouds suddenly burst apart, enveloping Su Fei's consciousness from all directions, as tendrils of sinister energy surged forth, seeking to erode his essence. "If you insist on causing harm, I shall ensure your complete obliteration." Su Fei snorted coldly, his prepared vital energy coalescing into a colossal spectral sword, sweeping outward with formidable force. Wan Xiangyang, having recently passed, possessed far lesser strength than Xiao Qian, making him easily manageable. Ack. Wan Xiangyang let out a blood-curdling scream, the ominous clouds contracting sharply, retreating from dispersing further. He then manifested a gruesome, blood-soaked maw. A terrifying visage radiating malevolence, opening wide to engulf Su Fei. His eyes swirled with dark fog, emitting a dim glow, filled with insatiable desire. If he could consume Su Fei's consciousness, his power would ascend to new heights, rendering him unafraid of even more formidable spirits in the future. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from the ghastly maw, Su Fei dared not be complacent. He swiftly formed a series of hand seals and chanted incantations. By the decree of heaven, I wield the celestial order. Let all spirits of the world submit to my will. In the realm of mortals, all things yield. Let demons and specters be vanquished by my command. With urgency, he declared go. A sharp command was issued, and with a pointed gesture, a colossal celestial seal descended from the heavens, crashing down with a resounding force, shattering the ghastly maw into nothingness. I refuse to accept this. Wan Xiangyang erupted into a thunderous roar, but his voice dwindled, ultimately condensing into a gray orb. Su Fei, moved by Wan Xiangyang's plight, chose not to extinguish him entirely but instead preserved a fragment of his true spirit, subsequently opening a passage to the underworld to guide him into reincarnation. Su Fei's true form gradually opened his eyes, once more purging the residual malevolence from Bao Hongji's body, at which point his temperature returned to normal. Su Fei? Upon awakening, Bao Hongji immediately recognized his childhood companion, whom he had not seen in many years. He swiftly sat up, exclaiming with delight, "You finally decided to return from the army." "Indeed, I just got back," Su Fei replied, equally pleased, for since his enlistment, he had not crossed paths with Bao Hongji. They embraced tightly before Su Fei's expression turned serious. "Xiaoji, I wish to hear an honest truth from you." Startled by Su Fei's sudden gravity, Bao Hongji hesitated. "What truth? You know Wan Xiangyang, do you not?" Su Fei fixed his gaze upon him, trusting his childhood friend yet still compelled to inquire. Bao Hongji's eyes widened in shock. "Wan Xiangyang? Is he not dead?" Upon perceiving Su Fei's serious expression, Bao Hongji inquired. "Wan Xiangyang is my co-worker. We work at the same factory. What is the matter? Are you aware that the woman you were involved with is his girlfriend?" Su Fei pressed the question once more. Gazing at Su Fei, Bao Hongji was filled with perplexity. He could not comprehend how Su Fei had come to know such matters. Sui Hua has consistently claimed to be single, and it was she who seduced me. It was only after Wan Xiangyang caught us that I realized Zuhua was, in fact, his girlfriend. Had I known earlier, I would never have acted in such a manner. You cannot fathom the guilt I feel towards Brother Wan. He has always taken care of me at the factory, and yet I committed such a betrayal against him. Just as I was preparing to apologize, I suddenly received the news of his tragic death in a fire. I have blamed myself for that incident for an extended period. Following the event, I lost all motivation to continue working at the factory and thus returned home. As Bao Hongji recounted this, his voice unexpectedly rose in intensity. On the very day I left, I heard that Sui Hua had once again become involved with another man at the factory. I finally saw her true nature. Upon hearing this, Su Fei felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Moments prior, he had channeled a wisp of vital energy into Bao Hongji's mind. As long as he spoke untruths, Su Fei would sense the ripples of deception within that energy. However, until Bao Hongji finished his account, the energy remained tranquil, confirming Su Fei's understanding that he was speaking the truth. "Try to take it easy," Su Fei suggested, uncertain of what else to say, and gently patted Bao Hongji's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. At that moment, Bao Hongji became aware of a sudden lightness in his body and questioned, "Wasn't I burning with fever?" Su Fei focused intently and replied, "In truth, you were not suffering from a fever." "Not a fever?" Bao Hongji's face was a portrait of confusion. Su Fei nodded. "What you experienced was the vengeful spirit of Wan Xiangyang seeking you out. He has regarded you as the architect of his demise and desires retribution." "Ah." Bao Hongji was taken aback, staring blankly at Su Fei. "Are you suggesting that I am haunted by a ghost? Otherwise, how do you think I came to know these things? Wan Xiangyang himself divulged them to me. But fret not, I have resolved the matter. He is likely on the cusp of reincarnation," Su Fei assured him. "That is a rather overwhelming assertion. I find it difficult to digest," Bao Hongji remarked, clutching his head as he contemplated Su Fei's words. "So you were saying that Brother Wan has transformed into his spirit seeking vengeance, and you have facilitated his reincarnation?" Su Fei affirmed, "Indeed. However, I have one crucial question. You..." Bao Hongji began, but Su Fei interrupted. "I anticipate your inquiry. During my service in the military, I unexpectedly acquired certain abilities that allow me to communicate with the supernatural. As for the rest, I cannot disclose further details. Regarding his childhood companion, Su Fei still held faith in his character, thus he revealed certain personal secrets, albeit not too explicitly, lest they become too shocking. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly simple statement stirred a tempest within Bao Hongji, leaving him in turmoil for an extended period. After spending considerable time at Bao Hongji's residence, the two exchanged narratives of their experiences over the years. Su Fei, in particular, recounted some of his military adventures, despite the tales not breaching confidentiality. Bao Hongji listened with fervor and excitement. Eventually, Su Fei inquired if Bao Hongji would consider joining him, while also updating him on the recent happenings in the village. Currently, his winery was in the construction phase, and once completed, the villagers would commence work. Having been away for many years, he lacked trustworthy individuals to rely on. Naturally, Su Fei trusted his childhood friend, knowing him well, and hoped he would remain to assist him. Bao Hongji was taken aback, astonished by Su Fei's capabilities. Not only had Su Fei ousted Lu Chiming, who had long dominated the village, but he had also assumed the role of village head, acquired extensive land, and established a winery. Without hesitation, he accepted the offer, recognizing the opportunity to work in his hometown while caring for his elderly grandfather. Truly a win-win situation. Working in the city meant he returned home infrequently, and as his grandfather aged, concern weighed heavily on him. Bao Wenshan was equally pleased. Observing the recent developments in the village, especially envious upon hearing the wages Su Fei proposed. Were it not for his advanced age, he would have eagerly joined the villagers. Having raised Bao Hongji single-handedly, the hardships were known only to him. If he could see his grandson daily, it would bring him immense joy. Upon Bao Hongji's affirmative response, Su Fei suggested he take a few days of rest before reporting to his father. As Su Fei departed from Bao Hongji's home, dusk had already set in. Yao Dio called to inform him that the pile holes at the foot of Beishan had all been completed, and construction of the factory was underway. Su Fei was pleased with their progress, considering the depth of the pile holes, which measured a substantial 15 meters. After dinner, under the cover of night, Su Fei rode his tricycle, transporting 2 bags of jade to the base of Beishan. This was a request strongly advocated by Su Mingshan and Zhang Huilan, who insisted that nighttime was less likely to attract attention, for jade was exceedingly conspicuous. If anyone discovered the jade buried in the pile holes, it would inevitably be exhumed by those with ulterior motives. Observing the solemn expressions on his parents' faces, Su Fei could only respond with a wry smile of acquiescence. At that moment, the vast expanse of land at the foot of Beishan was illuminated by floodlights, and the distant rumble of machinery echoed as the construction team worked on the factory. A glance revealed numerous dark pile holes dotting the periphery of the land. Su Fei circled the area on his tricycle, depositing the jade into the pile holes, and covered them with earth, kicking a few shovelfuls of soil over them to conceal his treasures. The 2 sacks of jade had been completely exhausted, and a smile graced Su Fei's face. For all was in readiness, save for the arrival of the favorable winds. All that remained was to plant the herbs in this plot of land, and then he could cast his spells and set up the formation. He summoned Gao Diyo, who hurried over with alacrity, presenting a blueprint to Su Fei. "Brother Su, this is the blueprint for the distillery. Please take a look." Despite not sharing the pretentiousness often found in the wealthy elite, Gao Diyo maintained a respectful demeanor towards Su Fei, recognizing him as the younger brother of the esteemed young master. He had been cautioned more than once to avoid offending Su Fei, for the consequences could be dire. As Su Fei examined the design on the blueprint, he expressed no dissent. He was quite satisfied with Gao Diyo's work. He returned the blueprint, saying, "Proceed according to your vision." "Absolutely," Gao Diyo responded enthusiastically. Su Fei then pointed towards the dark, unfilled holes in the ground, instructing, "Old Gao, please arrange for these holes to be filled." "Understood." Gao Diyo was somewhat perplexed, uncertain of Su Fei's motives. After all, the holes had taken considerable effort to excavate, and now they were to be filled once more. Yet, adhering to the principle of acting more than speaking, he agreed without further question. He took out a walkie-talkie, relaying a few instructions, and soon 2 large bulldozers arrived to commence filling the holes. "Old Gao, I have another task for you. Can you handle it?" Su Fei inquired, observing the bulldozers at work before turning his gaze to Gao Diyo. Gao Diyo paused, then confidently declared, "I have quite the appetite for work." "What is it?" "Road construction." "Road construction?" Gao Diyo's eyes lit up. This was indeed a significant undertaking. Su Fei nodded. As the saying goes, to get rich, one must first build roads. You've seen how difficult it is to navigate the village's pathways. With the distillery under construction, transportation will undoubtedly become a pressing issue once it begins operations. Indeed. Gaudio concurred. Shanshui village is blessed with clear waters and picturesque scenery. If the roads are well constructed, it could become an excellent recreational area. Therefore, can you construct the roads? Su Fei asked. Gaudio beamed with confidence. Of course. Standard roads pose no challenge for me. The key question is, what kind of road do you envision? Su Fei pondered briefly. I am not very knowledgeable in this area. Do you have any suggestions? Hearing this, Gaudio smiled. In this regard, I am an expert. You have indeed come to the right person, Brother Su. Are you considering asphalt or concrete for the road? Su Fei replied. Please share your insights. Typically, the cost for asphalt is around 1,000 per cubic meter, while concrete hovers around 300. However, it is essential to note that asphalt road surfaces are much thinner, generally around 6 centimeters, whereas concrete surfaces exceed 20 centimeters. Therefore, I recommend that this road be paved with concrete, particularly for rural highways, as it offers greater durability and longevity. Gaudio elaborated. While the initial investment for concrete is higher than that for asphalt, overall, it proves to be much more economical in the long run. Su Fei remarked. Our road is merely about 3 meters wide. If we aim to widen it sufficiently for 2 vehicles to pass, what width would be required? Approximately 7 meters would suffice. Gaudio responded. As I traveled, I calculated that if this road connects to the main thoroughfare of the county, it spans a little over 20 kilometers. According to your estimation, Su, the cost per kilometer would likely be around 500,000, making the total for this road over 10 million. Over 10 million, indeed. Su Fei mused. Gaudio stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, pondering the enormity of that sum. Over 10 million, not merely a few thousand. Observing Su Fei's demeanor, which seemed unperturbed by such a staggering amount, he wondered if Su felt it was even insufficient. Though Su Fei appeared to be a mere farmer, his confidence was surprisingly grand. In truth, Su Fei was rather indifferent to the sum of 10 million. For his bank account housed over 100 million. Just the spare change was ample for road construction. Gaudio continued. Su, with such a substantial amount, you wouldn't intend to cover it yourself, would you? If we could garner support from the county, various costs could be significantly reduced, as they possess construction funds as well. Thank you for your insight, old Gao. Su Fei smiled faintly. Upon hearing Gaudio mention county support, he immediately thought of Xuebin's father, the county magistrate of Qingyuan. If this road project could gain the magistrate's endorsement, it would not only facilitate matters but also serve as a notable achievement for him. Upon returning home, Su Fei spent a restless night contemplating how to approach the county magistrate regarding the road project. Although he was acquainted with Xuebin, he had yet to meet the magistrate and was uncertain of his potential disposition. The following morning, Su Fei's phone rang. Xuebin was calling. Hello, Xiao Xue. Su Fei replied. I have arrived at Shanshui village. Where are you? Xuebin's voice resonated from the other end. You've reached Shanshui village? Great. Just a moment. Su Fei ended the call and stepped out of his home. As he approached the village entrance, he noticed a large black SUV approaching amidst a cloud of dust. The vehicle came to a gentle halt before Su Fei, and as the doors swung open, a familiar figure emerged. It was Xuebin. He approached Su Fei with evident excitement, embracing him tightly and exclaiming, Su Fei, I cannot thank you enough. You have no idea, had it not been for the talisman you provided, I might very well be a corpse by now. Seeing Xuebin's rosy complexion and the previously ominous aura dissipated, Su Fei understood that the calamity had successfully passed, and the talisman he had given played a pivotal role. What transpired? Su Fei could not help but inquire. Xuebin adjusted his glasses, letting out a sigh as he explained, My father inadvertently crossed paths with a criminal gang during his work. They threatened retaliation. The last time we were together, my sudden departure was due to my father's concern for my safety. He called me back. Just a couple of days ago, I ventured out in my car, waiting at a red light at an intersection when suddenly, a large truck barreled through, completely wrecking my vehicle. Miraculously, I emerged unscathed, without even a scratch. Isn't it astonishing? In that moment of sheer shock, I felt a warmth in my pocket and pulled out the talisman you had given me, which, to my amazement, spontaneously ignited. Xuebin fixed his gaze intently on Su Fei, exclaiming, Su Fei, I am certain that this talisman saved my life. It has utterly transformed my worldview. It's simply incredible. Upon hearing this, Su Fei finally understood why Xuebin had abruptly taken a phone call that day, leading to his sudden departure. The source of his distress lay with his father. Realizing that his father was the county magistrate, Su Fei comprehended the potential for conflict with certain malicious forces, as they would inevitably retaliate if their interests were threatened. Thank goodness nothing happened. Su Fei smiled. At that moment, a middle-aged man descended from an SUV, exuding an air of authority, clearly accustomed to positions of power. A warm smile graced his face as he approached. You must be Comrade Su Fei? Indeed. This is my father, here specifically to express his gratitude to you, Shui said with a grin. In response, Su Fei smiled at the middle-aged man. Hello, Uncle Shui. Ah, that is the proper way to address me. I have heard about your relationship with Xiaobin. I am truly pleased that he has a friend like you. I have come to personally thank you, the county magistrate conveyed, genuinely appreciative. Shuibin's recent accident had been a harrowing and terrifying experience for him, and had anything happened to his only son, he would have been driven to madness. Thankfully, the talisman Su Fei provided had spared him from certain doom. Having lived a long life and held a high position, he had encountered many types of individuals. He recognized that despite Su Fei's youth, he possessed an extraordinary and rare talent. It was imperative to cultivate this relationship. Xiao Fei, I noticed that the scenery in your village is delightful. Yet the roads are terribly difficult to traverse. I shall arrange for funds to be allocated for their improvement upon my return, the magistrate stated. I understand that you youngsters are planning to collaborate on some business ventures, and improving the road would undoubtedly facilitate this, correct? Su Fei replied, Uncle Shui, I happen to share that sentiment. I intend to finance the road repairs myself. All I require is a bit of support from the county. You plan to finance it yourself? The magistrate scrutinized Su Fei anew, clearly skeptical of his ability to afford such an expense. Noticing the incredulity in the magistrate's gaze, Su Fei explained, Uncle Shui, while in the city, I inadvertently gambled on a stone and sold it for 130 million. What? Both Shuibin and the magistrate were taken aback. You sold a stone for 130 million? You truly are something else. Your luck is beyond compare. Shuibin remarked with envy. Shui, the county chief, is indeed an extraordinary individual. After a moment of astonishment, he quickly regained his composure and remarked, It would be prudent to engage in stone gambling less frequently in the future. As for the road construction, the county will do its utmost to facilitate your efforts. It would be unreasonable for you to bear the entire financial burden alone, at the very least. An investment of 2 million is necessary to ensure that the road is constructed adequately. Su Fei responded with delight. Thank you very much, Uncle Shui. Upon arriving at Su Fei's residence, Su Mingshan stood in the courtyard, observing County Chief Shui with an air of timidity, unsure of how to proceed. And his face was persistently adorned with a smile. Shanshui village is notoriously impoverished, having not seen a high-ranking official in many years. When Su Mingshan learned that this gentleman was the county chief of Qingyuan, his heart skipped a beat, astonished that such a dignitary would visit their backward village. In ancient times, the county chief wielded absolute power over the region, and the common folk would bow in submission upon encountering him. This thought left Su Mingshan feeling weak in the knees. Hello, Brother Su. County Chief Shui greeted warmly, grasping Su Mingshan's rough hand with familiarity. Good. At that moment, Su Mingshan found himself at a loss for words, surprised by the county chief's affable demeanor. He immediately turned to Zhang Huilan and admonished, You, woman, hurry and prepare tea and water for the county chief. At that moment, Su Mingshan felt a swell of pride, thinking to himself that he had truly turned over a new leaf. Not only was he now leading a group in the village, but he was also shaking hands with the county chief, an accomplishment few could rival. Zhang Huilan, eager to please, promptly set about boiling water and brewing tea. Su Fei arranged some small stools around the wooden table in the courtyard, inviting everyone to sit. Once seated, County Chief Shui remarked, Brother Su, you have a fine son. If it weren't for Xiao Fei, my son's life might have been in jeopardy. Su Mingshan, taken aback, cast a puzzled glance at Su Fei. Dad, I merely lent a helping hand. It was nothing significant, so I didn't mention it, Su Fei explained. Nothing significant? Su Mingshan shot a disapproving look at his son, contemplating how such a monumental event could go unmentioned, especially involving the county chief's son. He then turned to Shuibin and smiled. What a handsome lad you have. Just look at those bright eyes and long eyelashes. Hearing this, Su Fei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It was hardly a compliment. Shuibin wore spectacles, and those eyes were far from large. Long eyelashes? Was he describing a young lady? At that moment, Zhang Huilan approached with the tea, her expression darkening as she overheard Su Mingshan's words. She discreetly stepped on his foot, thinking, this old fool can't even give a proper compliment. Haha. Thank you for the praise, Uncle Su. Shuibin responded, genuinely pleased. After a brief discussion, County Chief Shui learned that Su Fei had recently been appointed the village chief of Shanshui and was informed of a series of developments. At that juncture, several officials from the township arrived upon hearing the news, among them a plump, middle-aged man with a bald head, who, sweating profusely, exclaimed with a smile, "County Chief Shui, I apologize for my tardiness. The individual in question is Liao Shiwiming, the township head." He rolled up his sleeves to wipe the sweat from his brow, wearing an apologetic smile as he looked at County Head Shui. Shui glanced at him and said nonchalantly, "Township Head Liao, Shanshui Village is a picturesque place, replete with both mountains and clear waters. The air here is fresh, making it a locale worthy of significant development. Comrade Su Fei possesses a heart for his fellow villagers. It is imperative that leaders like yourselves offer robust support." Indeed, County Head Shui speaks wisely, Liao Shiwiming nodded vigorously. He had already received news that Su Fei had taken over as the village head. Observing the close rapport between the county head and Su's family, he could easily surmise that their relationship was far from ordinary. "Comrade Su Fei, I am Liao Shiwiming, the township head. Should you encounter any matters in the future, please feel free to contact me directly," Liao said warmly, extending his hand for a handshake and willingly exchanging personal phone numbers with Su Fei. Su Fei smiled and replied, "I am most grateful, Township Head Liao. Township Head Liao, it is crucial that you maintain open communication with Xiao Fei regarding road construction matters. This is a significant issue for the welfare of the people and should not be overlooked. If necessary, be prepared to offer additional support," County Head Shui advised. Liao Shiwiming was taken aback by this statement. He had not anticipated that Su Fei would make such substantial moves upon assuming office. Regardless, it was undoubtedly a positive development. And with the county head's endorsement, he felt compelled to take it seriously. Clearly, this was an opportunity presented by the county head for him to accumulate political merit, and he resolved to cultivate a good relationship with Su Fei. Afterward, County Head Shui took another stroll around Shanshui village, noting that the villagers' living conditions were less than satisfactory. He instructed Su to diligently work towards improving their circumstances and to lead everyone towards prosperity. After discussing several matters with Township Head Liao, he departed in his vehicle. Once County Head Shui had left, Liao Shiwiming smiled at Su Fei and said, "Comrade Su, please do not hesitate to reach out to me in the future. I will undoubtedly take advantage of your kindness, Township Head Liao," Su Fei replied with a smile. "Oh, do not call me Township Head, it sounds so formal." Liao feigned annoyance. Su Fei smiled slightly. "Brother Liao, that is more like it. Well then, I shall take my leave for now," Liao Shiwiming said as he departed with several leaders from the township. "My son, I hear you are planning to construct a road?" Su Mingshan approached and inquired. Su Fei nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, the roads in the village are in dire condition. Without repairs, our village will struggle to progress. I plan to connect this road to the main thoroughfare leading to the county. How much will that cost?" Su Mingshan exclaimed. Taken aback by the ambitious undertaking of his son, he was acutely aware that road construction was an exorbitantly expensive endeavor, particularly one that spanned from the village to the county, which would surely amount to astronomical figures. "Is the government funding this?" he inquired hastily. Su Fei shook his head. "I will finance the road myself. However, County Chief Shui has assured me of certain support." "You? How could you possibly have that much money? This road will cost at least 18 million. Father, I made a substantial profit from gambling on stones last time I was in the city. I sold for 130 million. Su Fei replied with a smile. "What? 130 million? Su Mingshan's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, clearly fainting at this revelation. Zhang Huilan, standing nearby, instinctively patted her chest, nearly losing her breath in shock. Su Fei hurriedly supported his father, channeling a surge of energy into him and pressing on his acupoint until he slowly regained consciousness. "Son, you're not lying, are you? We truly have over 100 million now?" Su Mingshan asked, astonished. Su Fei nodded with a wry smile. In that moment, Su Mingshan sprang to his feet. Shaking off his previous lethargy, his spirit revitalized, exuding a sense of grand ambition. "I am a billionaire now. Ha ha." Slap. Zhang Huilan unceremoniously smacked the back of his head and shot him a disapproving glance. "Do you want everyone to know your business? Doesn't T-wealth conceal itself?" Realizing the wisdom in his wife's words, Su Mingshan chuckled sheepishly. "Brother, you are truly remarkable. Our family has finally turned the tide." Su Li exclaimed, dancing with excitement. Witnessing her exuberance, Su Fei felt a pang of bittersweetness in his heart, overshadowed by guilt for his family's hardships over the years. They had endured such difficulties, and he could only imagine the number of people who had mocked them from the shadows. It is only when one dwells at the bottom rungs of society that the true nature of human relationships becomes evident. Poverty breeds scorn, even among relatives. And laughter at one's misfortune is not uncommon. Truly, the tides of fortune shift every 30 years. Reflecting on the struggles of the past, Su Mingshan felt a deep sense of sentimentality. From now on, our lives will only improve. We will no longer be the subject of others' ridicule, Su Fei proclaimed. Zhang Huilan sighed. Those who wish to see you fail will not concern themselves with whether you thrive or falter. When you are down, they cast judgment. When you succeed, they will find fault. That is the inherent flaw in human nature, Su Li interjected. After bidding his family farewell, Su Fei made his way to the foot of Beishan, where he observed the northernmost factory bustling with activity, overseen by Gao Dio, who was wearing a safety helmet. Behind this project stood Su Fei and his young partner, Guo Bowen. Quality control was paramount. Old Gao, Su Fei called out. Gao Dio turned and, spotting Su Fei, hurried over to him. Su Fei, what instructions do you have? How are the road construction arrangements coming along? Su Fei inquired. I have already informed the necessary parties. The required machinery such as rollers, rotary tillers, and concrete pavers are en route and will commence work shortly, Gao Dio replied with a smile. Su Fei nodded, clearly pleased with Gao Dio's efficiency. Excellent, we shall proceed as previously discussed, but whether it concerns the distillery or the roadworks, quality remains paramount. Of course, I, Gao Dio, would never tarnish my own reputation, he assured. Su Fei continued, additionally, I plan to demolish and rebuild my old house. That is manageable. Though I am curious about your vision for the new structure, Gao Dio responded, his excitement palpable at the prospect of a new project, sensing a lucrative opportunity in the serene mountain village. After a moment of contemplation, Su Fei stated, I envision a 3-story traditional structure, with few specific requirements. Traditional architecture? Gao Dio exclaimed, surprised that Su Fei sought a style contrary to the prevalent European designs favored by the affluent. He nodded thoughtfully. I have a disciple in the ancient architecture team in the capital. I can have him draft some plans and collaborate with me. Very well. Please show me the plans once they are ready, Su Fei replied. He had long harbored a passion for traditional architecture, and now, with newfound affluence, he was determined to bring his dreams to fruition. Moreover, as his parents aged, living in such a home would not only be nurturing, but also foster a tranquil mindset. After departing from Beishan, Su Fei arrived at the village committee office. Through the window, he noticed Yi deeply engrossed in her writing at her desk. Knock, knock. Please enter. Yi's melodious voice resonated from within after a couple of knocks. Su Fei pushed the door open. What are you writing? Yi looked up, tucking a couple of strands of hair behind her ear. Upon seeing Su Fei, she appeared somewhat flustered and quickly turned her notebook over, saying, I am summarizing the recent work report. Is that so? Su Fei replied, casting a skeptical glance at the inverted notebook. What brings you here? Yi deftly changed the subject. Su Fei scratched his head and handed her a piece of paper. This is a list. I intend to replace some of the committee members. Yi was initially taken aback, then smiled wryly. You truly are coming in with a fervor. So soon after your appointment, you are enacting such significant personnel changes. Might this not be ill-advised? You heard Lu Erju's remarks the other day. He spoke with reason. In business, we will inevitably face crises, and those who are fickle may well stab us in the back when the time comes, thus they must be replaced. Su Fei asserted resolutely. Seeing Su Fei's unwavering stance, Yi conceded, you are right. By the way, I happen to have something to discuss with you. As she spoke, Yi retrieved a contract from her drawer. This is a draft of the employment contract I prepared. If you find no issues with it, I shall call everyone to begin signing. Su Fei perused the document, nodding in approval. Entrusting Yi with the role of financial director for the distillery was indeed a wise decision. The contract was meticulously detailed, clear, and comprehensible. All right. You can take charge of these matters. I trust you, Su Fei said with a smile. Since you have no objections, I shall summon the villagers to the village committee to sign the contract. Yi smiled faintly and attempted to rise, but as soon as she straightened up, she cried out in pain and fell back onto the chair, her small hands tightly clutching her waist, her brow furrowed as she gasped for air. What's wrong? Su Fei exclaimed, rushing forward. I've just been sitting for too long. I'll be fine after a short rest, Yi replied through gritted teeth. You've strained your waist, Su Fei remarked, frowning deeply. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped her up in his arms, disregarding her startled protests, and placed her on the small bed designated for rest in the office, commanding her in a tone that left no room for argument. Lie down. I'll give you a massage, and you'll feel better. At that moment, Yi's mind began to race with wild thoughts. What was he planning? Surely he wouldn't take advantage of the situation, would he? Should she refuse, or should she feign reluctance? Seeing her large eyes darting around, Su Fei guessed her thoughts and lightly tapped her head. Stop overthinking. Must you be so fierce? Yi snapped back to reality, pouting slightly. Yet she obediently laid down on the bed. As Su Fei gazed at the charming figure before him, he couldn't help but lick his slightly dry lips. Yi exuded a youthful vitality, reminiscent of a college student. Her complexion was fair and delicate, her long legs alluring. The only flaw lay in her modestly developed bosom, which paled in comparison to Bai Yi's. However, both possessed their unique allure. They were simply different kinds of beauty. Shaking his head to dispel those distracting thoughts, Su Fei extended his hand. The moment he made contact with Yi's skin, she shivered, her body instantly warming. Yi's cheeks flushed crimson as she tightly shut her eyes, mortified. She had never allowed any man to touch her before. Strangely, she felt no inclination to resist Su Fei's words. As Su Fei's large hands began to massage her waist, her body relaxed, the pain gradually dissipating, replaced by waves of comfort that elicited an involuntary moan. Realizing the sound that escaped her lips, she quickly covered her mouth, her face burning with embarrassment. How mortifying to produce such a sound. If someone were to hear, they might think something scandalous was happening. Su Fei, observing her bashful demeanor, felt a surge of warmth, and his hands began to wander, caressing her waist with increasing boldness, inadvertently climbing higher. Yi's skin was tight and delicate, even through her clothing. It felt smooth as silk. What are you doing? Yi exclaimed, instinctively jumping up, her face aflame as she glared at him. I'm just giving you a massage. See, doesn't it feel much better? Su Fei scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment etched on his face. Seems like the pain has subsided. With a twist of her waist, Yi felt a sense of relief from the discomfort that had lingered there. Casting a fierce glance at Su Fei, she swiftly grabbed the contract from the table and fled the office like a startled deer. Witnessing Yi's hasty retreat, Su Fei could only manage a wry smile. Approaching the desk, he picked up the notebook she had been writing in and flipped it open, revealing a couplet of ancient poetry inscribed within. The mountain has trees, and the trees have branches. My heart delights in you, yet you remain unaware. A faint smile graced Su Fei's lips as he set the notebook down, surprised to discover that Yi harbored feelings for someone in secret. Yet, he pondered, who could that individual be? That very day, Yi used a loudspeaker to summon the villagers to begin signing contracts. The following day, Su Fei arrived at the village committee with a group of individuals whose names were written on a list provided by their parents. Convening all members of the village committee for a meeting, Su Fei decisively announced the appointments. This decision sparked unanimous opposition from the previous committee members. However, their dissent was destined to be ineffectual. Su Fei merely cast a glance their way, and they all fell silent. Even Lu Qingming found himself at a loss against Su Fei, let alone the others. Ultimately, the individuals Su Fei brought along were established as the new village committee. In the afternoon, the sun still hung high in the sky, casting a stifling heat that made it difficult to breathe. Su Fei rode his tricycle to Bai Yi's residence. Heading straight into the courtyard as he called out, "Sister Bai?" "Hey," came a response from within. Soon, Bai Yi appeared, draped in a loose robe, her smooth shoulders and fair thighs exposed, her long, dark hair cascading down her back, clearly damp from a recent bath. Su Fei was momentarily taken aback. The scene was undeniably alluring, stirring a rush of warmth within him. "Why are you bleeding?" Bai Yi exclaimed, hastily grabbing a tissue to tend to him. "I'm fine," Su Fei replied, stuffing the tissue into his nostril as he internally chanted, "Even amidst such dazzling beauty, I remain as unperturbed as an ancient tree." With a chuckle, Bai Yi said, "All right, come inside." Su Fei stood firm. "Sister Bai, I came to inform you that starting tomorrow, you can lead the village women in transplanting medicinal herbs." "Got it. Come in and sit for a moment. I have something to ask you," Bai Yi replied. Su Fei looked at her and suggested, "Sister Bai, why not discuss it here? Look at you. I won't bite," she teased, rolling her eyes playfully before pulling him into the house. She poured a glass of water and said, "Su Fei, I need a favor." Su Fei took a generous gulp of water and responded, "Sister Bai, just tell me what you need. I know you have great abilities. Could you help me find a place to stay? I have no particular requirements. It just needs to be livable." Bai Yi bit her red lip, her captivating eyes locked on his Su Fei. Perplexed, he asked, "Sister Bai, has something happened at home? You know I have a little brother, and there are children running around everywhere." Just a couple of days ago, he came to me, unabashedly declaring that he wanted me to be his mistress, claiming that the good water should not flow to outsiders. It was utterly shameless. Bai, filled with indignation, exclaimed. He threatened that if I do not submit to him, he would expel me from this home. Su Fei furrowed his brow, possessing a clear understanding of Bai's circumstances. The residence they currently occupied belonged to her first husband, Chen Nan. Regardless of the situation, Bai had been formally welcomed into this household and was thus considered a part of it, although she had subsequently engaged in another marriage proposal. The man tragically met his untimely demise before they could even meet, rendering that union void. Chen Dong, the younger brother of Bai's first husband, Chen Nan, was also known to Su Fei. He was several years older than Su Fei and had long since married and fathered children. It was rather audacious for him to set his sights on his brother's widow. Su Fei proposed, Sister Bai, if you do not mind, you may stay at my home. A blush crept onto Bai's cheeks as she replied, that seems rather inappropriate. After all, we are not yet married and living together. Well, Sister Bai, where are your thoughts wandering? You would be sharing a room with Su Li. Su Fei chuckled wryly. Suddenly, a forceful knock resounded at the door, prompting Su Fei to frown in annoyance. Who could be so rude? He inquired. Bai donned a coat and stepped outside, her expression shifting dramatically as she questioned. What are you doing here? This is my home as well. Why shouldn't I come? A young man with a buzz cut arrogantly strode inside. Upon seeing Bai, a lewd glimmer flickered in his eyes. So, have you made your decision? Chen Dong, I would never agree to you, even in death, Bai replied coldly. Humph. Ungrateful wretch, Chen Dong sneered. Don't think I'm unaware of your true nature, dressing so flamboyantly merely to entice men. I understand that life alone is difficult for you. I can assure you that if you were to accept me, I would support you. You are a widow, after all. To others, you are seen as an ill-omened figure. Being with me is certainly better than living a solitary life. Bai's face paled at his words, her chest heaving with anger. Aren't you afraid I might bring about your demise? Ha ha ha, I have no intention of marrying you. I merely want you as my mistress. So why should I be concerned? Chen Dong leered as he gazed at Bai's fair complexion, nearly drooling. She had become increasingly alluring, far surpassing the drabness of his own wife. Dream on. Get out. You are not welcome here. Bai retorted icily. Seeing that Bai remained obstinate, Chen Dong's expression darkened. Do not overstep your bounds. You are merely an outsider. How dare you tell me to leave? Whether you agree or not, you will submit today. I have no patience left. With that, a lecherous grin spread across his face as he lunged toward Bai. Startled, she paled and swiftly dodged, exclaiming, Chen Dong, do not act recklessly. I will call for help. Go ahead. The louder you scream, the more excited I become. Chen Dong laughed boisterously. Broad daylight. And you are so bold, Chen Dong. Su Fei emerged from the room, observing the scene with keen interest. Su Fei? Upon seeing the figure, Chen Dong was momentarily taken aback, then stammered with a forced laugh. Village chief, what brings you here? Su Fei replied with a smile. Sister Bai is my supervisor at the distillery. I came to discuss a few matters with her, and I apologize for interrupting your enjoyment, Dong Gu. Ah, what are you saying? Village Chief Su, I am also a part of your distillery. In fact, I signed a contract today. And I hope you will take good care of me in the future, Chen Dong said, his face a mask of flattery. Ha, that can certainly be arranged. Su Fei's expression suddenly turned serious. I overheard some of your conversation earlier. You wish for Sister Bai to be your lover? Startled by Su Fei's abrupt change in demeanor, Chen Dong hurriedly replied. Ah, that was just a joke, Village Chief Su. Please don't take it seriously, don't take it to heart, ha. It was merely jest, but some jokes ought not to be made. I advise you to temper your thoughts. After all, your child is not small anymore. It is imperative to focus on your work at the distillery, Su Fei stated. Yes, you are absolutely right, Village Chief Su. Chen Dong nodded repeatedly. If there is nothing else, I shall not disturb your discussion any further. Go ahead. Su Fei nodded in response. As Chen Dong departed, a flicker of gray light flashed from Su Fei's brow, swiftly descending upon Chen Dong, who remained utterly unaware as he left. Su Fei would not let someone like Chen Dong off so easily. Hence, he instructed Xiao Qian to administer a minor punishment. Sister Bai, it seems you need not stay at my home any longer. Su Fei turned to Bai with a smile. Rest assured, Chen Dong will no longer harass you. I hope so. For some inexplicable reason, a wave of disappointment surged within Bai. After leaving Bai's residence, Xiao Qian returned to his brow, and Su Fei communicated with her mentally. What have you done to him? I have planted a shadow seed within him. For the next few days, he shall likely endure several nights of nightmares, Shao Qian replied with a sly grin. Su Fei smiled knowingly with Shao Qian's intervention. The nightmares Chen Dong would experience would undoubtedly be terrifying, and he found himself feeling a tinge of sympathy for Chen Dong. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed an unfamiliar number. He pressed the answer button and said, "Hello, who is this? Is this Brother Su Fei?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. "And you are?" Su Fei inquired. "I am Chang Shou from Tianqing Pharmaceuticals. Don't you remember me? I suffered a heart attack at the Gemstone Trading Conference. And thanks to your assistance, I was able to survive." Chang Shou explained. "Brother Chang, I remember now. How has your health been lately?" Su Fei asked with a smile. Chang Shou sighed on the other end. "Recently, I have been feeling a tightness in my chest and struggling to breathe. The doctors at the hospital have not provided any effective solutions. You mentioned that my condition could be cured. Is that true?" Su Fei smiled gently. "Of course. It is true. As long as you need, Brother Chang, I can administer treatment for you at any time." "That is wonderful. Where are you?" "I will have my driver come to fetch you," Chang Shou replied eagerly. "I am in Shanshui village," Su Fei stated. After providing Chang Shou with the address, the call was abruptly ended, as the sun began its descent and a gentle breeze carried a hint of coolness. A black sedan appeared in the village. This was the vehicle sent by Chang Shou to collect Su Fei. After bidding farewell to his family, Su Fei climbed into the car. Bound for Qingyuan County, the sedan sped along, reaching a villa on the outskirts of Qingyuan in less than an hour. From afar, Su Fei spotted Chang Shou standing at the villa's entrance, eagerly awaiting his arrival, accompanied by a man in a white coat, who appeared to be a doctor. "Su Fei, my dear brother, you have finally arrived." Upon stepping out of the vehicle, Chang Shou warmly grasped Su Fei's hand. He then turned to the doctor in white, introducing him. "This is Dr. Bai Yongyan, the physician for old you. When I fell ill last time, that old fellow insisted on assigning Dr. Bai to me. He is a professor at the medical university in the provincial capital and has received several international awards for his medical papers." Su Fei nodded slightly in acknowledgement, yet Dr. Bai merely tilted his head, feigning ignorance. Chang Shou continued, "This is the Su Fei I mentioned to you, an extraordinary traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. It was Su Fei who saved me with acupuncture at the Gemstone Trading Convention." Dr. Bai scoffed dismissively. "Traditional Chinese medicine? Merely a trickery. Even the most renowned practitioners are nothing but name-seekers." He scrutinized Su Fei with contempt, sneering, "Look at this farmer's attire. He clearly intends to swindle you, Chang." Taken aback, Chang Shou felt a twinge of embarrassment, surprised by Dr. Bai's bluntness. Su Fei's expression darkened. How audacious, he thought. If Professor Bai is so impressive, then why did Brother Chang summon me here? Does this not imply that your skills in Western medicine are lacking, and those so-called accolades are mere facades? Arteriosclerotic coronary artery disease leads to narrowed blood vessels, resulting in myocardial ischemia and hypoxia, which causes heart disease, commonly known as coronary heart disease. This condition can only be managed with long-term medication, Dr. Bai replied, casting a derisive glance at Su Fei, raising his head haughtily. "As for your claim of a cure, I find it laughable. After 20 years in Western medicine, I have yet to hear of anyone curing this ailment completely. Is that so? Then shall we wager on it?" Su Fei proposed. "Wager on what?" "Certainly on money, 1 million as the stake. Are you willing to take the challenge?" Su Fei's lips curved into a slight smile. "Humph. You have quite the bravado. Do you really think you are worth 1 million? Dr. Bai retorted mockingly. "That is none of your concern. A man of honor stands by his word. If I dare to wager, I will certainly have the means to back it up," Su Fei declared. Dr. Bai chuckled. "Well, if someone is willing to hand me money, that would be splendid." Observing the escalating tension and the bet forming between the two, Chang Shou interjected, addressing Su Fei, "Brother, if you can cure my ailment, I shall also reward you with 1 million in consultation fees." As he spoke, Chang Shou warmly invited Su Fei into the villa, which was adorned with luxurious and grand decorations. The dining table was laden with a dozen exquisite dishes, while 2 maids stood nearby. Pouring a glass of wine for Su Fei, Chang Shou chuckled, "My dear brother, after your long journey, you must be famished. I haven't had the chance to prepare much, so please make do with this meal." Su Fei gazed at the sumptuous spread before him, smirking. "Brother Chang, you certainly have the audacity to say that. With so many dishes, how can you call this making do?" "Haha, dear brother, don't be polite, dig in." Chang Shou laughed heartily. Su Fei nodded, picked up his chopsticks, and began to feast. His hunger was insatiable, and he showed no restraint in devouring the delicious fare. In no time, several plates were emptied before him, while Changsha and Bai Yongnian hardly touched their meals. With a contented sigh, Su Fei leaned back in his chair, his belly round and full. Truly a farmer's meal. I bet you've never experienced such a feast in your life, Bai Yongnian teased, eyeing Su Fei mockingly. Su Fei shot him a glance but chose to ignore him, turning his attention to Changsha. Brother Chang, having eaten and drunk to our heart's content, shall we begin? I can hardly wait to claim someone's wager. All right, let's head to my bedroom. With that, Changsha ascended to the second floor, leading Su Fei into his bedroom. Su Fei instructed him to remove his shirt and lay down on the bed. Please step aside, he requested of Bai Yongnian, who stood in front of Changsha. You little brat, I can't wait to see how you wrap this up, Bai Yongnian gritted through clenched teeth, glaring at the composed Su Fei. Su Fei paid him no mind, retrieving his pouch of needles with a solemn expression. He swiftly inserted 5 needles into Changsha's chest, followed by another. Be careful. Don't let anything happen to Mr. Chang, or you'll be in for a rough time today, Bai Yongnian sneered at the sight. Su Fei frowned. Be quiet. Bai Yongnian was about to retort but, noticing Changsha's increasingly impatient demeanor, opted for silence. Su Fei continued his work, the final 3 needles targeting key acupoints on Changsha's body. He flicked each needle, causing them to tremble slightly, as imperceptible strands of vital energy slowly entered Changsha's body, aiding in his internal condition. The needles quivering persisted for 3 minutes before ceasing. Su Fei flicked again, and the trembling resumed, continuing for a total of 9 times. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. His vital energy was nearly depleted. At last, seeing the needles still, Su Fei bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto Changsha's heart. Ah, mmm. Suddenly, Changsha let out a cry of pain, feeling a searing heat in his chest. Yet, in the next moment, he released a contented moan, as an unprecedented sensation of relaxation washed over him. Only then did Su Fei remove the silver needles from Changsha. A wave of dizziness overcame him, a consequence of his energy depletion. Brother Chang, how do you feel? Changsha awoke, feeling an unsettling stickiness enveloping his entire body. Unknown to him, a dark substance had adhered to his skin, yet the sensation of relief coursing through him brought an indescribable joy to his heart. I feel so unburdened. My breathing has become remarkably smoother, and the tightness in my chest has vanished. Am I truly healed? Su Fei nodded with a smile. Indeed, nearly so. A couple more treatments, and you will be completely cured. This session has helped expel the impurities within you. Brother Chang, it would be wise to take a shower. Haha. Su Fei, I am profoundly grateful to you. Allow me to freshen up first. With that, Changsha hurried into the bathroom of his spacious bedroom, which was equipped with an ensuite facility. Su Fei turned to Bai Yongnian. Professor Bai, isn't it time to settle the wager? This is impossible. Coronary heart disease cannot be completely eradicated. We must wait for the examination results to draw any conclusions. Bai Yongnian's disbelief was palpable. Su Fei shook his head, not truly expecting him to hand over $1 million. Before long, Changsha emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe. Bai Yongnian quickly approached. Mr. Chang, relying solely on your feelings cannot provide definitive proof. Do not let him deceive you. Who knows what underhanded methods he may have employed. Come with me to the hospital for a coronary CTA and angiography to ascertain the truth. Changsha felt well but was inclined to have a checkup to confirm his condition. However, he hesitated, not wanting to appear distrustful before Su Fei. Brother Chang, since Professor Bai remains unconvinced, it would be prudent to undergo the examination. This way, you can rest assured. Su Fei remarked nonchalantly. Very well then. Changsha summoned the driver, and the group proceeded directly to the county hospital. Despite the late hour, the hospital bustled with activity, devoid of any sense of desolation. It was evident that Bai Yongnian was acquainted with the hospital's leadership, as shortly, a nurse delivered the examination results. Staring at the report, Bai Yongnian was rendered speechless, his expression frozen in disbelief. The results indicated that Changsha was in perfect health, utterly overturning his understanding of medicine, and casting him into a state of confusion regarding his medical career. After a lengthy silence, Bai Yongnian lowered his head in defeat and said to Su Fei, "A bet must be honored. Please provide me with your account details." Su Fei regarded him with mild surprise before shaking his head. No need. I never truly sought your money. I simply found your demeanor intolerable. Thank you. Bai Yongnian expressed genuine gratitude. Though proud, he had never accepted bribes or kickbacks in his years as a physician, and his savings barely totaled $1 million. The prospect of handing it over to Su Fei would have plunged him back into financial ruin. Grateful for Su Fei's refusal, he sincerely offered his thanks. You are right. My skills are still lacking. I shall devote myself to mastering the art of medicine, to heal and save lives, Bai Yongnian stated earnestly. Seeing the reconciliation between the two, Chang Shou felt a surge of joy. This is how it should be. However, Brother Su Fei, having cured my ailment, you must accept your fee. Su Fei shook his head. Brother Chang, I have a request. Speak freely. You saved my life. I shall do everything in my power to assist you. Chang Shou replied earnestly. I require a 500-year-old wild ginseng. It is of great importance to me. Please, Brother Chang, I implore you to assist me. I am willing to pay any price. Su Fei knew that Chang Shou, as the president of Tianqing Pharmaceutical, had the connections to procure such a rare herb. A 500-year-old wild ginseng? Chang Shou chuckled. What a coincidence. Just a few days ago, one of my subordinates returned from the far north with a wild ginseng of precisely that age. Since you need it, I shall gift it to you. No. I understand the rarity of wild ginseng, particularly of that vintage. I insist on purchasing it from you, Su Fei urged. Feigning indignation, Chang Shou retorted, Brother, this is unbecoming. Do you consider me a stranger? You saved my life. A mere wild ginseng is nothing in comparison. If you refuse, I shall not recognize you as my brother. Su Fei, just accept it. While wild ginseng is indeed precious, President Chang is not lacking in funds, Bai Yongnian interjected. Very well. Su Fei relented. At that moment, a group of doctors and nurses clad in white coats rushed out of the hospital, their faces etched with seriousness. Among them was the tall and graceful Li Qing, who hurriedly led the way. Simultaneously, an ambulance screeched to a halt at the hospital entrance, and a bloodied young man was wheeled out, accompanied by a disheveled youth with gray hair, who appeared frantic, calling out to the young man on the stretcher. Director Li, there has been a severe car accident on Jianbei Road. The patient's condition is critical: internal injuries, severe bleeding, rapidly dropping blood pressure, and a fast heart rate. Additionally, he has suffered a head trauma and exhibited vomiting. He is currently in a state of shock. A doctor accompanying the ambulance reported swiftly. Quickly, take him to the operating room for emergency treatment. Li Qing commanded, her brow furrowed. I must inform you, this is young Master Jane. You must exert every effort to save him. If anything happens to young Master Jane, you will all face dire consequences. The gray-haired youth shouted at Li Qing and the others. Li Qing frowned. Rest assured, treating patients is our duty. Regardless of their status, we treat all with equal respect. Then why are you still talking? Hurry and save young Master Jane. If something goes wrong, I will ensure you lose your jobs. At this pronouncement, both doctors and nurses felt a surge of discontent, anger evident on their faces, yet they refrained from stooping to his level. Hurry, push him to the operating room. One of the male doctors exclaimed. Observing the attire of the two young men, it was evident that they were of no ordinary status. Such affluent scions were beyond the reach of common medical personnel. Dr. Li, Su Fei called out from a nearby chair. Upon hearing his voice, Li Qing glanced over with a hint of surprise, not expecting to see Su Fei at the hospital so late at night. Her eyes brightened as she said, Su Fei, I need your assistance. She had witnessed the miraculous prowess of Su Fei's traditional Chinese medicine firsthand. The current patient was gravely injured, and given the limited capabilities of the county hospital, the odds of saving him seemed bleak. However, with Su Fei's involvement, all would be well. She had developed an unshakable faith in him. All right. Without hesitation, Su Fei agreed. A mere glance was enough for him to assess the patient's condition. When he had greeted Li Qing earlier, he had hoped to lend her a helping hand, as the injuries were indeed severe. He was aware that any mishap during the rescue could complicate matters for Li Qing, especially since he had learned from the gray-haired man that this patient held a significant status. Who are you? The gray-haired youth shot Su Fei a glance, noting his humble appearance, and barked, if you are not a doctor, you should step aside. If anything happens to young Master Jane, who will bear the responsibility? Among the medical staff, a male doctor also regarded Su Fei. He was Xie Zhihua, who had previously met Su Fei when he treated Guobowen's father, Gui Yongfu. At that moment, he remained silent, observing Su Fei with a knowing smirk. His name is Su Fei, a remarkably skilled practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. His presence will greatly aid us in saving the patient. If you wish for the patient to be unharmed, it would be best to remain quiet, Li Qing retorted, her anger flaring. What a joke. He claims to be a physician. The gray-haired youth couldn't help but scoff, sizing Su Fei up. I doubt your entire outfit is worth even 100 yuan. Young man, mind your words. Chang Shou interjected, furrowing his brow, though I am reluctant to admit it. Su Fei's expertise in traditional Chinese medicine is indisputable, Bai Yongyan added. Enough of this chatter. Su Fei, come with me to the emergency room immediately. The patient's condition is critical, Li Qing urged, eager not to waste any time. She hurriedly pushed the patient into the emergency room. Kid, I hope you possess some real skill. Otherwise, I will make you regret ever being alive, threatened the gray-haired man. Su Fei cast a glance at him, finding the man quite bothersome. Were it not for the hospital setting, he might have considered teaching him a lesson. Ignoring him, Su Fei decided that, out of respect for Li Qing, he would not let this man's attitude deter him from assisting his friend. Su Fei stood, nodded at Changshu and Bai Yongyan, and then proceeded into the emergency room. Directorly, the patient has no pulse. A nurse shouted at that moment. Quick, initiate defibrillation. At this moment, Li Qing had donned the sterilized surgical gown and was poised to commence defibrillation with 2 defibrillators in hand. 1 shock, 2 shocks, 3 shocks. On the 3rd attempt, the young man on the operating table finally regained a heartbeat, eliciting an excited cry from the nurse who had been intently watching the monitor. Leave the rest to me. Su Fei approached Li Qing and stated, his organs have ruptured, and there is a hematoma in his brain. By the time you manage to revive him, he will be dead. Hearing Su Fei's words, the rest of the medical team turned to look at him, wondering who he was to speak with such audacity. Only Xie Jihua's expression darkened. He remembered how Su Fei had barged into the emergency room previously and taken his patient. Now, he was intruding again. And he cast a discontented glance at Li Qing. Among them, 2 young nurses were wide-eyed, recalling Su Fei's earlier displays of skill at the hospital. Can you handle this? His condition is truly dire. Li Qing felt a twinge of anxiety within. Su Fei smiled slightly, never question a man's capabilities. Li Qing's cheeks unexpectedly flushed, and she involuntarily recalled the enchanting scene from that night she had entered Su Fei's room. If that is the case, then let us proceed swiftly. The patient cannot afford your flirtations. Xie Jihua, observing their demeanor, urged impatiently. Su Fei glanced at him, recalling the doctor's presence, and casually remarked, with me here, you would find it difficult to perish. Humph, anyone can boast, Xie Jihua scoffed, though he begrudgingly acknowledged Su Fei's remarkable medical prowess. You all may leave, only Doctor Li should remain, Su Fei stated calmly. Everyone turned to Li Qing, as her position was the highest among them. Li Qing nodded. Everyone, please exit. Su Fei prefers not to be disturbed. As her words fell, the group gradually vacated the emergency room. Outside, a gray-haired young man was anxiously pacing, and upon seeing the medical staff emerge, he hurriedly inquired, Why are you all coming out? How is Jin Xiao? Not well, Xie Jihua replied, equally unimpressed by the brazen young man. Then why are you out here? Hurry back in and save Jin Xiao, or you will all be stripped of your white coats. The gray-haired youth erupted in anger at Xie Jihua's words. There's a traditional Chinese medicine master inside. What need is there for us small doctors? Xie Jihua remarked indifferently as he glanced back toward the emergency room. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. What kind of hospital is this, where doctors refuse to attend to patients and allow a mere farmer to act recklessly? The gray-haired youth shouted. Do you know who is inside? Can you keep it down? Changshu replied, somewhat impatiently. Su Fei's medical skills are unparalleled. Nothing will go awry. Who are you to speak? Shut up. I'm already annoyed. The gray-haired youth retorted. Do you know who this is? How dare you be so disrespectful? Standing before you is General Chang of Tianqing Pharmaceuticals, Bai Yongyan interjected. The gray-haired youth spat disdainfully, exclaiming, Pa, what a farce, calling him a boss. Do you even comprehend the stature of young Master Jin? If I were to reveal it, it would send shivers down your spines. Oh, pray, enlighten us, Changshu replied with a chuckle. He was well acquainted with the influential figures of Qingyuan County. As the president of Tianqing Pharmaceuticals, a leader in the industry, he prided himself on his extensive social connections, believing he held a significant presence in Qingyuan. Do you know who Jin is? The gray-haired youth lifted his chin arrogantly, his gaze dismissive. Young Master Jin is the only son of Jin Yi. What? The revelation stunned everyone present. Jin Yi, the underground emperor of Nanhai province, was a legendary figure, originally emerging from the underworld and rising to prominence in Qingyuan. Known for his audacity, ruthlessness, and cruelty, tales of his exploits were chilling. Once, he pursued 7 or 8 men down 3 streets with a knife, forcing them to take refuge in a police station. Yet, he did not relent, storming into the precinct and leaving those men in disarray before departing, seemingly satisfied. On another occasion, he apprehended a long-standing rival and, with chilling efficiency, dismembered him into 8 pieces. But the horror did not end there. He subsequently boiled the scattered limbs and consumed them, washed down with liquor, an image so grotesque it was unbearable to witness. His mercilessness and brutal methods instilled fear in the hearts of many. His notorious deeds were widely known, a dark legend that echoed through the corridors of society. Most astonishingly, no matter the severity of his offenses, he always emerged unscathed. Even incarceration was but a fleeting inconvenience before he resumed his former influence. Upon hearing Jinya's name, Changsho felt his heart nearly cease its rhythm. He was acutely aware of Jinya's infamy, though they had never crossed paths. The man was a nightmare for all. His story's a constant murmur in the shadows. Jinyi, born Jin Hongyuan, rose to prominence in the early 1980s during a period of rapid development in Qingyuan County, where many faced eviction due to real estate projects. Unsatisfied with the compensations offered by real estate companies, numerous individuals became stubborn holdouts, causing considerable frustration for developers. At that time, Jin Hongyuan was merely a minor figure in the underworld, but he sensed an opportunity. He gathered a group of societal misfits to assist real estate firms in expelling those obstinate residents, employing intimidation and personal attacks on those who resisted. His methods proved remarkably effective, and as word spread, his notoriety grew, attracting numerous real estate companies seeking his services. With newfound wealth, Jin Hongyuan expanded his ventures, swiftly establishing the Hongyuan Group, which encompassed a multitude of industries, including finance, entertainment, and commercial real estate. Under his leadership, the Hongyuan Group flourished, spreading its influence throughout Nanhai Province. "Are you referring to Mr. Jin Hongyuan, the Jin you speak of?" Changsho inquired, striving to maintain his composure as he sought confirmation from the gray-haired youth. Indeed, the gray-haired youth relished their astonished expressions, basking in the glory as if he were Jin Yi himself. In the emergency room, Li Qing observed as Su Fei produced a silver needle and inquired, "What can I assist you with?" "Just a chat will suffice," Su Fei replied without turning, his gaze fixed upon the pallid young man on the hospital bed. It appeared that another application of the Qian Kuan-jiu-ji needle technique was necessary. He steadied himself, then deftly inserted a silver needle into the young man's upper star acupoint, subsequently turning him over to place 2 more needles into the Tianqi and Tianzhu acupoints at the back of his head. "Dr. Li, I must say, your dedication is commendable. Still at work at this hour," remarked Li Qing, noting Su Fei's unwavering focus on the patient as he continued to administer treatment. "Can you not exhibit a modicum of common sense? Doctors have shifts to attend to as well," she retorted, slightly exasperated. Su Fei offered a sheepish smile, continuing to place the final 5 needles into the patient's critical acupoints. "And you? What brings you back to the city? Are you still at the county hospital?" Li Qing observed Su Fei's fluid and natural technique, as if he were engaged in a leisurely game of chess rather than administering medical care. "I accompanied a friend for a checkup," Su Fei replied, furrowing his brow. The young man's injuries were severe, with trauma to both the head and chest, and internal injuries requiring meticulous attention to rectify the chaotic state within. "Oh, by the way, do you have plans tomorrow? I've learned to prepare a few dishes. If you're free, you could come over and I'd like to cook for you," Li Qing suggested, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. Since their intimate encounter at her home, she often found herself reminiscing about Su Fei. She had even taken her mother's advice to heart. To win a man's affection, one must first win his stomach, prompting her to learn several recipes. "You work the night shift. Won't you be sleeping tomorrow?" Su Fei replied, sighing inwardly. He had expended a significant amount of his vital energy while treating Changsho earlier, but after resting for half a day, he had regained some vigor. He gradually channeled the limited pure energy through the silver needles into the patient's body, simultaneously directing a strand of consciousness to control the flow. "I don't start work until the day after tomorrow, so I can afford to sleep later," Li Qing replied, her voice barely above a whisper, growing increasingly bashful as she considered the unusual request she was making of a man. "Well then, I shall graciously accept your invitation. I am quite curious to taste the culinary creations of Dr. Li," Su Fei said with a smile, feeling the young man's damaged heart responding to the nourishing energy, visibly mending at an accelerated pace. Before long, the heart returned to its former state, beating with renewed vigor. The energy then coursed through the young man's bones, beginning to heal the fractures. Su Fei directed a wisp of energy to the brain, dispersing the accumulated blood clots with ease, and within moments, they vanished. "Let it be known that regardless of the flavor, you must consume every morsel, for this marks a significant milestone in my life." Li Qing playfully pouted her cherry-like lips. "Oh, is it truly your first time?" Then I must cherish this moment. Su Fei responded with a knowing smile. Sensing the mischievous intent behind Su Fei's grin, Li Qing's delicate face flushed with embarrassment. Where are your thoughts wandering? Not a single man can be trusted. They are all utterly dreadful. Seeing her adopt such a charming demeanor, Su Fei felt a whirlwind of emotions. It was the first time he had witnessed this side of Li Qing, leaving him momentarily speechless. Focus. Li Qing shot him a reproachful glance. At her words, Su Fei quickly regained his composure, channeling his remaining energy to thoroughly rejuvenate the young man on the hospital bed, ensuring no further complications arose. Only then did he allow the nearly exhausted energy to return to his body. With a thud, Su Fei's legs buckled, and he found himself unceremoniously seated on the floor, his eyelids feeling as though they were engaged in a fierce battle. He was utterly drained after performing the Qian Kuan 9 Extremes needle technique twice in a single day. How are you? Noticing his condition, Li Qing hurriedly assisted him onto a nearby stool, gently wiping the sweat from his forehead and temples with a white towel. Her movements tender and cautious, as if afraid of causing him any pain. This scene resembled a devoted wife caring for her husband, radiating warmth and affection. Su Fei offered a reassuring smile. I'm fine. I just need a moment to rest. With his words, Li Qing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Turning her gaze to the young man on the bed, who was beginning to exhibit a healthy complexion and a steadying breath. He is no longer in danger, rest assured, Su Fei declared with a smile. Li Qing observed the stable readings on the various monitors, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I must say, your acupuncture skills are truly remarkable. Have you ever considered seeking employment at a hospital? With just a nod. I am certain that your medical expertise would earn you a position far superior to mine. Su Fei shook his head. My ambitions lie elsewhere. With his skills and aspirations, he had no desire to be confined within the walls of a hospital. His vision extended far beyond, and he was confident that he would one day stand atop the pinnacle of this world. So what are your plans? Li Qing inquired. Su Fei smiled slightly. I intend to develop my hometown. My distillery is currently under construction. Really? Li Qing exclaimed in surprise. I must visit when I have the chance. You are most welcome. After a brief respite, Su Fei rose to remove the silver needles from the young man's body, who remained weak and in slumber. Su Fei and Li Qing exited the emergency room. Li Qing addressed the two nurses outside. Xiaolon, Xiaoying, please transfer the patient back to a regular ward. How is Jin Xiao? A gray-haired youth rushed over, anxious for news. The patient has stabilized, thanks to Su Fei's timely intervention. He has turned the tide from peril to safety, Li Qing replied, casting a glance at the gray-haired youth. The doctors and nurses at the scene gasped in disbelief, staring blankly at Su Fei, a seemingly unremarkable young man, whose medical skills were astonishing. Xie Zhihua could not help but narrow his eyes in surprise. How could he have saved the patient from danger in such a brief period? Immediately, a strong shade of jealousy flickered in his gaze. The gray-haired youth cast a disdainful glance at Su Fei and remarked to Li Qing, Are you certain you aren't jesting? Can this fellow truly save lives? Li Qing furrowed her brow, retorting, How can you speak so callously? Su Fei acted compassionately to save your friend. At this moment, Su Fei chuckled nonchalantly and replied, Do not be angered. Why lower yourself to the level of a barking mad dog? Who are you calling a dog? The gray-haired youth seethed with rage. Just then, the young man from the emergency room was wheeled out by two nurses. The gray-haired youth glared fiercely at Su Fei and warned, Kid, the mountains remain unchanged and the waters flow eternally. Just wait and see. With a menacing remark left hanging in the air, he followed the nurses and the young man away. Su Fei, my young brother, you should have endured that moment. Do you know who stands behind them? Chang Shou approached with a sigh. Su Fei shrugged nonchalantly and inquired, Who? Jin Hongyuan, Master Jin. Bai Yongnian replied. Su Fei, you should bring a gift tomorrow to apologize and lower your stance a bit. After all, you saved Master Jin's son. I doubt they will make things difficult for you. Master Jin wields significant power, one we cannot afford to provoke. Indeed, a true man knows when to yield. Chang Shou nodded in agreement. I cannot do that. Su Fei stated resolutely. Let us not speak of this matter. While I find it bothersome, I have never shied away from trouble. His voice rang out with strength and determination, leaving the others slightly moved. Subsequently, Su Fei and his companions returned to Chang Shou's villa. During their time at the hospital, Chang Shou had already instructed his subordinates to deliver the wild ginseng to his home. As Su Fei held the ginseng, resembling a human figure, his heart surged with excitement. This was something he had longed for. Wild ginseng is revered in folklore as the foremost among the 9 divine herbs, a rare and precious medicinal material. especially those aged 500 years, which are nearly unattainable. It is known to nourish the five organs, calm the spirit, stabilize the soul, dispel fear, eliminate malevolence, enhance vision, improve intelligence, and extend life. It absorbs the sweet dew of heaven and earth, receives the essence of the sun and moon, and is infused with the spirit of nature, forming a unique ginseng body, truly an extraordinary treasure. With this wild ginseng, Su Fei believed he could finally break through to the second level of the yin-yang sacred art, and he eagerly returned to the room that Chang Shou had prepared for him. At this hour, though it was already midnight, Su Fei felt no trace of sleepiness. Dragging his weary body, he sat cross-legged on the bed, calming his mind and focusing his spirit. Once his thoughts were clear and devoid of distraction, he began to circulate the yin-yang sacred art. He had been stuck at the pinnacle of the first level for many years, unable to progress due to the rarity of wild ginseng. Now that he had it in hand, he could finally make his breakthrough. According to the records of inheritance, he was not in a hurry, but instead focused on restoring the true energy within his body. As the true energy circulated through the meridians in concentric circles, it grew increasingly robust like a wisp of silk. Su Fei sat cross-legged on the bed, entirely oblivious to the passage of time. Before he knew it, dawn had arrived. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the fresh air carried a hint of coolness. At that moment, Su Fei suddenly opened his eyes, radiating two beams of brilliance. With a soft exclamation, his hands shifted, and a surge of true energy surged forth, enveloping him in a mist of white vapor, as if he were on the verge of transcending. At this point, he had fully recovered and was mobilizing his true energy to prepare for a decisive assault on the barrier of the second realm. Su Fei picked up a wild ginseng from in front of him and casually chewed it a couple of times before swallowing it whole. In the next moment, he felt a vast and profound energy manifest at the barrier of the second realm, subsequently enveloping it and permeating into its very essence. Su Fei distinctly sensed that the barrier which had obstructed him for years was loosening. His eyes sparkled with realization. The opportunity to break through had finally arrived. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his energy and true qi, ready to make a bold push into the second realm. A resounding thud echoed from within him, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. At last, the barrier that had hindered his progress was shattered. In an instant, he felt as though he had entered an entirely new world. An abundance of pure true energy surged forth, continuously nourishing his physical form, while the meridians within his body expanded and strengthened. Su Fei clenched his fists tightly, an explosive power coursing through him. He felt utterly invigorated, as the thin spiritual energy of the heavens and earth flowed ceaselessly into his being. This sensation was truly exquisite. Su Fei gazed at his own fists, his eyes sparkling with excitement. At that moment, he longed to let out a triumphant roar, his exhilaration palpable. He had finally broken through to the second realm of the yin-yang sacred art. Now, he could unleash a multitude of techniques, for the knowledge contained within the inheritance was vast, yet previously limited by his realm. Su Fei sensed that his strength had ascended to a new plateau, feeling the lingering essence of the wild ginseng within him gradually enhancing his body. After a while, Su Fei stood up, observing the sticky black substance clinging to him, and smiled broadly. It was merely the impurities within his body. Having spent the night without sleep, he felt not fatigue, but rather a refreshing vigor. After a quick shower, Su Fei made his way to the hall, where he found Bai Yongnian holding a suitcase, engaged in conversation with Chang Shou. Why the rush? It wouldn't hurt to have breakfast first, Chang Shou remarked to Bai Yongnian. Bai Yongnian appeared somewhat despondent, replying, "No, I'm not hungry. It's better to head back early." Su Fei approached and glanced at the suitcase. "Professor Bai, are you leaving?" Bai Yongnian turned to Su Fei, extending his hand for a shake. "Su Fei, I'm returning to the provincial city. Chang's health is no longer an issue, and my presence here holds little significance. It was a pleasure to meet you. All right, I wish you a safe journey." Su Fei found himself at a loss for words. "Upon my return, I intend to delve deeply into the field of medicine. In the future, should the opportunity arise, we shall engage in a contest to determine whose medical prowess is superior," Bai Yongnian declared. Su Fei gently shook his head, responding, "The aim of studying medicine is not to ascertain who is more formidable, but rather to heal the sick and save lives. I trust that your initial motivation for pursuing medicine aligns with this sentiment." Upon hearing this, Bai Yongnian pondered for a moment and quietly replied, "I have learned much. I shall indeed keep you informed should I have the chance to visit the provincial capital." As he spoke, Bai Yongnian handed Su Fei a business card, nodded at Chang Shou, and then turned to leave with purposeful strides. Observing Bai Yongyin's retreating figure, Chang Shou remarked with a smile, "In truth, Bai Yongyin's medical skills rank among the finest in the country. However, he can be somewhat obstinate, especially considering his numerous achievements and accolades in the field of medicine. He possesses the requisite confidence. Learning is an endless journey, particularly in medicine, as the human body is a profound enigma, warranting a lifetime of exploration," Su Fei stated. After partaking in a modest breakfast, Su Fei was seated on the sofa, engaged in casual conversation with Chang Shou, when a plump middle-aged woman entered the room, flanked by two individuals resembling bodyguards in black suits, who were laden with an array of items. "Old Shang, I'm back," the woman bellowed with a robust voice as she plopped down beside Chang Shou in the hall. The two bodyguards set the items on the table before bowing slightly and exiting. This middle-aged woman had a rotund figure, her stomach appearing as if encircled by 3 hula hoops, and as she walked, the flesh on her thighs and waist swayed in unison. Notably, a mole the size of a bean adorned her chin, with 2 prominent black hairs sprouting from it, making it particularly conspicuous. Chang Shou glanced at the woman beside him, then at the heap of items on the table, his lips twitching in a rather forced smile. He turned to Su Fei and said, "Su Fei, my dear brother, allow me to introduce you to my wife, Mao Xiaya." Su Fei was taken aback. Judging by the woman's demeanor, he had surmised her identity. Yet he was astonished that such a robust and boisterous woman bore such an elegant name. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor, politely nodding and smiling at Mao Xiaya. "Greetings, sister-in-law. Aha, this is the Su Fei I mentioned to you, my dear brother. It was he who saved me at the raw stone trading event. And just last night, he completely cured my ailment," Chang Shou declared to Mao Xiaya. Mao Xiaya was momentarily stunned, then exuberantly wrapped her arm around Su Fei's shoulder, exclaiming, "Little brother, I cannot thank you enough." Old Chang's heart condition had him reliant on medication, practically turning him into a walking pharmacy. Su Fei felt slightly awkward due to Mao Xiaya's exuberance, and Chang Shou chuckled, "Your sister-in-law is just like that. You'll get used to it." After a brief pause, Chang Shou hesitated before continuing, "My dear brother, I find myself burdened with certain unspoken difficulties." Su Fei inquired, "Chang brother, please speak freely. Could you possibly take a look for my sister-in-law? After so many years of marriage, we remain unaware of the reasons behind our inability to conceive." Chang Shou's expression darkened slightly. This issue had plagued their marriage for many years. They had visited numerous prestigious hospitals and consulted countless renowned doctors, yet to no avail. After thorough examinations, both of them were declared physically sound. Now that Su Fei had successfully treated his heart condition, Chang Shou pondered whether Su Fei might be the one to resolve this conundrum. "All right, no problem." Su Fei nodded and turned to Mao Xiaya, sister-in-law. "Let me check your pulse." "Sure." Mao Xiaya readily extended her hand. As he felt her pulse, Su Fei quickly discerned her condition. He smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you are in excellent health. There is nothing amiss. Younger brother, my body is indeed robust, so I doubt there is any issue. I believe the problem lies with old Chang." Mao Xiaya shot a glare at Chang Shou. "Who knows what this old man has been up to behind my back, causing me to remain childless? How can you say such things?" Chang Shou's face paled slightly upon hearing Mao Xiaya's words. Su Fei recalled the secret technique Chang Shou had demonstrated at the raw stone trading event. Their actions had clearly suggested that their relationship was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. However, he had no intention of voicing such thoughts. Shaking his head, Su Fei replied, "Sister-in-law, you jest. Brother Chang is also in good health." He had treated Chang Shou before and was well aware of his physical condition. In fact, thanks to the cleansing effects of his vital energy, Chang Shou's health might surpass that of many younger individuals. Chang Shou lamented, "We are both over 40 now. If we cannot conceive, it seems that the Chang family will face extinction in our generation. Younger brother, I know of your abilities. You must help me." "Younger brother, we have undergone numerous examinations at major hospitals, all of which have declared us healthy, yet where could the problem truly lie?" Mao Xiaya inquired, perplexed. Su Fei chuckled and said, "Sister-in-law, the issue preventing you from conceiving is not due to illness, but rather your lifestyle habits." "Lifestyle habits? My habits are quite regular." Mao Xiaya furrowed her brow and replied. Su Fei waved his hand dismissively. "If I am not mistaken, sister-in-law, you have a habit of drinking, correct?" "Yes, particularly white liquor." "Indeed, despite being a woman, your sister-in-law has a great fondness for alcohol. One could say she revels in it, especially strong spirits," Chang Shou added. "However, when I was trying to conceive, I did not drink at all. After some time without success, I became anxious and couldn't resist having a couple of drinks. Mao Xiaya explained. Is this the reason? Then I shall quit drinking. Su Fei smiled and said, it is not solely due to that. Little brother, you are driving me to distraction. Please do not keep me in suspense, Chang Shou urged anxiously. Mao Xiaya also stared intently at Su Fei. Does sister-in-law enjoy taking showers after drinking? And does she use cold water regardless of the season? Su Fei inquired. Upon hearing this, Mao Xiaya smacked her thigh. You are absolutely right, little brother. After drinking, I feel unbearably hot. Unless I shower with cold water, I feel restless, as though there is a fire burning within me. Herein lies the problem. Su Fei stated incisively, in traditional Chinese medicine, alcohol can inflict damage on our kidney energy, and consuming strong spirits exacerbates this harm. Furthermore, sister-in-law's preference for cold showers post-drinking further stimulates the kidney energy. Ultimately, this leads to its depletion, resulting in infertility. Coupled with sister-in-law's long-standing drinking habits, the accumulation of kidney energy is prolonged, and before it can properly gather, another drink is consumed. This is why, over the years, there have been no children. Is that so? If I rectify this habit and refrain from drinking, will I then be able to conceive? Mao Xiaya asked, somewhat apprehensive. Su Fei smiled. Indeed. There is no need for medication. Simply altering this habit will suffice. I assure you, within 6 months, sister-in-law will conceive. Little brother, are you truly serious? Chang Shou exclaimed with delight, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Su Fei nodded, paused in contemplation, and then took a piece of paper and pen. Writing out a prescription for Chang Shou. Brother Chang, this prescription is for you. Take 1 dose every 3 days, and remember not to exceed or underdose. Chang Shou, somewhat perplexed, accepted it, and asked, if the issue lies with your sister-in-law, why must I take medication? Su Fei chuckled lightly, Brother Chang. You are no longer a young man. You should understand. Oh, I see. Chang Shou understood immediately. By the way, Brother Chang, if sister-in-law becomes pregnant, please inform me. She is of advanced age now, and extra caution is required when trying for a child. At that time, I will provide a prescription for maintaining the pregnancy based on her specific condition. It is imperative to remember that aside from the medicine I prescribe, she must not take any other medications, including tonics, Su Fei said earnestly. All right, Su Fei, I will remember this favor you have done for me, Chang Shou replied. Chang Shou rose to his feet and exchanged a firm handshake with Su Fei. Mao Xiaya exuberantly embraced Su Fei, expressing her heartfelt gratitude, her ample bosom nearly causing Su Fei to feel lightheaded. Little brother, if my sister-in-law becomes pregnant, I shall certainly present you with a grand gift. After engaging in light conversation with the couple, Su Fei took his leave. Although Chang Shou offered to have his driver escort him, Su Fei politely declined, for he had promised Li Qing that he would dine at her home that afternoon. As Chang Shou accompanied Su Fei to the entrance, he turned serious and looked intently at Su Fei. Little brother, the young man you saved at the hospital last night is the only son of Master Jin, a figure of significant influence throughout the entire Nanhai province. You must be mindful of this. Su Fei shrugged off the concern with an air of indifference. At that moment, 2 resplendent Maybachs glided into view, eventually halting before Su Fei and Chang Shou, prompting both men to regard one another with intrigue. Anyone capable of affording such vehicles undoubtedly possessed an extraordinary status. From the first car emerged 2 men. One was a robust figure, his muscular physique exuding a latent power, his expression stern and his gaze piercing as it swept over Su Fei and Chang Shou. Beside him stood a young man, the very gray-haired youth from the hospital the previous night. The youth cast a disdainful glance at Su Fei before shifting his focus to the second Maybach. The door of the latter vehicle swung open, revealing a bald elder clad in a long gown, exuding an air of distinction. He leaned upon a golden cane, an aura of authority radiating from him with every gesture. Master Jin. The gray-haired youth scampered eagerly to the elder's side, casting a glance at Su Fei that brimmed with arrogance. Master Jin, this is Su Fei. Upon hearing the youth's words, Chang Shou was struck with astonishment, staring vacantly at the venerable figure known as Master Jin. Although he had heard tales of this legendary personage, encountering him in the flesh was an unprecedented experience. Master Jin nodded slightly, not once acknowledging the gray-haired youth, and with his cane, he approached Su Fei. A warm smile gracing his face that felt akin to a gentle spring breeze, evoking a sense of familiarity. Little brother Su? Jin Hongyuan's gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, yet his smile resembled that of a kindly neighbor. Su Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Master Jin? Though older, Jin Hongyuan appeared to be merely in his 50s or 60s, his complexion rosy and his spirit vibrant. Ah, I am unworthy of such praise. It is merely the goodwill of friends in the world. Jin Hongyuan chuckled lightly. I am immensely grateful for your timely intervention last night in saving my wayward son. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. He sighed. These years, I have indulged him too much and neglected my duties as a father, leading him to such reckless behavior as racing late at night. Su Fei offered a gentle smile. Since I encountered the situation, I could not turn a blind eye. Heh. The ungrateful son is still recuperating in the hospital. Once he has recovered sufficiently, I shall have him personally visit to express his gratitude. Jin Hongyuan continued. It is truly remarkable that a young man like you possesses such medical expertise. It is indeed a rare accomplishment. May I inquire where you are currently employed? Your praise is excessive, Mr. Jin, Su Fei replied with a smile. I am merely a farmer. Oh, Jin Hongyuan paused slightly, then said, if you do not mind, I would like to offer you a position at my Hongyuan group, and you may determine your own salary. How does that sound? Seeing Su Fei maintain his composure and speak confidently, Jin Hongyuan regarded him with newfound respect. This young man was indeed extraordinary. It is worth noting that in the entirety of Nanhai province, few dared to speak before him without trepidation. Changsha was taken aback, realizing that Mr. Jin was expressing gratitude for Su Fei's assistance in saving his son. Hongyuan Group is highly esteemed throughout Nanhai province, with countless individuals vying for the opportunity to join, all due to Jin Hongyuan's illustrious reputation. The burly man standing behind Jin Hongyuan was equally astonished, never expecting Mr. Jin to consider admitting Su Fei into Hongyuan Group. Upon hearing this, the gray-haired youth reacted unfavorably, exclaiming, Mr. Jin, this fellow is no good. He is quite arrogant. His joining Hongyuan Group would be a disaster. Silence. The burly man frowned and reprimanded him, casting a glance at the gray-haired youth, named Yingtung, who was a distant relative of Mr. Jin. After Jin's rise to prominence, Yingtung had been sent to reside with him. Initially, Yingtung was well-behaved, but eventually he revealed his true nature, leveraging Mr. Jin's influence to bully others. Regardless, he was still considered a relative of Mr. Jin, and many treated him with utmost respect, wary of offending Mr. Jin. As Jin Hongyuan's bodyguard, Sha Gang understood that Yingtung held little weight in Mr. Jin's eyes. He only allowed him to remain out of deference to Yingtung's parents and for the sake of companionship for his son, who was of similar age. Yingtung cast a wary glance at Sha Gang, retracting his neck in fear of further comment. In truth, he feared Sha Gang more than Mr. Jin. This man was Mr. Jin's confidant, a retired Special Forces soldier. He was not only Mr. Jin's personal bodyguard, but also the foremost assassin within Mr. Jin's ranks, with countless lives taken without a moment's hesitation, earning Mr. Jin's deep trust. With a warm smile, Jin Hongyuan turned his attention back to Su Fei, having not acknowledged Yingtung at all, as if he had not heard his words. Young man, have you given my offer any thought? Su Fei shook his head. I sincerely appreciate your kind intentions, Mr. Jin, but I have established my own distillery in my village, which will soon commence production, so I cannot accept your offer. Yingtung, surprised by Su Fei's refusal of Mr. Jin's invitation, scoffed, what nonsense. A mere farmer like you could possibly run a distillery? Jin Hongyuan finally cast his gaze upon him, his expression cold and indifferent. A sense of annoyance began to brew within him towards this distant relative, Yingtung. As disappointment grew, although Jin did not utter a word, Yingtung could not help but shiver under his penetrating gaze, pursing his lips but ultimately saying nothing. Jin Hongyuan turned his attention back to Su Fei, offering a slight smile. Young people should possess vigor. Seize the opportunity to carve out their own path while they are still youthful. As he spoke, he retrieved a black token from his pocket, inscribed with 3 golden characters, Hongyuan Ling. He handed it to Su Fei, adding with a smile, this token is one of only 3. Should you encounter any troubles in Nanhai province, you may present this token. I believe my name still carries weight there, haha. The mention of Hongyuan Ling left Sha Gang and Yingtung aghast. They were well aware of its significance. There were only 3 of these tokens, and to behold the token was akin to meeting the man himself. Given Jin Hongyuan's renown, it was likely that no one in Nanhai province would dare to disregard his authority. Yingtung gazed at the Hongyuan Ling with fervent eyes. It was a symbol of status. As long as Jin was alive, possessing the Hongyuan Ling would allow one to navigate Nanhai province with ease. The thought of such a valuable item being gifted to a mere farmer ignited a fierce jealousy within Yingtung. However, to everyone's astonishment, Su Fei remained unmoved by the Hongyuan Ling. He gently shook his head, saying, I appreciate your kindness, Jin, but I must decline the Hongyuan Ling deep down. Su Fei held a certain disdain for this so-called token, As someone who once commanded immense respect and instilled terror in numerous formidable organizations as the Blood Dragon, he had no need to rely on a mere Hong Yuanling to intimidate others. The crowd was taken aback by Su Fei's words, clearly shocked at his refusal. This was something that many would covet, an item that could not be bought even with money. How could he dismiss it without a second thought? Young man, do not be ungrateful. Jin bestows upon you the Hong Yuanling out of respect. Do not spurn his generosity. Yingting glared at Su Fei, though secretly he felt elated. He had long harbored a dislike for Su Fei and did not want the token to fall into his hands. Jin Hongyuan, however, remained unfazed and chuckled. Well, if you do not wish for it, I shall not insist. Jin, I am Chang Shou from Tianqing Pharmaceuticals. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. It is an honor to meet you today. Chang Shou approached with a sycophantic smile, eager to establish a connection, even if it was just a fleeting impression in Jin's mind. Ah, greetings, Jin replied with a smile, exuding a sense of approachability as he extended his hand for a brief shake. Chang Shou was taken aback by the honor, quickly adding, your presence here at Bishu is truly a privilege. Please, allow me to invite you inside to rest for a moment. Just the other day, I had a friend bring me a fine selection of tea. Would you care to try it? Jin Hongyuan chuckled and shook his head. I have matters to attend to and shall not impose further. Subsequently, he turned to glance at Sha Gang, who gestured and handed a gold-framed business card to Su Fei. Jin Hongyuan said, young brother, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to approach this old man. Haha. This time, Su Fei did not decline but accepted the card. After exchanging pleasantries, Jin Hongyuan departed in his vehicle. Once they left, Chang Shou became visibly excited. His expression animated as he grasped Su Fei's hand and exclaimed, brother, when you achieve great success, do not forget your old brother. Su Fei simply smiled in silence. Chang Shou continued, Su Fei, Jin Yi is a legendary figure who traverses both the underworld and the elite. Associating with him promises an immeasurable future. However, it is best to rely on oneself. Su Fei gently shook his head, reiterating that depending on others is not a prudent course of action. By the way, why did you not accept the Hongyuan token? That is something that money cannot buy, an invaluable treasure. Let me put it this way, possessing the Hongyuan token would grant you immense influence throughout the entire Nehai province. Chang Shou was filled with confusion. Upon seeing Jin Hongyuan present the Hongyuan token, his heart nearly leapt from his throat, wishing he could immediately accept it on Su Fei's behalf. I do not require that item, Su Fei replied with a smile. After leaving Chang Shou's home, Su Fei strolled alone down the street, contemplating a gift for Li Qing. What would be an appropriate gift? Walking through the bustling streets, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Having never given a gift to a girl, he was at a loss. Suddenly, he paused, noticing a jewelry store nearby with the Sindonghua jewelry. Su Fei smiled faintly, recognizing it as a venture of Gu Xiaoqiu's family. He stepped inside, deciding to buy a piece of jewelry for Li Qing, as girls typically have an affinity for such items. Upon entering the store, he observed rows of counters, pristine and orderly, showcasing an array of jade and emerald pieces. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? A young female attendant greeted him with a professional smile. Do you have any jade pendants? Su Fei inquired. The attendant smiled and gestured toward a nearby display, saying, of course, sir. Please have a look over here. As Su Fei glanced over, he noted the variety of jade pendants available, though their quality seemed rather crude. After all, Li Qing was a wealthy young lady, and presenting her with such inferior jade might not be appropriate. Do you have any pieces of superior quality? Su Fei asked. The attendant was momentarily taken aback. In her years of experience, she believed that this young man was fortunate to afford even these jade pieces, having worked in sales for many years. She prided herself on her discernment regarding different consumer demographics and tailored her sales accordingly, nevertheless maintaining her professionalism. She offered Su Fei a polite smile and led into a more exclusive display of jade items. Su Fei raised his gaze and observed that the quality of the jade stones here was significantly superior to those previously encountered. However, he clearly held them in disdain and promptly shook his head at the female attendant. The attendant was taken aback, judging by his attire. He did not appear to be affluent. The jade pieces were mostly priced around 6,000 to 7,000, yet he seemed unimpressed. Despite her thoughts, she maintained a composed demeanor. Her professional smile unwavering, and guided Su Fei to the last row, where the finest and most expensive jade was displayed. Su Fei examined the pieces and pointed to a jade pendant, smiling as he declared, this one. He sensed a subtle flow of spiritual energy emanating from the pendant, a testament to its extraordinary quality. Sir, you truly have an exquisite eye. This jade pendant is crafted from imperial green jade, and both the artistry and color are nothing short of perfection. The price of 5,200,000 is quite reasonable. Additionally, the number carries a lovely connotation. It signifies I love you. If this is a gift for your girlfriend, she will surely be deeply touched. The attendant beamed, surprised that Su Fei would choose the store's most expensive imperial green jade pendant. If he were to purchase it, her commission would be substantial, filling her with excitement at the mere thought. At that moment, a man and a woman entered the jewelry store. The man was portly with a prominent belly, clutching a briefcase, while the woman, adorned with heavy makeup, spoke in a flirtatious tone. Mr. Nyo, you said I could choose freely. You must keep your word. The man playfully pinched her heavily made-up cheek, grinning mischievously. My little enchantress, choose as you like, but you must repay me tonight. Ha ha. The woman shot him a sultry glance. You're insufferable. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she quickly blinked her long false eyelashes, exclaiming, Mr. Nyo, that jade pendant is exquisite. I adore it. Then buy it. Mr. Nyo boisterously patted his ample belly and directed his attention to the female attendant. Wrap it up. I'll take the jade pendant. Sir, I apologize, but that pendant has already caught the attention of this gentleman. Perhaps you might consider another? The attendant maintained her professional smile, her tone calm. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately clung to Mr. Nyo's arm, pouting, but I want that one. All right, my darling, don't fret. Mr. Nyo reassured her, then cast a disdainful glance at Su Fei, his eyes reflecting condescension. Him? Can he afford it? The attendant, sensing the intimacy between Mr. Nyo and the woman, felt a wave of discomfort but remained impassive as she addressed Su Fei. Sir, may I inquire if you wish to purchase this jade pendant? Su Fei nodded. Where did this bumpkin come from? This isn't something he can afford. Mr. Nyo scoffed, turning to the attendant. Quickly wrap it up. Don't keep my darling waiting, or I shall file a complaint. I'm sorry, sir, but since this gentleman has expressed interest in purchasing it, you will need to wait patiently for a while. After all, it was this gentleman who arrived first. Why don't you leave your contact information, and I will notify you as soon as this jade pendant is available. Although she harbored disdain within, the young female attendant smiled as she spoke. Su Fei, upon hearing this, nodded inwardly, contemplating that the employees under Gu Xiaoqiu exhibited commendable professionalism. Did you not hear my beloved state that I desire this? Nyo Dafa remarked coldly. Do you truly believe that this farmer can afford it? Nyo Dafa waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Summon someone who can make decisions. Where is your manager? Huh, who is looking for me? At that moment, a well-dressed man emerged from within, his hair meticulously combed, and a smile gracing his face. He did not even glance at Su Fei, but instead addressed the portly Nyo Dafa with a grin. It is a pleasure to have you, Mr. Nyo. Your presence brings great honor to our humble establishment. Choose anything, and I shall offer you a 20% discount. Spare me the nonsense. Do you think I, Nyo Dafa, am lacking in funds? Nyo Dafa shot a glance at Su Fei and declared, This farmer and I both have our eyes on this jade pendant. What shall we do? You tell me. The manager, without hesitation, smiled at Nyo Dafa. Mr. Nyo, you jest. What else can we do? It is, of course, yours. Manager, this gentleman arrived first. The female attendant interjected, glancing at Su Fei. Upon hearing this, the manager turned to Su Fei, noting his humble attire, particularly the pair of rubber shoes still smeared with dirt. He immediately understood. This individual must have just come from the countryside to experience the city. With this thought in mind, the manager felt no further need for decorum. Such a farmer would possess no significant background, and offending him bore little consequence. He promptly stated, Sir, the items in our store are beyond your means. If you have finished browsing, kindly leave, so as not to disrupt our business. Su Fei was slightly taken aback, astonished that the manager would address him in such a manner. Was it not said that the customer is always right? He replied nonchalantly, I have come to make a purchase. How does that disrupt your business? The manager sneered. This imperial green jade pendant, can you truly afford it? Indeed. Does a farmer like you deserve such luxury? Perhaps you should take a good look at yourself. Nyo Dafa snorted, his words dripping with scorn. Who says I cannot afford it? Su Fei cast a glance at them, disinterested in engaging, and promptly withdrew a bank card, presenting it to the female attendant. Please process this. Sir, are you certain you wish to cause a disturbance here? The manager's eyes turned icy at that moment, leaving the young attendant uncertain of how to proceed. Mr. Nyo is our esteemed client. Should you dare to create trouble, do not blame me for calling security to escort you out. With that, the manager gestured to the security at the entrance, and 2 guards entered, their expressions menacing as they fixed their gaze upon Su Fei. How dare you covet what Dafa has set his sights upon? Do consider your standing, Dafa scoffed, embracing the woman beside him with a mocking chuckle. Su Fei directly ignored Dafa and turned to the manager. Are you certain you wish to treat a good friend of your young master Gu Xiaoqiu in such a manner? The manager burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke in the world. If you are a friend of young Master Gu, then I must be his father. Ha ha. Su Fei, witnessing this, felt a twinge of exasperation. With no other option, he took out his phone and dialed Gu Xiaoqiu's number. The call was quickly answered. Hello, Gu Xiao, this is Su Fei, he said with a smile. The manager, upon hearing Su Fei mention Gu Xiao, felt a jolt of anxiety. Could it be that he truly knew the young master? However, upon reflection, he dismissed the notion. After all, who was Gu Xiaoqiu? And how could he possibly associate with a rustic farmer? With that thought, he felt reassured, convinced that Su Fei was merely putting on a show. Su Fei? Gu Xiaoqiu exclaimed joyfully on the other end of the line. I was just about to express my gratitude for your assistance at the last raw stone trading event. You have no idea how our Donghua jewelry is currently thriving, and it is all thanks to you. I can see that Donghua jewelry is indeed flourishing. To the point of looking down on others, Su Fei replied. What happened? Gu Xiaoqiu inquired, puzzled. I am currently at your Donghua jewelry store, intending to purchase a gift for a friend, but it seems your manager has no intention of selling to me and even wants to have security escort me out. Su Fei paused deliberately before uttering the last three words. What? Gu Xiaoqiu, who had been leisurely seated, instantly stood up, his brows furrowing. Where are you? I'll be there right away. Su Fei informed him of his location and ended the call, then looked at the manager with a knowing smile. Raising his phone, your young master will be here shortly. The manager cast a glance at Su Fei's phone and sneered. What a farce. Someone like you could possibly know our young master? Let us wait and see. Su Fei remained calm, patiently awaiting his arrival. From the phone conversation, he knew Gu Xiaoqiu was not far away and would arrive soon. Before long, a red Ferrari came to a halt in front of the jewelry store. And a young man emerged, none other than Gu Xiaoqiu, though he appeared somewhat grim. He held Su Fei in high regard. The current success of Donghua jewelry overshadowing Qifeng jewelry was largely due to Su Fei's pivotal role in selling him that exquisite imperial green stone at the last trading event. It was worth noting that at that time, Zhou Ziqian from Qifeng jewelry had bid an astounding 150 million. Yet Su Fei opted to sell the exceptional stone to Gu Xiaoqiu for 130 million, subsequently recommending numerous raw stones, all of which turned out to be profitable. It could be said that Su Fei was the greatest contributor to Qifeng jewelry's achievements. In Gu Xiaoqiu's heart, Su Fei was an extraordinary individual, enveloped in an aura of mystery, as if he were capable of anything. Such a person deserved reverence, yet his subordinate dared to offend him, igniting a profound fury within Gu Xiaoqiu. Young Master Gu? The manager was taken aback upon seeing Gu Xiaoqiu. He hadn't anticipated his arrival. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward to welcome him. Young Master Gu, what brings you here? A smile adorned the manager's face, yet his forehead glistened with beads of sweat. For he could discern the displeasure etched across Gu Xiaoqiu's countenance. If I hadn't come, you might have begun to rule with an iron fist, wouldn't you? Who granted you the authority to expel my esteemed guest? Gu Xiaoqiu's expression darkened as he scrutinized the manager. Young Master Gu, this person is merely a farmer. How could? The manager's words were abruptly cut short as Gu Xiaoqiu delivered a resounding slap, exclaiming, What of a farmer? Regardless of one's status, anyone who enters our establishment is a customer, and customers are akin to deities. As a manager, do you not comprehend this? This proclamation was nearly a shout, startling the waitress behind the manager. Su Fei stood by, observing the spectacle with a calm demeanor. You are the young Master Gu of Donghua Jewelry? Dafa extended his hand, introducing himself. I am Dafa of the Nyo Group, and I am your company's business partner. This manager has done nothing wrong. I merely expressed interest in a piece of jade, and he was only trying to sell it to me. Gu Xiaoqiu cast a glance at Dafa, recognizing him as someone with whom Donghua Jewelry had some business dealings, yet in comparison to Su Fei, he seemed far less significant. Upon hearing Dafa's words, Gu Xiaoqiu began to piece together the previous events. He had no intention of shaking hands. Instead, he coldly remarked, Mr. Nyo, it seems you treat women as mere garments. I recall the woman who accompanied you a few days ago was not this one. Was she? You. Dafa was evidently caught off guard by Gu Xiaoqiu's boldness, momentarily at a loss for words. Mr. Nyo, I hereby represent Donghua Jewelry to inform you that we will terminate all collaboration with the Nyo Group. Therefore, I kindly ask you to leave. Gu Xiaoqiu declared. Dafa was taken aback. Do you realize what you're saying? I am fully aware of my words. Please exit, henceforth. Donghua Jewelry will no longer sell any products to you. Gu Xiaoqiu instructed the waitress. Please blacklist Niu Dafa and enter his details into the system, prohibiting him from entering any of our Donghua Jewelry stores in the future. Understood, the waitress nodded promptly. With a huff, Niu Dafa flung his sleeve and departed the jewelry store, dragging the woman beside him. Their voices lingered in the air. Mr. Niu, I truly adore that jade pendant. Adore it? My business has just collapsed. As he watched Niu Dafa and the woman depart, the manager suddenly fell to his knees, overwhelmed with regret. If he had known how significant this farmer was to young Master Gu, he would never have dared to offend him, even with 10 lives. For this individual, young Master Gu had unhesitatingly dismissed Niu Dafa and blacklisted him from the system. The manager was acutely aware of young Master Gu's methods. It seemed his tenure as a manager had reached its end. With tears streaming down his face, he pleaded, Young Master Gu, I was wrong. I failed to recognize the importance of this matter. I promise to learn from this mistake. Please grant me another chance. Get lost. I don't wish to see you again. Gu Xiaoqiu barely glanced at him. With a gesture to the 2 security guards, they immediately stepped forward to escort the manager out. Meanwhile, a cold sweat trickled down their backs. Thankfully, they had not followed the manager's orders to invite Su Fei out, or they too might have been dismissed. You are indeed decisive, Su Fei remarked with a slight smile. Gu Xiaoqiu smirked. Thanks to you. Are you certain that offending your business partner won't have repercussions? Su Fei was referring to Niu Dafa, to which Gu Xiaoqiu replied with a chuckle. Just minor issues, nothing to worry about. What do you fancy? I shall gift it to you. Before Su Fei could respond, a female attendant approached with a jade pendant in hand. Young Master Gu, this gentleman has taken a liking to this jade pendant. With a grin, Gu Xiaoqiu held the pendant and said to Su Fei, This pendant is crafted from the exquisite imperial green you sold to me. Since you admire it, I shall give it to you. He then handed the pendant back to the attendant, signaling her to wrap it up. Su Fei shook his head. This is a gift for a friend, and I do not wish to take advantage of you. After all, we are in business. Accepting a delicate gift box from the attendant, Su Fei presented his bank card, which prompted the attendant to glance at Gu Xiaoqiu with a questioning look. Just go ahead and process it. Money is no object. Gu Xiaoqiu chuckled, permitting the transaction. The attendant, following Gu Xiaoqiu's instructions, retrieved the POS machine to process the payment. Sir, please enter your PIN. At that moment, the attendant's heart raced. She had not anticipated that this seemingly simple farmer would be so affluent. Not only did he know their young Master Gu, but it appeared that young Master Gu also placed great importance on him, even offering him such an expensive jade pendant without charge. Soon, the POS machine displayed the successful transaction. The attendant was astonished that this man, dressed so plainly, was incredibly wealthy. 520,000 yuan, a staggering sum. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly, bewildered by the world of the rich. It was perplexing how someone so wealthy could dress so casually, truly a display of modesty. Sir, here is your receipt. The attendant handed Su Fei the printed receipt from the POS machine, extending her hand to receive the receipt. Su Fei smiled at Gu Xiaoqiu and remarked, Your lovely employee displays commendable professionalism. Oh? Gu Xiaoqiu turned to the waitress. In that case, let us appoint you as the manager of this establishment starting today. The waitress gasped, unable to contain her astonishment. Happiness had arrived so unexpectedly. Was this truly a promotion? After bidding farewell to Gu Xiaoqiu, Su Fei left the jewelry store and strolled down the bustling street, preparing to hail a taxi to Li Qing's residence. Suddenly, a white Volkswagen came to a halt before him. Su Fei? The window rolled down to reveal a young face, somewhat familiar, yet distinctly strange, brimming with delight as it regarded Su Fei. Wan Kongping, what a surprise. Su Fei smiled upon recognizing this high school classmate, whom he had not seen in ages. During their school years, aside from Ying Hao, Wan Kongping had been his closest companion. Their bond was exceptionally strong. In Su Fei's recollection, Wan Kongping had not come from a well-off family, yet here he was, driving a car. Clearly, he had fared well over the years. I never expected to run into you here. I'm truly thrilled, Wan Kongping exclaimed as he exited the vehicle and embraced Su Fei. I heard you enlisted. How have you been these past years? Not too bad. And you? Su Fei responded, equally pleased to see him. I'm doing well. I've dabbled in some small businesses and managed to earn a bit, Wan Kongping replied. Care for a drink? Su Fei chuckled and shook his head. Not today. I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps another time. Seeing Su Fei's refusal, Wan Kongping did not press further but insisted, We're having a class reunion tonight. You must come. A class reunion? Su Fei raised an eyebrow. I think I'll pass. I Haven T kept in touch with our classmates over the years and likely Wooden T recognized many of them. He held little enthusiasm for the notion of a class reunion, which he viewed merely as a gathering for people to compare their lives and achievements, devoid of genuine meaning. It's precisely because we've lost touch that we should gather to rekindle our connections. I'm organizing this reunion, and as my closest friend, you cannot miss it. Wan Comping insisted. Reluctantly, Su Fei acquiesced. All right then. The two exchanged phone numbers, and Wan Comping drove off while Su Fei hailed a taxi to Li Qing's home. Upon entering, Li Qing was equally delighted to see Su Fei. You made it. Su Fei nodded with a smile and produced a small gift box. This is for you. Li Qing eyed the exquisite box with curiosity. What is this? Open it and see, Su Fei encouraged with a grin. As Li Qing opened the box and beheld the lustrous jade pendant within, her eyes sparkled with joy. Wow, it's beautiful. Do you like it? Su Fei inquired. Noting her excitement, Li Qing nodded vigorously. Yes, I absolutely love it. Thank you so much. Girls often find themselves utterly enchanted by jewelry. Li Qing, with a gleeful expression, hung the jade pendant around her neck. Upon entering the villa, she discovered Li Aigua and Ming Shuzhen seated at the dining table, which was adorned with an array of vibrant delicacies. Su Fei greeted them warmly, saying, Hello, uncle and aunt. Ah, little Fei, you have arrived. If you hadn't come, Qing'a would not have allowed us to touch our chopsticks. Li Aigua chuckled. Su Fei turned to Li Qing, who blushed deeply and shot a sharp glance at her father, retorting, Don't listen to my dad's nonsense. He isn't even hungry. My stomach and your mother's are growling with hunger, Li Aigua lamented. Come, little Fei, please sit down. We have been waiting for you, Ming Shuzhen beckoned. All the dishes on the table were prepared by Qing'a herself. I must say, as her mother, it's the first time I've had the pleasure of tasting my daughter's cooking, all thanks to you. Thanks to me? Su Fei inquired, puzzled. Indeed, it is thanks to you. Upon hearing you were coming today, this girl has been bustling around in the kitchen for half the day, Li Aigua explained with a smile. At this revelation, Su Fei turned to Li Qing, whose face resembled a ripe red apple. Today is my birthday. I had planned to cook for you all along. You simply happened to arrive at the right moment, she said. Your birthday? Su Fei exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Li Qing nodded slightly. Su Fei scratched his head. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I could have prepared a birthday gift for you. Li Qing smiled shyly, caressing the jade pendant around her neck. Her cheeks flushed. This is the best birthday gift. Su Fei glanced at the dining table, puzzled. Why is there no birthday cake? Cakes are too rich and can lead to weight gain. As long as the family is together, that is what matters most. Li Qing replied. Indeed, being together as a family is the greatest joy, Li Aigua remarked, casting a knowing glance at Su Fei. Now, can we please eat? I feel as though I might perish from hunger. Ming Shuzhen added with a smile. It's the first time in many years that I've tasted Qing'er's cooking. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Su Fei and Li Qing exchanged smiles before taking their seats to begin their meal. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell of the villa rang. You all eat. I will go answer the door. Su Fei wiped his mouth, stood, and headed for the entrance. As he opened the door, he was momentarily taken aback, a smile gradually emerging on his face. What are you doing here? Qiao Tianrui, upon seeing Su Fei, was momentarily stunned before his expression turned cold. Indeed. The visitor was Qiao Tianrui, who had previously confessed his feelings to Li Qing here but was rejected. Why shouldn't I be here? Su Fei responded with a slight smile. Humph. Qiao Tianrui shot him a disdainful glance before walking inside, where he noticed Li Aigua and Ming Shuzhen dining. His gloomy demeanor lifted, replaced by a warm smile. Hello, uncle and aunt. Ah, Tianrui, have you had your meal yet? Li Aigua chuckled, his gaze towards Qiao Tianrui subtly shifting. The Qiao and Li families had long enjoyed a cordial relationship, and he had previously regarded Qiao Tianrui as an admirable individual, talented, and a returee from overseas. He believed only such a person was worthy of his daughter. However, upon meeting Su Fei, his perspective dramatically changed. Not yet. I came here just to mooch a meal. Haha. Qiao Tianrui turned to Li Qing, who was ignoring him, and from his pocket, he produced a diamond ring, as large as a pebble. The ring gleamed with the name Li Qing inscribed upon it. He spoke softly, Qing'er, I know today is your birthday, so I specially ordered this ring from Italy for you. Happy birthday. Upon hearing this, Li Qing lifted her eyes to the enormous diamond, so bright it nearly blinded her. Her expression remained indifferent, her voice devoid of inflection. I appreciate the sentiment, but as for the diamond ring, I shall decline. Just as her words fell, the doorbell rang once more, forcing Su Fei to open the door again. "Dr. Wei, who are you looking for?" Su Fei asked, bemused at the sight of Wei Pengfei. He had expected that on this particular day, all of Li Qing's suitors would come knocking. Su Fei? Wei Pengfei appeared momentarily surprised upon seeing Su Fei, then entered the house, greeting Li Aigua and Ming Shuzhen warmly. Turning to Li Qing, he knelt down abruptly with a thud, quite direct in his approach. He produced a small crimson box, which he opened with a bang, revealing a sparkling ring. "Li Qing, will you be my girlfriend?" Li Aigua and Ming Shuzhen stood in astonishment at the unfolding scene. In an instant, all eyes were riveted on Li Qing. At that moment, she felt utterly at a loss. She had hoped to quietly and joyfully celebrate her birthday. Yet here were Qiao Tianrui and Wei Pengfei, creating such a spectacle. Nervously, she glanced at Su Fei's expression, seemingly fearful of provoking his ire. However, upon noticing the faint smile gracing his face, she inexplicably felt a twinge of disappointment. "Who are you?" Before Li Qing could speak, Qiao Tianrui fixed a hostile gaze upon Wei Pengfei. Initially, he had thought Su Fei was his only rival, but he had not taken it seriously, believing that his social standing would prevail over that of a mere farmer. "And who might you be?" Wei Pengfei retorted, glancing at the ring in Qiao Tianrui's hand, which was evidently several times larger than his own, a surge of unease rising within him. "Are you two done causing a scene?" Li Qing slammed her hand on the table, her brows furrowed as she glared at the two men, her voice laced with irritation. "I merely wish to enjoy a pleasant meal today. What is all this about? I don't recall inviting either of you." With her three-pointed questions, Li Qing was truly incensed. Today had promised to be a wonderful occasion, only to be marred by these two individuals. "Qinger, please don't be upset. I only wanted to surprise you." Upon encountering Li Qing's anger, Qiao Tianrui hastily exclaimed. Wei Pengfei echoed, "So do I. Is this truly a fright?" Li Qing glared at the two of them and stated, "Our relationship is merely that of friends and colleagues. Do not presume otherwise." "Qinger, I love you. Are you truly considering choosing this peasant?" Qiao Tianrui cast a cold glance at Su Fei. Wei Pengfei continued, "Su Fei is just a farmer. What happiness could you possibly find with him? You should abandon this notion. Su Fei is now my boyfriend. Moreover, this is my own choice and has nothing to do with you," Li Qing replied calmly. "What does he have to offer? Did he even give you a gift for your birthday?" Wei Pengfei asserted, puffing out his chest, "This diamond ring of mine is worth 88,888. At that moment, Qiao Tianrui chuckled. "I, too, am curious about what a farmer would gift his girlfriend for her birthday. My ring is a custom piece, costing 270,000. Su Fei, hearing this, shrugged in resignation, surprised that these two would unite solely to witness his embarrassment. "Open your eyes and take a good look at this." Li Qing raised the jade pendant hanging around her neck, casting a sweet glance at Su Fei. "This is the birthday gift Su Fei gave me." Upon seeing it, Wei Pengfei burst into laughter. "Just a piece of jade? Surely it must have been purchased from a discount store, right?" "Ha ha." To his surprise, Qiao Tianrui remained silent, his expression serious as he scrutinized the jade pendant. Regardless of his background as an overseas returnee, his discerning eye recognized that the craftsmanship and hue of the pendant were of exceptional quality, far from the ordinary, and certainly not something one would find in a discount shop. "How much did this jade piece cost?" Qiao Tianrui inquired, looking at Su Fei. "A small gift, yet filled with sentiment. It reflects my boyfriend's heartfelt intention." Li Qing's voice was soft and gentle. Deep down, she did not consider the jade pendant particularly valuable. As Su Fei's circumstances dictated, he could not afford extravagant gifts. However, she did not wish for Su Fei to lose face in front of these two bothersome individuals. Su Fei scratched his head. "It wasn't too expensive." "Ha ha ha, you didn't really buy it from a discount store, did you?" Too embarrassed to admit it, Wei Pengfei laughed heartily. Indeed, such narrow-mindedness. Su Fei's expression gradually turned cold. "It was merely 520,000. "What? 520,000? Upon hearing this figure, everyone present was taken aback. 520,000. "Are you trying to fool us?" Wei Pengfei was initially astonished, then disdainfully remarked, "For just this piece of jade, 520 would be more appropriate." Su Fei glanced at him, uninterested in elaborating. "Indeed, this is imperial green, and not just any ordinary imperial green." Qiao Tianrui murmured to himself, although he had prepared a ring that was larger and more dazzling than the last. It paled in comparison to the imperial green jade pendant before him. Initially, he had hoped to win over Li Qing with the magnificent diamond ring in his possession. In recent days, he had dreamt countless times of the moment when Li Qing would be astonished by the ring's brilliance. However, It now seemed that the narrative was not unfolding according to his imagination. Li Qing was intently examining the jade pendant around her neck, scrutinizing it from every angle. She had not anticipated that Su Fei would bestow such an extravagant gift upon her. The price truly took her by surprise. "Xiao Fei, look at you. It's merely my birthday. Why present such an opulent gift?" Li Aigua and Meng Shuzhen were equally astonished and approached Li Qing to get a better look at the jade pendant. Although their family was not short of wealth, such precious items were indeed rare. Yet, Li Qing raised an eyebrow and promptly tucked the pendant away in her clothing. "You, child," Meng Shuzhen remarked with a playful glare. "This is a gift from Su Fei," Li Qing declared, her expression radiant with pride and sweetness. In her heart, the notion that Su Fei could give her such a lavish present suggested that her position in his life must be significant. As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed even more, and she cast a shy glance at Su Fei. He wouldn't would he? Confess his feelings in front of her parents like Qiu Tianrui and Wei Pengfei did? Should she accept his feelings if he did? "Xiao Fei, 520,000 is no trivial sum. Where did you acquire such wealth?" While Li Aigua felt delighted by the precious gift Su Fei had given his daughter, he couldn't help but wonder how he could afford it, given that he was merely a farmer. The money surely didn't come from legitimate means. Wei Pengfei thought, harboring resentment towards Su Fei, the unsophisticated farmer who always seemed to bring misfortune whenever they crossed paths. Su Fei chuckled. "A few days ago, I made a fortunate gamble at the raw stone trading fair and earned a considerable sum." Li Aigua, realizing this, warned, "Xiao Fei, gambling in raw stones carries risks. One must know when to withdraw, as it is akin to gambling. Do not let yourself get trapped." "Yes, Uncle Li, I understand," Su Fei replied before turning to Wei Pengfei with a faint smile. "I recall that at the last raw stone trading fair, I encountered Dr. Wei. Coincidentally, Mr. Chang from Tianxing Pharmaceutical fell ill and entered a state of shock. Dr. Wei acted heroically and came to his aid, which truly impressed me." "Oh, is that so?" Li Aigua turned to Wei Pengfei. "I know Mr. Chang from Tianxing Pharmaceutical. His heart condition is a long-standing issue. I heard he fell ill at the trading fair and was saved by a young man. To think it was you, Xiao Wei, who rendered assistance." Li Aigua gazed at Wei Pengfei with admiration and inquired with interest, "Could you share what transpired during that incident?" Wei Pengfei, feeling the weight of Li Qing's father's gaze upon him, chuckled awkwardly. Not wanting to lose face before the father of his beloved, he humbly replied, "It was nothing extraordinary, just a fortunate coincidence. As a doctor, it is our duty to heal and save lives." Su Fei found himself somewhat speechless. The audacity of this individual was truly remarkable, as he climbed the social ladder with such ease. "Well said." Li Aigua nodded in satisfaction, feeling a flicker of appreciation for this colleague of his daughter, a young man so imbued with a sense of responsibility, a rarity in today's society. "Please, everyone, do not stand. You are all dear friends of Qinger. Andy is immensely grateful for your presence, so please take your seats," Meng Shuzhen said as she added 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls, ushering everyone to sit down. Suddenly, Li Qing turned to Wei Pengfei and inquired, "Dr. Wei, I am quite curious about how you managed to treat a patient who had gone into shock at the raw stone trading event, devoid of any medical equipment or medication." Noticing Su Fei's knowing smile, she sensed that the matter was far from simple. Well, Wei Pengfei found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his expression betraying his discomfort. Observing his silence, Li Qing shifted her gaze back to Su Fei. Dr. Wei observed President Chang for a while and immediately declared him deceased. Su Fei remarked with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing this, Wei Pengfei wilted like a withered plant. It was indeed a disgrace in his medical career. After all, he was a top student in medical school, and the patient had merely been in shock, appearing to be in a state of suspended animation. Yet, he had hastily pronounced the individual dead, believing there was no hope for revival. If this incident were to leak out, it could cast a long shadow over his professional trajectory. With a resentful glare cast towards Su Fei, Wei Pengfei felt a surge of animosity, but Su Fei remained unfazed, wearing a persistent smile. The nonchalance displayed by Su Fei only fueled Wei Pengfei's fury further. "I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I shall take my leave," he declared abruptly, eager to escape. Under the scrutiny of the others, he felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, utterly embarrassed to remain in their company. His departure, however, was rather awkward. As he exited, Li Qing smiled gently. "So, Xiao Fei, did you ultimately save President Chang?" Li Aigua, well aware of Su Fei's remarkable medical skills, which could be described as extraordinary, recalled how his wife's illness had baffled numerous top experts in the country, yielding no results until they encountered Su Fei, who swiftly cured her. Moreover, it was thanks to Su Fei that the malevolent energies in their home were dispelled. Li Aigua was profoundly impressed by his enigmatic methods. Su Fei nodded. I employ traditional Chinese acupuncture. Just yesterday, I treated President Chang once more, and his heart condition has been completely resolved. Xiao Fei, Auntie truly admires you. Your medical prowess is unparalleled, Meng Shuzhen exclaimed, raising her wine glass with a smile. I toast to you, and I also thank you for saving me last time. Oh, Auntie is too kind, Su Fei replied, lifting his own glass and downing the red wine in one go. Sitting nearby, Qiu Tianrui observed the warm reception Su Fei received from everyone, feeling an involuntary pang of melancholy within himself. Who is he? He is a Ritter-Ni, youthful yet possessing an advanced degree, and is the sole heir of the Tianlong Entertainment Company. Wherever he goes, he is akin to a celestial body surrounded by stars. Yet, in this moment, he finds himself engulfed in an inexplicable sense of neglect. Qing'o, Qiu Tianrui cast his gaze towards Li Qing. I have asked you numerous times. Please call me by my name, Li Qing said, her brows furrowed in displeasure. Very well, Qiu Tianrui replied, appearing somewhat dejected, his voice lacking vigor. Li Qing, do you truly have no intention of considering me? You are aware of my feelings. It is impossible between us, Li Qing stated decisively, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within Qiu Tianrui. I understand, he said, standing up in a daze, addressing Li Aigua and Meng Shuzhen. Uncle Li, Aunt Meng, please enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave now. Witnessing his state, the couple rose as well, their hearts heavy with sympathy. Li Aigua remarked, Tianrui, do not take it too much to heart. You are still young, and you will encounter better opportunities in the future. It is our Qinger who lacks the fortune. Indeed. Tianrui, let me introduce you to someone later, it said. Thank you. Qiu Tianrui nodded and departed without looking back. In that fleeting moment of turning away, he inadvertently cast a cold glance at Su Fei. Qinger, go see him off, Meng Shuzhen urged. However, Li Qing turned her head defiantly. I will not. At that moment, Li Aigua shifted the conversation, observing Su Fei and Li Qing with a playful smile. Have you two confirmed your relationship? Upon hearing this, Li Qing's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, quietly picking at her food. Uncle Li, do not misunderstand. I am merely a shield for Dr. Li, Su Fei chuckled. Is that so? I beg to differ. Li Aigua observed them with amusement and added, do not be so formal with Dr. Li. It feels distant. Last time, I mentioned you should call her Qinger. Su Fei glanced at Li Qing, recalling how she had rebuked Qiu Tianrui for the same address. He felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet remarkably, Li Qing did not protest this time. After a few rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Meng Shuzhen noticed that everyone had nearly finished eating, exchanged a glance with Li Aigua, and said, all right, if there is nothing else, you two should go for a stroll. Mom, let me help you clear the table. Li Qing stood up. Meng Shuzhen waved her hand. Today is your birthday. You needn't tea work. Your task is to keep Xiao Fei company. Indeed. You two should not just linger indoors. Go out for a walk. It will aid digestion, Li Aigua added. Su Fei smiled slightly. Perceiving the underlying intent in Li Aigua's words, he was concerned that he and Li Qing might not feel at ease at home. He had long recognized the couple's subtle efforts to bring him and Li Qing together. Stepping out of the villa, Su Fei and Li Qing walked side by side on the street, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward as neither knew what to say, aimlessly strolling along. Su Fei began to speak. What? Upon hearing Su Fei speak, Li Qing responded with an almost nervous eagerness. Are you tired? After pondering for a while, Su Fei found himself at a loss for words. Observing Su Fei's demeanor, Li Qing couldn't help but chuckle. I'm quite well, actually. I've grown accustomed to night shifts. Oh. Su Fei replied, and the atmosphere fell into silence once more. After a lengthy pause, Li Qing took the initiative to express her gratitude. Thank you. Thank me for what? Su Fei asked, puzzled. Thank you for the precious gift you bestowed upon me. I truly cherish it, so I am grateful. A smile graced Li Qing's lips as she felt the jade pendant hanging around her neck, a wave of happiness surging within her. By the way, could you hand me the jade pendant? Su Fei halted his steps and extended his hand towards Li Qing. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had completely forgotten to imbue the pendant with protective blessings. The pendant was of fine quality, infused with a subtle spiritual aura, and if he were to bestow it with protective blessings, its efficacy would far surpass the talisman he had previously given to Shui Bin. He was also reminded of his promise to his sister to gift her a custom jade piece. And he planned for his entire family to wear the jade pendants he had blessed. It seemed he would need to trouble Gu Xiaoqiu again. Regarding Li Qing, Su Fei could not deny his fondness for her, and he wished for her safety when he was not by her side. The jade pendant imbued with protective blessings would offer him some reassurance. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, then felt a surge of indignation, unsure of Su Fei's intentions. She couldn't help but grumble internally, having just expressed her gratitude for the pendant, only for him to wish to take it back? Don't misunderstand. I intend to draw some talismans to inscribe a protective blessing on the pendant, ensuring your safety. Seeing Li Qing's puffed-up expression, Su Fei understood her misinterpretation and quickly clarified. Upon hearing Su Fei's explanation, Li Qing finally exhaled in relief, knowing that he was not an ordinary person and possessed knowledge beyond common understanding. She removed the jade pendant from her neck and handed it to Su Fei, her large eyes fixated on him. Su Fei then extended a finger, surprisingly biting into the tip, causing her heart to skip a beat. However, she was perceptive enough not to interrupt. Su Fei squeezed out a drop of blood and swiftly drew a protective blessing on the pendant, using his blood as a medium and the spiritual aura as a conduit, significantly enhancing its effect. As he watched the intricate threads of red, woven from his own blood, intertwining with the pendant's spiritual essence, he subsequently infused it with a surge of true energy to seal the blessing within. Is it done? Li Qing inquired as Su Fei returned the pendant to her. Gazing at the pendant in her hand, she could vaguely discern the translucent jade containing a web of complex red threads entangled within. Li Qing's face lit up with wonder. How did you accomplish this? Just like that, Su Fei replied with a smile, not wanting to press for more information. Li Qing placed the pendant back around her neck and said, Since you have gifted me a present, I must reciprocate. I shall buy you a new outfit. What do you think? Buy clothes? Su Fei was slightly taken aback as he glanced at his own attire, a collection of inexpensive items, and shook his head with a wry smile. Despite being ridiculed by many, he had a penchant for such affordable clothing. It was not only comfortable but also devoid of any constricting sensation, allowing him a sense of ease. In his recollection, the only time new clothes were purchased in his village was during the new year, while the rest of the year was spent mending and patching up old garments. Thus, he held little desire for clothing, as long as he had something to wear that was comfortable. Today, I am the birthday star. My word is law. And you must comply, Li Qing declared imperiously. Reluctantly, Su Fei followed Li Qing to a large shopping mall. The first floor showcased refrigerators, televisions, washing machines, and bedding, while the second floor was dedicated to clothing, shoes, and bags. With familiarity, Li Qing led Su Fei to the second floor, cheerfully stating, Today, this lady is in high spirits. Feel free to express your desires. Su Fei scratched his head, surveying the shops on either side. The clothes here must be quite expensive, right? He inquired. You dare to purchase a jade pendant worth 520,000. Would you truly find these clothes costly? Li Qing shot him a disapproving glance before dragging him into a seemingly upscale boutique, where an array of pristine garments hung, including suits and casual wear. As Su Fei took in the lavish decor of the store, he realized that the clothing was undoubtedly pricey. He noticed a gray casual outfit, ran his fingers over the fabric, and then turned to the saleswoman, who was engrossed in her phone. Excuse me, will this garment pill? The saleswoman, interrupted, glanced up with a hint of impatience. Upon seeing Su Fei, she stood up abruptly. What an absurd joke. All our clothing here comes from renowned brands. How could they possibly pill? After sizing him up with a furrowed brow, she scolded. Hey, stop touching. Where did this peasant come from? You can't afford to damage anything here. How can you speak like that? We came to buy clothes. Are we not allowed to touch them? Li Qing retorted angrily. That's how I speak. Our store's clothing is from esteemed brands, and a simple farmer like you can't afford it. Best go shop at a street stall. The saleswoman waved her hand dismissively, signaling them to leave, before returning to her phone. Li Qing opened her mouth to retort, but Su Fei stopped her, signaling her not to stoop to the saleswoman's level as he began to lead her outside. Just then, a tall, impeccably dressed man entered the store. He was sharply attired in a suit, his hair slicked back, and exuded an aura of confidence with his prominent features. As he strode directly to the suit section, the saleswoman, momentarily distracted from her phone, stood up with wide eyes, exclaiming, Wow, he is so handsome. A charming smile instantly graced her face as she swayed her hips and briskly approached the gentleman, gently inquiring, Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Su Fei was taken aback by the rapid change in demeanor of the female salesperson. Oh, hello. I intend to attend an important event this evening and am looking for a suit that appears a bit more relaxed, he remarked, offering her a charming smile. The salesperson nodded and gestured towards another row of garments. I see. In that case, sir, might I suggest you take a look at our collection of casual suits? They are quite comfortable, capable of alleviating the fatigue from a long day's work, and they exude a relaxed yet mature elegance. Perfectly suited for a successful individual like yourself. Her words made the man feel quite at ease, as she both presented the clothing and subtly complimented him. Sir, please feel free to touch the fabric. Our garments are from renowned brands and of top-notch quality, the salesperson said with a smile. At that moment, Li Qing grew displeased and glared at the salesperson. Why is he allowed to touch them while we are not? Can you afford them? Our store only carries prestigious brands. The salesperson cast a disdainful glance at Su Fei. A farmer wishing to buy from our store is truly laughable. Even the least expensive item here would cost you a year's wages. She then shyly turned to the man beside her, apologizing. I'm sorry, sir. It's quite amusing that a farmer would think to purchase from our establishment, such as the diversity of characters these days. Not to worry. Many farmers in the city work hard, and it's only natural for them to desire good clothing. Though most lack the financial means, the man replied. His smile warm, yet tinged with condescension. Indeed, farmers are quite unsophisticated. How could they possibly be compared to someone of your stature? The salesperson subtly flattered him. In this unforgiving society, it is evident that many urbanites harbor disdain for farmers. Su Fei coldly addressed the two, saying, you should think twice before looking down upon farmers. If you trace your lineage back 3 generations, you will find that you are likely descended from them. Are you mocking your own ancestors? The man was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he hailed from rural origins, having achieved some success in business through fortunate circumstances. The salesperson, however, scoffed. A farmer is merely a farmer, relying solely on words. Now, please leave at once. Our garments are of high-end brands, not for your kind to purchase. How can you speak like this? The customer is king. Is this how you treat patrons? Is this your standard of service? Li Qing was infuriated, astonished that even a salesperson in a clothing store could behave so arrogantly. What is going on? A middle-aged man emerged, addressing the salesperson. Yuan, what is the issue? Manager. We have a farmer here who audaciously thinks he can buy from our store. It's utterly ridiculous, the salesperson responded, casting a scornful glance at Su Fei. The man, identified as the manager, turned to Su Fei. Are you a farmer, brother? I apologize, but our store exclusively offers high-end brands, catering to a premium clientele. And we do not sell inexpensive clothing. Whom do you look down upon? How do you know we cannot afford it? Li Qing scoffed. At that moment, the man previously mentioned approached with a casual suit in hand, presenting it to the female sales associate. I'll take this one. Please wrap it up. Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment. The saleswoman flashed a sweet smile, swiftly took the suit, and began packaging it. Sir, your total comes to 74,300. Today, we are hosting a promotion, so you receive a 30% discount. That's inconsequential. Money is not an issue for me. I can certainly afford a piece of clothing. The man chuckled nonchalantly, and after completing his transaction, he cast a half-smirk at Su Fei before departing. Thank you for shopping with us. Please take care, sir. The saleswoman and the manager politely called after his retreating figure. Why are you still here? Do you intend to linger in our store? The saleswoman continued. I suggest you carefully consider your standing. I am quite the Su Fei interrupted her, quite the brand. I see. He pointed towards the array of garments hanging nearby. All of these, pack them up. I will purchase everything. Listen, if you continue to act foolishly, I will have no choice but to summon security. The manager's expression darkened. Having been a manager for many years, he had never encountered a troublemaker before. He had no qualms about teaching a lesson to this insignificant farmer. Please calculate the total. My girlfriend and I do not have time to waste here, Su Fei stated calmly. Upon hearing his words, the manager turned his gaze to Li Qing, his eyes lighting up at her youthful beauty, then glanced at Su Fei, his lips twitching slightly. What a fine catch wasted on a pig. He mused that the farmer likely wanted to save face in front of his girlfriend, and since he wished to be humiliated, the manager was more than willing to oblige. The manager gestured for the saleswoman to begin tallying the items Su Fei had indicated. The female associate was taken aback, uncertain of the manager's intent. Clearly, this farmer could not afford such an extravagant purchase. Nevertheless, she dared not defy the manager's orders and turned to begin calculating. Soon, she returned, mocking, listen carefully. Don't wet yourself from shock. The total is 220,780. Let us see how you maintain your bravado now. Su Fei produced his bank card. Charge it. Yuan. Go ahead and process the payment. The manager nodded at the saleswoman, then shot a disapproving look at Su Fei. If you lack sufficient funds, do not blame me for being ungracious. Our store is not a playground for just anyone. Su Fei paid him no mind, firmly grasping Li Qing's delicate arm, signaling her to remain silent. The saleswoman, realizing the manager's intent to humiliate the audacious farmer, wore a cold smirk as she began to process the payment. Please enter your password. Su Fei silently inputted the password, and with a chime, the transaction was successful. Gazing at the 4 prominent characters displayed on the POS machine, the female sales representative was momentarily entranced, her mind a blank slate. She had never anticipated that the payment would truly succeed. After all, this sum exceeded 2 million. How could a mere farmer possess such wealth? The manager, equally astonished, found himself at a loss for words. Yet, after a brief interval, both regained their composure, their expressions shifting dramatically. Having sold such a substantial quantity of clothing, they stood to earn a considerable commission. Their gazes towards Su Fei transformed into a warm enthusiasm. Ah, my brother. No, you are indeed my kin. I spoke thoughtlessly earlier. Please do not take it to heart, the manager said, forcing a smile as he presented a business card. This is my card. Whenever you wish to purchase clothing, just inform me, and I shall ensure you receive the utmost discount. The female salesperson, momentarily flustered, hid behind the manager, her eyes averted from Su Fei. The card is unnecessary. I am merely a farmer and cannot afford a mobile phone, Su Fei replied nonchalantly. Brother, you jest, if you can afford so many garments. How could a mere phone be beyond your means? The manager chuckled, aware that Su Fei still harbored concerns from their earlier exchange. Please wrap the clothing. Su Fei instructed the saleswoman. Very well, she replied promptly, devoid of superfluous chatter, swiftly retrieving a plethora of packaging boxes and methodically beginning the wrapping process. In no time, an ample collection of garments was neatly packaged. The female attendant, breathless, approached Su Fei with a heap of boxes and announced, all is packaged. Even now, she felt as though she were in a dream, the situation seeming surreal, which rendered her speech somewhat halting in Su Fei's presence. I just realized I cannot wear so many clothes. Let me trouble you once more. Please assist me in returning them all, Su Fei stated calmly. Return them? The saleswoman's head shot up, glancing at the manager beside her. Little did she know, the manager was equally flabbergasted, never imagining Su Fei would orchestrate such a twist. Yes, return them all. There are simply too many to wear. My apologies, Su Fei replied with a sheepish smile. Li Qing, standing beside him, was taken aback by Su Fei's sudden reversal, and upon witnessing his innocuous demeanor, she couldn't help but smile. Did you not hear my boyfriend say to return everything? Hurry. We are pressed for time. Otherwise, be wary of my complaint. At this moment, Li Qing felt a surge of satisfaction and could not resist fanning the flames. Please. We will return them, the manager quickly interjected, a wry smile on his face. He was acutely aware that the farmer before him was clearly seeking retribution. However, they dared not refuse the return. Any complaint would not only jeopardize their monthly performance, but also result in a deduction from their wages. He was acutely aware that he had encountered a formidable opponent today. The individual before him was clearly playing the role of a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. The manager felt a pang of regret for his lack of discernment, despite the young man's casual attire, reminiscent of a farmer. The woman accompanying him was unmistakably no ordinary person. Reluctantly, he accepted his misfortune. Su Fei accepted the bank card handed to him by the female sales associate, offering a faint smile to Li Qing beside him before exiting the store. Sir, would you care to visit my shop? Once they departed, a gaunt man approached with a smile, proclaiming, Our store is renowned for its excellent product quality, and our service is unparalleled. We assure you that there will be no instances of the larger store taking advantage of customers or peering through cracks in the door. The astute man had keenly observed the happenings and, upon noticing Su Fei's departure, was eager to lure such affluent clients into his establishment. His voice was notably loud, drawing the attention of the earlier manager, whose expression darkened immediately. He turned to the female sales associate, saying, Effective immediately, you are no longer required to report for work. The sales associate gasped, Manager, what is there to discuss? The customer is king. You have disdained our esteemed customer and handed him over to our competitor. What purpose do you serve? At his words, the sales associate lowered her head in dismay. All right. Li Qing interjected, not waiting for Su Fei to respond, and with a huff, followed the gaunt man into the shop across the street. Upon entering, the female sales associate, having caught the gaunt man's eye signal, quickly grasped the situation and presented a chic black casual outfit. With enthusiasm, she introduced, "Sir, this garment is extremely popular in our store. It's a bestseller this season. You may try it on. If it doesn't suit you, that's perfectly all right." Hearing her words, the gaunt man nodded in satisfaction. He was indeed the manager of this store and had discerned from his earlier observations that the young man before him was quite affluent. "Perhaps not. I shall forego the fitting," Su Fei politely declined. "Do give it a try, see how it fits," Li Qing urged, taking the garment and gently nudging Su Fei towards the fitting room. Before long, Su Fei emerged in the new attire. Li Qing's eyes widened in surprise. She could not deny that he looked quite dashing. His military background and well-defined physique complemented the outfit perfectly, creating a remarkably harmonious appearance. Previously indifferent to his appearance, he now exuded a refreshing allure in his new clothes. For a moment, Li Qing was utterly captivated. "How does it look?" Su Fei inquired, seeking her opinion. He was quite pleased with the outfit. It felt comfortable to wear. "Ah," Li Qing, startled back to reality by his voice, smiled brightly and said, "It looks fantastic. We'll take this one." She then turned to the sales associate, instructing, "Please find another in the same style, but in a different color, and wrap it up for me." "Certainly," the sales associate replied with a nod. The slender man inquired with a smile, "Madam, we have a plethora of shoe styles in our store. Do you require any?" Upon hearing this, Li Qing cast a glance at the pair of muddy rubber shoes on Su Fei's feet and asked, "What styles do you have?" "I think these shoes are quite satisfactory. They are not only sturdy, but also visually appealing," Su Fei replied, scratching his head. "No, today you shall heed my advice," Li Qing retorted, glaring at him. The slender man, observing their playful banter, chuckled and said, "Our store specializes in leather shoes, offering both formal and casual styles, high tops and low tops. Which do you prefer?" "High tops." "Of course," Su Fei declared without hesitation, as he had worn high-top military boots daily during his time in the army, fostering a deep affection for them over the years. "Very well," the slender man nodded, retrieving a pair of black high-top leather shoes from another shelf. "Sir, do you fancy this style? If so, may I have your shoe size?" "This one, please." "Size 43, Su Fei responded. Before long, the slender man personally brought over a pair of size 43 high-top shoes, inquiring, "Would you like to try them on, sir?" "No need, just wrap them up." Su Fei intended to pay, but was preempted by Li Qing, who shot him a reproachful glance. "I have already stated that these clothes are my gift to you." Ultimately, Su Fei exited the store carrying 2 exquisitely packaged boxes. "Take care, and we welcome you to visit us again." Upon hearing the voice behind them, Su Fei nodded, feeling quite satisfied with their service. The two strolled out of the building, meandering through the bustling streets for quite some time until dusk began to settle. Observing Li Qing, who appeared unsated with their outing, Su Fei suggested, "Shall I escort you home? Such impatience. You're more anxious than the eunuchs." Li Qing shot him a glance, incredulous that he did not appreciate such a splendid day, especially in such delightful company. Scratching his head, Su Fei chuckled ruefully. "Haven't you been awake since your night shift? Aren't you tired?" Truth be told, Su Fei, a military man, felt a wave of exhaustion after their lengthy excursion, whereas Li Qing seemed eternally invigorated, as if she had been energized by some stimulant, a testament to the unique vitality of women. "I'm feeling quite sprightly," Li Qing nonchalantly remarked, then, spotting a Western restaurant ahead, enthusiastically pulled Su Fei along, exclaiming, "Let's go have Western cuisine, shall we? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to dine out on your birthday? Your parents are waiting for you at home." Su Fei replied hesitantly. "Rest assured, they would prefer I not return," Li Qing murmured lightly. Su Fei smiled awkwardly, thinking how much the Li couple trusted her. Unable to resist her enthusiasm, he acquiesced and followed her into the restaurant named Jin Xiuxi Yuan, noticing the words Tung Long Group elegantly inscribed in the upper left corner. Slightly taken aback, I had not anticipated that this seemingly upscale Western restaurant was, in fact, a part of Li Aigua's Tinglong Group. Su Fei and Li Qing entered the Western restaurant, which boasted a stylish decor that seamlessly blended simplicity with fashion. The black and white color scheme evoked a sense of tranquility. It was mealtime, and the restaurant was bustling with patrons. However, the atmosphere remained pleasant, enhanced by the soothing melodies that enveloped the space. The waitstaff moved gracefully between tables, busy yet composed. Su Fei surveyed the room and finally spotted an available table, the last one amidst the crowd. As they settled in, a polite server approached, presenting a menu and inquiring, "May I take your order?" Su Fei pushed the menu towards Li Qing with a smile, saying, "You choose. I'm easy." "All right," Li Qing replied, glancing at the menu. "I'll have a filet mignon." "And I'll take a sirloin." "Very well," the server acknowledged. "What is the difference?" Su Fei asked. Li Qing smiled, explaining, "The filet is the most tender, while the sirloin has a delightful chew." Su Fei nodded, somewhat perplexed by the nuances of steak. The server chimed in, "The quality of both cuts is exceptional. Sourced from Japanese Wagyu, just flown in today, remarkably fresh. Would you like some wine?" The server inquired. "A bottle of red, please," Li Qing responded. "Certainly. Please hold on a moment." The server soon returned with an open bottle of red wine and 2 elegant glasses, gently placing them on the table. "This wine has been decanted. Enjoy." After leaving, Li Qing poured a glass for Su Fei, encouraging him to taste it. He sipped, his face contorting slightly at the bitter-sour blend, finding it less than palatable. He pondered why city dwellers favored such beverages. Our traditional baijiu packs much more punch, he thought, recalling how he often witnessed nobles and leaders of nefarious organizations indulging in red wine. Was it merely for its fashionable appearance? He frowned, stating, "This isn't impressive." Li Qing chuckled softly, lifting her glass to her nose for a delicate sniff before savoring a sip, her eyes closing to relish the experience. The tannins are smooth, with a lingering finish. She opened her eyes and looked at Su Fei. Red wine offers numerous benefits. It can slow aging, enhance beauty, and improve blood circulation, among other advantages. Of course, drinking wine isn't merely for the sake of drinking. It embodies a mood and elegance. Su Fei shrugged, remaining noncommittal. At that moment, a young man with a pockmarked face entered, an alluring woman on his arm. Despite the heavy makeup, traces of her natural beauty were evident. The young man carried himself with an air of superiority, exuding a carefree demeanor. A waiter approached, apologetically saying, "Sir, I'm sorry, but our establishment is currently at full capacity. Would you mind waiting for a moment?" The young man with a sullen face retorted arrogantly, "How dare you make me wait? I am a platinum member of this establishment." Hearing the commotion, a female manager emerged, her face adorned with a warm smile. The waiter, feeling somewhat aggrieved, stepped behind the manager. The female manager addressed the young man, "I sincerely apologize, sir. We truly have no available seating at the moment. However, if you could return another time, I would be delighted to offer you a 20% discount. Is this how you treat your esteemed guests?" The young man's companion shot a glance at the manager. "I truly apologize," the manager reiterated. "Spare me your empty apologies. My father is Li Chong. Do you dare to dismiss me?" "Unless you wish to close your establishment," the young man declared, waving his hand dismissively. "You will clear a table for me immediately, and I shall give you 10 minutes. The manager's expression turned troubled. "Young Masterly, table 8 is currently occupied." "I don't care if it's occupied," the young man bellowed, drawing the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Unperturbed, he continued, "My father is Li Chong. Who dares to disrespect me?" The manager internally cursed, overwhelmed by frustration. It seemed he was always invoking his father's name, as if to ensure everyone was aware of his lineage. Were it not for his father, he would be nothing but an insufferable brat. Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken. She could not afford to offend someone of his stature, considering his father as prominence. Nonetheless, her disdain for such individuals grew, despite his status as a platinum member, the origins of which she well understood. With a silent sigh, the manager reluctantly approached table 8, where Su Fei and Li Qing were seated. "I apologize for the interruption, but may I kindly ask if you could relocate to another area for your meal? Rest assured, I shall waive the charges for your drinks," she said, her voice laced with regret. "But we haven't finished our meal yet. The steak hasn't even arrived." Li Qing protested. The manager's expression turned pained as she glanced back at the sullen young man. "That table is a regular spot for that gentleman. His status is rather significant, and our establishment cannot afford to offend him." "Not to worry, we'll finish up shortly," Su Fei replied with a calm smile. The manager, growing anxious, insisted, "No, he requires that table immediately. This is such a hassle," the young man complained as he approached Su Fei. "Hurry up and vacate the table, or I'll ensure you leave without a meal." Su Fei chuckled. "I haven't even eaten yet. How could I leave without my meal?" Li Qing couldn't help but laugh aloud at the exchange. Upon hearing the laughter, the young man with a stoic expression beheld Li Qing and was instantly captivated by her beauty, which far surpassed that of the woman beside him, rendering her a mere shadow in comparison. He then addressed Su Fei, stating, "This woman may remain, but you must depart." A mere peasant like you hardly deserves to share a meal with such an exquisite lady. At that moment, the enchanting woman who had been by his side expressed her discontent. Li Xiao, I am still here. To his surprise, the young man with a flat face remained oblivious. Turning to Li Qing with a smile. Hello, beautiful. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Zhe, son of Li Chang, the county magistrate of Qingyuan County. As he spoke, a hint of arrogance adorned his features, as though he could already envision the astonishment reflected on her face. He reveled in the aura bestowed upon him by his familial status. It was now Su Fei's turn to be perplexed, as he inquired, Isn't the county magistrate's surname Xue? Li Qing said with a smile. Oh? Su Fei raised an eyebrow, revealing a look of realization. The voices of the two conversing were not hushed. Thus the young man with a sullen expression, Li Zhe, heard them distinctly, and his countenance immediately fell, although his father held the position of deputy county chief. Those with discernment seldom dared to utter the word deputy, instead addressing him directly as the county chief, for the prefix always implied an inferiority. The fact that the two individuals before him spoke so openly about it greatly wounded his pride. Listen well. I shall say this one last time. Get out of here at once, Li Zhe said ominously. As his voice faded, a waitress timidly approached, carrying 2 plates of steak. She delicately placed them on the table, intending to turn and leave. Excuse me, do you have chopsticks? Su Fei called over a waiter and inquired about the cutlery on the plate, expressing his discomfort with the knives and forks, preferring the practicality of chopsticks. The waiter, somewhat apprehensive, glanced at Li Zhe nearby before responding to Su Fei. I apologize, sir, but we are a Western restaurant and do not provide chopsticks. Do you also use knives and forks when dining on employee meals? Su Fei could hardly believe that such a large restaurant lacked even a pair of chopsticks. It seemed they simply did not wish to provide them for their patrons. He then pulled out a crumpled 5-yuan note from his pocket and said, Please bring me a pair of chopsticks. Surely, I can pay for them? Observing the crumpled 5-yuan note in Su Fei's hand, the waiter's expression visibly twitched twice. And with an awkward smile, he remarked, Sir, let's disregard that money. I shall fetch you a pair of chopsticks. Please hold on for a moment. Could you possibly spare a bit more? Li Qing looked at Su Fei with amusement. As Su Fei put the money back into his pocket, he scoffed. How much can a pair of chopsticks be worth? 5 yuan is even too much for me. Before long, the waiter returned, presenting Su Fei with a pair of chopsticks in hand. Grasping the chopsticks, Su Fei took a hearty bite of the steak, exclaiming, This is the way to enjoy it. The patrons within the restaurant, upon witnessing this scene, could not help but stifle their laughter behind their hands. A clamor ensued. Li Zhe could no longer tolerate the situation. He reached out and swept all the cutlery off Su Fei's table, producing a cacophony of clattering and breaking dishes. The individual before him, appearing rather rustic, completely disregarded his words, treating him with disdainful indifference. Who was he, after all? The son of the county magistrate. Whenever he uttered the phrase, My father is Li Chang, it invariably earned him a modicum of respect from those around him. Yet, this person remained unfazed by his words, continuing to dine leisurely, igniting a tempest of fury within him. A mere farmer, audacious enough to act so brazenly in his presence. Get the hell out of here, didn't you hear me? Li Zhe bellowed. How dare a destitute farmer like you even think of dining here? Hurry up and leave. What are you doing? Li Qing immediately stood up. Her lovely face flushed with anger. She had intended to enjoy a delightful dinner with Su Fei, but this interloper had ruined the atmosphere. My dear lady, I suggest you open your eyes and find a more sophisticated companion instead of this little pretty boy, Li Zhe retorted instinctively, dismissing Su Fei as merely a pretty face, as his appearance did not suggest he belonged in such an establishment. Most patrons assumed that Su Fei was merely being supported by Li Qing. What does it matter to you? Li Qing addressed the female manager, who was cowering in the corner. This person has disrupted our meal, severely affecting our dining experience. And you do nothing? Li Qing was incensed. Her family held a significant stake in this Western restaurant, and the manager's timidity and inaction left her deeply dissatisfied. The manager cast a glance at Li Zhe, her eyes filled with trepidation. Typically, the clientele here were individuals of stature, and disputes were rare. When conflicts did arise, she could assert her authority without fear of offending anyone. However, the man before her was the son of the county magistrate. How could a mere manager afford to cross him? She hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. Upon witnessing the chaos before him, with cutlery strewn across the floor and a half-eaten steak clutched in his chopsticks, Su Fei's expression darkened. He placed the remaining piece of steak into his mouth, slowly set the chopsticks down on the table, and after chewing and swallowing, wiped his mouth. I offer you two choices, he said calmly. First, apologize to me immediately. Second, I will throw you out myself. Ha ha ha. You crack me up. Li Zisher laughed heartily. No one has ever dared to demand an apology from me, Li Zisher. I would love to see how you plan to throw me out. Indeed, a mere farmer daring to speak so boldly, sneered the woman beside Li Zisher. Then there is no other option. Su Fei stood up slowly, and with a sudden motion, he delivered a powerful kick straight to Li Zisher's abdomen. With a pained cry, Li Zisher doubled over, clutching his stomach, veins bulging on his forehead, beaded with perspiration, as he curled up on the floor, occasionally convulsing. With a swift motion, Su Fei lifted Li Zai as one might a chick, and with a startled gasp from the beauty beside Li Zai, he cast him aside. You're in trouble? You've really gotten into it, I tell you. The beauty gazed at Su Fei with trepidation. Yet, as she met his cold, emotionless gaze, a shiver ran down her spine, and she dared not continue. Instead, she hurriedly fled the restaurant. Struggling to support the lifeless Li Zai, she stumbled out onto the street, drawing countless astonished glances as she departed. Inside the restaurant, every eye was fixed on Su Fei, filled with astonishment. His actions were ruthless. Li Zai was the son of the county chief, and to simply toss him aside was an audacious act. Although Li Zai's father held the position of deputy county head, he wielded immense power, being a figure of authority in Qingyuan County. Decisive, resolute, and merciless. Such was the impression Su Fei left on everyone present. No longer could they underestimate the seemingly unassuming young man. He had undoubtedly angered the deputy county head today, revealing himself as a formidable character. Young man, you should leave quickly. Li Zai is notorious for seeking revenge, warned one patron. Indeed, he will not let this go lightly. Li Chang is known for fiercely protecting his own. It's likely he'll send someone soon. You'd best make your exit. The patrons, though sympathetic to Su Fei, were concerned for his well-being. They had been displeased by Li Zai's arrogance and found satisfaction in his comeuppance, yet they recognized the trouble Su Fei had stirred. Su Fei smiled lightly, unfazed, and replied, I appreciate everyone's concern. I sincerely apologize for the unpleasantness that disrupted your meal. Allow me to treat everyone to today's bill. Upon hearing his words, a portion of the diners expressed their gratitude, no longer in a hurry to leave, hoping for more excitement to unfold. Others shook their heads in disbelief, astonished by the young man's audacity. He had stirred a considerable hornet's nest yet remained composed, suggesting either a significant background that rendered him unafraid of the county chief or sheer folly. As for Su Fei's offer to cover the bill, it was of little consequence to those dining there, for they were all well off enough to afford a meal at such an establishment. Truly generous of you, remarked Li Qing, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. Her family was a major stakeholder in this Western restaurant, making the patrons her guests. She wholeheartedly approved of Su Fei's gesture. It not only appeased the diners but also expressed a measure of contrition for the earlier incident. At that moment, the server had tidied the shattered dishes from the floor and set out fresh tableware. Su Fei resumed his seat and cheerfully said, the steak from earlier was delightful. Could I trouble you for 5 more servings? Thank you. Yes, certainly, the server stammered, unable to meet Su Fei's gaze, as the impact of his earlier actions had left a profound impression on him. The county chief's son is not someone whom everyone dares to offend, especially after being beaten and thrown out. Do you still want to provoke him? Su Fei inquired of Li Qing. A smile played at the corners of Li Qing's lips as she shook her head. Watching the female manager and others disperse, she asked, tell me honestly, knowing that Li Zai's father is the deputy county chief, why did you still dare to lay a hand on him? In her heart, Su Fei seemed almost omnipotent. Hence, upon witnessing him strike Li Zai, she felt no concern whatsoever. If it came down to it, her father could always step in and compensate that fellow with some money. Even if his father is the deputy county chief, that does not give him the right to act arrogantly and unreasonably. Su Fei's smile faded as he replied deliberately, what I choose to do is never influenced by the background of others. While I may find trouble bothersome, I am certainly not afraid of it. Li Qing was taken aback, gazing blankly at Su Fei's now serious visage. His declaration, while I may find trouble bothersome, I am certainly not afraid of it, resonated deeply within her. After a moment, during their casual conversation, Su Fei finished the 5 steaks. He then waved at the female manager, who had been quietly waiting nearby, visibly anxious. Upon noticing, she hurried over to Su Fei's side, her demeanor slightly flustered as she asked, Sir, is there anything else you require? All these guest bills will be charged to my account, Su Fei stated. Understood, sir. The female manager produced a bill, evidently prepared in advance, stating, "The total is 138,327 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash?" Su Fei smiled faintly and retrieved a black card. "Is that the Supreme card?" At the sight of the black card, the female manager's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide with astonishment. The golden inscription Tinglong Group Supreme card was exceptionally striking. As a manager, she was certainly familiar with the Supreme card. There are very few of these cards in existence, and all holders are esteemed VIPs of Liaigua, the chairman of Tinglong Group. The Supreme card bestows absolute privilege. It can be used without limit across any establishment under Tinglong Group, granting its holder unparalleled authority. It was bewildering that this seemingly unremarkable young man possessed a Supreme card. No wonder he dared to offend the county chief's son. "Sir, please, keep it safe. Everything today is on the house for you," the female manager said, her voice trembling. "Very well." Su Fei accepted the black card with satisfaction, pleasantly surprised by its efficacy. He glanced at Li Qing, seated across the table, only to find her gazing at him with a playful expression. Su Fei scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "This card is truly useful. No need to spend money. Please thank Uncle Li for me, huh?" Rolling her eyes, Li Qing turned to the female manager, still visibly shaken, and instructed, "From now on, regardless of who it is, if anyone disrupts the restaurant, necessary measures must be taken. Guest dining experiences must never be disturbed. Today, I do not wish to witness a recurrence of this situation. Otherwise, you may as well pack your belongings and return home." Li Qing spoke with utmost seriousness, profoundly dissatisfied with the performance of the female manager that day. Although he had little interest in familial business affairs, encountering such a scenario compelled him to voice his opinions. "Who are you?" The female manager felt a twinge of indignation. After all, she was a manager herself, and the woman before her dared to address her with an air of authority, which was rather discomforting. This woman was Li Qing, the daughter of the chairman of the Tinglong Group. Su Fei, perceptive to the female manager's inner turmoil, interjected. "Ah!" The female manager exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the striking young lady before her was indeed the daughter of the major shareholder. Her breath quickened, her heart racing as it struggled to cope with the revelation. "Miss Li, I sincerely apologize. I failed to recognize your esteemed presence," she said repeatedly, bowing her head in contrition. "Have you remembered everything I said?" Li Qing waved her hand dismissively. Yes, I have," the manager replied, bowing deeply. "I shall ensure to adhere strictly to Miss Li's requirements from now on." "You can rest assured." Li Qing nodded, her mood considerably improved. Noticing that Su Fei had nearly finished her meal, she inquired, "Shall we depart?" "Certainly." As the two ladies stood to leave, a cacophony of alarms erupted at the entrance of the restaurant. Several police cars came to a halt, and a dozen officers, armed with firearms, marched solemnly into the establishment. "Oh dear, is that not Director Fong? What a grand display! What on earth has occurred?" The female manager's smile faltered as she recognized the imposing figure leading the group, her heart skipping a beat at the unexpected visit from the police chief. The officer at the forefront was Fong Jia, the police chief of Qingyuan County. He was slightly portly, with a square face that bore an imposing demeanor even without anger. Fong Jia furrowed his brow, surveying the patrons within the restaurant before addressing the female manager. "We received a report alleging that someone in your establishment has been causing a disturbance and assaulting patrons. Where is the individual?" Upon hearing this, Su Fei and Li Qing exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. It seemed that Li Zhe had a knack for embellishment, making it appear as though he had suffered a grave injustice. The female manager was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a smile. "Director Fong, you jest. Clearly, nothing untoward has transpired in our establishment. It must be a case of false reporting. Enough of this nonsense." A booming voice interrupted as the police officers parted to make way for Li Zhe, who entered alongside a middle-aged man. He immediately spotted Su Fei and, with a twisted expression, accused, "It was him. He is the one who assaulted me." The middle-aged man standing beside Li Zhe wore an expression of indifference. Upon hearing Li Zhe's words, his countenance darkened, and he spoke in a grave tone. "Such reprehensible behavior must not be tolerated. Should this incident become public, it will undoubtedly cast a significant negative light on society. Such a vile individual must face the full force of the law. Director Fong, what are you waiting for?" The voice of the middle-aged man was not particularly loud, yet it resonated in the ears of everyone present, instantly inciting a commotion within the restaurant. The patrons, each possessing a certain status, quickly recognized the man. It was none other than Li Chong, who had personally arrived, indicating that this was not an ordinary matter. Indeed, Li Chang was notorious for his cunning and was not easily dealt with. Alas, the youth, in their impetuousness, seemed oblivious to the virtue of patience. They had now entangled themselves in significant trouble. Fang Jia turned to Li Chang, assuring him, "Rest assured, county head, such a nefarious character shall not be tolerated by our police force." He then glanced at Su Fei and gestured behind him, commanding, "Arrest them." At Fang Jia's order, a dozen officers swiftly surrounded Su Fei and Li Qing, their dark gun barrels aimed squarely at Su Fei's head. Su Fei. Li Qing had never witnessed such an intimidating scene. Her complexion turned pale as she tightly gripped Su Fei's arm, revealing her distress. "Do not fear, I am here," Su Fei said with a gentle smile, holding her small hand. An unprecedented sense of security surged within Li Qing as she gazed affectionately at Su Fei's profile. Su Fei then addressed Fang Jia with a smile. "Today, I have truly broadened my horizons. Do you police officers arrest individuals solely based on one side of the story? Or are you merely lackeys for someone, apprehending whoever your master instructs you to?" Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd as everyone turned to Su Fei, taken aback by his audacity to speak so boldly in front of the police chief and county head. Those with discerning ears could easily discern the implication in his words, insinuating that Fang Jia was merely a sycophant of Li Chang. "Impudent!" Fang Jia scoffed, his voice laced with fury. "Cuff him." Wait, this is all a misunderstanding," the female manager exclaimed, hastily jogging to Su Fei and Li Qing's side, desperately asserting, "This is merely a trivial dispute over a table. It is hardly worth such a grand show of force. Moreover, this gentleman is our esteemed guest. Fang, could you perhaps show a bit of leniency?" The manager was indeed fraught with anxiety, caught between the influential daughter of major shareholder Li Aigua and the authoritative figures of the police chief and county head. She could not afford to offend either side. "Seize him now," Li Zhe growled menacingly. We have surveillance footage, Fang. Shall we take a look?" The manager silently cursed Li Zhe 1,000 times in her mind, finding him exceedingly distasteful. Nonetheless, she steeled herself and chose to side with Su Fei, reasoning that the good reputation of the major shareholder would likely safeguard her. "Do you not see my injuries? Yet he remains unscathed. The evidence is clear." Li Zhe, emboldened by the presence of his father and Fang, displayed no restraint. "Fang, do not hesitate," Li Chang urged with a glance at Fang Jia. Understanding the unspoken cue, Fang Jia was about to respond when Su Fei interjected, "It seems necessary to call upon County Head Shui to adjudicate this matter." As he spoke, he had already taken out his phone and dialed Director Shui's number. Fortunately, during the last visit to the village with Shui Bin, Director Shui had left him his contact information, which unexpectedly proved useful today. "Do you know Director Shui?" Fang Jia sneered. Li Chang's lips curled into a mocking smile, evidently skeptical of Su Fei's claims. The call was soon connected, and Su Fei smiled slightly as he switched to speaker mode. "Uncle Shui, it's Su Fei. I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour." "Oh, it's you, Xiao Fei. No trouble at all. I was just talking about you with Xiao Bin. Wondering when you might visit us," Director Shui replied warmly. "What brings you to call?" Su Fei proceeded to explain the events that had transpired at the restaurant earlier. At that moment, both Fang Jia and Li Chang's eyelids twitched, astonished to hear that familiar voice on the line. They could hardly believe that this young man was indeed in contact with Director Shui. A cold sweat broke out, and a sense of unease began to creep into their hearts. "What?" Upon hearing Su Fei's account, Director Shui erupted in anger. "This is utterly outrageous. Xiao Fei, hand the phone to Li Chang. I need to speak with him." "Uncle Shui, go ahead. I'm on speaker," Su Fei replied with a smile. At this juncture, Li Chang could no longer maintain his composure. He approached Su Fei, slightly bowing towards the phone and forcing a strained smile. "Director Shui, this is all a misunderstanding, truly. Li Chang, tell Fang Jia that scoundrel to take his people and leave immediately. And you, keep your son in check," Director Shui commanded. "I don't care what method you use. You better get Xiao Fei's forgiveness, or else Fang Jia will take your son away." Yes, Director Shui, please rest assured. I will certainly apologize to Mr. Su." Li Chang wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "That will suffice," Director Shui concluded before hanging up. Su Fei put away his phone and looked at Li Chang and Fang Jia with a knowing smile. "If you doubt that this person isn't Director Shui, feel free to call and confirm." No need. How could we not recognize Director Shui's voice?" Fang Jia approached with a contrite expression and then shouted at the dozen or so police officers still holding their firearms, "Put your guns away at once. A bunch of blind fools. If you scare Mr. Su, I will hold you accountable." At her words, the officers exchanged awkward glances. Scare him? Have you not seen how much calmer he is than you? At that moment, Li Chang kicked Li Zhe hard, appearing fierce but not exerting much force. You little rascal. Why don't you hurry and apologize to Mr. Su? Dad. Li Zhe looked at his father with a wronged expression, though he usually acted arrogant and dismissive. He wasn't foolish. This person knew Director Xue, who was a genuine authority figure. Meanwhile, his father, despite holding the title of director, was ultimately a subordinate. In the hierarchy of power, offending Director Xue could have dire consequences, not just for him, but for his father as well. Hurry up. Li Chang'e glared, causing Li Zhe to instinctively retract his neck. He felt a deep-seated fear towards his father. He then turned to Su Fei and, with reluctance, murmured an apology. What did you say? Su Fei feigned ignorance. Once more, Li Chang'e kicked his son, admonishing, Mr. Su has poor hearing. Could you speak up? Su Fei's expression darkened, irritated by the insinuation that he was hard of hearing. I'm sorry, I was wrong, Li Zhe proclaimed loudly, although he initially considered teasing his son further. Su Fei's response to Li Chang'e's words extinguished his amusement, prompting him to declare, all right, let us go. Subsequently, under the gaze of onlookers, Su Fei departed the Western restaurant with Li Qing. How do you know County Chief Xue? Li Qing inquired as they walked down the street, her curiosity piqued. She found Su Fei increasingly enigmatic. He was merely a farmer, vastly different from the county chief. County Chief Xue is the father of a friend of mine. We met during his visit to our village, Su Fei explained. I see. Li Qing nodded, and a silence enveloped them as they strolled through the night. A gentle breeze carried a hint of chill, causing Li Qing to shiver slightly. Su Fei removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders, simultaneously channeling a surge of vital energy to ward off the cold. Allow me to escort you home, he offered. Li Qing replied softly, nodding in agreement. As they turned into a narrow alley, dim lights revealed a man pinning a woman to the ground, who was struggling and calling for help. Let me go, you scoundrel. You filthy rogue. The woman shouted. Someone, please help. I'm being assaulted. You wretched woman, you scream for help while undressing yourself. I've never encountered a brazen hussy like you. The man laughed sinisterly. Don't you find this thrilling? The woman whispered before resuming her cries for help. Su Fei turned to Li Qing, instructing, stay here and don't move. Wait for me. Be careful, she warned, surprised by the encounter. Despite her awareness of Su Fei's exceptional skills, concern tinged her voice. Su Fei advanced swiftly, delivering a decisive kick to the man's head, sending him sprawling to the ground, unconscious. The precision of his strike was deliberate, merely inducing a mild concussion without inflicting severe harm. Had he unleashed his full strength, the man's skull would likely have shattered. Are you all right? Su Fei helped the woman to her feet. Upon seeing her face, even Su Fei, known for his composure, felt a stir of emotion. A prominent black birthmark marred her left cheek, while her right was speckled with freckles. Her thick, sausage-like lips, paired with two gleaming buck teeth, made her an embodiment of peculiar charm. Su Fei glanced at the man lying nearby, now unconscious, and couldn't help but muse, brother, you certainly have a unique taste. The grace of a hero's rescue cannot be repaid by this young woman. Her large eyes fixated intently on Su Fei, revealing a hint of shyness as she inquired, might I offer myself in gratitude? With that, she reached out, firmly grasping Su Fei's hem, preparing to lunge forward. In a swift moment, Su Fei quickly extricated himself from her grasp, stepping back with a serious expression. Miss, please maintain your dignity. Do not repay kindness with enmity. Li Qing, who had been observing from a distance, stifled a laugh upon hearing Su Fei's words. Su Fei promptly turned to Li Qing, taking her hand and leading her away. As they passed the unconscious man, he, with the intention of facilitating his recovery, kicked him gently at a pressure point, rousing him from his stupor. Brother, complete the unfinished business. With that, Su Fei hurriedly departed, feeling a rare sense of disarray after so many years. After walking a short distance, his phone rang. It was Luan Kongping calling, and he suddenly recalled that tonight was their high school reunion. Upon answering, Luan Kongping's voice came through. Su Fei, why aren't you here yet? We're just waiting on you. I understand. I'll be there shortly, Su Fei replied before hanging up. He expressed his apologies to Li Qing, explained the situation, and hailed a taxi for her to return. He then stood by the roadside for a moment before also taking a taxi to Tanyuan Grand Hotel, the venue for the reunion. Upon his arrival, he gazed up at the 5-story hotel, illuminated brilliantly against the night sky, exuding an air of grandeur. Luan Kongping was waiting anxiously at the entrance, dressed in a deep blue suit and adorned with black-rimmed glasses, a young man clearly poised for success. Seeing Su Fei, Wang Kangping rushed over. At last, you have arrived. Everyone else has already gathered. I had a last-minute issue to attend to. Su Fei smiled, scratching his head. Shall we go inside? Wang Kangping looked at him with a teasing expression. How is your relationship with Xia Shuangshuang these days? I must inform you. She is now Yang Xinji's girlfriend, so brace yourself. He was well aware of the history between Su Fei and Xia Shuangshuang. Haha, I won't be bothered, Su Fei replied, now immune to any emotional stirrings regarding Xia Shuangshuang. Entering the hotel lobby, he found it spacious and inviting, bustling with people yet not overcrowded. Although it did not rival Yinghao's five-star establishment, it was still quite commendable, frequented mostly by the middle class. Wang Kangping guided Su Fei to a private room, where a large round table was filled with a dozen men and women, animatedly sharing amusing anecdotes from their school days. Su Fei surveyed the familiar yet foreign faces, memories of his youth surging forth from the depths of his mind. At that moment, he spotted Xia Shuangshuang sitting beside a bald man. Today, she adorned herself splendidly, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, a delicate touch of makeup gracing her face, and she wore a low-shouldered dress that revealed her fair and smooth shoulders, making her quite enchanting. Su Fei, you have finally arrived. Everyone has been waiting for you for quite some time, one male classmate remarked with a smile. Su Fei chuckled. I was momentarily delayed by an unexpected matter. At that moment, Xia Shuangshuang looked up and was momentarily taken aback, her expression slightly awkward. She recalled the last encounter at the entrance of the Qingyuan International Hotel, where her few words in Su Fei's defense had offended Du Kuan, leading to her being cast aside shortly thereafter. Su Fei, you must remember that you were once our class's academic monitor, excelling in your studies. I heard you chose to enlist in the military instead of pursuing higher education. What a pity. An acerbic voice interjected. Belonging to a bald man adorned with a thick gold chain, his gaze fixated on Su Fei with a hint of provocation, as he placed his hand on Xia Shuangshuang's delicate shoulder. This bald man was Yang Xinji, the class leader during their high school years. Known for his somewhat radical personality and ostentatious demeanor, often flaunting his superiority over those he deemed inferior. During their school days, he harbored affections for the class beauty, Xia Shuangshuang. However, at that time, she was deeply involved with Su Fei, leading him to bide his time in silence, believing that opportunity favors the patient. Ultimately, however, he was disheartened when Xia Shuangshuang ended her relationship with Su Fei and swiftly fell into Du Kuan's embrace. Du Kuan, a renowned rich second-generation individual, was someone Yang Xinji could never hope to challenge. Recently, upon learning of Xia Shuangshuang's breakup with Du Kuan, he felt a resurgence of hope and launched an aggressive pursuit of his former goddess, investing considerable financial resources to finally win her affection. The class leader seems to be doing well. He must be toiling diligently at work, as evidenced by his baldness, Su Fei remarked with a smile, refusing to be intimidated. Indeed, he had been appointed as the academic monitor due to his outstanding academic performance during their school years, but later chose to enlist in the military due to his family's financial constraints. Su Fei remained unfazed by Yang Xinji's actions, as their relationship had always been strained. With Yang often mocking classmates to elevate his own sense of superiority, an attitude Su Fei found utterly distasteful, Yang Xinji's expression faltered. Becoming bald at such a young age was a lingering pain for him, and his countenance darkened. Su Fei, the class leader, now holds a significant position. He is the section chief of our Qingyuan county government, the only one among us in the bureaucratic system. Wang Kangping, one of Su Fei's few good friends, was aware of the animosity between him and Yang Xinji. Sensing the tension between the two, he quickly approached and urged Su Fei to sit down. Aha, Kangping, you're jesting. I merely had a stroke of good fortune, Su Fei replied. Yang Xinji relished the flattery from his peers. Turning to face everyone, he jovially proclaimed, Today, my friends, indulge yourselves. I shall treat you all. Oh, class leader, how can you say that? I organized this gathering. It would be inappropriate for you to pay, replied Wang Kangping. Yang Xinji waved his hand dismissively. No worries, no worries. It's merely a trifling expense, insignificant to me. Comrade Yang, we are all classmates after all. I will rely on your guidance in the future, someone chimed in. Indeed, class leader, you have achieved the position of section chief at such a young age. Your future is boundless. The room erupted with sounds of sycophantic praise. At that moment, Su Fei leaned into Wang Kangping and whispered, Is Yi Yinghao not coming? Wang Kangping shook his head with a wry smile. I informed both Ying Hao and Du Kuan, but they expressed no interest in the gathering, citing other commitments. Most of our classmates feel similarly. Looking at the mere dozen or so attendees before him, he felt a pang of bitterness. They had once been a class of over 30. After years of toil, he had hoped to reconnect with his classmates and perhaps boast a little about his modest accomplishments. Yet reality had dealt a harsh blow, resulting in such a sparse turnout. Su Fei nodded. He was similarly indifferent to such reunions, but felt compelled to attend due to his amicable relationship with Wang Kangping. Waitstaff, please begin serving the dishes. Yang Xinji called to the attendant at the door. Soon, an array of exquisite dishes was presented, and one male classmate cheerfully declared, "Today is a joyous occasion. We must drink to our heart's content. No one leaves sober." Well said. We shall not leave until we are thoroughly inebriated. Yang Xinji rubbed his glistening bald head and instructed the waiter, "Bring me the finest wine your establishment has to offer." The finest? The waiter asked, somewhat surprised. To which Yang Xinji retorted, "What, do you think I cannot afford it?" The waiter nodded and departed. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a single bottle of fine liquor, prompting Yang Xinji's displeasure. "Can't you see how many of us there are? One bottle is hardly sufficient. Use your judgment and bring me 5 more." The waiter muttered a curse under his breath, then returned with 5 additional bottles of the same wine. "Class leader, this wine must be rather expensive," Wang Kangping remarked, inspecting one of the bottles. Having conducted business for many years, he was no stranger to the nuances of such affairs. "A mere trifle. This is where you fall short," Yang Xinji boasted, his face alight with pride. "Our department has a monthly allowance for such expenses. Today's meal can be charged to the account, after all. Section chiefs do not serve without compensation." The others nodded in understanding, realizing why Yang Xinji was so generous. It was funded by public money. Yang Xinji, feeling quite pleased with himself, turned to Su Fei and inquired, "Su Fei, after all these years, where have you found your fortune?" Su Fei chuckled in response, "Comrade Yang, you jest. I am merely a farmer, hardly in a position to speak of wealth." Ji. Su Fei, it is not my intention to criticize you, but you were once the academic representative of our class. Now, it is disheartening to see you lacking ambition while your classmates thrive in their careers. I genuinely worry for your future. Yang Xinji's face bore a look of regret as he subtly wrapped an arm around the silent Xia Shuang, who remained tight-lipped. Fully aware of Su Fei's capabilities, having witnessed even Du Kuan falter at his hands. "Well, since we are finally gathered together, let us raise a toast to our enduring friendship," announced Wang Kangping, standing up and downing his glass in one gulp. The classmates soon began to engage in a lively exchange of drinks. Su Fei, enjoying the solitude, relished the sumptuous food before him. He eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to feast heartily, occasionally pouring himself another glass of wine, which he found quite delightful. Although he had consumed several steaks earlier at the Western restaurant, he had not truly felt satiated. With the breakthrough to the second level of the yin-yang sacred art, his appetite had greatly increased. After devouring a generous piece of meat, Su Fei poured himself a large bowl of soup. The sound of his slurping soon drew the attention of his peers, who couldn't help but chuckle at his voraciousness, as if he had not eaten in days. "Su Fei, I presume you've never tasted such fine cuisine before?" Yang Xinji sneered. Su Fei merely smiled and continued his feast. Just then, his phone rang. It was Li Qing. Su Fei stepped out of the private room. "Farmers will always be farmers, lacking the refinement to elevate themselves," Yang Xinji remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at Su Fei's departing figure before turning to Xia Shuang. "I truly cannot fathom what you saw in such a person." "Enough," Xia Shuang replied, furrowing her brow. She understood that if Su Fei were to become angry, even Yang Xinji's position as a department head would not suffice to shield him. However, Yang Xinji misinterpreted her words as a defense of Su Fei and retorted, "What, are you still hung up on your old flame?" Xia Shuang shot him a glare and turned away, ignoring him. Realizing he had upset her, Yang Xinji quickly apologized in a low voice. Shuang, I was wrong. I'll refrain from speaking further. Please don't be upset." Outside the private room, Su Fei answered the call. "Hello, have you arrived home?" "Yes. My father asked me to inquire if you would like to stay over tonight. It's rather late. And you wouldn't want to travel back to the village at this hour, would you?" Li Qing's voice came through, a hint of blush evident even over the phone. "No need to trouble yourself. I'll find a small inn to spend the night," Su Fei replied with a smile. "It's no trouble at all. It's quite nearby. I can easily drive over to pick you up," Li Qing insisted, concern creeping into her voice at the thought of him staying at a hotel. After a moment of contemplation, Su Fei agreed, I'll head over once the gathering concludes. You need not come out. It's not safe for a girl to be out alone at night. Upon hearing Su Fei's concern for her, Li Qing's face was adorned with sweet delight. The public safety in Qingyuan is quite good. Just wait for me, she remarked before abruptly ending the call. Su Fei could surmise that this call was likely not initiated by Li Aigua's suggestion, but rather a decision made by Li Qing herself. He shook his head helplessly, feeling a mix of affection and exasperation towards her spontaneity. Upon returning to the private room, Su Fei noticed that everyone was engaged in lively conversation. So he took a seat and resumed eating. As the meal approached its conclusion, he found himself largely ignored, with only Wan Kong occasionally exchanging a few words with him. Most of the group was centered around Yang Xinji, frequently toasting and attempting to curry favor with this esteemed officer. Meanwhile, Xia Shuangshuang, once the belle of the class, was basking in attention, with several female classmates surrounding her, their envy palpable at her relationship with Yang Xinji. I have a suggestion. How about we go sing some karaoke later? Let us have a great time tonight. One male classmate enthusiastically proposed, with a slight flush gracing his cheeks. Yang Xinji swayed slightly, his bald head glistening. Sure, let us enjoy ourselves. It's been a while since I've had such fun. After the meal, he had evidently assumed the role of the group's leader, and his agreement thrilled everyone present. I want to be joining. Just enjoy yourselves, Su Fei stated, wiping his mouth. His words fell on deaf ears as the group seemed unconcerned about his absence. Wan Kong tugged at his sleeve, urging, everyone is gathered. Let us go have some fun together. You all go ahead. I'll pass, Su Fei replied, shaking his head. Shortly thereafter, Yang Xinji waved his hand, summoning the waiter. Check, please. The waiter cast a glance at him, feeling genuine disdain for this ostentatious individual. Sir, your total comes to 136,800 yuan. What? Yang Xinji, who had been picking his teeth with a toothpick, froze at the mention of that figure, inadvertently piercing his gum and drawing blood. How much? Say that again, he exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. The waiter calmly reiterated, 136,800 yuan. Are you robbing me? Yang Xinji shot up from his seat, his inebriation vanishing instantly. As he pointed accusingly at the waiter, is this a scam? Over 100,000 for a meal? Sir, your meal cost just over 10,000. The truly expensive item was the royal whiskey from the British Crown, known as Kloss. Each bottle costs 21,000 yuan, and you ordered 6. The waiter maintained an air of calmness throughout, his demeanor neither servile nor confrontational. Thud. Yang Xinji plopped back down into his chair, his head spinning in disbelief. He had never anticipated such a staggering bill. To him, a meal costing around 10 or 20,000 seemed reasonable. But never did he imagine it would amount to over 130,000. Although he could charge it to the department's account, a sum exceeding 100,000 is certainly substantial. And he found himself momentarily at a loss. After a brief period of composure, Yang Xinji turned to Wan Kong and, with a sheepish smile, suggested, Kong, how about you treat us to this meal? This. Class leader, I can't possibly come up with that much money. Wan Kong replied, visibly distressed, inwardly cursing Yang Xinji for his extravagant choice of wine. Yang Xinji then scanned the other classmates who had previously fawned over him. Now, upon meeting his gaze, they all averted their eyes, lowering their heads in fear. Xiaowang, could you cover the bill for now? I promise to repay you later. Yang Xinji asked a frail male classmate. Upon hearing this, the classmate nearly broke down in tears. Yang Gu, you know I just bought a house not long ago. Paying the mortgage is already a burden. How could I possibly manage such an expense? Yang Kazhang, didn't you say this meal's cost would be charged to your department's account? One female classmate inquired. At her words, Yang Xinji's face turned awkward. It's exceeded the limit. As Yang Xinji's anxiety escalated, Su Fei stood up, approached him, and gently placed a hand on his shoulder, offering a calm smile. Yang Kazhang, one must act within their means. Furthermore, I do not consider dining with public funds to be a matter of honor. He then turned to the waiter, presenting a bank card. Allow me to settle this. Very well, please hold on. The waiter left the room briefly, returning shortly to hand Su Fei back his card. Su Fei, I had no idea you were so wealthy. Wan Kong exclaimed, his gaze fixed on Su Fei as if seeing him for the first time. The others shared similar sentiments, astonished by the seemingly unassuming classmates' sudden display of affluence. At that moment, Yang Xinji felt an overwhelming sense of imbalance. He had underestimated Su Fei, whom he had always regarded with disdain. He pursed his lips but refrained from voicing his thoughts. I want to be joining the upcoming activities. Enjoy yourselves. Su Fei said with a smile to the group before leaving the room without a hint of regret. Although over 100,000 was indeed a considerable amount, for Su Fei, it was hardly significant. Moreover, money held little meaning for him. Acquiring it was not a challenge, especially given his ancient heritage, which provided him with immense confidence. I'll see you off, Su Fei. Luan Kongping called out as he hurried to follow Su Fei. The others in the room, witnessing this, quickly trailed after them. A bunch of fair-weather friends. Yang Xinji observed as those who had previously surrounded him with flattery now rushed to pursue Su Fei, his expression darkening. He glanced at Xia Shuangshuang beside him, his mood softening slightly, and then wrapped an arm around her as they exited the room together. At that moment, Xia Shuangshuang, despite her calm exterior, was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, feeling a deep sense of regret. If she had not rejected Su Fei in the past, might the outcome have been different today? Su Fei, I have long discerned that you are no ordinary person. When shall we gather again? Indeed, you truly embody the role of our class's academic representative. We are classmates, after all, and must stay in touch to avoid growing distant. Su Fei, what are you currently engaged in? How have you amassed such wealth? At the entrance of the hotel, a throng surrounded Su Fei, causing him considerable discomfort. Dear classmates, it is getting late. Perhaps we should retire for the evening, he suggested. Where are you headed? I can drive you, inquired Luan Kongping. As his words fell, a striking white Porsche 911 appeared before the hotel, captivating the attention of all. The window gradually descended, revealing a beautiful and refined visage, none other than Li Qing. She smiled at Su Fei, tilting her head slightly, beckoning him to enter the vehicle. No need, my ride has arrived, Su Fei replied with a smile, proceeding directly to the passenger seat of the Porsche, leaving a crowd of astonished onlookers in his wake. This scene was witnessed by Yang Xinji and Xia Shuangshuang, just emerging from the hotel. Now I understand why he has become so affluent. It seems he has attached himself to a wealthy woman, Yang Xinji scoffed. Xia Shuangshuang bit her lip, staring blankly at the luxurious Porsche as it drove away, her heart heavy with an indescribable feeling. On the wide road, the white Porsche sped past, drawing glances from people on either side. Having worked a night shift, aren't you tired? Su Fei asked, observing Li Qing, who was focused intently on driving. He couldn't help but think how beautiful and confident she appeared behind the wheel. I've grown accustomed to it. Li Qing replied with a sweet smile. To be honest, are you worried about your boyfriend dining with others, which is why you came to pick me up? Su Fei teased with a mischievous grin. Li Qing blushed and retorted, don't say such things. What boyfriend? Is that so? I recall you mentioning several times that I am your boyfriend, Su Fei said, a playful glint in his eyes. That doesn't count as real. Li Qing's voice was barely above a whisper, yet Su Fei, perceptive as ever, feigned disappointment. So it seems I was merely indulging in my own fantasies. Suddenly, Li Qing slammed on the brakes, pulling the car to the side of the road. She quickly turned to Su Fei to explain, no, it's not like that. Actually, Before she could finish, Su Fei wrapped his arms around her neck and kissed her. After a long moment, they parted, with Li Qing shyly lowering her gaze, unable to meet Su Fei's intense stare. Keep your eyes on the road, Su Fei chuckled. Ah, right? She restarted the car, and soon they arrived at Li Qing's home, where her parents had already retired for the night. I'm off to bed, Li Qing said hurriedly before dashing to her room. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Su Fei smiled, then entered the guest room, preparing to rest when he heard soft footsteps outside the door. Although faint, he immediately recognized them as Li Qing's. Is something the matter? Su Fei called through the door. Outside the door, Li Qing paused, lowering her small hand that was about to knock. Summoning her courage, she earnestly declared, Su Fei, I wish to have a word with you. Upon hearing this, Su Fei felt a tinge of confusion. What could possibly warrant a late-night conversation? Yet, sensing the gravity in Li Qing's tone, he replied, come in. As Li Qing stepped into the room, Su Fei smiled and inquired, what is it that requires such a serious discussion at this hour? Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, but she quickly composed herself, saying, please be serious. I am quite earnest about this. Taking a moment to steady her emotions, Li Qing asked, Su Fei, do you like me? With that, her expressive eyes bore into his, as if seeking to unravel his innermost thoughts. Su Fei was taken aback by her sudden question. If you are not serious, if this is merely a game to you, then I believe it would be best for us to maintain our distance. Li Qing's expression was solemn. She was a woman of conviction, who preferred quality over quantity in matters of the heart, having never allowed any man into her heart. She believed that if a relationship could not be enduring, it was wiser not to embark upon it at all, lest it lead to future troubles. "I like you," Su Fei said, leaning closer, captivated by her delicate features and the brilliance of her clear, bright eyes. He whispered, "Moreover, I am not one to toy with emotions." Feeling the warmth of his masculine presence, Li Qing's temperature surged, and she replied, "I believe you." In a sudden burst of boldness, she embraced Su Fei, rising on her tiptoes to press her lips against his. At that moment, Su Fei found himself unable to restrain his desires, and he gently pushed Li Qing onto the bed. Here, 1,000 words remain unspoken. After a long while, as the storm subsided, Li Qing nestled against Su Fei, resembling a delicate bird leaning on its mate, her cheeks still flushed, a sweet and contented smile gracing her lips. "Will you treat me well in the future?" she asked, tracing circles on Su Fei's well-defined chest with her finger. Though he appeared slender, she was surprised to discover the strength beneath. Su Fei lovingly patted her head and smiled softly. "I will take responsibility for my woman." Suddenly, Li Qing sat up, shaking her small fist with mock ferocity, declaring, "If you dare betray me, I shall ensure you have no descendants." A chill ran down Su Fei's spine, but he quickly broke into a mischievous grin, his gaze fixated on her. Realizing the implications of his unabashed stare, Li Qing looked down, only to find that in her sudden movement, the blanket had slipped away, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Flustered, she hastily pulled the blanket back around her, giving Su Fei a fierce glare. "You rogue." "Well, a rogue I shall be," Su Fei chuckled, before playfully pushing her back down, eliciting a gasp from her. "No way, you're coming again." The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Li Qing awoke softly in Su Fei's embrace. Looking at his peaceful sleeping face, she smiled and couldn't resist planting a gentle kiss on him. "How dare you take advantage of me like this?" Su Fei suddenly opened his eyes and gently brushed his nose. Li Qing shot him a glance, huffing, "Humph," pretending to be asleep. Su Fei licked his lips, a fierce flame igniting in his eyes as he recalled the enchanting experience of the previous night, leaving him utterly captivated and yearning for more. Just as he was about to make a move, Li Qing's expression shifted. She picked up her phone to check the time, her face falling into a frown. "Oh no. I'm late, she exclaimed, hastily rising to dress. However, as she stood, her legs buckled, causing her to tumble back onto the bed. She glared fiercely at Su Fei. "You rascal, this is all your fault." Su Fei scratched his head, taking her hand and channeling a surge of energy into her. Instantly, Li Qing felt a warm and comforting sensation enveloping her, revitalizing her previously weak and weary body. Su Fei glanced down, noticing a startling crimson stain on the pristine white sheets, momentarily taken aback. "Don't look." Li Qing's cheeks flushed a deep red as she forcefully shoved Su Fei off the bed, yanked the sheets off, and hastily stuffed them into a nearby cabinet. After a brief moment, the two tidied themselves up, and at Li Qing's insistence, Su Fei donned a newly purchased outfit. He looked strikingly impressive, prompting a satisfied nod from Li Qing. Together, they exited the room, and it was evident that Li Qing was in high spirits, a smile gracing her lips throughout. "What are you two up to?" Li Aigua, her father, was taken aback upon seeing Su Fei emerge with his daughter. Li Qing hadn't anticipated running into her father so soon after stepping out. Blushing, she stammered, I just needed to talk to Su Fei about something. I'm late for work, so I must be off." Watching his daughter drag Su Fei away in a hurry, Li Aigua gradually pieced together the situation. Having been through similar experiences himself, a daughter grows up and leaves home, he thought with a wry smile. He didn't wish to interfere with her choices, hoping only for her future happiness. After years in business, he had encountered countless individuals, and Su Fei was among the few young men he held in high regard. He trusted his judgment and believed his daughter had a bright future with him. He sensed that Su Fei's achievements would one day rival his own. "What's the matter?" Meng Shuzhen approached. Sitting in Li Qing's car, Su Fei initially intended to head to the bus station to return to Shanshui village. However, midway, he received a call from Guoboan, urging him to hurry to Dingxing Real Estate Company for an introduction to someone. "Is something wrong?" Li Qing inquired. Su Fei replied, "A friend of mine, who is also a shareholder in my distillery, wants to introduce me to someone." "Let me take you there," she offered. "Aren't you going to be late for work?" "I can go by myself," he insisted. He got out of the car midway, hailing a taxi to Dingxing Real Estate Company. As he stood before the imposing building for the first time, just as he was about to enter, a security guard blocked his path, asking, "Who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Guoboan," Su Fei replied. "Do you have an appointment?" Our young Master Gu is not someone you can see at will, the security guard arrogantly declared. Su Fei was taken aback by the guard's audacity and promptly replied, I was called here by Gu Bowen. Does that count? The guard, upon hearing his words, regarded him with skepticism before stating, wait a moment, and proceeded into the building. Su Fei understood he was going to report and remained patient. Before long, the guard rushed back out in a flurry, having run so swiftly that his hat fell off. He hurriedly picked it up and addressed Su Fei. You are Su Fei, young Master Su? Noticing the guard's sudden shift in demeanor after only a brief absence, Su Fei surmised that Gu Bowen must have revealed his identity and nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Su Fei's nod, the guard executed a deep bow, saying, Su Fei, please come in. Young Master Gu is waiting for you in the chairman's office on the top floor. With a slight smile, Su Fei stepped into the building. As he entered, the guard wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering to himself, goodness, he really is young Master Gu's friend. I'm glad I didn't offend him. Taking the elevator directly to the top floor, Su Fei found the space quite expansive, with only one office inside. He politely knocked twice on the door, and it swung open instantly, revealing Gu Bowen, who greeted him with a broad laugh and embraced him, exclaiming, haha, you finally made it. He then pulled Su Fei into the office, continuing, you're not being considerate. If it weren't for Gu Xiaoqiu informing me, I wouldn't have known you were in Qingyuan. Upon entering the office, Su Fei felt an unsettling chill wash over him, yet he maintained a composed smile, replying, well, here I am. Hee. Can I call you Xiao Fei? Gu Yongfu, seated on the sofa, stood up with a smile. Of course, Su Fei acknowledged, nodding at Gu Yongfu, Uncle Gu. How have you been these days? This office belonged to Gu Yongfu, and working in such an oppressive atmosphere was likely to invite numerous issues. It seemed that Gu Yongfu's previous illness was not merely coincidental. Very well indeed, Gu Yongfu replied with a grin. I must say, Xiao Fei, your medical skills are truly remarkable. I feel invigorated every day, brimming with vitality, all thanks to you. With a chuckle, Gu Yongfu continued. I wasn't sure how to express my gratitude, but I heard from Xiao Wen that you plan to produce medicinal wine for sale. So I invited a good friend from my business circle. As Gu Yongfu finished speaking, a middle-aged man, approximately his age, stood up and extended his hand to Su Fei. Hello, I'm Zhuo Feiyu. Hello, Su Fei, Su Fei replied, shaking the man's hand, realizing he was the individual Gu Bowen had mentioned over the phone. Xiao Fei. Feiyu is an expert in wine. Xiao Wen has already tasted the medicinal wine you brought and couldn't stop praising it. He insisted on meeting you face to face. Gu Yongfu remarked. Brother Gu, you flatter me. Zhuo Feiyu turned to Su Fei. Xiao Fei, is that medicinal wine truly brewed by you? Indeed, Su Fei nodded. Impressive. Zhuo Feiyu raised his thumb and remarked, this medicinal wine is a first for me. Its potent and alluring effects are truly a boon for all men. Most importantly, it has no side effects. Indeed, Gu Bowen replied with palpable pride, addressing Su Fei, my father has decided to invest 30 million in our distillery, considering it as my shareholding. Very well, Su Fei responded with a smile, having previously agreed to Gu Bowen's investment when he first arrived in the city. Though he had not anticipated such a substantial amount, nonetheless, he welcomed the opportunity, confident that he would not incur losses once the medicinal wine hit the market. It would undoubtedly create a fervor, and he would likely find himself counting riches. Su Fei, I shall not beat around the bush. I have great faith in the prospects of this medicinal wine and wish to acquire the agency for Nanhai Province. The agency fee is 5 million. And for each bottle sold, the division would be 60-40 in your favor. What do you say? Zhuo Feiyu fixed his gaze on Su Fei, seemingly anxious about a possible rejection. He had invested significantly, but was confident this venture would yield profits without fail. Su Fei. Feiyu aspires to be your representative for this medicinal wine. He is an expert in this field, and with him as your agent, the sales channels would be assured. Gu Yongfu added. Su Fei contemplated the 5 million agency fee for Nanhai Province alone. What about the other regions nationwide? He sensed a burgeoning opportunity and chuckled. Since Uncle Gu has spoken, I have no objections. Upon hearing Su Fei's agreement, Zhuo Feiyu was elated and promptly produced a contract, extending it to Su Fei. Take a look. If all is satisfactory, you may sign. Su Fei was taken aback by Zhuo Feiyu's eagerness, having prepared the contract so swiftly. Observing his surprise, Gu Bowen chuckled. Uncle Zhuo fears you might have second thoughts. With a smile, Su Fei casually perused the contract and, taking up a pen, swiftly signed his name. At last, Zhuo Feiyu felt relieved, and he immediately initiated a transfer of 5 million to Su Fei, saying, Su Fei, I have two suggestions regarding the medicinal wine. Please. Uncles do share, Su Fei replied, following Guobowen's lead in addressing him. Upon witnessing the 5 million deposited into his account, Su Fei was momentarily astonished. Was it truly this easy to earn such a sum? It seemed that merely securing agency fees nationwide could lead to substantial profits. Firstly, the medicinal effects of the wine should be somewhat subdued during the brewing process. Otherwise, once it enters the market, society may descend into chaos, Zhuo Feiyu advised. Su Fei nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of the point, as the medicinal effects were indeed pronounced. Furthermore, the long-standing societal preference for males in Huaxia has resulted in a significant number of single young men. For instance, in Shanshui village alone, there exists a considerable population of bachelors. If such individuals were to acquire the medicinal wine without suitable outlets for their desires, it would inevitably lead to negative repercussions for public order, an outcome he wished to avoid. Another point concerns the positioning of the medicinal wine, Zhuo Feiyu continued. Su Fei expressed his doubts regarding the positioning issue. Zhuo Feiyu nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, this medicinal wine is distinct from the common grain spirits available in the market. It is brewed purely from herbs and possesses numerous benefits, such as strengthening the foundation and nurturing vitality. Naturally, the absence of side effects is also a significant selling point. Therefore, I propose that we categorize our medicinal wine as a health product, promoting it as such to the public." Su Fei pondered for a moment, realizing that he had been unaware of the complexities involved. He had initially thought that producing the medicinal wine and selling it directly would suffice. But he now recognized the intricacies of the matter. It appeared that he had underestimated the situation. Admittedly, this was not his area of expertise. Yet he could discern the wisdom in Uncle's words. "What you have articulated is indeed very reasonable. I wholeheartedly concur," Su Fei said with a smile. "Xiao Fei, I have heard that besides my family's lad, there are a few others who have also invested in your pharmaceutical factory?" Guo Yongfu inquired. To which Su Fei nodded in agreement. Apart from Guobowen, there were also Ying Hao, Gu Xiaoqiu, and Shuebin. "I have a suggestion. Would you care to hear it?" Guo Yongfu continued. Having navigated the business world for many years, Uncle Guo's insights were undoubtedly invaluable. Su Fei understood that any advice from Guo Yongfu would be akin to precious pearls of wisdom, potentially sparing him from unnecessary detours. Guo Yongfu waved his hand dismissively. "It's not so much guidance. You mentioned earlier that you're not particularly adept at business. So I thought perhaps you might consider hiring a professional manager to oversee the operations of your winery." Upon hearing this, Guobowen smacked his thigh in agreement. "Exactly. Su Fei, with a professional manager, you could focus on a myriad of other endeavors. These individuals are experts. Grant them some authority while retaining absolute control yourself." "Professional managers, you say?" Su Fei mused, then replied, "Hiring a professional manager isn't out of the question, but our winery is still under construction. It may be premature at this stage." He then shared his vision. "Once the winery is completed and the medicinal wine is officially in production, I plan to register a group company for full-scale operations. At that point, it would be timely to enlist a professional manager." Zhuo Feiyu concurred. "Indeed. This approach would ensure greater standardization and facilitate management. I believe the prospects for this medicinal wine are exceptionally promising. It is destined to make its mark on the world. Establishing the group sooner rather than later is indeed a wise decision. Well then, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Here's to our successful collaboration." Zhuo Feiyu extended his hand once more to shake Su Fei's, and then nodded at Guo Yongfu and his son before departing. After his departure, Guo Yongfu chuckled. "Xiao Fei, it seems you have some thoughts in mind. I was overly concerned." No sooner had he spoken than the telephone on his desk rang. Guo Yongfu rose to answer the call, furrowing his brow as he reprimanded. "Did I not make it clear that I have important guests today? Unless it is of utmost significance, you are not to disturb me." On the other end of the line, the person trembled and replied to the chairman's inquiry. "Chairman, it's bad news. Something has happened. I am perfectly well." Guo Yongfu let out a heavy grunt, silently cursing. "Can't you speak without cursing me right from the start?" "Chairman, there has been an incident at the construction site. A worker has fallen from the 5th floor," the voice on the other end reported. "What?" Guo Yongfu exclaimed, his concern immediately shifting to the worker's condition. If anything were to happen to him, it would spell significant trouble. "The worker is alive and has been taken to the hospital, but the family is quite difficult, insisting on suing us." The caller, the site supervisor, wore a troubled expression. Recently, incidents had been occurring one after another, leaving the workers anxious and unable to focus on their tasks. "Understood. You must go to the hospital immediately." We cannot skimp on compensation. Say some kind words and bring some nutritional supplies to comfort the worker's family. Guo Yongfu, true to his role as chairman, remained calm and decisive in the face of adversity. After hanging up, he wore a solemn expression, lost in thought. Dad, has there been another incident at the site? Guo Bowen observed his father's demeanor, feeling equally heavy-hearted. This marked the fifth incident in a short span. It seemed as though they were cursed. Xiaowen, please invite Master Zhang to assess the feng shui at the site. If this continues, the project may very well end in failure, Guo Yongfu sighed. Guo Bowen nodded and pulled out his phone, intending to call, as he too suspected that the frequent mishaps were due to the feng shui. Uncle Guo. Perhaps the issue does not lie at the construction site, Su Fei suddenly interjected. Su Fei, are you suggesting something? Guo Bowen looked at Su Fei with hopeful anticipation. Ever since Su Fei had saved his father at the county hospital, Guo Bowen had developed an inexplicable trust in him, believing him to possess extraordinary abilities. Indeed. Since their acquaintance, Su Fei had demonstrated talents that defied common comprehension. Xiao Fei, do you understand feng shui? Guo Yongfu asked, puzzled. Su Fei smiled and replied. I have some understanding. The moment I entered the office, I sensed a chilling energy, which led me to believe the issue lies elsewhere. Are you suggesting my office? Guo Yongfu frowned. Logically, that shouldn't be the case. The arrangement of my office is in accordance with Master Zhang's instructions. There should be no problems. Su Fei chuckled softly. The saying goes, one's fate, two's luck, three's feng shui. Feng shui indeed exists, but it is quite esoteric, making it difficult for the average person to grasp. True feng shui cannot be altered merely by rearranging a layout. Guo Yongfu felt confused, yet sensing Su Fei's expertise, he urged, then Xiao Fei, please examine this office and identify what might be amiss. The root cause may very well be the chilling energy within your office, Uncle Guo. Su Fei scanned the spacious office and eventually halted before a painting hung on the eastern wall. This is a landscape painting, where the towering peaks ascend into the clouds, vividly captivating the viewer at first glance, drawing one into its depths. Draped in lush, verdant greenery, the mountains are shrouded in delicate mist, which wraps around them like fine silk. Below, a winding path meanders, bordered by patches of grass, wildflowers, and trees of varied heights, arranged with natural grace. An elderly man, wielding a hoe, leads a yellow ox along the narrow trail towards a distant thatched cottage, from which thin wisps of smoke rise. Su Fei gazes at this painting as if he has become part of it. He imagines he can hear the joyful songs of birds resonating through the forest. Observing the wildflowers flanking the path, he feels the fragrances of various blooms mingling with the earthy scent of soil carried by the breeze, instantly uplifting his spirit. Truly, it is an extraordinary masterpiece. Su Fei murmurs. This painting seems to possess a magical quality, ensnaring one's soul with just a single glance. Guo Yongfu approaches and also gazes at the artwork. This piece originates from the revered artist Fan Shi, a labor of heartfelt devotion, titled Peak Fire. It embodies the chill of lofty heights while hinting at a touch of warmth. A dear old friend gifted it to me 3 months ago. Could it be that this painting harbors some issue? Indeed, the ominous energy in this room emanates from the artwork. Su Fei furrows his brow, perplexed. How could such a grand and majestic painting, rich with vitality, exude a negative aura? With a hint of curiosity, he reaches out to touch it. Bringing his hand to his nose to inhale its scent, immediately detecting a lingering earthy aroma, a signature of something long buried beneath the soil. He asks, Uncle Guo. This painting must have been unearthed quite recently, correct? Guo Yongfu, taken aback, hadn't he anticipated Su Fei would discern this, then nods. Indeed, according to my friend. This painting was unearthed less than 6 months ago. He is an expert in antiques, and he acquired it unexpectedly from a group eager to sell. Thus the price was quite reasonable. It is true, such items are often burial artifacts, having lain underground for years, naturally absorbing a significant amount of negative energy. Su Fei turns to Guo Yongfu and states, hanging it on the office wall will surely affect you, Uncle Guo. And I suspect the illness you experienced previously was related to this painting. Ah, so the last time I nearly succumbed was because of it? Guo Yongfu's eyes widen in surprise, followed by a surge of anger. If I had known, I would never have hung such a tainted object so close to me. Xiaowen, take it down and burn it. He commands. All right. Guo Bowen is momentarily stunned. Could the recent misfortunes at the construction site be attributed to this painting? Yet, he dares not defy his father's command and steps forward to remove the artwork. Wait. Su Fei smiles. It would be a pity to destroy such a magnificent painting. This piece has caused us so much distress. How can we possibly keep it? Guo Bowen inquires. Guo Yongfu's eyes dart around, realizing Su Fei must have a plan. Xiao Fei, please don't keep us in suspense. Su Fei turned to Guo Bowen and smiled. Prepare the brush and ink. With a sidelong glance, Guo Bowen retrieved a brush from his father's desk, where he often practiced calligraphy, and handed it to him. Holding the inkstone, Guo Bowen gazed at Su Fei, perplexed, and asked, "What do you intend to do?" Su Fei dipped the brush into the inkstone, his arm quivering slightly as a stream of true energy flowed through it. Then, with delicate movements akin to flowing water, he inscribed 2 lines of poetry in the lower right corner of the painting. Flame peaks dance with clouds and waters. Nature's yin and yang weave the ink of humanity. As these verses took form, the painting faintly emitted a glimmer of yellow light, fleeting yet palpable, and in an instant, Su Fei sensed the oppressive aura in the office dissipate rapidly. Marvelous, simply marvelous, Guo Yongfu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the painting, unable to contain his applause. This is the true essence of the Flame Peak painting. Haha, my couplet merely serves as embellishment. This artwork has been buried for years, and by infusing it with vitality, the negative energy naturally fades. Su Fei chuckled. What else is there that you do not comprehend? Guo Bowen felt that Su Fei was indeed an extraordinary individual, his skills seemingly endless, as if he could effortlessly resolve any issue. Xiao Fei, may I infer that there will be no more troubles at the construction site? Just as Guo Yongfu finished speaking, the phone on the desk rang again. The construction site manager's voice crackling through. Chairman, the matter has been resolved. We have agreed to compensate the injured workers, and their families have unexpectedly expressed understanding and do not intend to pursue legal action against us. After hanging up, Guo Yongfu could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Xiao Fei, you truly are remarkable. You resolved my persistent headache with such ease. You cannot fathom how vital this project is for us. Mishandling it could lead to dire repercussions. You are not only my savior but also our benefactor at Dingxing. Uncle Guo, do not let your guard down. The construction site is intricate and safety must remain a priority, Su Fei cautioned. Indeed. Guo Yongfu retrieved a bank card from his drawer and handed it to Su Fei. This card contains 50 million. Accept it. Uncle Guo, what is this? Su Fei was taken aback. Haha, 30 million of this is for Xiaowen's investment in your distillery. And the remaining 20 million is my gratitude for your life-saving assistance in the hospital, as well as for this feng shui consultation, Guo Yongfu explained with a smile. Su Fei quickly shook his head. I can accept the investment, but the 20 million is truly unnecessary. I merely acted out of kindness. It is nothing. Please, Uncle Guo, do not be so courteous. Su Fei, just accept it. Had it not been for your timely intervention in the hospital, the consequences for my father would have been unimaginable. For that alone, 20 million is hardly excessive, Guo Bowen urged. As Su Fei hesitated, Guo Bowen swiftly took the bank card and placed it into Su Fei's pocket. Su Fei felt somewhat awkward. Guo Xiaoyu. To which Guo Bowen replied, wrapping an arm around his shoulder, you are my good brother. Just call me Xiaowen. All right, Xiaowen. In that moment, Su Fei sensed that their bond had grown closer. Upon witnessing Su Fei accept the bank card, Guo Yongfu smiled, particularly pleased to see the close relationship between his son and Su Fei. That's more like it. I heard from Xiaowen that you are currently living in the countryside? Su Fei nodded. Yes. How about this? Uncle Guo will gift you a villa. That way, you can establish a foothold in the city. Not to mention, we have plenty of houses. Guo Yongfu, perceptive as he was, recognized Su Fei as a rare talent, possessing not only remarkable medical skills, but also an understanding of metaphysics. Such a person is certainly worth befriending. No need, Uncle Guo. I've already accepted your money. I cannot also take your house, Su Fei declined. Don't be so polite. It's merely a villa, nothing significant, Guo Yongfu insisted, assuming Su Fei was merely feeling shy. However, Su Fei shook his head, firmly refusing. Su Fei, with your capabilities, why not settle down in the city? The opportunities for development here far surpass those in the countryside. You can't spend your entire life as a farmer, can you? Guo Bowen suggested. Su Fei pondered for a moment before responding, I am a rural person and enjoy rural life, so I have no intention of leaving. Moreover, the state has proposed a rural revitalization strategy, providing strong support for rural development. After a pause, he continued, I will utilize my abilities to improve our village, making it even better than the city. For some reason, Guo Bowen, upon hearing Su Fei's words, felt no doubt whatsoever. I may not know about others, but you can definitely accomplish that. He then turned to his father. Dad, since Su Fei has no desire for that, why don't we gift him a car instead? What do you think? In that case, I won't insist. You can accompany Xiao Fei to choose a car, Gui Yongfu replied, looking at Su Fei. But don't think of saving money on my account. Seeing Su Fei remain silent, Guo Bowen chuckled, regardless, you are now a boss. You can't keep riding a tricycle, can you? He recalled the last time he saw Su Fei at the entrance of Qingyuan International Hotel, riding an old tricycle, which was quite a rarity in this era, especially in the city. That tricycle was borrowed. Su Fei scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. Seated in Guo Bowen's luxury vehicle, they headed directly to a 4S dealership. Upon arriving, Guo Bowen's phone rang suddenly. Su Fei, you go ahead and take a look. I need to take this call. Nodding, Su Fei entered the dealership alone. It was a Mercedes-Benz showroom, where a myriad of brand-new cars caught his eye, each more splendid than the last. The place was bustling with potential buyers, with salespeople attentively introducing their vehicles, so much so that no one noticed Su Fei's arrival. He approached a sleek black Mercedes-Benz. Gazing through the window at its opulent interior, replete with numerous features. Unable to resist, he opened the door, eager to experience its luxury. Just then, a cold, unfeeling voice pierced the air behind him. If you can't afford it, don't touch. A striking woman approached, clad in professional attire, accented with leopard print stockings and a form-fitting skirt, exuding an air of seduction. With an expression void of emotion and a gaze as frigid as ice, she regarded Su Fei and declared, all we have here are luxury vehicles. If you can't afford it, keep your hands off. If you damage it, you won't be able to pay for it. Su Fei retorted, how do you know I can't afford it? You have any idea how much this car costs? It would shock you, she replied. Having observed Su Fei's furtive demeanor and awestruck expression, concluding he was merely a man seeking to indulge his vanity by test driving a car he could not buy. Their dealership offered a 24-hour free test drive service, attracting many who merely sought a thrill. Leaving the sales staff exasperated after expending considerable effort on clients who ultimately left without purchasing. With an air of arrogance, the saleswoman proclaimed, this is the Mercedes S-Class luxury sedan, priced at $1.3 million. Can you afford it? Oh, just over $1 million? I think I'll look at other options. Su Fei replied, wandering towards different vehicles. The saleswoman, witnessing his denial despite the evident financial impossibility, felt a surge of frustration but was bound by store policy to refrain from dismissing any customer, regardless of their purchasing capability. This car is impressive. I truly like it, Su Fei said as he approached a large SUV, examining it closely. Turning to the saleswoman, he inquired, how much for this one? The saleswoman scoffed. This is a Mercedes G-Class. Don't even think about it. Su Fei scratched his head, pondering why he seemed to be looked down upon wherever he went. After all, he wore new clothes that Li Qing had bought for him. Did he truly not appear affluent? At that moment, Guo Bowen entered and addressed him, Su Fei. Uncle's Wood just called. He mentioned that many of his friends are interested in purchasing agency rights for other regions from you, and he asked for your opinion. Su Fei readily agreed. Of course, the more, the merrier. Tell Uncle's Wood that the agency fee remains unchanged, and have them send me an electronic contract. All right, no problem, Guo Bowen responded, turning to call back. Meanwhile, the saleswoman had begun attending to a man who exuded wealth and confidence. In stark contrast to her icy demeanor towards Su Fei, she now wore a warm smile, eagerly showcasing various models to the affluent customer. Hey, I genuinely want to buy this car, Su Fei called out, feeling helpless. The man in front of the saleswoman glanced at Su Fei, prompting her to quickly interject with a smile, don't pay him any mind. He's just wasting my time, unable to afford anything. Let's focus on this model. Feeling somewhat speechless, Su Fei was genuinely interested in the vehicle but found himself unable to inquire further. Excuse me, sir, are you interested in purchasing this vehicle? I am Xiaoling, and it is my pleasure to assist you. A female salesperson approached abruptly after sending off 2 clients, having overheard Su Fei's intention to buy a car. Though her appearance was rather ordinary, lacking the beauty of the previous salesperson, her service attitude was markedly superior. Hello, I am quite fond of this vehicle. May I inquire about its price? Su Fei thought highly of the salesperson named Xiaoling. With a gentle smile and a soft voice, she replied, this is the Mercedes-Benz G500. A mid to large-sized SUV featuring a 4.0T displacement, paired with a 9-speed automatic transmission and a 4.0L twin-turbocharged engine, offering ample power. The price is 1 million yuan. But should you decide to purchase, I can extend some discounts. 1 million, you say? Su Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Observing his reaction, Xiaoling continued. The interior of this vehicle is exceptionally luxurious, providing a very comfortable experience. Would you like to take a seat inside? May I? Su Fei glanced at the earlier salesperson, who, upon noticing his gaze, looked over with a disdainful curl of her lip upon realizing that her colleague was attending to him. Of course. You may also take it for a test drive. Just provide your identification, Xiaoling said with a smile. Su Fei handed over his ID and eagerly settled into the car, experiencing its comfort, which indeed justified the price. Having acquired a driver's license during his service in the military due to frequent assignments, he felt at ease behind the wheel. After exchanging a few words with Guoboan, who had just finished a phone call and approached, Su Fei drove the Mercedes-Benz G-Class out of the dealership. Despite not having driven in a while, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, he halted the vehicle and gazed ahead, where a red sports car had blocked the road. Surrounded by a throng of people, alighting from the car, he made his way through the crowd and was taken aback to see a familiar figure, Zhang Yushi. This was the same Zhang Yushi who had appeared as a host at the raw stone trading conference, clad in a crisp white suit and black flared trousers. Complemented by sparkling high heels, she exuded professionalism and style. However, her fair complexion was marred by a hint of anxiety and anger. Before the red sports car lay an elderly man, his hair white as snow, lying motionless on the ground, blood pooling beneath his head. Beside him stood a burly young man, tattoos covering his body, with a silver earring adorning his ear, an unmistakable social delinquent. You've left my father in this condition. If you don't hand over 5,000 yuan today, you shall not leave. The young man glared menacingly at Zhang Yushi, excitement flickering in his eyes at the sight of such a beautiful and presumably wealthy woman. It seemed he was poised to make a significant profit today. You are mistaken. I did not hit him. He fell to the ground on his own, she retorted. Zhang Yushi exclaimed in exasperation, my father has lost so much blood. And you still claim you didn't hit him. If I hadn't intervened in time, you would have fled. The young man replied with a cold smirk. Su Fei, standing amidst the crowd, immediately grasped the situation upon hearing their exchange. He glanced at the elderly man lying on the ground, and with his unique insight, discerned the truth. Despite the old man's outward appearance of distress, his heart beat robustly, and his cognitive functions were sharp. He was in excellent health. A subtle smile crossed Su Fei's lips as he realized Zhang Yushi had encountered a scam. Young man, given your father's condition, you should hasten to the hospital. A life is at stake. An elderly gentleman clad in a white martial arts uniform interjected. Indeed, look at how much blood your father has lost. Others chimed in agreement. The young man shot them a glare, retorting, shut up. If you're not contributing money, what do you expect me to use for my father's treatment? Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell silent. If the son himself was indifferent, why should they concern themselves? Su Fei stepped forward, understanding that the elderly man was unharmed and speculating that the two were not truly father and son. What business is it of yours? Get lost. The young man barked, noticing Su Fei's interference. The ones who should leave are you. How dare you commit fraud in broad daylight? Do you think I want to call the police? Su Fei retorted, frowning. Fraud? The crowd collectively gasped, turning their gaze toward the elderly man on the ground. Zhang Yushi delicately covered her mouth with her hand, glancing between the old man and Su Fei. You dare speak of fraud? My father has bled extensively. It's irrefutable evidence. Even if you call the police, they will side with us. Yet here you are, abandoning your conscience to favor the reckless driver. Beware of karmic retribution. The young man harbored deep resentment towards Su Fei, surprised by his lack of awareness, which jeopardized their scheme. Thus his words dripped with veiled threats. Su Fei merely smiled, remaining silent as he approached the elderly man and pressed a finger upon a specific acupoint. What are you doing? The young man shouted. Before he could finish, an astonishing event unfolded before the crowd's eyes. The elderly man, who had been lying down, suddenly sprang to his feet with remarkable agility, completely contrary to his supposed injuries. With that leap, a bag fell from his pocket, revealing half a bag of fresh blood that had not been used. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Oh, I can't stop laughing. Ha ha ha. The old man erupted into boisterous laughter, tears of joy streaming from the corners of his eyes. Witnessing this, the crowd could no longer feign ignorance. The truth was laid bare. These two were indeed engaged in a scam. Look at how realistic that blood looks. These fraudsters are truly professional. Such individuals are the most detestable, contributing to the prevalence of social ills. Indeed, not even a grandmother can fall without others fearing to help, lest they be victims of a scam. A fervent discussion erupted among the crowd, with pointed fingers directed at the youth and the elderly, their expressions rife with disdain. You insolent brat, do you wish to tempt fate by sabotaging my affairs? If I don't teach you a lesson today, You'll be oblivious to the consequences. Seethed the youth, his face darkening as realization dawned upon him. He had anticipated a lucrative gain today, but this oblivious intruder had disrupted his plans. Drawing forth a gleaming dagger, he lunged at Su Fei. "Watch out!" Zhang Yushi exclaimed in alarm. Unfazed, Su Fei sidestepped the blade with a composed demeanor, swiftly seizing the youth's wrist and twisting it, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Following this, Su Fei delivered a swift kick to the youth's calf, forcing him to kneel in agony. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts. I can't bear it, let go." "Apologize to Mr. Zhang," Su Fei replied coolly. "Damn you. If you don't kill me today, I'll ensure your demise in the future." The youth's face contorted in rage. "Is that so?" Su Fei smiled, applying slight pressure. The youth's cries pierced the air. "Oh, no. I apologize." As cold sweat beaded on his forehead, he frantically nodded at Zhang Yushi. "I'm sorry. I was wrong, please, let him go. It's unbearable." "I thought you had more courage," Su Fei remarked, releasing his grip. "With limbs intact. You ought to engage in righteous endeavors. Such underhanded means of earning a living will only invite contempt." The youth remained silent, his gaze towards Su Fei laced with fear. Zhang Yushi, perplexed, regarded the valiant stranger before her, certain she did not know him, and inquired, "Do you know me?" "Ha ha ha. Someone help me. I can't take it anymore. Ha ha ha. It's relentless." At that moment, the elderly man who had feigned injury approached, his weathered face streaked with tears. Collapsing before Su Fei with a thud. "I was wrong. I shall never dare again, ha ha. Please, make it stop." Su Fei hastily evaded the man's kneeling form. It seemed inappropriate for someone of his age to bow before him, as if it would shorten his own lifespan. Casting a glance at the elder, he pressed a specific acupoint on the old man's body. Suddenly, the old man ceased his laughter, his body slackening as he sank to the ground, overwhelmed by a wave of fatigue, too weary to move, his jaw aching from the previous mirth. Reflecting on the recent events, fear gripped him, and he silently vowed never to partake in such morally reprehensible actions again. "Let us go, quickly," the youth urged the elderly man as they hurried away. As they departed, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, smiles illuminating every face. "What a relief. Well done, young man. If only there were more like you in our society, our nation would thrive," one voice declared. "Indeed, we lack such righteous individuals today. These scoundrels exploit the goodness of humanity. They are a blight upon society and should face justice." "Young man, your kindness is commendable," Su Fei remarked, "in our hearts. We ought to harbor a trace of kindness, granting them an opportunity for redemption." As he observed the crowd gradually disperse, he turned to Zhang Yushi and smiled. "Hello. General Manager Zhang. I am Su Fei. We had the fortune of crossing paths at the Rough Stone Trading Fair in Zhongyuan Building." Understanding dawned upon Zhang Yushi, and she smiled beautifully. "Ah, now it makes sense why you know me. I truly appreciate your help today. Without you, I would have been at a loss." "You're too kind, General Manager," Su Fei responded with a smile. "Just call me Yushi. Let us formally introduce ourselves. I am Zhang Yushi." She extended her immaculate, flawless hand. Su Fei shook it gently, introducing himself. "Su Fei, I have a pressing matter to attend to, but I would like to invite you to dinner next time to express my gratitude for your righteous assistance today." Zhang Yushi flashed a charming smile, exchanged contact information with Su Fei, and then drove away. Su Fei scratched his head, chuckling to himself, and drove his Mercedes G500 back to the dealership. At the dealership entrance, Guo Bowen and Xiao Ling were waiting. "How's the car?" Guo Bowen inquired. "Not bad, quite satisfactory," Su Fei replied with a smile. Meanwhile, not far away, the female salesperson who had previously looked down upon Su Fei felt quite displeased. She patiently presented a wealthy-looking man with the car options, only for him to dismissively say it was too expensive and that he would think it over before leaving. This left her feeling extremely frustrated, having wasted her efforts. Upon seeing Xiao Ling, she sashayed over, casting a disdainful glance at Su Fei and mockingly said, "Xiao Ling, you must be desperate to win this month's sales championship. Do you really think this person can afford a car? Why would you even let him test drive it? If something were to happen, he couldn't even afford the damages. The manager has said we should strive to meet all customer needs. This gentleman is quite fond of the car, so of course I must allow him to take it for a test drive," Xiao Ling replied softly. "Humph, what a waste of effort," the female salesperson scoffed, crossing her arms and glaring at Su Fei. Guo Bowen, overhearing her remarks, felt displeased and retorted, "Let me tell you, I may not have much, but I certainly have money." He turned to Xiao Ling and said, "Proceed with the payment and paperwork." "Certainly, Xiaoling beamed. Feeling that she had stumbled upon a great opportunity, it seemed the sales championship for this month was within reach. I'll handle this. I can manage the payment. Su Fei offered. Guoboan waved him off. I know you have money, but my father has ordered that I must not return home to face his wrath. Sir, this vehicle is priced at 1 million. I can offer you a discount of 100,000, making it a total of 2 million, Xiaoling informed him. No need for a discount, Guoboan declared grandly. I'm not short on cash. Let us go with the original price of 1 million. You can keep that 100,000 for candy. Xiaoling was momentarily taken aback, both amused and exasperated, yet she nodded in agreement, her heart racing with excitement. Selling a car worth over 2 million in one day meant she would earn a substantial commission. In the presence of such a distinguished client, Xiaoling devoted herself wholeheartedly to the task at hand. After the payment was completed, she swiftly finalized the necessary procedures, ultimately having Su Fei sign the documents, thus concluding the matter. The previously sarcastic female sales associate stood in a daze, her mind still reeling. After all, this had been her client, and she had unwittingly allowed someone else to reap the benefits. After Su Fei drove away from the 4S shop, he called Yinghao. The call connected directly to the car's Bluetooth, eliminating the need to hold his phone, significantly enhancing safety, a truly convenient feature. Regardless, a trip to the county town would not feel complete without meeting his best friend. However, upon calling, Yinghao informed him that he was in the provincial capital, leaving Su Fei with no choice but to forego the visit. Su Fei was aware that Yinghao's family business had long since expanded to the provincial city, thriving to such an extent that they had even relocated their residence there. As he pressed the button on the steering wheel to end the call, his phone suddenly erupted with notifications, sounding like an alarm. Lowering his gaze, he was astonished to find an influx of payment notifications. Pulling over to the roadside, Su Fei picked up his phone, reflecting on how swiftly news of his dealings with Suofeiyu had spread. The notifications continued to sound for a while before finally ceasing, leaving him in a state of disbelief as he glanced at his account balance, gasping at the sight, over 100 million. He understood that this was the commission from Suofeiyu's friends who had taken on the agency for his medicinal liquor. Deep down, he felt a profound shock. After all, the liquor had yet to officially enter production or the market, and he had already garnered such a substantial sum from the agency fees alone. A sense of urgency washed over him. The scale of supply behind this achievement must be immense. Suddenly, he perceived that the more than 100 acres of land he once thought ample now seemed insufficient. The situation had far exceeded his expectations, and it appeared that upon returning to the village, it would be necessary to discuss with an E the continuation of leasing more land. At the same time, he felt a slight headache. This would require him to purchase jade again to arrange the gathering spirit formation. Lost in thought, a call came in. Is this Xiao Fei? Yes. Who is this? Su Fei recognized the voice on the line as somewhat familiar but could not immediately place it. It's Suofeiyu. Su Fei smiled. Ah. Uncle Zua, what can I do for you? I just had a video conference with my friends who are acting as agents. They are all very supportive of your medicinal liquor and have already signed the electronic contracts. The profit distribution aligns with our agreement, and the funds have already been transferred to you. Have you received it? Suofeiyu inquired. I have received it. Thank you for your assistance, Uncle Zua, Su Fei replied. Suofeiyu chuckled. It's no trouble at all. We are counting on you to prosper. Additionally, I have consolidated the electronic contracts and sent them to you. When you have time, please sign and return them to me, and I will print them out. Absolutely, Su Fei agreed. After hanging up, he indeed discovered an unread document on his phone. After signing it, he promptly sent it back to Suofeiyu. Leaning back in his seat, Su Fei lit a cigarette, contemplating how everything was in place, save for the medicinal liquor itself. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He picked up his phone and called Gu Xiaoqiu. The call connected swiftly. Su Fei got straight to the point. Xiaoqiu, could you help me customize 5 Imperial Green Jade tokens? Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqiu readily agreed. It's a trivial matter. I happen to have some leftover scraps from the exquisite Imperial Green you sold me last time. Customizing it will be no problem. Do you have any specific requests? Su Fei felt a bit of a headache. Previously, he had promised his younger sister that he would have it tailored for her, but he couldn't quite figure out how to proceed. After pondering for a moment, he replied, no major requirements, but could you engrave Su Li on one of the jade plaques? Please make it look appealing, avoiding any sense of incongruity. All right, no problem. How much should I transfer to you? Su Fei was indeed financially secure now. He had over 1 billion in his account, and with the recent commission of another 1 billion, plus 50 million from Gu Yongfu, He now had a total of 3 billion in his bank account. Money is irrelevant. We are brothers, and discussing finances could harm our bond. Gu Xiaoqiu feigned anger. I stand by my words. You have your business to run, and I cannot take advantage of you, Su Fei insisted. Gu Xiaoqiu chuckled on the other end of the line. Of course, I can't let you take advantage of me. I have conditions. What conditions? 3 days from now. There will be a larger raw stone trading event in the provincial capital. I hope you can attend. All I need you to do is help me select 2 raw stones. After the last encounter, Gu Xiaoqiu was well aware of Su Fei's prowess in stone gambling. Last time at the Zhongyuan building, he had not missed a single opportunity. Every stone he chose appreciated in value, leaving the so-called expert Hubidio in the dust. With Su Fei's assistance, Donghua Jewelry had made a significant profit. Therefore, as long as Su Fei was willing to lend his expertise again, the few jade plaques were of little consequence. A raw stone trading event? Su Fei was pleased to hear this, as it aligned perfectly with his intentions. He had been troubled over the jade stones needed for arranging the gathering spirit array, but upon learning of the larger trading event, he unhesitatingly agreed. All right, no problem. I will come to see you in 3 days. Good. The jade plaques should be ready by then, and I will hand one over to you. Driving back to Shanshui village, Su Fei attracted considerable attention, with many villagers gathering around his car, examining it closely. Su Fei, your car is truly stunning. It must cost over 100,000, right? Aunt Wang from the village inquired. Su Fei chuckled, more like over 2 million. Wow. The villagers erupted in astonishment upon hearing his words. This car costs over 2 million? Suddenly, no one dared to touch it, fearing they might accidentally damage it and incur an insurmountable loss. Just the thought of 2 million was dizzying. They had never seen such wealth in their lives. Stop touching it. An elderly woman saw her grandson fiddling with the car's headlights and promptly kicked him away. Su Fei shook his head and laughed. It's all right. Su Fei, you have truly struck it rich. To think you could afford a car worth over 2 million. Whoever marries you will truly be blessed for several lifetimes. Aunt Wang began to flatter him. Su Fei was well aware of Aunt Wang's reputation. She was notorious in the village for her sharp tongue. If someone fell into misfortune, she would undoubtedly mock them mercilessly, both in public and behind their backs. Yet, if someone was thriving, she would shower them with flattery. Hee. This car was a gift from a friend, Su Fei stated candidly. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment, their minds reeling. A friend gifted you a car? Who could possibly be so wealthy as to bestow upon you a vehicle worth over 2 million? Aunt Wang's eyes flickered with intrigue. All right, Aunt Wang. There's no need to pry. The fact that someone gifted Su Fei a car merely indicates his capabilities, Zhang Huilan interjected, stepping forward to address the villagers. Her words carried weight in the village, for she was the mother of Su Fei, and many depended on him for their livelihoods. Consequently, the crowd dispersed promptly. Drive into the courtyard and don't look back. We wouldn't want anyone to scratch such an expensive car, Zhang Huilan advised. Scratching his head. Su Fei chuckled in agreement. As soon as he parked the car in the yard, Zhang Huilan hurriedly shut the gate and called out, Old man, come out quickly. Su Fei has returned with a grand vehicle. Su Fei could only laugh helplessly. What grand vehicle? Su Mingshan emerged, a puzzled expression on his face. Upon seeing the Mercedes G500 parked in the yard, his eyes widened in disbelief. Su Fei, did you drive this back? In response to his parents' astonishment, Su Fei explained that the car was a token of gratitude from a wealthy businessman he had treated in the city. Su Mingshan and Zhang Huilan exchanged incredulous glances, marveling at the generosity of such a wealthy individual who could afford to give away such an extravagant gift. This car is truly stunning and impressive, Zhang Huilan beamed, her hands exploring its luxurious features. Indeed, I find this vehicle far superior to the one belonging to Lu Qingming. Su Mingshan walked around the car, pride radiating from his face. At last, we are a family with a car. The days of being looked down upon had been torturous for him. But ever since his son returned, everything had changed. The Su family had finally turned their fortunes around. He could now walk with his head held high. Each time he heard villagers praising him for having such a remarkable son, a sense of pride washed over him. Wow! Su Li dashed in from outside, her eyes sparkling upon seeing the car. She began to dance with excitement, exclaiming, Brother, is this your car? Su Fei nodded with a smile. Well, our family has a car now. I want to sit in it. Saying this, she opened the door and climbed inside. Gazing at the interior, she marveled, Brother, this car is so luxurious. I have never seen such an exquisite vehicle. Hee, there are many cars even better than this, Su Fei replied with a laugh. Zhang Huilan glanced at Su Li, who was exploring the interior. Come down quickly, Don't damage your brother's car. I want tea. Suli pouted, but then noticed 3 cardboard boxes in the back seat. What's this? Upon hearing this, Su Fei took out the paper box and handed one to each of them, saying, "This is the new clothing I bought for you in the city. To try it on later to see if it fits." "Yay, brother, you are so wonderful. We have new clothes to wear," Suli exclaimed, opening the packaging and holding the new garment with delight. "You child." Zhang Huilan intended to chide him for frivolously spending money, but ultimately refrained, feeling pleased with her son's filial piety. After dining at home, Su Fei made his way to the foot of Beishan, his primary concern now being the cultivation of medicinal herbs and the construction of the distillery. Under the scorching sun, dozens of women, led by Bai Yi, were diligently toiling in the fields. Despite being drenched in sweat, they continued their labor with unwavering commitment. "Let's all put in extra effort to plant these herbs. Then we can return home for dinner," Bai Yi urged, struggling to straighten her back, one hand on her waist, while wiping the perspiration from her forehead. "Remember to wait until evening to water them. Otherwise, these herbs will wither in the heat," she instructed. "We understand, Supervisor Bai. You've reminded us several times." A middle-aged woman replied with a smile. Bai Yi smiled back, but suddenly noticed a figure standing not far away, gazing at her with a slight start. Su Fei? Upon seeing Bai Yi approach, Su Fei felt a pang of sympathy at her disheveled appearance. "Why aren't you taking a break in this sweltering heat?" he asked softly. Bai Yi brushed a few strands of hair from her forehead and replied, "We must justify the generous wages you provide to everyone. Besides, this is nothing. We are all farmers, accustomed to working in the fields. You'll wear yourself out like this, and as a supervisor, you need not toil alongside everyone." Su Fei expressed his concern. "It is precisely because I am a supervisor that I must set a leading example. Otherwise, some may gossip behind our backs." Bai Yi furrowed her brow. "Su Fei, while these herbs are now being cultivated together for your medicinal wine, their growth is slow. It may take considerable time before the next batch is ready. This is a matter that requires your attention. Rest assured, I have a plan." Su Fei replied with a slight smile, then raised his voice. "Everyone, pause for a moment and listen to me. Immediately stop your work and return home for dinner. Take a good afternoon nap before coming back." Bai Yi was taken aback. "If these herbs are not planted in time, they may wilt by afternoon." "Not to worry, trust me. Your task now is to return home and rest," Su Fei assured her with a smile. The women still laboring in the fields cheered and, seeing Bai Yi conversing with Su Fei, assumed she had advocated for their early return. They cast grateful glances at Bai Yi, and soon they dispersed in a joyful commotion. Noticing their expressions, Bai Yi realized they had misunderstood. She shot Su Fei a glance. "Have you eaten? Would you like to come home for a bite?" "I've already eaten." "You should head back first. I still need to discuss matters with Gao Dio," Su Fei replied. "Very well then." Bai Yi nodded, understanding that Su Fei had important matters to attend to, and thus refrained from further interruption as she turned to leave. Observing the vast expanse of land where most of the medicinal herbs had already been planted, Su Fei realized it was time to initiate the spirit-gathering array. However, with the presence of numerous onlookers during the day, it would be prudent to postpone this endeavor until nightfall. Having been informed of Su Fei's return, Gao Dio had been eagerly awaiting him. Upon seeing Su Fei, he promptly remarked, "Su Fei, the distillery has been entirely constructed. The factory building, storage rooms, cafeteria, and employee dormitories are all completed. As soon as the equipment arrives, we can commence operations." Su Fei nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. I will reach out to the equipment suppliers, and I believe it will be here shortly." He continued, "All arrangements regarding the road construction and necessary materials have also been prepared. Once the contract is signed, work can begin immediately. I estimate that it will be fully operational within 10 days. Gao Dio then produced a contract and handed it to Su Fei. "This is a draft I prepared. Please review it, and if there are any issues, I will revise it accordingly." Su Fei was quite satisfied with Gao Dio's efforts. A mere glance was sufficient for him to grasp the entire content, and the price proposed was reasonable. Consequently, he signed his name on the contract, instructing, "Later, you may approach the financial director of the distillery, who is also the first secretary of Shanshui Village, NE, to obtain the funds for both the distillery and road construction." "Understood. As for the road construction, I have already received assurances from above, indicating that the county will also provide 1 million in funding to support the project," Gao Dio responded, visibly pleased that Su Fei had signed the contract without hesitation or unnecessary dialogue. Su Fei nodded, reiterating, "Old Gao, I must stress once more that for both the distillery and the road construction, you must ensure timely progress while maintaining high standards of quality. There must be no shortcuts taken, as it would reflect poorly on us both. Gaudio patted his chest confidently, assuring, "Rest assured, I value my reputation above all else. I look forward to receiving more projects from you in the future." "That is assured. I plan to vigorously develop Shanshui Village, and as long as your work meets expectations, I can guarantee that these projects will be yours," Su Fei replied. "Great. I eagerly await your word," Gaudio exclaimed, feeling exhilarated. He mused to himself that coming to Shanshui Village had indeed been fortuitous. Initially, he believed his young master, Guoboan, had merely tasked him with a minor project, which he had approached with indifference. However, upon arrival, he realized that as long as he remained close to the affluent Su Fei, projects would continuously present themselves, making this place a veritable goldmine. Subsequently, Gaudio guided Su Fei on a tour around the distillery and its surroundings, and Su Fei was thoroughly satisfied, finding little to critique. "By the way, have you heard any news about your apprentice?" Su Fei inquired. At this, Gaudio brightened, stating, "I have already spoken with my apprentice. The ancient construction team he belongs to has just completed a project, and he mentioned that he would bring the entire team to participate in this endeavor. However, the pricing may be somewhat higher than standard construction rates, so please be prepared for that." Su Fei nodded, affirming, "As long as the work is executed well, the cost is not a concern." After departing from Beishan, Su Fei promptly contacted Guoboan, requesting his assistance in procuring a set of assembly line equipment for distilling liquor. Guoboan readily acquiesced, fully aware that Su Fei's inquiry indicated the completion of the distillery, and he too was eager for it to commence operations swiftly. Upon concluding the call, Su Fei proceeded directly to the village committee, where he found Annie seated at her desk. He retrieved a bank card from his pocket and presented it to her. This was the card given to him by Gui Yongfu during his time in the city, containing a substantial sum of 50 million. "What is this?" Annie inquired, lifting her gaze to meet his. "You are my financial director. The account cannot be devoid of funds," Su Fei replied with a smile. "This card holds 50 million. Consider it for your immediate use." And Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. 50 million? She was genuinely taken aback, never having anticipated that Su Fei could produce such a sum in one go. "Don't assume it's an excessive amount," Su Fei chuckled lightly. "Both the distillery and road repairs entail considerable expenses. Soon, Gaudio will be seeking funds from you. Haha." Understanding the gravity of Su Fei's financial commitments, An E accepted the bank card and stated, "There is a rather pressing matter for which I need your input." "Go ahead." "It pertains to the allocation of shares for the major investors in your distillery, as this will affect their dividends. With production imminent, we must finalize these details promptly." And he explained. Su Fei responded, "I have indeed contemplated this. Each of my 4 friends will hold 10%, while the village committee, my father, by E, and you will each possess 5%. What do you think?" Ini's exquisite features momentarily reflected disbelief. "And me? Certainly, you are my financial director after all. It is only fitting that you receive a share. This way, you can wholeheartedly assist me in my endeavors," Su Fei reassured her with a smile. Ini shook her head. "I believe the distillery is yours, and the recipe too. Holding 90% of the shares should elicit no objections. After some time, I plan to establish a group company, structuring the management in a partnership format. This will allow everyone to effectively work for themselves, thereby mitigating numerous issues," Su Fei elaborated. "Additionally, I wish to discuss the continuation of land leasing with you. Our medicinal liquor has garnered significant popularity, and I have signed contracts with numerous agents, making our current land insufficient." "Ah," and he gasped. "But the area of Shanshui Village is limited. If you wish to lease more land, you will have to rent from the villagers." "I have considered this. Villagers could exchange their land for a stake in the distillery, receiving dividends at year's end. This way, they can earn a salary while also benefiting from a share of the profits, which is certainly advantageous," Su Fei proposed. "That plan is feasible. But how much equity do you intend to allocate to them?" And he inquired. "The allocation of land is determined by the amount each villager possesses. You may decide how to proceed with this matter, as it is entrusted to you. Although this decision may result in a further diminution of his own shares, Su Fei remains unconcerned. His sole aspiration is to lead the villagers towards prosperity, enabling them all to enjoy a better life." That very evening, Su Fei ventured alone once more to the foot of Beishan, standing at the center of the land. With his eyes closed, he harnessed the circulating energy around him, attuning to the spiritual essence emanating from all directions. Using his vital energy as a conduit, He connected all the jade stones previously buried beneath the ground. This process continued for an entire hour, until suddenly he let out a resounding shout, "Spirit gathering array, arise." As his voice echoed, a myriad of luminous threads, resembling a spider's web, appeared at the periphery of the land, firmly encasing it within. Simultaneously, a rich aura of spiritual energy began to surge forth. Su Fei opened his eyes slowly, revealing a glimmer of joy. He had succeeded. This was his inaugural attempt at arranging a spirit-gathering array, and he had anticipated it would be quite challenging, yet he had triumphed on his first endeavor. He realized that this success was likely connected to his recent breakthrough into the second tier of the yin-yang sacred art, which had significantly enhanced his capabilities and mastery over vital energy. Taking a deep breath of the spiritual essence, he felt a profound sense of relaxation wash over him. As his pores instinctively opened to absorb the abundant energy, Su Fei observed that the herbs previously planted in the ground were growing at an astonishingly visible rate. He understood that with the support of the spirit-gathering array, these herbs would undoubtedly surpass their previous limits, growing more robust and potent. He pondered the possibility of setting up a smaller spirit-gathering array in his family's vegetable garden. Vegetables and fruits nourished by spiritual energy would not only be delectable but would also provide numerous health benefits. After ensuring that everything was in order, Su Fei turned to leave. The following morning, Gao Dio led the workers in road construction, creating a grand spectacle that attracted many villagers from Shanshui to watch. Su Fei was no exception. Seeing the roadwork underway filled him with anticipation. Once the roads in the village were completed, it would represent a qualitative leap in accessibility for Shanshui village, fostering rapid development. After discussing several important considerations with Gao Dio, Su Fei returned home. However, upon entering the house, he was met with the sight of his mother, sitting at the edge of the Kong, weeping profusely. His father and younger sister stood by, attempting to console her. "Mother, what is the matter?" Su Fei's heart sank at this scene. He had never witnessed his mother cry so bitterly in all the years he had known her. It reminded him of a time in his childhood when, due to financial hardships, he had caught a glimpse of her weeping in secret over their inability to pay for his schooling. "Your uncle called, saying your grandmother is nearing her end and wishes for your mother to visit her one last time. But your grandfather overheard the conversation and forbade your mother from returning." His tone very resolute, Su Mingshan sighed, adding, "That is why your mother is so distressed. In truth, she has carried her thoughts of your grandmother in her heart all these years." Upon hearing the news, Su Fei quickly grasped the situation. He was aware of certain details regarding his mother. Her family resided in the countryside, and years ago, she had fallen for a poor young man, his father, Su Mingshan. Defying her grandparents' opposition, she resolutely chose to marry him, even going so far as to secretly obtain a marriage certificate. Although she successfully wed in the impoverished Shanshui village, this decision severed her ties with her family. Her grandparents had boldly declared that from that day forward, they would no longer recognize her as their daughter, forbidding any future contact as if she had never existed. This caused her considerable sorrow for quite some time. Throughout his life, Su Fei had never visited his maternal grandparents' home. Not even once. He understood that their living conditions were relatively comfortable for a rural family. While they were not wealthy, they certainly did not struggle for food or clothing. Their situation was far superior to that of Shanshui village. Over the years, his mother often sat alone in the courtyard, lost in thought. Though she spoke little, Su Fei could sense her longing for her parents. When his uncle called to urge his mother to see her mother for the last time, it was thwarted by his grandfather, which only deepened her sorrow. "Mom, please don't cry. Your tears are making me want to cry too," Suli said, her eyes reddening as she pouted and began to choke up. Seeing her mother weep filled her with profound sadness. "Mom, since uncle has called for you, you should go. If you don't see grandma one last time, it may leave a lingering ache in your heart for the rest of your life," Su Fei urged. "I believe that when your father sees you after all these years, he will be reluctant to say anything harsh." "Really?" Zhang Huilan inquired. "Mom, I am certain that grandma wishes to see you as well," Su Fei reassured her. "Time is of the essence. I will drive." Upon hearing Su Fei's words, Zhang Huilan gathered her composure and, with Su Li's assistance, exited the house and entered the car, while Su Mingshan took his place in the passenger seat. Due to road repairs on the main thoroughfare at the eastern edge of the village, Su Fei opted for a small path through the southern part of the village. Although narrow, it was passable for vehicles, with wild grasses lining both sides, posing little threat of damage to the car. Shanshui village was not far from the town. It took merely about 10 minutes to reach the town's health clinic. Upon entering, They immediately spotted a middle-aged man standing at the door of the ward, lost in thought as he smoked. His hair was disheveled, and his dark face bore a look of despair. Brother, isn't mom in good health? How could she suddenly be on the verge of passing? Zhang Huilan rushed forward, grasping his arm. Despite the years of little contact, she had maintained a connection with her younger brother. This middle-aged man was indeed Zhang Huilan's brother, Su Fei's uncle, Zhang Xiangyang. Mom has cancer. It's already in the late stages. She didn't want you to worry, so she kept it from me, Zhang Xiangyang replied, lowering his head. Sister, you should go in. Mom, she doesn't have much time left. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huilan hurriedly pushed open the ward door and rushed inside, followed closely by Su Fei and the others. As Su Fei entered the room, he was enveloped by an oppressive atmosphere, a harbinger of death. Gazing ahead, he beheld an elderly woman with hair as white as snow, lying upon a hospital bed. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, her mouth slightly agape, and it was evident that her breaths were shallow and labored. Surrounding the bed stood 7 or 8 individuals, their expressions betraying a hint of discomfort as they entered. Su Fei recognized this frail figure in the bed as his long-lost grandmother, Qin Sufan. He was acutely aware of her dire condition, a phenomenon commonly referred to as drawing breath in folk wisdom. If he did not intervene immediately, her demise would be inevitable, for through his unique ability, he discerned a swirling vortex hovering at her brow, tugging insistently at her feeble soul. Should her spirit be drawn into that vortex, it would signal the end of Qin Sufan's life. However, Su Fei noted that her spirit was valiantly resisting the pull of the vortex, indicating a strong will to survive. Yet, under such circumstances, it was clear that her endurance would not last much longer. Mother. As Zhang Huilan entered the room and caught sight of Qin Sufan lying on the bed, she let out a heart-wrenching cry and immediately collapsed before her. Mother, I am such an unfilial daughter, coming to see you at this late hour. She lamented, bursting into tears. Qin Sufan seemed to sense her presence, her eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened her murky eyes, her lips trembling, though no words escaped her. What are you doing here? Bellowed an elderly man standing by the bedside. His hair likewise white and his beard a mottled mix of black and gray. He raised a trembling hand, pointing accusatorily at Zhang Huilan. Get out, father. With mother in this state, is it so wrong for me to come and take a look? I beg you, Zhang Huilan pleaded. Do not call me father. I have no daughter like you, Zhang Yuang huffed, turning his face away from her. It was evident that his body trembled slightly, betraying his inner turmoil. Old man. After all these years, should the resentment not have subsided? Xiaolan is still our daughter. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. For the seemingly lifeless Qin Sufan surprisingly spoke, and a hint of color returned to her pallid visage. Observing this, Su Fei raised an eyebrow. Now was the moment. In an instant, he dashed to her side, unleashing 9 needles with remarkable speed, striking the critical acupoints on her body to stabilize her life force. His brow furrowed, his expression grave, he intoned, Qian Kuan Jiuji needle, reversed the cosmos. His entire being surged with vital energy, which he poured unreservedly into the silver needles. Though he felt no emotional connection to this grandmother he had never met, she was nevertheless a blood relative. With a flick of his wrist, the 9 silver needles began to vibrate, as his vital energy coursed through them into Qin Sufan's body, commencing the battle against the cancerous cells within her. The vital energy appeared to be the bane of these malignant cells, which scattered in panic. Yet Su Fei was prepared. The Qian Kuan Jiuji needle had already confined them to a specific area, and his energy surged forth like a ravenous tiger, devouring each cancer cell in its path. Su Fei was cautious, intently attuned to the condition within Qin Sufan. That fleeting moment was merely her brief resurgence, akin to a flower blooming only to wilt shortly thereafter, leaving behind nothing but the extinguished flame of life. It was imperative to seize that ephemeral vitality, to suspend it, in order to defy fate and restore her vigor. Stop. What are you doing? Zhang Yuang nearly failed to react upon witnessing Su Fei's movements, erupting into an angry shout. Observing this, Su Mingshan quickly intervened to restrain Zhang Yuang, saying, Father, this is your granddaughter, Su Fei. Trust me, she understands traditional Chinese medicine and will not act recklessly. Who was her father? Let go of me. Zhang Yuang shook off Su Mingshan's grasp. Xiaolan, is this your son, my granddaughter? Qin Sufan gazed intently at Su Fei. Zhang Huilan hurriedly nodded. Yes, yes. His name is Su Fei, and he is already 27. She then quickly brought Su Li over, saying, Mother, this is your granddaughter, Su Li. Goodness. She is truly lovely. Qin Sufan turned to Zhang Yuang. Old man, given my condition, let Su Fei give it a try. What more harm can come of it? Deep down, she held little hope, merely wishing to honor the goodwill of her granddaughter on their first meeting. I have never seen such a young practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. My aunt is already in such a state, and you still wish to meddle. What are your true intentions? A middle-aged woman remarked with a scoff, her arms crossed. Indeed, in the late stages of cancer, even the best hospitals cannot help. What you are doing is sheer folly, chimed in the other relatives with disparagement. Su Fei filtered out these voices, and soon the silver needles embedded in Qin Sufan ceased to tremble. After a thorough examination, he discovered that the cancer cells had been completely eradicated, and the swirling energy above her face had vanished. He then confidently removed the needles one by one. Why do I feel no pain? Qin Sufan marveled as the needles were withdrawn. The torment that had plagued her for so long astonishingly dissipated, replaced by a wave of relief coursing through her body, leaving no trace of discomfort. Could it be that her grandson truly understood traditional medicine? As she pondered this, she effortlessly sat up amidst the astonished gazes of those around her, a glimmer of joy lighting her face. Old man, I truly feel well. Quickly, help me out of bed to walk a bit. Grandma, you can do it yourself, Su Fei replied with a smile. At that moment, Qin Sufan fully believed Su Fei. Tentatively, she descended from the bed, feeling remarkably light. She took a couple of steps, growing bolder with each stride, and soon began to pace around the room. Her spirit soaring. I'm better. I'm truly better. It feels as though I have boundless energy, and I feel invigorated. Now, everyone's gaze towards Su Fei had transformed. Even Zhang Yuang's expression softened as he trembled, asking, Wife, how do you feel? Pausing, Qin Sufan replied, I'm hungry. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted into laughter. Zhang Yuang's face blossomed with joy. I'm so hungry, my dear. Knowing I'm hungry means everything is all right. Come, my wife. Let us dine. Over the past year, Zhang Yuang had been profoundly affected by his wife's deteriorating health. Her condition worsening and her figure becoming increasingly gaunt due to her inability to eat. Thus, hearing her express hunger filled him with elation. In the eyes of farmers, a hearty meal signifies the absence of illness. Just as they were about to open the door, a bald man in a white coat and glasses pushed the door open. Upon seeing Qin Sufan standing, he was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. How are you? Ah, Director Shan, I'm perfectly fine now. Qin Sufan replied with a smile. Zhang Yuang, equally uplifted, grasped Director Shan's hand, saying, Thank you for taking care of my wife these past few days. She is well now, and we shall take our leave. What do you mean she's well? Isn't she's suffering from cancer? Director Shan's expression reflected sheer disbelief. He was acutely aware of Qin Sufan's condition, advanced cancer with widespread metastasis. Given her symptoms, preparations for her final rites should have been underway. So how could she suddenly be walking? Was he imagining things? My grandson is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. He gave me a few acupuncture treatments. And now I feel great, Qin Sufan said, affectionately ruffling Su Fei's hair. All right, Director Shan, my wife is quite famished, so we shall take our leave. Zhang Yuang, feeling anxious, resembled a startled bird, fearing Qin Sufan might suddenly declare her hunger had subsided. The group hurriedly exited the clinic, leaving Director Shan in a state of bewilderment. Muttering to himself, advanced cancer, and a few needles did the trick? Across the street stood an elegantly decorated restaurant. Xiao Fei, that restaurant looks rather upscale, remarked Uncle Zhang Xiangyang with a wry smile. It's no problem, Xiangyang. I've returned, and I shall pay, Zhang Huilan replied cheerfully. She harbored her own motives. Having once endured a life of poverty, she now wished to showcase her improved circumstances before her parents and relatives, proving her earlier choices were wise. What money can you possibly have? Save your meager savings for your own living expenses, Zhang Yuang snapped at the mention of money. He had once fervently advised his daughter against marrying Su Mingshan, deeming him a poor fellow destined to remain in his impoverished existence. Yet, she had stubbornly disregarded his counsel and secretly obtained a marriage certificate to wed him. Dad, we are well off now, Su Mingshan said with a bittersweet smile. Zhang Yuang cast a glance at him, harboring a deep-seated disdain for Su Mingshan, his face contorted with scorn as he remarked, What does wealth matter? It's merely a cacophony of poverty, a life lived in utter desolation. Old man, spare us your words. After all, it was Xiao Fei who saved my life. He added. Qin Sufan, with a smile, glanced at Su Fei, her fondness for him growing by the moment. Listen to Xiao Fei, let us dine at this establishment. Including their extended family, a party of over 10 entered the restaurant, greeted warmly by the staff, who ushered them into a large private room. "What would you like to eat?" they inquired, presenting the menu to Qin Sufan, who occupied the seat of honor. "I simply wish for some vegetable buns, 2 will suffice," she replied. The waiter nodded affirmatively. "Certainly, no problem." Qin Sufan then pushed the menu towards Su Fei, affectionately saying, "Xiao Fei, feel free to order whatever you desire today." "Grandma treats." "Grandma, you are biased." Su Li, seated across from them, pouted in discontent. "Oh, Grandma is not biased. I have a gift for you," Qin Sufan chuckled. Upon hearing of the gift, Su Li's demeanor brightened instantly. "Really? Grandma never deceives," Qin Sufan assured her, retrieving a pair of gold earrings from her bag and placing them into Su Li's hands. "These were part of my dowry, originally intended for your mother, but now, well, I bestow them upon you." "Wow, pure gold," Su Li exclaimed, affectionately calling out, "Thank you, Grandma." Su Mingshan and Zhang Huilan exchanged glances. Their hearts warmed at the sight of Qin Sufan's kindness towards the siblings. The long-standing tension between the families seemed to ease significantly today. Su Fei perused the menu, feeling uncertain about his choices, before handing it to his uncle. Each person then ordered 1 or 2 dishes, and when all the food arrived, it appeared exceedingly lavish on the table. Zhang Yuang, seated to the side, couldn't help but twitch at the sight of such an extravagant spread. He wondered about the cost. Unbeknownst to him, upon hearing Qin Sufan announce her treat, the younger generation had become quite unreserved, selecting the priciest and most appealing dishes without hesitation. It was evident that Qin Sufan was genuinely hungry. She quickly devoured her 2 vegetable buns and promptly requested 2 more, yet she still felt unsatisfied. Ultimately, she consumed 6 buns, each the size of a palm, before finally wiping her mouth in contentment. The others were astonished by her hearty appetite. Her consumption rivaled that of a young man. Only Zhang Yuang found joy in witnessing her hearty meal, for it was the first time in over a year that he had seen her eat with such gusto. With Qin Sufan's health restored, the collective mood lightened, appetites expanded, and nearly 20 dishes were completely devoured. After the meal, Zhang Yuang reclined in his chair, producing a large eye bag from his waist and indulging in it. Observing this, Su Fei quickly retrieved a box of Zhonghua cigarettes, offering one to him. "Grandfather, give this a try." Casting a glance at Su Fei, Zhang Yuang, with a click of his smoking pipe, earnestly remarked, "Young man, it is imperative to have a clear understanding of oneself and to act within one's means." Slightly taken aback, Su Fei was perplexed as to why this grandfather, whom he had just met, would suddenly impart such wisdom. What did it mean to recognize oneself and to act according to one's capabilities? Zhang Yuang sighed and continued, "Smoke the kind of cigarettes that befit your abilities. There is no need to flaunt yourself in front of others." At this moment, Su Fei grasped the underlying sentiment. In this grandfather's eyes, his family still appeared as impoverished as ever, and upon witnessing him produce such fine cigarettes, he hastily assumed Su Fei was merely posturing. Indeed, in society, many individuals exhibit this behavior, smoking inexpensive cigarettes in private but brandishing extravagant ones in the company of acquaintances to assert their social standing. "Father, little Fei has indeed achieved much. He is now the village chief of our Shanshui village." Su Mingshan felt a twinge of discontent upon hearing his father-in-law speak of his son in such a manner. "What significance does being the chief of your dilapidated village hold?" Zhang Yuang shook his head. At that moment, Zhang Huilan interjected. "Little Fei is not only the village chief but also a prominent entrepreneur. He has contracted over 100 acres of land for medicinal herb cultivation and has established a distillery. He even financed the repair of the village roads." At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. Observing Su Fei's beaming smile, they pondered how he had acquired such remarkable capabilities. "Sister, is what you say truly the case?" Zhang Xiangyang asked, astonished. "Not to mention, the road repairs alone must have cost a fortune. Did little Fei truly pay for that himself?" "Certainly, our little Fei is indeed quite accomplished now," Zhang Huilan replied with pride. Su Fei gazed upon the beaming faces of his parents, his heart swelling with joy in tandem. After enduring a lifetime of hardship, he could finally bask in the envious glances of others. "Sister Huilan, you are indeed fortunate. Your son is not only handsome but also remarkably successful," remarked one acquaintance. "Indeed. Sister-in-law, you can now look forward to a life of ease. I truly envy you," another chimed in. Before long, all eyes shifted to Su Fei, their faces alight with smiles as they exclaimed, "Xiao Fei, the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed your potential." Yes. When shall you take us to visit your village?" It would be a splendid opportunity to broaden our horizons. At that moment, Qin Sufan turned to Zhang Huilan and said, Xiaolan, I too wish to see the place where you've spent so many years. Zhang Huilan smiled gently. All right, mother, we shall go and take a look. Su Fei chuckled wryly. Currently, the village is under construction. There isn't much to see. However, as soon as he spoke, Zhang Yuang waved his hand dismissively. It's settled then. We shall all go and see for ourselves. I am curious to discover whether it is as extraordinary as described. Faced with the irritable yet somewhat domineering nature of his grandfather, Su Fei felt a sense of helplessness and nodded in agreement. But how will we manage with so many of us? Someone inquired. Zhang Huilan smiled. No worries, our Xiao Fei has a large vehicle. Is that so? Ah. No wonder he has become a prominent businessman. He even has a car, Zhang Xiangyang observed. He then added, Xiao Fei, a single vehicle may not accommodate all of us. Not a problem. I will call for another vehicle, Su Fei replied as he stepped out of the private room. Pondering that the only person he was acquainted with in the village was the town mayor, Liao Xueming, he promptly took out his phone and dialed. Fortunately, Liao Xueming had left his contact information during his last visit to the village. Hello, who is this? Came Liao Xueming's voice on the other end. Brother Liao. It's Su Fei. I have a favor to ask. Su Fei explained the situation, and Liao Xueming readily agreed, stating that he would send a vehicle shortly. After hanging up, Su Fei approached the counter to settle the bill, and at that moment, the others from the private room also emerged. Sir, the total comes to 327 yuan. Will that be cash or card? The cashier asked with an indifferent expression. Zhang Yuan had intended to pay the bill himself. But upon hearing the total, he nearly stumbled, clutching the plastic bag of money tightly. Pay up, old man. Why are you dawdling? Qin Sufan urged, nudging Zhang Yuan. The old man's face turned a shade of distress as he slowly opened the plastic bag, revealing only a single red note and a few crumpled coins. Old man, how do we only have this much? Qin Sufan exclaimed in surprise. Mother, we have spent most of our money on your medical treatment. Zhang Xiangyang responded with a wry smile. Qin Sufan's expression darkened as she lamented, It is my illness that has burdened the family. She immediately turned to her son. Zhang Xiangyang, her face etched with concern. It was because of this that your wife left, wasn't it? Mother, your health is of utmost importance. As long as you're well, everything will fall into place, Zhang Xiangyang reassured her. Are you done yet? If you want to shed tears, do it at home. There are so many people dining here, and you can't even scrape together 300 yuan? The cashier, unable to endure any longer, interjected. It's just over 300 yuan. What else with the delay? How dare you speak like that, you scoundrel? Zhang Yuan's temper flared instantly. This is a scam. For such a meager order, charging over 300 is utterly unreasonable. The cashier, unyielding, shot him a cold glance. If you can't afford it, then don't eat here. And now you complain about the price? At your age, do you still expect to dine for free? Who says I can't pay? I just left in a hurry and didn't bring enough cash, Zhang Yuan asserted, though his voice betrayed his uncertainty. Did anyone bring money? Please lend me some. I'll pay you back once we're home, Zhang Yuan turned to the others. Hearing this, everyone recoiled slightly, while Su Fei chuckled. Grandpa, please don't be angry. He then produced a bank card and handed it to the cashier, stating coldly, regardless of the situation, one must show basic respect to their elders. After leaving the restaurant, Zhang Huilan pointed to a Mercedes G500 parked outside the clinic across the street, proudly exclaiming, Look, that's our Xiao Fei's big car. You mean that car belongs to Xiao Fei? Qin Sufan asked in astonishment. Zhang Huilan nodded, her pride unmistakable. I recognize that car. It's a Mercedes G-Class. I hear it costs over $1 million. Zhang Xiangyang said, his eyes gleaming. Over $1 million? The group gasped in disbelief and hurried to the vehicle, inspecting it closely while praising Su Fei's youthful accomplishments. Just then, 2 cars slowly pulled up, and the village chief, Liao Xueming, stepped out of the first vehicle. Beaming with a smile, Su Fei called out cheerfully, Brother Liao, you came personally. How could I not come when my brother Su Fei has matters to attend to? Liao Xueming replied, gesturing to the 2 cars behind him. I've arranged for drivers for both vehicles. Just instruct them as needed. Su Fei glanced at the spacious MPVs and smiled. One is sufficient. I came by car myself. Now, let me introduce you. This is my grandfather. And my grandmother Su Fei introduced each family member in turn before turning to Liao Xueming and saying, This is our village chief, Liao Xueming. At that moment, Zhang Yuan, Qin Sufan, and the others were utterly astounded. How could they not recognize the village chief? However, They hadn't anticipated that such an esteemed official would personally come to deliver a vehicle to Su Fei. What a significant honor this was. For a moment, they felt lightheaded, realizing that someone so high in authority had such a close relationship with Su Fei. Their perception of Su Fei elevated to new heights. Only Su Mingshan and Zhang Huilan remained relatively composed, for they were aware of their son's capabilities. Not only had the township head visited Shanshui village, but even the county magistrate had come to meet Su Fei. This thought filled their hearts with satisfaction. Dad. Zhang Huilan noticed her father, Zhang Yuang, lost in thought, and gently tugged at his sleeve. Oh, township head, hello? I am Zhang Yuang, he stammered. Hello, brother Zhang. I am Liao Xueming. Please do not hesitate to call upon me for any matters in the future, Liao Xueming said with a smile, extending his hand for a shake. Zhang Yuang, still dazed, was surprised by the warmth of a high-ranking official, and quickly responded, You are too kind, township head. After exchanging pleasantries, Liao Xueming took one of the vehicles to return. Su Fei instructed the driver of the remaining vehicle to follow him, then ushered everyone into the car. Upon their return to Shanshui village, Su Fei led the group to the foot of Beishan and remarked, This is my herbal medicine plantation, and the factory over there is my winery, which has now been completed. Once the equipment arrives, we can commence production shortly. He walked them through the winery, and the group expressed their admiration. Finally, Su Fei brought everyone to the eastern part of the village, where a construction team was busily at work. They are repairing the road over there. Once this road is completed, Shanshui village will experience rapid development, he explained. Xiaofei, how long is this road? Uncle Zhang Xianyang inquired. It will extend to connect with the main road leading to the county, thus facilitating the transportation needs of our winery in the future, Su Fei replied. Zhang Xianyang opened his mouth in astonishment. Such a long stretch of road will surely cost a fortune. Xiaolan, I never imagined such significant changes in your village. Xiaofei has become a boss and is even paving roads for the village. Your hardships have finally borne fruit, Qin Salon said, smiling through tears. Zhang Huilan quickly reached out to wipe her tears. Mom, this is all thanks to Xiaofei. Why don't you and Dad stay in the village from now on? It would be easier for me to take care of you both. Over the years, Zhang Huilan had not maintained contact with her maternal family and felt remorseful for not being able to fulfill her filial duties. Now that conditions had improved, she wished to make amends for the years of absence. Mom, I support Huilan's suggestion. You and Dad should move to Shanshui village, Su Mingshan said, looking at Zhang Yuang with a smile. Dad, what do you think? Not at all. I am still capable of taking care of myself without your assistance, Zhang Yuang replied, marveling at the transformation of Shanshui village. A once impoverished village now boasted enterprises which could invigorate the local economy, allowing villagers to work and earn a living rather than toiling in the fields. In time, the villagers' pockets would surely swell. Moreover, the road construction was a monumental achievement for a village. As the old saying goes, to get rich, one must first build roads. Only when transportation becomes smooth and accessible can greater opportunities arise. The greatest achievement of your life is undoubtedly the raising of a remarkable son. Zhang Yuang cast a glance at Su Mingshan. Despite his disdain for him, he could not deny that he had a fine son. Suddenly, Zhang Yuang pulled Su Fei aside, gesturing with his lips, hesitating as if he had much to say but could not find the words. Noticing this, Su Fei smiled and said, Grandfather, we are family. Please feel free to speak your mind. It's perfectly all right. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuang's face flushed with an unprecedented sense of embarrassment, for he had previously held Su Fei as family in contempt. With a sigh, he admitted, Little Fei, I must concede that you are indeed admirable. As he spoke, he raised his thumb in approval and continued, Grandfather wishes to say that if you have the means, please assist your uncle. He is in dire straits at the moment. For the sake of your grandmother's illness, he sold all the clothing stores in the county, and as a result, his wife has left him. As he concluded, tears glistened in the corners of Zhang Yuang's eyes. Su Fei felt a jolt in his spirit, astonished by his uncle's filial piety, which filled him with admiration. In today's society, such dedication is a rarity. As for the aunt who could not weather the storm with her husband, Su Fei felt no sorrow. Her departure was a blessing. Grandfather, how do you wish for me to help? Su Fei inquired. Zhang Yuang replied, Could you possibly lend some money to your uncle to reopen a clothing store? Perhaps then, your aunt might consider returning. With a sigh, he added, After all, we are family. We cannot simply drift apart. Rest assured, with me here, your uncle will not dare to default on his debts, Zhang Yuang declared confidently. Su Fei smiled. Recognizing that his grandfather was typically a domineering figure at home, one who seldom tolerated dissent. "Leave this matter to me, grandfather. You need not worry," Su Fei reassured him with a grin. Upon hearing Su Fei's words, Zhang Yuang sighed with relief, a knowing smile gracing his face. Having witnessed the transformations in Shanshui village, he harbored no doubts regarding Su Fei's capabilities. Su Fei stepped aside to make a phone call, and then led Zhang Yuang and the others to his home. Though it was still quite dilapidated, the interior was remarkably clean, equipped with a refrigerator, television, and other essentials. Su Fei mentioned his plans to build a new house, a 3-story ancient structure, which elicited gasps of astonishment from those present. Due to the limited space inside, everyone settled in the courtyard, engaging in cheerful conversation, predominantly focused on Su Fei. This lively exchange continued until evening, with the group seemingly never running out of topics to discuss. It was only when Su Mingshan remarked that it was time to prepare dinner that the conversation finally paused. "Please, stay seated. I will prepare the meal," Zhang Huilan announced as she rose. Hearing her words, the aunts and uncles promptly began to assist in the kitchen, with many hands at work. A hearty meal was soon prepared, and everyone gathered in the courtyard to dine. Su Fei also summoned the driver sent by Liao Shuimin to join the meal with them. Due to the limited space in Su Fei's home, after a brief respite following their meal, he and the driver took everyone back to their village. Su Fei instructed the driver to return home after dropping everyone off, and he himself delivered a few people before only Zhang Yuang, Qin Sufan, and Zhang Xiangyang remained. Su Fei then turned the car around and drove to a bank. There was indeed a bank in the village, although it had already closed for the day. After contacting Liao Shuin, the bank manager promptly arrived to assist Su Fei with his transaction. He withdrew 500,000. And the bank manager even provided a briefcase for the cash, which greatly pleased Su Fei, as it made handling the money much more convenient. Upon exiting the bank, Su Fei handed the briefcase to his uncle, who looked on in confusion, questioning, "What is this?" Zhang Xiangyang opened the briefcase and was immediately struck by the sight of it filled to the brim with red banknotes, the bright hue dazzling his eyes and leaving him momentarily parched with disbelief. This is an immense sum." Zhang Yuang and Qin Sufan were equally astonished. Although Zhang Yuang had previously suggested that Su Fei assist Zhang Xianyang financially, he had not anticipated such a substantial amount. "How much is this?" Zhang Yuang inquired. 500,000, Su Fei replied with a slight smile. "If it's insufficient, I can withdraw more." "No, I cannot accept your money, Xiao Fei. Please take it back." Zhang Xianyang resisted the temptation, firmly shutting the briefcase with a resounding snap, the overwhelming visual impact slightly easing. Su Fei reassured him, "Uncle, your situation has been conveyed to me by Grandpa. I understand your pressing need for this money, so please accept it. That is far too much. How about I take half?" Zhang Xiangyang recognized his urgent need for funds. Shaking his head, Su Fei replied, "The remaining funds can be reserved for operating expenses. Enough of this chatter. Just accept it and promptly write a promissory note for Xiao Fei," Zhang Yuang chastised, striking Zhang Xiangyang lightly on the head. With a hint of trepidation, Zhang Xianyang glanced at his father, took out paper and pen to draft the note, but Su Fei stopped him, saying, "Why write a promissory note among family? Consider this as my sponsorship. Xiao Fei, you are truly a benefactor to your uncle," Qin Sufan remarked, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes upon seeing the large sum. "We should support one another as a family. Now, let me drive you back." Su Fei smiled and then drove them to their residence. When he returned, it was already deep into the night, with few cars on the road, creating a serene atmosphere. As he drove, soothing melodies filled the car, providing a sense of tranquility. Suddenly, he spotted a woman in a white dress with long hair standing in the middle of the road. Taken aback, he slammed on the brakes. Yet, when he looked again, the woman in white had vanished without a trace. Su Fei furrowed his brow, acutely aware that he was likely to encounter wandering souls. Each year, countless lives were claimed by accidents on the road, leaving these souls directionless, devoid of spiritual solace, and unable to find the path of reincarnation, thus transforming into restless spirits. Contemplating this, Su Fei restarted his vehicle, yet after traveling a short distance, he sensed something amiss. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the woman in white, who had previously stood in the middle of the road, now unexpectedly seated in the passenger seat beside him. Maintaining a stoic expression, Su Fei calmly pulled the car over to the side of the road, retrieving a cigarette to light. He remained silent, gazing through the windshield ahead, inhaling slowly as if awaiting something significant. "Can you see me?" came a melodious voice from the passenger seat. Upon hearing this, Su Fei turned his head, regarding her with an indifferent demeanor. The woman in white had long, disheveled hair that obscured her face, rendering her features indistinct. She wore a delicate, sheer white nightgown that enveloped her slender form. Su Fei discerned that this was likely her appearance in life. "If you intend to harm me, you have chosen the wrong target," Su Fei stated calmly. The woman in white quickly shook her head. "No, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely sought you out after noticing that you could see me. Your ability to perceive me suggests that you are not an ordinary person, perhaps a cultivator? Proceed." Su Fei replied, sensing that this spirit might have something to convey. Observing that Su Fei did not refute her assertion, the figure in white became increasingly animated, brushing aside the hair that obscured her face, revealing a ghastly visage. Her blood-red eyes were set within a decaying face crawling with maggots. In a flash, her appearance transformed into that of a charming, rosy-cheeked girl with a delightful oval face. "Immortal, I have a request." The woman in white lowered her gaze. Su Fei glanced at her, noticing the dark strands of hair encircling her head, a lingering obsession evident in her demeanor. "Your fixation is too profound. I cannot guide you to reincarnation. No, I do not wish to reincarnate. I bear a tremendous grievance in this world, and I cannot accept my fate without resolution." She trembled, as if recalling a painful memory, her emotions surging. "Grievance?" Su Fei queried skeptically. The woman in white struggled to compose herself, fixing her gaze upon Su Fei as she spoke slowly. "Immortal, my name is Cui Yuchi. I was a university student, abducted by villains in early spring, cruelly murdered, and abandoned on this road." Su Fei frowned at her. Cui Yuchi managed a sorrowful smile. "It was my vanity that led to my demise. I envied my classmates who carried designer bags and brand new phones. Later, I heard from a peer that by downloading a loan app and uploading personal photos along with my identity information, I could easily acquire 10,000 yuan. At that time, a new smartphone had just been released. In my eagerness to acquire it, I inexplicably borrowed 10,000 yuan from a loan app, with a staggering interest rate of 100%. A month later, I found myself utterly incapable of repaying the debt, and my phone was inundated with incessant calls and messages, relentlessly harassing me. They even threatened to share my photos with my family, relatives, and friends if I failed to repay. I was utterly distraught, but alas, it was too late for regrets. The interest compounded relentlessly, swelling to an astronomical sum exceeding over 100,000 yuan, a figure I could never hope to repay. However, a man approached me with a proposition, a chance to repay my debts by working at a nightclub affiliated with their company. All I needed to do was accompany clients for drinks to earn substantial money. Desperate to clear my debts, I accepted the offer, but in such an establishment, it was naive to think that my role would merely involve drinking with patrons. I was expected to cater to all their whims. A moment's misstep could result in harsh reprimands or even physical violence. It was a veritable hell, and I was overwhelmed, longing to escape this dark existence. Seizing an opportunity when others were distracted, I fled. But, as Cui Yuchi recounted with a laugh, how could I have imagined I could truly escape? I was swiftly apprehended by a group of men who, in their desire to teach me a lesson and prevent other girls from fleeing, dragged me into a vehicle and subjected me to torment until my demise, discarding me on the roadside like refuse. In a cruel twist of fate, the police later ruled my death an accident due to intoxication, resulting in my being struck by a vehicle, a preposterous farce. Su Fei listened in silence, contemplating the loan app. A mere trap designed to ensnare vain female college students with tempting loans, only to ensnare them further in an unending cycle of debt, ultimately pushing them into nightclubs to earn money by entertaining clients. A cunning scheme indeed. These young women, largely inexperienced in the ways of the world, became easy prey for unscrupulous individuals who exploited their competitive natures. "So, you wish for me to exact revenge on your behalf?" Su Fei inquired. "Although I am already deceased," Cui Yuchi implored, "there are countless innocent girls still suffering. I hope you can aid us in eradicating this nefarious force, restoring my dignity and granting freedom to those girls." Cui Yuchi spoke earnestly, aware that cultivators are often seen as champions of justice, duty-bound to address the injustices of the world. Su Fei waved his hand dismissively. "Do not place such labels upon me. Such heartless deeds have no place in my homeland. I will take action, but you must provide me with as much valuable information as possible." Cui Yuchi beamed at his response. I know. The nightclub is called Theatrical Realm, the largest in Qingyuan County, and its owner is rumored to be a man named Jin Xiao. Jin Xiao. Su Fei silently etched this name into his memory. The individual known as Jin Xiao, whom I encountered by chance, possesses a youthful appearance that seems harmless. However, beneath that facade lies a heart steeped in cruelty. Suddenly, Cui Yuqi's expression shifted, and she inhaled deeply before declaring, moreover, the true backing of the Zaringian nightclub is none other than Jin Zhao's father, Jin Honyuan. Jin Honyuan. Upon hearing this name, Su Fei's countenance changed. He held a profound impression of Jin Honyuan, a figure of immense influence in Nanhai province, whose name alone instilled fear in many. He commanded a vast commercial empire and was reputed as the underground emperor of the entire region, his power exceedingly formidable. During their last encounter, Su Fei had sensed that Jin Honyuan was no ordinary man. Although he had aged, his demeanor exuded an extraordinary presence. His emotions remained concealed, and a sternness radiated from his features, indicating that he was indeed a ruthless figure. Su Fei suddenly recalled the young man he had saved at the county hospital. Was he not the son of Jin Honyuan? According to Cui Yuqi, that individual must be the proprietor of Zaringian, Jin Xiao. Moreover, Jin Xiao is the sole heir of Jin Honyuan. It was unexpected that Jin Honyuan would permit his son to engage in such morally reprehensible enterprises. Yet, in Su Fei's mind, regardless of one's identity, such heinous acts could not be tolerated. Xianren, do you know Jin Honyuan? Cui Yuqi, sensing Su Fei's change in demeanor, felt a pang of trepidation. She was well aware of Jin Hongyuan's notorious reputation and the vast network of individuals serving him, fearing that Su Fei might be one of his associates. Realizing this, she shivered involuntarily, her eyes growing wary. You are overthinking it, Su Fei remarked, casting her a glance as if to discern her thoughts. Rest assured, I shall see this matter through to the end. Thank you, Xianren. I shall await your good news here, Cui Yuqi exclaimed joyfully, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. As she departed, Su Fei murmured, Jin Xiao. Upon returning home, the night passed in silence. The following morning, Su Fei rose early, first inspecting the progress of the road construction at Gaudio's site before making his way to the foot of Beishan. With the enhancement of the Gathering Spirit Array, the medicinal herbs cultivated in this area thrived at an astonishing pace, their growth remarkable and their essence bountiful. This phenomenon left by Yi and her companions astounded as they toiled in the field. Upon noticing Su Fei's arrival, they hurriedly inquired, Su Fei, how is it that these herbs are growing so rapidly? Look, the leaves that just sprouted yesterday have already flourished today. Have you employed some sort of magic? These herbs were once wilted, and now they stand so robust. Indeed, what on earth is happening? Faced with their questions, Su Fei could only smile. In truth, I have arranged a formation here, a large-scale feng shui array, which has transformed this place into a land of prosperity, hence the extraordinary growth. Regarding the spirit-gathering array, it is certainly not something that can be openly discussed. However, in light of everyone's curiosity, he casually fabricated a response, asserting that he had shared the information, and whether they chose to believe it was beyond his concern. Su Fei, judging by the current trend, these herbs will soon be ready for harvest. Bai Yi remarked with a smile. Su Fei nodded in agreement. Under the enhancement of the spirit-gathering array, the growth cycle of these herbs had been significantly shortened, saving not only time but also amplifying their efficacy. Most importantly, as long as the roots buried in the soil were not uprooted during harvesting, the rich spiritual energy from the array would nourish them, allowing new herbs to sprout after a period of time. One could say that after a single planting, the cycle of harvesting could continue indefinitely. Thus, the women of the village could also be engaged in the production processes at the distillery. At that moment, Su Fei's phone rang. It was a notification that the equipment he had previously requested from Guoboan for the distillery had arrived. Under Su Fei's direct supervision, the workers from the supplier transported the equipment into the distillery and proceeded with installation and debugging. Once everything was confirmed to be in order, they gradually departed. This was a large-scale assembly line capable of continuous 24-hour production of medicinal liquor, ensuring a highly efficient solution to supply demands. Subsequently, Su Fei isolated himself within the distillery, disassembling crucial components of the equipment. Utilizing the knowledge inherited from his lineage, he inscribed a miniature array within a specific groove. The purpose of this small array was to regulate the key aspects of the brewing formula. It could automatically identify the herbs and determine the necessary quantities required for concoction. The operation of this array was sustained by jade stones. As long as the stones were placed in the groove at regular intervals, the array would remain functional. This miniature array would work in harmony with the spirit-gathering array outside the distillery, drawing in wisps of spiritual energy to maximize the medicinal properties of the herbs. This was precisely why Su Fei chose to establish the distillery adjacent to the herb cultivation land. Consequently, as long as a trustworthy individual regularly placed jade stones, he could ensure that his brewing formula remained confidential. Should any information leak, without Su Fei's methods, it would be impossible to produce the special effect medicinal liquor. In the end, Su Fei reassembled the equipment, leaving a palm-sized gap in the groove for the jade stones. He then called Bai Yi and informed her to place a jade stone in the groove every fortnight, assuring her that he would find a solution for acquiring the stones. After much contemplation, Su Fei concluded that Bai Yi was the most suitable candidate for this task. Not only was she diligent and responsible, but he also had complete trust in her. As Su Fei and Bai Yi exited the distillery, Yi approached them. Upon seeing Bai Yi standing in front of Su Fei, an uncomfortable sensation welled up within her. She exchanged a polite nod with Bai Yi and then turned to Su Fei, saying, "I've been looking for you everywhere. When I didn't find you at home, I figured you must be here. What do you need?" Su Fei inquired. Yi handed Su Fei a form, smiling as she said, "Last time you mentioned allowing the villagers to invest in the distillery with their land. After I discussed it with everyone, they all expressed their agreement upon hearing that there would be dividends by the end of the year. I have prepared this form, which meticulously records the amount of land each household possesses and the corresponding shares they would hold. Please take a look. If there are no issues, we can proceed to formalize it into a written contract." Su Fei perused the document, noting that some families held 0.5 shares, others 0.1, and some even 1. He nodded approvingly, appreciating the clarity of the form, which conveyed the information at a glance. Satisfied, he returned the form to Yi and cheerfully remarked, "Let us proceed with this then. You've worked hard, my esteemed financial director." Yi blushed slightly and glanced at Bai Yi, who said, "Sister Bai has worked the hardest, leading the women of the village with great diligence. What you say is quite the opposite. It is Su Fei's kindness that has granted me this supervisory role, allowing me to share in his burdens." Bai Yi responded with a smile. "Oh, I am quite different. I was reluctant to take on the role of financial director from the start, but Su Fei insisted that only I could handle it well. Thus, I had no choice but to face it head on," and he shook her head. Su Fei felt an unsettling tension in the air and quickly interjected, "Both of you are indispensable to the distillery. It is essential that you maintain a harmonious relationship moving forward." Of course, Bai Yi and Yi exchanged glances, their faces brightening with sweet smiles. After leaving the distillery, Su Fei convened a meeting at the village committee. Attendees included Su Mingshan, Yi, Bai Yi, Bao Hongji, and several village committee members. Seated at the head of the table, Su Fei surveyed the room before speaking. "Today, I have gathered everyone here to discuss several matters concerning the development of the distillery and personnel appointments." Observing the attentive expressions of the attendees, he continued, "As you all know, our Shanshui village is one of the most impoverished in Qingyuan County. For generations, we have either suffered or been impoverished, never experiencing a single day of prosperity. Therefore, upon my return, my foremost desire has been to guide our fellow villagers towards a path of poverty alleviation and wealth accumulation, to lift the burden of poverty from Shanshui village. Now that we have established the distillery and our own enterprise, along with improved roads, I firmly believe that our day of prosperity is not far off." A village committee member stood up, stating, "Village Chief Su, this is all due to your efforts. Without you, we would not know how long we would remain in poverty." Another added, "Indeed, Shanshui village is blessed with abundant resources, yet we have been unable to utilize them. Now, with the roads constructed by Village Chief Su, this truly represents a path to wealth. Su Fei, I believe that as long as we follow your lead, we are bound to succeed." Bao Hongji said earnestly. Su Fei raised his hand, signaling for silence. "As you all may know, Secretary Yin is currently preparing to sign land lease contracts with the villagers. I believe that once the contracts are finalized, we will possess a substantial amount of land. However, relying solely on cultivating medicinal herbs for the production of medicinal wine seems rather monotonous. You are all aware that there are numerous other varieties of herbs on the mountain. We could easily transplant them all and then market them collectively." Bai Yi nodded in agreement. "Your idea is commendable, but to whom shall we sell such a large quantity? Who could possibly consume it all?" A vision of Chang Shou flashed in Su Fei's mind, and he chuckled. "I know a proprietor in the traditional Chinese medicine business. I am confident he would not refuse our offer." He then turned to Bao Hongji. "Xiaoxi, please prepare a contract and make a trip to the city to finalize this matter." "Leave it to me," Bao Hongji replied, brimming with confidence. "Bai Jie, once Secretary Yin and the villagers have signed the contracts, please organize everyone in the village to expedite the planting of the herbs," Su Fei instructed. Absolutely. Bai Yi responded with a smile. Xiao Fei, when will the winery commence operations? Haven't the equipment been delivered yet? Su Mingshan inquired. I need to visit the provincial capital in the next couple of days. I will start work immediately upon my return, Su Fei said with a smile. He was in urgent need of a significant amount of jade, not only for the equipment at the medicinal factory, but also due to the vast expanse of land in the village. Consequently, the jade required for arranging the spirit-gathering formation would amount to quite a substantial figure. I would like to announce the personnel appointments for the winery, Su Fei declared. Upon hearing his words, everyone sat up attentively, their eyes fixed on him. First, I shall be the general manager of the winery. I trust there are no objections? Su Fei smiled. I will not directly manage the winery, but will guide its major development and direction. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Naturally, there were no objections, for it was their own venture. Next, my father will serve as the deputy general manager of the winery, overseeing the overall coordination and personnel arrangements. And he, as the first secretary of our village, will also serve as the financial director of the winery, handling all matters related to finances. Bai Yi is appointed as the production manager of the winery, responsible for all aspects of medicinal wine production. With the medicinal wine, we will require sales. Hence the sales manager will be Bao Hongji. Bao Hongji was elated, surprised by Su Fei's trust in him, having been appointed to the position of sales manager. After discussing some details and offering words of encouragement, Su Fei departed from the village committee. While walking home, Su Mingshan voiced his curiosity. What are you going to the provincial capital for? Isn't it true that we are out of jade? I've heard from a friend that there is a larger raw stone trading event in the city. I plan to acquire some, Su Fei replied with a grin. Su Mingshan nodded. You know, ever since you buried those jade stones at the foot of Beishan, the herbs have undergone remarkable transformations. Tell me honestly, was that truly your doing with the feng shui formation? Undoubtedly, jade is a natural creation imbued with spiritual essence. When arranged in a feng shui formation, it can gather this energy, allowing herbs to flourish astonishingly. As Su Fei's words faded, he noticed a considerable gathering of people around the corner ahead, all adorned with white sashes and dressed in coarse garments. A few individuals were energetically blowing horns. Who has passed away, having grown up in the countryside? Su Fei recognized this assembly as a sign of mourning. Su Mingshan, too, observed the commotion and sighed. It is Wang Laosan. Upon hearing this, Su Fei recalled the individual in question. Wang Laosan, whose real name was Wang Dashan, had never attended school and could only count to 3, thus earning the playful moniker from the villagers. Su Fei held a distinct memory of him, known for his honest and simple nature. He had a daughter, who was also a classmate of Su Fei and an exemplary student. Wang Laosan often proclaimed that he would sell anything he owned to ensure his daughter could attend university. However, Wang Laosan fell ill, not gravely, but his wife mysteriously vanished. The villagers whispered that she had long been involved with another man, and upon her husband's ailment, she simply fled. The sudden departure of his wife left Wang Laosan in a state of bewilderment, often lost in thought, with a foolish grin. The villagers understood the profound impact this had on him and frequently visited, encouraging him to regain his strength and focus on his recovery for the sake of his daughter. It seemed these words resonated, and not long after, Wang Laosan's health improved significantly. Yet, tragedy struck when he took his daughter out one day and fell heavily. To his dismay, his daughter did not rush to assist him. Instead, she merely observed coldly and remained indifferent. Following this incident, Wang Laosan succumbed to despair, bedridden and increasingly unwell. The torment of his body paled in comparison to the anguish of his heart. Eventually, his condition deteriorated to the point where he could not care for himself, resulting in a repugnant stench permeating his home. Before long, his daughter abandoned him, leaving behind a note stating she was off to find her mother. This betrayal incited outrage among the villagers, who deemed her heartless and ungrateful, especially considering Wang Laosan's unwavering devotion to her. The villagers felt deep pity for him, persistently bringing him meals out of compassion. Recently, word spread that his long-absent wife had returned. Upon entering their home and seeing Wang Laosan, she disdainfully remarked, "Why are you still alive?" From that moment on, he ceased to eat or drink, and no amount of persuasion could sway him, ultimately leading him to starve himself to death. Wang Laosan's life was fraught with suffering. In his final moments, he found himself utterly alone. Su Mingshan sighed once more, his eyes moistening, and gestured to Su Fei, "Come. Let us assist with the arrangements for Laosan." Su Fei nodded, understanding that in their village, to assist with arrangements meant that friends and neighbors would gather to lend a helping hand at a funeral. Su Fei and his father arrived at Wang Laosan's residence. assisting the villagers with the funeral proceedings until the body was interred, before finally returning home. Seated in the courtyard, Su Fei was enveloped in a profound heaviness of heart. As the village chief of Shanshui village, he vowed silently to prevent any recurrence of tragedies akin to that of Wang Laosan. He pondered deeply on potential solutions to such issues when, unexpectedly, a luxurious vehicle pulled up to his doorstep, and two young men stepped out. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Fei recognized them immediately. The young man in the lead was none other than Jin Hongyuan's son, whom he had rescued previously at the county hospital. According to Cui Yuqi, he was none other than the proprietor of Shi Rin Jian, Jin Xiao. Beside him stood Yin Teng, who was carrying a briefcase. It was surprising that they had made their way to Shanshui village. Su Fei, this is him, Yin Teng announced. Jin Xiao, clad in pristine white attire, exuded an air of elegance. He was strikingly handsome, with thick brows and large eyes, a prominent nose, yet his gaze bore an unsettling gloom. After a cursory glance at Su Fei, Jin Xiao spoke flatly, I hear it was you who saved my life? Indeed, Su Fei nodded in acknowledgement. With a sudden thud, Yin Teng hurled the briefcase at Su Fei's feet, a derisive smirk playing on his lips. Jin Xiao continued, this is 300,000. A token of gratitude for your life-saving efforts. Su Fei smiled wryly. Is this how you express gratitude? My personal visit should suffice as ample recognition. Jin Xiao replied coolly. Had it not been for my father's insistence, I would never have set foot in this desolate place. This filthy locale, rife with dust, is fit only for you farmers. Yin Teng surveyed the surroundings with evident disdain. A flicker of anger ignited within Su Fei as he retorted, is your life worth merely 300,000? Su Fei, don't be ungrateful. Are you attempting to extort us? Yin Teng glared at him, his brow furrowed. Shut your mouth. Su Fei bellowed suddenly, his patience worn thin. I've tolerated you for far too long. Yin Teng, taken aback by Su Fei's audacity, raised his fist, ready to charge. Jin Xiao gestured for calm and turned to Su Fei. How about this? Name your price. I have no need for money, so you may leave. Su Fei turned his head defiantly, dismissing them with a wave of his hand. Observing Su Fei's demeanor, Jin Xiao struggled to contain his simmering anger. Never had anyone in Nehai province treated him with such disdain, issuing an eviction order. Regardless, you saved my life. You are entitled to make a request. Any request. Su Fei paused, taken aback. Are you certain? Certainly. I can fulfill any request you have, Jin Xiao proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Very well. I have heard you own a nightclub called Shirin Jian? Su Fei inquired. Jin Xiao smiled faintly. If you require it, I can make the necessary arrangements. Su Fei shook his head. The girls in your nightclub are all likely those who have defaulted on fruit loans, am I correct? If my assumptions are accurate, then the mastermind behind the loan app catering to female university students must be you as well. I advise you to cease such morally reprehensible dealings. That is my sole request. Shut it down. Upon hearing this, Jin Xiao's expression darkened, and he fixated his gaze on Su Fei. Su Fei, let me offer you a piece of advice. It is best for you to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Not everything is within your control. Out of gratitude for saving my life, I shall pretend not to have heard your words today, but do not overstep your bounds. Remember, extending one's reach too far is not a wise endeavor. Jin Xiao leaned closer to Su Fei's ear and spoke in a hushed tone. Yin Teng, witnessing Su Fei incite Yin Teng's anger, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He pointed a finger at Su Fei. Su Fei, remember this. You are just a farmer. Do not mistake saving my cousin for elevating your own status. Suddenly, Su Fei moved, delivering a kick that sent Yin Teng flying several meters away. Watching Yin Teng writhe in pain on the ground, Su Fei coldly remarked, remember this. I detest when others point fingers at me. Jin Xiao's pupils constricted. He had merely caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow, and in the next moment, his distant cousin was hurled away. Shocked, he stared at Su Fei. This peer he had previously dismissed, now revealing such formidable prowess. Abruptly, he met Su Fei's icy gaze, which radiated an intense aura of menace. An involuntary chill crept over him, as if he had plunged into a frigid abyss. What are you planning? If you dare lay a hand on me. Consider the consequences. Jin Xiao instinctively retreated a few steps, an involuntary flicker of fear surfacing in his eyes. Do you recall a university student named Cui Yuqi from your nightclub? Su Fei inquired indifferently. Cui Yuqi. Jin Xiao furrowed his brow, racking his brain. But with so many girls at the nightclub, he could hardly discern which one Su Fei referred to. Take your ill-gotten gains and leave. Furthermore, let me remind you, this world operates on karma. Every individual will ultimately face the consequences of their actions. Su Fei kicked the suitcase at Jin Zhao's feet and turned away, returning indoors without a backward glance. Brother, who are they? Su Li, peering from the windowsill, asked, her heart racing as she watched the two depart. Xiao Fei, why did you resort to violence again? What is going on? Zhang Huilan looked at her son with concern, fearing he might attract trouble. Everything is fine, do not worry. I can handle it, Su Fei replied with a smile. All right, Xiao Fei is grown now. If he says everything is fine, then it is. You two need to stop fretting unnecessarily, Su Mingshan added in reassurance. Suddenly, Su Fei's phone rang. Seeing that it was his grandfather calling, he quickly answered, Hello, Grandpa. Since their last contact, Su Fei had left his phone number with him for future convenience. Xiao Fei, something terrible has happened. Your uncle. Upon hearing Su Fei's voice, Zhang Yuang immediately broke into tears. Your uncle has been beaten, and the money you gave him has been stolen. What? Su Fei exclaimed in shock. Xiao Fei, could you come over? Your uncle is feeling quite despondent, and I genuinely fear for his well-being, Zhang Yuang said anxiously. Su Fei replied, Grandfather, please don't panic. I will drive over right away. After hanging up, Su Fei hurriedly drove his family towards the countryside, driving at a swift pace. Su Fei was deeply concerned that his uncle might do something reckless in his despair. Upon arriving at his grandfather's home, Su Fei spotted his uncle standing on the roof, his face bruised, and tears streaming down his cheeks. Xiangyang, please don't frighten your mother. Come down quickly. Money can be earned back slowly, but life is irreplaceable. Qin Sufan cried, overwhelmed with emotion. You are my only son. How can I live if you were to die? Please, come down. I beg you. Seeing his wife in such distress, Zhang Yuang felt a pang of sorrow and shouted at Zhang Xiangyang. You scoundrel! Can't you act like a man? Money is lost. So what? Is it worth taking your life over? Look at what you've done to your mother. Her health has just improved. Mom and Dad, please stop. I have let you down, and I have wronged Xiao Fei as well. If there is a next life, I will repay you, Zhang Xiangyang wept. Uncle, the person you owe is not me. Su Fei approached slowly and said, the ones you owe are grandfather and grandmother. Do you want them to experience the pain of losing a child? Upon seeing Su Fei, Zhang Xiangyang shed more tears. Xiao Fei, the 500,000 you gave me is gone. Isn't it just 500,000? It's not worth dwelling upon, Su Fei said gently. Uncle, when facing problems, do not choose to escape in this manner. It will only provide amusement to outsiders. With a pained expression, Zhang Xiangyang lamented. I have lived my life in such a pitiful manner. My wife has left, my money is gone, and I've been beaten. I am utterly worthless. What is the meaning of my existence in this world? Every individual in this world possesses their own significance. It merely depends on whether they can manifest their inherent value. Su Fei replied, Xiangyang, please come down. Don't put your mother in a precarious situation, Zhang Huilan implored anxiously. Su Mingshan added, wealth is but a transient possession. Nothing is more valuable than your life. Do not be so obstinate. Sister, I can't face this. That was 500,000. Just like that, it was stolen. How can I repay Xiao Fei? Zhang Xiangyang squatted down, covering his face in despair. We are family. What is there to repay? Zhang Huilan said, my son, please come down. Do you wish for your mother to kneel and beg? Qin Sufan wiped away her tears, and as she spoke, she prepared to sink to her knees. Mom. Zhang Xiangyang, witnessing this, sprang to his feet, but suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His body swayed, and as he lost his footing, he fell in front of the astonished eyes of those around him. Son, Xiangyang, Qin Sufan and Zhang Huilan gasped in alarm. Yet, in the fleeting moment when Zhang Xiangyang was about to hit the ground, Su Fei surged forth like a bolt of lightning, his strong hand gripping Zhang Xiangyang's clothing. With a slight tremor of his arm, he firmly embraced him. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. In mere moments, Su Fei had saved him. Son, are you all right? Qin Sufan hurried to Zhang Xiangyang's side, anxiously checking for any injuries. I'm fine, Mom. Zhang Xiangyang felt a warm surge in his heart at his mother's concern. You scared me to death. Thank goodness you're all right, you foolish brother. You mustn't do such reckless things again. Zhang Huilan shot him an exasperated glance. I know, sister. Zhang Xiangyang then turned to Su Fei. Xiao Fei, thank you. Before Su Fei could respond, Zhang Yuang landed a punch on Su Fei's chest. You old rascal, what are you doing? Qin Sufan glared furiously. Zhang Yuang, however, ignored her and grinned at Su Fei. Good lad, you've got some skills. Those years in the army were not spent in vain. Su Fei smiled in return. At that moment, Zhang Xiangyang approached Su Fei and, with a thud, knelt before him. Su Fei quickly sidestepped, helping him back to his feet. Uncle, what are you doing? Xiao Fei, rest assured, I will definitely repay the 50,000. Zhang Xiangyang gritted his teeth, a resolute look in his eyes. Seeing this determination, Su Fei understood his intent and promptly replied, Uncle, my money is not so easily taken. Take me to find them. No. No way, Zhang Xiangyang exclaimed. They are lawless thugs. You must not get involved. This is my matter, and I will handle it myself. If you could handle it, you wouldn't have been in such despair earlier, Su Fei retorted. Son, who exactly stole your money? Zhang Yuang inquired. Zhang Xiangyang lowered his head, fear evident in his eyes. It was Jiarini. Jiarini? The mention of this name startled Zhang Yuang. In the village, it was a name known to all, infamous for his misdeeds. Indulging in gambling, drinking, and all manner of vile activities. He was notorious for his cunning and ruthlessness, instilling fear in those who crossed his path. How did Jiarini find out you had money? Zhang Huilan also asked, her expression darkening. She remembered Jiarini well, even before she married into Shanshui village. He had already gained a reputation for his nefarious activities, causing trouble and distress wherever he went. Zhang Xiangyang, his face flushed with anxiety, exclaimed. Xiao Fei gave me 500,000. I thought it would be safer to deposit it in the bank rather than keep it at home, planning to withdraw it when I found a suitable storefront. Little did I know, I encountered Jiarini on the way. He saw the briefcase in my hand, and in my panic, I fled. He then chased after me with a group of people, beat me up, and upon discovering the money inside the briefcase, he took it. With that, he began to sob in distress. Uncle, we must retrieve the money, Su Fei stated resolutely. Xiao Fei, that is not feasible. That is Jiarini. He won't relinquish money once it's in his grasp. Besides, he has a band of thugs at his disposal, and they are not to be trifled with, Zhang Xiangyang hurriedly replied. Do not worry. I have a strategy to make him return it, Su Fei said with a slight smile. Xiao Fei, don't you know the county chief? Perhaps we could consult him. And he would certainly be of assistance, Su Mingshan suggested. Indeed, Xiao Fei, listen to your father. Just avoid any confrontation, Zhang Huilan added, her concern evident. Su Fei shrugged nonchalantly, just wait for my good news at home. I won't resort to fighting. I will reason with him. With that, he took Zhang Xiangyang by the arm and headed outside, leaving the others exchanging glances in disbelief. Reasoning? What kind of person is Jiarini that he would entertain a discussion? Under the guidance of his uncle Zhang Xiangyang, Su Fei drove to a scrapyard, where heaps of refuse towered high, with only a narrow path available for passage. He parked the car and entered with Zhang Xiangyang. According to Zhang Xiangyang, this was once Jiarini's residence, which had since been transformed into a scrapyard. Inside, a colorful steel structure housed a boisterous group engaged in a card game, their laughter and shouts filling the air. Su Fei scanned the ground, picked up a piece of debris, and, turning abruptly, hurled it against the glass of the steel structure with a resounding crash. What are you doing? Zhang Xiangyang exclaimed, startled by Su Fei's sudden action. His eyes wide with shock. Su Fei merely smiled, remaining silent. Who are you? The occupants of the steel structure, initially taken aback, soon erupted in fury and rushed outside. Are you two seeking death? Do you know whose territory this is? You must be tired of living. One of them bellowed. Zhang Xiangyang, the leader. His brow arched in recognition, identified Zhang Xiangyang. He stood out with his coal-black complexion, yet his appearance was striking, exuding an air of earnestness. Jiarini, I have come to reclaim my money. Please return the 500,000, as it is intended for my business. Zhang Xiangyang instinctively took a step back, betraying his fear of the man before him. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you believe I would allow you to leave here on your feet? Jiarini glared menacingly, and his entourage stepped forward, their expressions hostile, clearly ready to resort to violence at a moment's notice. Su Fei, observing the situation, smiled calmly. So you are Jiarini. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Su Fei. Upon hearing these words, Jiarini turned his gaze towards Su Fei. For some inexplicable reason, the name Su Fei struck a chord of familiarity within him. Suddenly, his eyebrows shot up as if recalling something, and he scrutinized Su Fei before inquiring. You are Su Fei, the one responsible for ousting Lu Chiming, the village chief of Shanshui village? Given the proximity of the village, he had indeed heard whispers regarding Lu Chiming. The news of the long-dominant Lu Qingming's downfall at the hands of a young man had spread like wildfire across the neighboring villages, and he had certainly caught wind of it. Haha, Brother Jia, you are quite well informed. Lu Qingming's oppressive rule over the villagers and his autocratic ways led to his downfall, which was a reflection of the people's will. I merely took advantage of the situation, Su Fei replied with a smile. Observing Su Fei's demeanor, Jiarini was unconvinced by his words. After years of mingling within the village, he knew very well the kind of person Lu Qiming was. To bring him down, this young man must possess considerable prowess. Don't tell me you are here to collect money on behalf of Zhang Xiangyang, he remarked. This is my uncle. He owes my uncle money, and I cannot simply turn a blind eye. Su Fei continued to smile. Your uncle? Jiarini scoffed. That good uncle of yours owes me money. I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine. Are you suggesting that you intend to default? He then turned to his companions, seeking their agreement. You are speaking nonsense. I have already returned the 30,000 you claimed. Zhang Xiangyang suddenly summoned the courage to exclaim. Jiarini shot him a sidelong glance. Does the interest not count? You never mentioned interest when you borrowed the money, did you? Zhang Xiangyang grew increasingly flustered. I didn't say there would be no interest, but that doesn't mean there is any. Even if you didn't say so, it doesn't negate its existence. When you borrow from the bank, interest is always applicable. Jiarini shrugged nonchalantly. Su Fei could no longer contain his amusement at Jiarini's shamelessness and burst into laughter, clapping his hands in approval. You are absolutely right. Xiao Fei you. Zhang Xiangyang was bewildered by Su Fei's reaction, with a smile still gracing his lips. Su Fei addressed Zhang Xiangyang, Uncle, let us offer Brother Jia 100 yuan as interest. After all, when one borrows money, how can they neglect to pay interest? Zhang Xiangyang was utterly perplexed. However, Su Fei suddenly turned his gaze sharply toward Jiarini. Despite the smile on his face, his eyes radiated a chilling intensity. That 500,000 must be handed over in full. My money is not so easily swallowed. Dream on. At the sight of Su Fei's piercing gaze, Jiarini trembled slightly, but a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. That sum was substantial for him, and possessing it would alleviate his financial woes for years to come. Insult me, I can endure, but insult my mother, that I cannot tolerate. Su Fei's expression darkened suddenly, and with a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap. Without pausing, he charged forward like a ferocious beast, crashing into Jiarini and sending him sprawling. With a dull thud, Jiarini collided against the steel structure behind him and fell to the ground. How dare you lay a hand on Brother Jia? Let us all go together and finish him off. One of Jiarini's most loyal followers shouted, immediately grabbing an iron rod and charging at Su Fei. The others followed suit, seizing their weapons and rushing forward. Su Fei let out a cold laugh, moving with the swiftness of a specter. In a matter of moments, he had dispatched the group, leaving them writhing in agony. Zhang Xiangyang stood by, utterly stunned. Su Fei slowly approached Jiarini, helping him to his feet and softly inquiring, "Where's the money? You bastard. If you don't kill me today, I swear I will make you pay 100-fold. Jiarini snarled, his face contorted in rage. It had been years since he had suffered such a defeat, and he silently vowed to make Su Fei regret this encounter. Is that so? Su Fei replied with a faint smile, picking up a brick and delivering a clean strike to Jiarini's face. The scream pierced the heavens. Blood gushing from Jiarini's face, his nose shattered. Su Fei then pressed his foot against the ground, raising an iron rod. Suddenly, he seized Jiarini's head and pushed it towards the rod, causing Jiarini to panic, cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Stop, please. Just as the distance between his head and the rod shrank to an inch, Su Fei halted, a slight smile gracing his lips. How does it feel? Gasping for breath, Jiarini admitted, you have guts. I can see today. I will give you the money. Fear had truly gripped him. Su Fei was a smiling tiger, appearing harmless but striking with terrifying ferocity. I prefer to win people over with kindness. Don't force me, Su Fei said with a smile. Win people over with kindness. Jiarini's lips twitched in disbelief. Even in such a predicament, Su Fei still spoke of kindness? Though he thought this internally, he dared not voice it. Grinning through gritted teeth, I want to force you. I want to force you. Upon hearing this, Su Fei released him. Jiarini shook his hands and glanced at his fallen comrades, a mix of emotions swirling within him, before turning towards the steel building. When he emerged, he held a familiar suitcase that Su Fei recognized. Su Fei patted his dazed uncle, Zhang Xiangyang, who suddenly snapped back to reality, astonishment still in his eyes. Although he was aware that Su Fei had military training, he hadn't anticipated such ruthlessness from him. This was Jiarini, a man who had ruled the village for years without anyone daring to challenge him. He had never heard of Jiarini suffering any losses. At Su Fei's nod, Zhang Xiangyang cautiously approached to take the suitcase. Once it was in his hands, he hurriedly opened it to count the money, confirming it was all there before nodding at Su Fei. The money is all accounted for. Can we leave now? Jiaorini wished fervently for Su Fei, this harbinger of doom, to take the money and depart. He was genuinely afraid. While many spoke of his cruelty, compared to Su Fei, he was merely a minor player in a much larger game. Su Fei approached Zhang Xiangyang with a smile, retrieving 2 red bills from his suitcase and handing them to Jiaorini. "Take this," he said. Upon hearing Su Fei's words, Jiaorini trembled and accepted the 200 yuan. "I am known for my benevolence, and I keep my word. This 100 is your interest, and the other 100 is for your medical expenses." Su Fei chuckled, exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Xiangyang, and the two departed from the recycling station. Holding the 200 yuan, Jiaorini was nearly moved to tears. Once back in the car, Zhang Xiangyang eagerly exclaimed, "Xiao Fei, you are truly remarkable. To be honest, I had lost hope for that 500,000, yet you miraculously managed to retrieve it from Jiaorini. Uncle is in awe." Su Fei started the car and sped away, saying, "Uncle, please refrain from engaging in any desperate actions in the future. After all, Grandpa and Grandma are getting older." "I understand," Zhang Xiangyang replied, clutching the suitcase tightly as if fearing it might be snatched away again. He then chuckled to himself, "This feels like a dream." As the car turned a corner, Zhang Xiangyang noticed a bustling hot pot restaurant and turned to Su Fei, saying, "Xiao Fei, let's go for a meal. You've helped me so much, and Uncle would like to treat you." Su Fei responded, "Perhaps not. Grandpa and Grandma are still waiting for us." "It's fine. I'll call them to let them know," Zhang Xiangyang insisted. "Come on, you must allow Uncle the chance to express his gratitude. Otherwise, I won't feel right." Thus, Su Fei relented, nodding in agreement as he turned the steering wheel towards the hot pot restaurant. As they arrived, it was evident that the establishment was thriving, bustling with patrons and lively atmosphere. They spotted several waiters bustling about, attending to the crowds. Upon entering, they were fortunate to find a recently vacated table, which the waitstaff quickly cleaned and prepared. After placing their order for a set meal, it wasn't long before a large tray arrived, adorned with an array of meats, seafood, and an assortment of fresh vegetables. Following that, a steaming pot of broth was brought to their table, releasing an enticing aroma. Consuming hot pot without beer would be a travesty. "Waitstaff, please bring us 2 bottles of cold beer," Zhang Xiangyang said with a grin. The server nodded and departed. "Xiao Fei, is drinking okay for you?" Zhang Xiangyang inquired. Su Fei smiled and nodded. With his capacity for alcohol, 2 bottles of beer would be but a trifling matter. Even 2 bottles of stronger spirits would pose no challenge. As he gazed at the vibrant array of fresh vegetables before him, an idea struck Su Fei. He contemplated the prospect of cultivating vegetables in the North Mountain land, enriched by spiritual irrigation, which would surely yield produce far superior to ordinary vegetables. Moreover, with his parents aging, the daily consumption of such nutritious vegetables would greatly benefit their health. Su Fei glanced around the bustling hot pot restaurant and suddenly turned to Zhang Xiangyang, saying, "Uncle, would you be interested in opening a hot pot restaurant?" Zhang Xiangyang was taken aback. He had never contemplated such an idea. After surveying the lively surroundings, he replied, "I know nothing about running a hot pot restaurant, and I lack experience in this area. Business requires one to constantly transcend their limits and bravely venture into the unknown." Su Fei remarked. Zhang Xiangyang chuckled wryly. "Xiao Fei, just because this place is thriving doesn't mean we would achieve the same success with a hot pot restaurant. I've been managing my clothing store for years, and I feel quite adept at it." Su Fei responded earnestly, "If one remains stagnant, they will inevitably be left behind in this rapidly evolving society. Uncle, I am not opposed to you running a clothing store. I merely believe its future looks bleak. Consider it. We are in the digital age, where an increasing number of people prefer online shopping for its convenience and time-saving benefits, while laboriously visit a clothing store. Furthermore, if sales falter, it would lead to an overwhelming inventory. And then what? Disposing of it would mean a loss, and holding on to it would only bring distress." With a gentle smile, Su Fei continued, "So, Uncle, why not open a hot pot restaurant? I can supply you with vegetables that would undoubtedly surpass what you see here." Upon hearing Su Fei's words, Zhang Xiangyang fell into contemplation. After years in the clothing business, he understood the pros and cons. Indeed, the rise of online shopping has led to a decline in physical clothing stores, especially since his establishment is not a globally renowned brand. Gritting his teeth, he downed a large cup of beer, declaring, "Xiao Fei, I believe in you. Let's do it." "Haha, Uncle. You will surely be grateful for the decision you made today," Su Fei replied with a smile, confident that planting vegetables in the spirit-gathering array would yield astonishing results. At that moment, A loud crash echoed as a waitress accidentally spilled a steaming pot of hot pot broth onto the floor, splattering a nearby young man. The young man jumped up, exclaiming, "I've been scalded." "Ah, I'm so sorry." The waitress, horrified and pale, quickly pulled out a napkin and knelt down to assist the young man. "Get away from me," he shouted, kicking her shoulder. "Do you know who I am? I'm the local tyrant of Tongluo Street, Shanji. How dare you splash broth on our brother Ji? Do you want to die?" His companions chimed in menacingly. The waitress, trembling, sat down on the ground, one hand clutching her injured shoulder, her eyes welling with tears as she sobbed, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Hearing the commotion, Su Fei glanced over, frowning slightly. It was indeed excessive to resort to violence against a young woman in public. The so-called mountain chicken is quite unconventional, with long green hair that obscures half of his face, embodying a distinctly non-mainstream vibe. His attire is equally flamboyant and colorful. In contrast, the waitress is charmingly adorable, possessing a doll-like visage, though she appears quite distressed at this moment, evoking a sense of sympathy. "Oh dear, what's the matter, chicken brother? Why the outburst?" A plump woman hurried over, her hair frizzed and adorned with gold chains and rings, making her exceptionally eye-catching. Upon seeing her boss arrive, the waitress immediately felt a sense of relief. "Fat ant, it's not that I lack respect for you, but this waitress in your establishment has behaved appallingly. She spilled an entire pot of soup all over my trousers," the mountain chicken exclaimed angrily. "Calm down, chicken brother. This is a new recruit. She is still getting the hang of things. Please, be magnanimous and don't hold it against her," the plump woman replied, winking at the waitress as she turned to her. "Xiao Su, don't you think you should apologize to chicken brother?" "See, chicken brother, I'm sorry, I was wrong." Su Linger stammered. Upon hearing this, the mountain chicken waved his hand dismissively. "Spare me the meaningless apologies. Do you have any idea how much these trousers cost? I can wash them for you, all right? I promise to get them spotless," Su Linger meekly offered, her voice trembling. "I truly apologize." The mountain chicken scoffed coldly. "Wash. These trousers are designer. They're ruined now. You owe me compensation." At the mention of compensation, Su Linger shuddered, her voice cracking as she pleaded. "I truly didn't mean to."